Assam flood situation worsens. Rescue operations enter day 5. Death toll rises to 73. Welcome to This Morning on Republic TV. I'm Rukma. Let's begin with our top story at 6 a.m. this morning. The Agnipath recruitment notifications have been released by the Indian Army. The notice mentions employability, benefits and other details related to the scheme.
The Indian Army has released detailed employment notice on Agnipath. The notice mentions the employability, benefits, terms and conditions and other details related to Agnipath recruitment scheme. As per the official notice, candidates will be enrolled under the Army Act 1950 for a service duration of 4 years, including the training period. They will be liable to go wherever ordered, by land, sea or air. Agniveers will not be eligible for any kind of pension or gratuity. Service of Agniveers will start from the date of enrollment, and personnel enrolled through Agniveer scheme will be required to undergo periodical medical checkups and physical, written and field tests as governed by orders issued. Notably, the selected candidates can be posted to any regiment and can be further transferred to other units. Agniveers will be paid Seva Nidhi package to enable them to pursue employment in other sectors. Moreover, aspirants will have to submit a written pledge that they were not involved in violent protests that took place against the scheme.
भारतीय सेना की फाउंडेशन है डिसिप्लिन, नो स्पेस फॉर नो आर्सन। उकसारा कौन था? दो किस्म के लोग थे, एक इनमिकल एलिमेंट्स, दूसरे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन जो चला रहे थे।
It must be noted that the 4-year service would not end their relationship with the armed forces. They can seek enrollment in the regular cadre after completing their engagement period. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Rahul Gandhi for the 5th time in connection with the National Herald scam investigation. The Wayanad MP has been questioned for 40 hours and 4 days. Congress has meanwhile continued with its protests in the national capital. We bring you up to speed of the investigation so far.
राहुल जी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। राहुल जी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
The Congress party is rattled as its leader Rahul Gandhi is summoned for the 5th round of questioning in the National Herald scam probe. This after the Wayanad MP's 4th round of questioning, carrying on for over 12 hours yesterday. From laying siege to the national capital to holding widespread protests to marching on to the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी को जिस प्रकार से झूठे ईडी के नोटिस देकर के डराने की चेष्टा की जा रही है, ये कामयाब नहीं होंगे इस षड्यंत्र में। और राहुल गांधी जी कभी इनसे डरने वाले नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का तमाम कार्यकर्ता राहुल गांधी जी के साथ में आज खड़ा है। अग्निवीर को भी इनको वापस लेना पड़ेगा, इस अग्निपथ योजना को भी, और राहुल गांधी का भी ये बाल बांका नहीं कर सकेंगे।
That the people they are assaulting are members of parliament, former ministers of state. Yet, in many instances, we have recorded that our members of parliament have faced grievous injuries. All medical reports are with us. So we want the Honorable President of India to constitute an inquiry and identify the officials concerned through a privileges committee.
The Congress delegation met President Ramnath Kovind, submitting a memorandum raising the issue of alleged ill-treatment of Congress MPs by Delhi police during their protests against ED questioning of Rahul Gandhi and demanding a rollback of the Agnipath scheme. With Congress leaders claiming that no FIR has been registered in the National Herald money laundering case, and their leaders Rahul and Sonia Gandhi being unjustly targeted by the ED. Top ED sources have confirmed to Republic TV that both leaders were indeed named and accused in the National Herald case. The December 2015 court order that granted them bail mentioned them as accused, on the basis of which nothing stops the Enforcement Directorate from recording their statements. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Bharatiya Janata Party swept the Legislative Council elections in Maharashtra, winning 5 of the 10 seats. On the other hand, the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance together win 5 seats.
BJP celebrated their glorious victory after they swept the Legislative Council elections in Maharashtra, winning 5 out of 10 seats. The BJP had fielded 5 candidates: Praveen Darekar, Shrikant Bhartiya, Ram Shinde, Uma Khapre and Prasad Lad.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। देवेंद्र फडणवीस और चंद्रकांत दादा के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहले राज्यसभा जीती, आज विधान परिषद जीती और वो बड़ा झटका महाविकास आघाड़ी को देकर जनता ये चाहती है। देवेंद्र फडणवीस का नेतृत्व 2019 में दिया था, अभी वही चपरा को महाविकास आघाड़ी को दे दिया और बड़ा विजय हासिल किया है।
मैं ये जीत का श्रेय देना चाहती हूँ हमारे मास्टरमाइंड देवेंद्र जी को, वैसे ही हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष चंद्रकांत दादा जी को। उनकी वजह से जीत हासिल हो चुकी है।
Prasad Lad also gave winning credits to Devendra Fadnavis.
आज की ये जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और महाराष्ट्र को हम समर्पित करते हैं। यह पूरी जीत देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रणनीति की जीत है और देवेंद्र जी जो चाणक्य नीति से महाविकास आघाड़ी को उनकी जगह दिखाने का जो काम किया है और बोलने वाले पोपट का गला घोटने का जो हमने काम किया है, उसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ।
Sachin Ahir and Amsha Padvi from Shiv Sena, Eknath Khadse and Ramrajan Naik Nimbalkar from NCP were also among the winners. First Preference had 130 votes in total, which suggested that the Sena, NCP and Congress MLAs cross-voted, just like in the Rajya Sabha election. Meanwhile, ex-cabinet minister Ashish Shelar slammed Sanjay Raut, indirectly calling it a defeat for the government.
यार चूर-चूर हो गया, ये ठाकरे सरकार हारने वाली थी, हार गई।
अभी आगे की रणनीति क्या रहेगी?
बस सेवक बोल के काम करेंगे, जनता का काम करते रहेंगे।
Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Prime Minister is set to mark the International Yoga Day today in Mysuru during his 2-day visit to Karnataka. He also visited Bengaluru yesterday, where he lauded the Mumbai model of governance just months ahead of the Karnataka Assembly elections.
It was a rousing reception for the Prime Minister in Bengaluru as he kick-started his 2-day visit to Karnataka.
Sir M. Vishweshwaraya, Railway Terminal, Bengaluru, rupees 314.
A significant visit to the state that goes to polls in 2023. During his visit, the Prime Minister launched a series of development and infrastructure projects for the state worth over 27,000 crore rupees to boost the ease of living in India's IT capital. In the run-up to the Assembly elections, the Prime Minister once again hailed what he called the double-engine government in the state of Karnataka.
डबल इंजन सरकार ने कर्नाटका के तेज विकास का जो भरोसा आपको दिया है, उस भरोसे के आज हम सभी एक बार फिर साक्षी बन रहे हैं.
And amid the raging debate over the centre's new revolutionary scheme Agnipath for the armed forces, the Prime Minister also made a big statement of intent.
खतरों से आंखें मिलाने का हो जुनून, ऐसे हैं भारत के वीर जवान.
कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है. रिफॉर्म का रास्ता ही हमें नए लक्ष्यों, नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाता है.
Later in the evening, the Prime Minister headed to Mysuru, where he launched developmental projects and also interacted with beneficiaries of the schemes launched by the NDA government in the state. The Prime Minister then paid a visit to the Sri Chamundeshwari temple in Mysuru. It is believed in Hinduism that goddess Durga slayed the demon king Mahishasur on the top of the hill on which this temple is situated. The city of Mysuru also is said to have got its name from Mahishasur, or the place of Mahisha. As he wrapped up his day in Mysuru, local residents thronged the streets to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. As always, the Prime Minister, a keen yoga enthusiast, is all set to mark the International Yoga Day today in a mega yoga event in Mysuru along with 15,000 other people before he heads back to the national capital later today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amid numerous targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmir witnessed another big protest of all Jammu-based reserve category employees posted in Kashmir on Monday.
After Rahul Gandhi's killing, we are seeing the Kashmiri Pandits on road for the last 38 days. They are protesting for the relocation from the Kashmir Valley. The demand is quite clear that they are not fighting for the service-related matters. Rather, they are looking to save their lives. Although they said they have rejected the statement made by the Home Minister Amit Shah recently that relocation is not possible. But they say that unless and until they are able to save and secure their life, job is not important.
With placards in hand, the employees of minority communities posted in Kashmir hit the street, demanding transfer to Jammu and early redressal of their genuine demands and grievances. Kashmir Valley has witnessed at least 16 targeted killings, including police officials, teachers, sarpanches, since January this year.
Now they are also saying that out of 6,000 all minority employees, Kashmir Association of 4,800 people have already left the Kashmir Valley. And if the government of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, and also government of India is not serious about the issue of Kashmiri Pandits, they will look for asylum in some another country, because Kashmiri Pandits feel completely neglected.
Rajni Bala, a government school teacher, was shot dead in her school premises in Kulgam. Vijay Kumar, a bank manager, was shot dead while he was at work in Kulgam. Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit who worked for the welfare of Kashmiris, was shot dead in Budgam. The spate of targeted killing has forced these Kashmiri minority communities to take to the street and demand protection and action from the Jammu and Kashmir administration. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
International Yoga Day celebration is a special occasion this year as it marks the 75th year of India's independence. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leading this year's Yoga Day celebrations from the heritage city of Mysuru. More than 15,000 people are participating in the yoga celebrations along with the Prime Minister at the Mysore Palace grounds.
The stage is all set to mark the 8th International Yoga Day. Yoga sessions are being organized at 75,000 places across the country, with Prime Minister Modi leading the mega yoga event in Mysuru in Karnataka, where over 15,000 people are expected to participate. This year, the theme for the celebrations is Yoga for Humanity, keeping in mind the physical, emotional and mental stress that people have gone through because of the COVID-19 pandemic. With COVID-19 stalling Yoga Day events for the last 2 years, the government has now decided to hold an exercise event in a big way this year.
विगत 2 वर्षों से कोविड के कारण इसका उस रूप में आयोजन नहीं हो सका जैसा अपेक्षित था, तो इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसको एक व्यापक और विराट स्वरूप में आयोजित करने जा रही है और भिन्न भिन्न स्थानों पर हमारे कार्यकर्ता और नेता 75,000 स्थानों पर इसको मनाएंगे।
BJP President JP Nadda is attending a yoga session in Noida, while Home Minister Amit Shah is in the national capital. Minorities Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi is participating in a yoga event in Fatehpur Sikri.
मैं मानता हूं कि योग सेहत के लोगों की सलामती के लिए एक ऐसी गोल्डन की है जो कि हेल्थ का एक स्ट्रांग और एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत हेल्थ हैम्पर है। हम सबको उसे स्वीकार करना चाहिए।
Meanwhile, Law Minister Kiran Rijiju is leading the International Day of Yoga celebrations in India's easternmost village in Arunachal Pradesh. Ahead of the mega yoga event, Prime Minister Modi took to Twitter and urged everyone to make it successful and increase the popularity of yoga further. From India to the United States and Germany, people are honoring the traditional practice of yoga across the globe. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Hong Kong's iconic jumbo floating restaurant has capsized in the South China Sea less than a week after it was stowed away from the city. The restaurant encountered adverse conditions on Saturday as it was passing the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea, and water entered the vessel and it began to tip. The company has said no one is injured, but efforts are on to save the vessel to have failed. Boris Johnson was admitted to hospital for what was said to be a minor and routine operation on his sinuses. The UK Prime Minister was put under general anaesthetic and is now resting at home, with Dominic Raab as Deputy Prime Minister put in charge of taking any significant decisions while he recovers. And in other news, French voters opted for far-right or far-left candidates, denying President Emmanuel Macron's centrist alliance a straight majority in the National Assembly. Le Pen's National Rally got 89 seats in the 577-member parliament, up from a previous total of 8. Take a look at how Parisians woke up to a fragmented political stage.
French voters woke up to a fragmented and polarized political stage after Emmanuel Macron's centrist alliance lost its majority in parliament. The far-right National Rally made historic gains at the National Assembly, while a new hard-left coalition, the NUPS, is set to become the main opposition force.
J'ai été très surpris par le millefeuille que ça représente maintenant à l'Assemblée nationale.
Probablement difficilement gouvernable pendant on aura automatiquement une dissolution de l'Assemblée dans les mois qui viennent.
This comes in less than 2 months after Macron was re-elected as president. French voters say it's Macron's choice of campaign that wasn't well received. They say Macron chose foreign visits over fragmented France.
D'une part, le choix de faire campagne en dehors de France a été mal vu. Qu'il aille en Ukraine pendant cette période plutôt qu'aider ses troupes, ça a été très malade. En plus, les Français ne considèrent pas que l'Ukraine soit vraiment un problème majeur, dans la mesure où on ne peut pas les aider plus qu'on le fait. Donc il aurait dû s'abstenir, il aurait dû aider ses troupes, ce qu'il n'a pas fait. Donc il en paye le prix.
Meanwhile, Marine Le Pen and her far-right party were in jubilant mood after turning 8 seats into 89.
Les problèmes ne sont pas réglés, eh bien ça suscite dans l'opinion publique beaucoup d'exaspération. C'est aussi un des sens de ce vote, un vote de protestation. Il faut que les problèmes que connaissent les Français trouvent des solutions. Il faut restaurer la crédibilité du fait politique en France. Faute de quoi, eh bien nous verrons grossir les votes de protestation, les votes contre et pas les votes pour. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui interpelle l'ensemble de la classe politique. J'en suis convaincu.
Far-right National Rally Party's leader Marine Le Pen hailed the historic win and called it a seismic event in French politics. She further said that the Macron adventure has reached its end. Macron's failure to get a majority would have ramifications across Europe. Analysts predict it could spell the end of Macron's figure as the continental statesman as well. Agency report for Republic TV.
And in other news this morning, as we're talking about the French parliamentary elections, and multiple people were shot at in...
A teenager was shot dead and at least 3 others were left injured when a man opened fire in Washington, D.C. late on Sunday evening. The attack took place during the Juneteenth music concert, less than 3 kilometers from the residence of the President of the United States, the White House. According to the DC police, a minor was also severely hurt in the attack.
This evening, around the 6 o'clock hour, there was an unpermitted event that took place in the 1400 block of U Street Northwest. That event was associated with a group known as Mochella. There was a truck that had people playing music on it, and while this event was going on, apparently this started on social media, several hundred people began to gather in the area of the 1400 block of U Street.
The police immediately rushed to the spot and dispersed the gathering minutes after the shooting over security concerns.
DC Fire Medical Services are on the scene, rendering aid to the victims who were injured and moving about the area. A firearm was recovered from an individual in this area. Shortly after that, there was another incident that occurred right at the corner of 14th and U within very close proximity of our first responders. Several individuals were shot, to include a police officer. So right now we had 3 civilian persons that were shot, 2 adults, 1 juvenile, and then 1 police officer who was shot.
A handgun was recovered from one of the victims, which, however, was not used in the shooting. Meanwhile, the suspect is still on the run and the manhunt is on. Agency report, Republic TV.
यही मानवता के कल्याण का एकमात्र साधन हो सकता है। आप सबको 8वें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के अवसर पर एक बार फिर से मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। आप सबके प्रति अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय
temples that it possesses. The demon Mahishasura was killed by goddess Chamundi of the Chamundi Hills. It is in this regard that the festival
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now proven without a shred of doubt, that the Agnipath protests were politically instigated. Why else would a Congress leader pretend to be an army aspirant and lead the protests? Why would they pretend? Why else would an ex-Samajwadi party leader be arrested for posing as an army aspirant? Why else? Think about it. Why else would political leaders try and disguise themselves as aspirants for the army? Viewers, let us not stay detached anymore, for we are as a country at the crossroads. The politics in this country has become so extreme and so desperate and so dangerous that some politicians are now beginning to openly demoralize our armed forces. Some are questioning the character of the army. How dare they? Others are calling it
डिवोशन। संपूर्ण विश्व को भारत की अप्रतिम भेंट है योग कला, जो शरीर और मन को पूर्णता की ओर अग्रसर करने में सक्षम है। इस वर्ष अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस का आयोजन बेहद खास है, क्योंकि इस साल हम अपनी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं और इस अवसर पर आज के दिन केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के 75 सदस्य देश के 75 अलग अलग ऐतिहासिक और सांस्कृतिक स्थलों पर योगाभ्यास में सम्मिलित हो रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय हमेशा की तरह इस महाआयोजन में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं और वे स्वयं महलों के शहर कहे जाने वाले मैसूर शहर में अब से कुछ देर बाद उपस्थित होंगे। गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह नासिक के पवित्र ज्योतिर्लिंग त्र्यंबकेश्वर में योग यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह तमिलनाडु के कोयम्बटूर में योग कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होंगे।
One of the foremost proponents of yoga and one who has made indelible mark on the front of yoga is from Mysuru, Padma Vibhushan Shri B.K.S. Iyengar. He was awarded Padma Shri in 1991, Padma Bhushan in 2002 and 2014 Padma Vibhushan. He is from Mysuru. Shri Shri Ravi Shankar is from Bengaluru and awarded Padma Vibhushan in 2016. And Shri H.R. Nagendra ji was awarded Padma Shri in 2016, and the latest one on the list is Sadguru Jaggi Vasudev ji with Padma Vibhushan. Yoga is a code to connect people with life and to reconnect mankind with nature. It expands our limited sense of self to see our families, societies, mankind as extensions of our own self. Yoga guarantees wellness as fitness. Yoga is not merely an exercise, but a way to attain peace through physical, mental and spiritual well-being. Yoga is a symbol of universal aspirations for health and well-being. It is health assurance at zero budget. Yoga at Mysuru is based on the concept of one sun and one earth.
8वें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस का मुख्य आयोजन स्थल मैसूर पैलेस का ये भव्य परिसर, अनुशासित अंदाज में जहां हजारों की संख्या में योग साधक अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर रहे हैं। कर्नाटक की सांस्कृतिक राजधानी मैसूरू का योग के क्षेत्र में गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है और आज उसी इतिहास में एक नया स्वर्णिम अध्याय जुड़ने जा रहा है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के आयोजन के रूप में।
During the times of pandemic, Yoga lent a divine support to people to breathe out of the breathlessness that was throttling the people. Yoga gave the hope to people to hold on to survive and come out of panic of pandemic. The world realized the clutch of yoga towards purposeful life pattern, moving a little away from the routine of mundaneness that they had settled into.
इस वर्ष के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस में न केवल मैसूर में बल्कि सारे देश में और सारी दुनिया में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस से हजारों लाखों की संख्या में लोग जुड़ रहे हैं और योग की इस विधा से अपने आप को आत्मसात करके गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। इस वर्ष बेहद खास गार्डियन रिंग कार्यक्रम का भी आयोजन हो रहा है। ये विश्वव्यापी कार्यक्रम है जिसमें भारतीय मिशंस द्वारा विदेशों में आयोजित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस कार्यक्रम की डिजिटल थीम को एक साथ कैप्चर किया जाएगा और इसकी शुरुआत सबसे पहले लैंड ऑफ राइजिंग सन के नाम से मशहूर देश यानी जापान से होने वाली है और सारी दुनिया में हम बड़े गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं कि योग की जो गौरव यात्रा है वो बेहतरीन अंदाज में आगे बढ़ रही है और आज मुख्य आयोजन स्थल के रूप में मैसूर शहर में मैसूर पैलेस के इस भव्य परिसर में आयोजन हो रहा है।
Guardian Ring showcases celebrations of yoga in 75 countries along with the movement of sun in 16 time zones, and you can view it on DD India, and this has begun already from the land of rising sun, Japan. And there are 75 iconic locations across India where, as a part of Azadi Ka Amrita Mahotsav, this International Yoga Day practice is on at 75 iconic locations.
योग दिवस की व्यापकता और इसकी महत्ता को सारे विश्व ने पहचाना है, जाना है और सारी दुनिया को भारत की एक अलौकिक अप्रतिम भेंट है योग कला। इस वर्ष के योग दिवस आयोजन का एक और खास महत्व है कि देश के ग्रामीण इलाकों में स्थित जो कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर्स हैं उनको भी योग दिवस के इस महाआयोजन से जोड़ा गया है। इसके अलावा कम्युनिटी रेडियो स्टेशंस के माध्यम से भी आम जनता को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के खास आयोजन से जोड़ने का अभिनव प्रयास हुआ है और उसी का परिणाम है कि लाखों की संख्या में आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के अवसर पर आम जनता हर खासो आम इस आयोजन से जुड़ रहे हैं और मुख्य आयोजन स्थल मैसूर पैलेस का ये भव्य परिसर जो पर्यटकों का स्वर्ग कहा जाता है, जहां बड़ी संख्या में पर्यटन स्थल उपस्थित हैं, सांस्कृतिक वैभव की एक अनोखी परंपरा है, स्थापत्य कला का अनुपम नमूना है ये मैसूर पैलेस जिसके परिसर में मुख्य आयोजन हो रहा है।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is on dais and Rajamata Pramoda Devi is there on dais to welcome Shri Modi ji, and Shri Yaduvir Narasimha Dutt ji is on dais and the Honorable Prime Minister is right here.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का आगमन उपस्थित जन समूह का अभिवादन करते हुए केंद्रीय आयुष मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल, कर्नाटक के राज्यपाल श्री थावरचंद गहलोत और कर्नाटक राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री श्री बसवराज एस बोम्मई भी मंच पर उपस्थित जन समूह आह्लादित है, उत्साहित है, उल्लसित है इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग समारोह का हिस्सा बनकर।
And ladies and gentlemen, wishing you all a very happy 8th International Yoga Day. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, this year we are also celebrating 75 years of our independence. तो आइए इस साल जब हम अपनी आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, इस अमृत रूपी योग से मानवता की ओर बढ़े और वैदिक काल की ही तरह एक बार फिर भारत के ही द्वार से शुरू हो मानवता के लिए योग क्रांति. And this Yoga Kranti, the Yoga for Humanity, ladies and gentlemen, is starting from this very majestic state of Karnataka under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister. So at the very onset, may I request you to please rise at your positions for the state anthem as we extend our love and respect for our Karnataka, Namma Karnataka, with the state anthem, Nadagite.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वनगणनाडे जय हे रस ऋषिगण वीरे भूदेविय मकुटद नवमणिये गंधद चंदद ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನ ರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಕಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಕೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಕಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೇರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯ ವರಲಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ತುಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ವೃಂದಾನ ಜನಕನ ಓಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕಾಯಕ ವೈದಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿ ವನಗಣನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಣ ವೀರೆ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ
जय भारत, जय Karnataka. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, this year the Yoga Day celebrations are unique. For you're going to be seeing many new initiatives happening for the first time. And these, ladies and gentlemen, have been coordinated by our Honorable Ayush Minister, Shri Sarvanand Sonowalji, who's also the Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So to welcome everyone in this iconic Yoga Day celebrations, I request and invite Shri Sarvanand Sonowalji, our Honorable Minister, for his welcome remarks.
Namaskar. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tharsan Gehlot ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basabharaj S. Bumai ji, Honorable Minister of Cooperation and Mysuru District in charge, S.T. Samasekhar ji, Honorable Minister of Health, Government of Karnataka, Sudhakar Rao ji, Honorable Dr. Pramada Devi Wadiar ji, Rasmata Mysuru, Honorable Yudhibir Krishna Datta Samaraja Wadiar, Maharaja Mysuru, Pratap Sinha ji, Honorable MP, B. Srinivas Prasad ji, Honorable MP, local MLAs, revered Yug Gurus, senior officers of Ministry of Ayush, Central Ministries, State Government, eminent dignitaries, expert of yoga, allied science and media person, and my dear friends. It is my privilege to welcome you all on the International Day of Yoga 2022 amidst the breathtaking beauty of Mysuru. After 2 tumultuous years of the pandemic, we are now celebrating IDY in physical mood. The state of Karnataka is gifted by God with rich biodiversity and has a rich history of arts, culture and literature. It has won Gyanpidya, country's highest literary award, for maximum number of times. A historic celebration of the ancient Indian cultural heritage of yoga began on 13 March 2022 with the 100 Days Countdown campaign involving 100 organizations across 100 cities till today. With the collaboration of state and the union governments, ministries, events at various iconic sites across India have been observed. Now, this grand succession of celebration is culminating in Mysuru, the beautiful heritage city of Karnataka. We all realize that this is due to Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's exemplary and continued efforts. The International Day of Yoga and the Science of Yoga has received recognition around the globe. The effort culminating in the celebration of the International Day of Yoga carry the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision to bring world peace and harmony by focusing on the health and well-being of individual, communities, nations, and the world as a whole. It is his personal engagement and consistent efforts that the world is experiencing an increasing spirit of yoga and its benefit. Under his able leadership, the nation is changing the world dynamics, and yoga has played a key role in that. Yoga has brought the world together, reshaping the global values, and is bringing different healthcare system closer. He has written to the head of the state of different countries and also head of villages in India to join together in spreading the message of yoga. This aligns with the year's theme, Yoga for Humanity, and the Ministry of Ayush has designed unique program to include various sections of the society to celebrate health and heterogeneity. We are involving the whole world through Guardian Ring program and whole government through celebration at 75 iconic places. There will be disseminations of yoga practices and research through exhibition in Dasara ground today and tomorrow, and also using IT assets such as Namaste Yoga, Yoga Portal, wide-break application for its wider reach. We all remember that due to very concerted and proactive effort of the Government of India, yoga has been included in the UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Continuing the forward march, various Government of India and the Ministry of Ayush have taken the various initiatives to ensure advancement in the health and well-being of people through yoga, such as conducting National Yoga Olympiad in schools and declaring Yogasana as a competitive sport. Also, additions of Yogasana in the list of sports discipline for equipment of sportsperson to any group, C post and ministries and department of Government of India has been recently done on 17 June 2022. I further wholeheartedly thank the people of Karnataka, the Government of Karnataka, all central government and state government ministries, defense forces, other uniformed service organizations, revered yoga gurus, celebrities and spokespersons, eminent dignitaries and associations associated with us who made this movement towards wellness through yoga a grand success. I also extend my gratitude to all the countries worldwide for their enthusiasm and support. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Mysuru for making this a huge success. Jai Hind!
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, requesting the gracious host Chief Minister, the Janapriya Mukhyamantri of Karnataka, Shri Baswaraja Bommai for his address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಇಂದು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಯೋಗ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆಯಂದು ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಶೋಭೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಆದರಣೀಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಶ್ರೀ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಗಂತವತ್ತ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರಾದಂಥ ಥಾವರ್ಚಂದ್ ಗೆಹ್ಲೋಟ್ ಜಿ, ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟದ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರೇ, ಯುವರಾಜರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಅಪಾರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತಾ, ಯೋಗ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಆಗಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ಪಾತ್ರ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ಮೈಸೂರನ್ನು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ನಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರನ್ನು ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂಥ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು, ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯೋಗ ಮನಸ್ಸು ದೇಹ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ಇದೆ, ಚಾರಿತ್ರ್ಯ ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ಟುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಯೋಗ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಫಾರ್ ಹ್ಯುಮ್ಯಾನಿಟಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲಿ ಎಂದು ಹಾರೈಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಯೋಗ ಡೇ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಪ್ಲೇ ಫಾರ್ ಹ್ಯುಮ್ಯಾನಿಟಿ should be successful today. I wish them all the best.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद मुख्यमंत्री जी. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Modi ji himself is a committed yoga sadhak. He epitomizes the rewards of yoga. He epitomizes humanity. कोरोना काल में कोविड टीकाकरण के अभियान को आम जनता तक पहुंचाना और दूसरे देशों को मदद का हाथ बढ़ाना मानवता का प्रतीक है. स्वच्छ भारत और शौचालय निर्माण के अभियान से तनमन जीवन को पावन करने का नाम ही योग है. मन की बात के द्वारा लोगों से जुड़ना और लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए जनमानस से सुझाव लेना और फिर एक पिता के समान उनको आदर और पहचान देना मानवता की पहचान है. आपकी कार्यशैली, आपकी विचारधारा, आपके सभी जन कल्याण कार्यक्रमों में, आपके कण कण में योग का प्रताप झलकता है. तो योग को स्वयं जीने वाले, आसक्ति रहित होकर संभाव से सभी कर्म करने वाले हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से हम करबद्ध होकर निवेदन करते हैं कि आप हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें.
राज्य के गवर्नर श्रीमान थावरचंद गहलोत जी, मुख्यमंत्री श्री बसवराज बोम्मई जी,
श्री युद्धवीर कृष्णदत्त, चामराजा वाडियार जी, राजमाता प्रमोदा देवी, मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, देश और विश्व भर के सभी लोगों को 8वें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आज योग दिवस के अवसर पर मैं कर्नाटक की सांस्कृतिक राजधानी, अध्यात्म और योग की धरती मैसूरू को प्रणाम करता हूं। मैसूरू जैसे भारत के आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों ने जिस योग ऊर्जा को सदियों से पोषित किया, आज वो योग ऊर्जा विश्व स्वास्थ्य को दिशा दे रही है। आज योग वैश्विक सहयोग का पारस्परिक आधार बन रहा है। आज योग मानव मात्र को निरोग जीवन का विश्वास दे रहा है। हम आज सुबह से देख रहे हैं कि योग की जो तस्वीरें कुछ वर्ष पहले केवल घरों में, आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों में दिखती थी, वो आज विश्व के कोने कोने से आ रही है। ये तस्वीरें आत्मिक बोध के विस्तार की तस्वीरें हैं। ये तस्वीरें एक सहज, स्वाभाविक और साझी मानवीय चेतना की तस्वीरें हैं। खास तौर पर तब जब दुनिया ने बीते 2 सालों में सदी की इतनी बड़ी महामारी का सामना किया हो। इन परिस्थितियों में देश, द्वीप, महाद्वीप की सीमाओं से ऊपर योग दिवस का ये उत्साह, ये हमारी जीवटता का भी प्रमाण है। योग अब एक वैश्विक पर्व बन गया है। योग किसी व्यक्ति मात्र के लिए नहीं, संपूर्ण मानवता के लिए है। इसलिए इस बार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस की थीम है योगा फॉर ह्यूमैनिटी। मैं इस थीम के जरिए योग के इस संदेश को पूरी मानवता तक पहुंचाने के लिए यूनाइटेड नेशंस का और सभी देशों का हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं दुनिया के सभी नागरिकों का भी सभी भारतीयों की तरफ से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, योग के लिए हमारे ऋषियों ने, हमारे महर्षियों ने, हमारे आचार्यों ने कहा है, शांतिम योगेन विंदति। It means yoga brings peace for us. The peace from yoga is not only for individuals. Yoga brings peace to our society. Yoga brings peace to our nations and the world. And yoga brings peace to our universe. This might feel an extreme thought to someone, but our Indian sages have answered this with a simple mantra. Yat pinde tat brahmande. This whole universe starts from our own body and soul. The universe starts from us, and yoga makes us conscious of everything within us and builds a sense of awareness. It starts with self-awareness and proceeds to awareness of the world. When we become aware of ourselves and our world, we begin to spot things that need to be changed, both in ourselves and in the world. These may be individual lifestyle problem or global challenges like climate change and international conflicts. Yoga makes us conscious, competent, and compassionate towards these challenges. Millions of people with a common consciousness and consensus, millions of people with inner peace will create an environment of global peace. That's how yoga can connect the people. That's how yoga can connect the countries. And that's how yoga can become a problem solver for all of us. साथियों, भारत में हम इस बार योगा दिवस हम एक ऐसे समय पर मना रहे हैं जब देश अपनी आजादी के 75वें वर्ष का पर्व मना रहा है, अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। योग दिवस की ये व्यापकता, ये स्वीकार्यता भारत की उस अमृत भावना की स्वीकार्यता है जिसने भारत के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम को ऊर्जा दी थी। इसी भावना को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए आज देश के 75 अलग अलग शहरों के 75 ऐतिहासिक स्थलों के साथ ही अन्य नगरों के लोग भी ऐतिहासिक स्थानों पर योग कर रहे हैं। जो ऐतिहासिक स्थान भारत के इतिहास के साक्षी रहे, जो स्थान सांस्कृतिक ऊर्जा के केंद्र रहे, वो आज योग दिवस के जरिए एक साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। इस मैसूरू पैलेस का भी इतिहास में अपना एक विशेष स्थान है। भारत के ऐतिहासिक स्थलों पर सामूहिक योग का अनुभव भारत के अतीत को, भारत की विविधता को और भारत के विस्तार को एक सूत्र में पिरोने जैसा है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी हमने इस बार गार्डियन रिंग ऑफ योगा, ये गार्डियन रिंग ऑफ योगा का ऐसा ही अभिनव प्रयोग आज पूरे विश्व भर में हो रहा है। दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में सूर्योदय के साथ, सूर्य की गति के साथ लोग योग कर रहे हैं, योग से जुड़ रहे हैं। जैसे जैसे सूर्य आगे बढ़ रहा है, उदय हो रहा है, उसकी प्रथम किरण के साथ अलग अलग देशों में लोग साथ जुड़ते जा रहे हैं। पूरी पृथ्वी के चारों ओर योग की रिंग बन रही है। यही है गार्डियन रिंग ऑफ योगा। योग के ये प्रयोग स्वास्थ्य, संतुलन और सहयोग की अद्भुत प्रेरणा दे रहे हैं। साथियों, दुनिया के लोगों के लिए योग आज हमारे लिए केवल पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ नहीं है। प्लीज रिमाइंड, ये पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ नहीं है, बल्कि योग अब वे ऑफ लाइफ बन रहा है। हमारा दिन योग के साथ शुरू हो, इससे बेहतर शुरुआत क्या हो सकती है। लेकिन हमें योग को किसी एक खास समय और स्थान तक ही सीमित नहीं रखना है। हमने देखा भी है, हमारे यहां घर के बड़े, हमारे योग साधक दिन के अलग अलग समय में प्राणायाम करते हैं। कई लोग अपने ऑफिस में भी काम के बीच में कुछ देर दंडासन करते हैं, फिर दोबारा काम शुरू करते हैं। हम कितने भी तनावपूर्ण माहौल में क्यों ना हो, कुछ मिनट का ध्यान हमें रिलैक्स कर देता है, हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ा देता है। इसलिए हमें योग को एक अतिरिक्त काम के तौर पर नहीं लेना है। हमें योग को जानना भी है, हमें योग को जीना भी है। हमें योग को पाना भी है, हमें योग को अपनाना भी है और हमें योग को पनपाना भी है। और जब हम योग को जीने लगेंगे, योग दिवस हमारे लिए योग करने का नहीं बल्कि अपने स्वास्थ्य, सुख और शांति को सेलिब्रेट करने का माध्यम बन जाएगा। साथियों, आज समय है कि हम योग से जुड़ी अनंत संभावनाओं को साकार करें। आज हमारे युवा बड़ी संख्या में योग के क्षेत्र में नए नए आइडियाज के साथ आ रहे हैं। इस दिशा में हमारे देश में आयुष मंत्रालय ने स्टार्टअप योगा चैलेंज भी लॉन्च किया है। योग के अतीत को, योग की यात्रा को और योग से जुड़ी संभावनाओं के लिए यहां मैसूरू के दशहरा ग्राउंड में इनोवेटिव डिजिटल एग्जीबिशन भी लगी है। मैं देश के और दुनिया के सभी युवाओं में से इस तरह के प्रयासों से जुड़ने का आह्वान करता हूं। मैं वर्ष 2021 के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर अवार्ड्स फॉर आउटस्टैंडिंग कंट्रीब्यूशन फॉर प्रमोशन एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ योगा के जो विनर्स हैं, मैं उन सभी विनर्स को हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है योग की ये अनादि यात्रा अनंत भविष्य की दिशा में ऐसे ही अनवरत चलती रहेगी। हम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामय के भाव के साथ एक स्वस्थ और शांतिपूर्ण विश्व को योग के माध्यम से भी गति देंगे। इसी भाव के साथ आप सभी को एक बार फिर योग दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई, धन्यवाद।
कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सभी को योग के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए और अपने संदेश से सभी में एक नई ऊर्जा जागृत करने के लिए। और अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आप सभी के साथ योगाभ्यास करेंगे। आपसे निवेदन है कि आप अपने स्थान पर ही बैठे रहें। दिव्य सज्जनों, प्रातः की सुंदर बेला में योग की प्राचीन परंपरा आज जब यहाँ पर अंगड़ाई ले रही है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे योग गुरु की भूमिका में इस योग पर्व का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। ये नया सवेरा हमारे लिए नई राह लेकर आया है। आइए योग के माध्यम से नई आशा की किरण जागृत करें। हम योग के लिए तैयार हो जाएं। The yoga is going to be demonstrated here and you can also see it on your screens. You are requested to please follow the instructions. आगे के कार्यक्रम के संचालन के लिए मैं आदरपूर्वक आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर ईश्वर बसवर रेड्डी जी को, डायरेक्टर मुरारजी देसाई नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ योगा, आयुष मंत्रालय।
नमस्कार, सुप्रभातम। नाड़ देवता माँ चामुंडी के चरणों में नमन करते हुए मैसूर पैलेस के प्रांगण में आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है। ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಮೈಸೂರು ಅರಮನೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಗ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ हार्दिक स्वागत, सुस्वागत। आइए प्रार्थना से हम सब योगाभ्यास प्रारंभ करेंगे। ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಯೋಗಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋಣ। किसी भी ध्यानात्मक आसन में बैठ जाइए। सभी लोग बैठेंगे, सभी लोग बैठ जाइए। किसी भी ध्यानात्मक आसन में बैठ जाइए। ಧ್ಯಾನಾತ್ಮಕ ಆಸನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು। प्रार्थना के लिए आंखों को बंद कीजिए। नमस्कार मुद्रा में हाथों को जोड़ लीजिए। ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಗಾಗಿ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ नमस्कार मुद्रे धारण माड़ी। सभी एक स्वर में 3 बार ओंकार का उच्चारण करेंगे। तत्पश्चात प्रार्थना आरंभ करेंगे। 3 ಬಾರಿ ಓಂಕಾರವನ್ನು ಉಚ್ಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸೋಣ. संगच्छध्वं संवदध्वं सम्मो मनांसि जानता देवाभागं यथा पूर्वे संज्ञानाना उपासते संज्ञानाना उपासते। ओम शांति शांति शांति। आंखें खोले, हाथों को वापस घुटनों पर रखिए, ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯಿರಿ, ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮೇಲಿರಿಸಿ। अब योगिक चालन क्रियाओं का अभ्यास करेंगे। ಈಗ योगिक चालन क्रियाಗಳ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸೋಣ। अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाइए। ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। चालन क्रियाओं का अभ्यास शरीर को लचीला बनाता है। चालन क्रिया अभ्यासದಿಂದ शरीरವನ್ನು सरलಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತದೆ। गर्दन की क्रियाओं के साथ प्रारंभ करेंगे। कुत्तिगे क्रियेಗಳು। गर्दन को आगे और पीछे झुकाने का अभ्यास करेंगे। कुತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಾಗಿಸುವ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ। पैरों में 2 इंच का अंतर रखिए। ಕಾಲುಗಳ ನಡುವೆ 2 ಇಂಚಿನ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ। हाथों को कमर पर रखिए। ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಸೊಂಟದ ಮೇಲಿಡಿ। श्वास लीजिए, ಉಸಿರನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को धीरे से आगे झुकाए। उसिरन्न बिडुत्ता कुತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को पीछे की ओर ले जाइए। उसिरನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। एक बार पुनः श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को आगे झुकाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को पीछे ले जाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸಹಜ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। गर्दन दाई तथा बाई ओर झुकाने का अभ्यास करेंगे। ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸುವ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ। श्वास लीजिए, ಉಸಿರನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को दाई तरफ झुकाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को वापस ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को बाई तरफ झुकाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಎಡಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को वापस ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। एक बार पुनः श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को दाई तरफ झुकाए। ಮೊತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को वापस ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को बाई तरफ झुकाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಎಡಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। गर्दन दाई और बाई ओर मोड़ने का अभ्यास करेंगे। ಎಡ ಮತ್ತು ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ತಿರುಗಿಸುವ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ। श्वास लीजिए। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को दाई तरफ ले जाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಶ್ವಾಸ ಭರೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಆइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ अब श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को बाई तरफ लाइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಎಡಕ್ಕೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಶ್ವಾಸ ಭರ್ತೆ हुए ವಾಪಸ್ आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಕೋ ಏಕ್ ಬಾರ್ ಪುನಃ ದೊಹರಾइए ಇದೇ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪುನರಾವರ್ತಿಸಿ श्वास भरते हुए सिर को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ तलियन्ना समस्थितिगे तन्नि गर्दन घुमाने का अभ्यास करेंगे कुत्तिಗೆಯನ್ನ ತಿರುಗಿಸುವ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ श्वास लीजिए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर को आगे की ओर झुकाइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ सिर को घड़ी की सुई की दिशा में 2 बार घुमाइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಬಲಭಾಗದಿಂದ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಕಾರವಾಗಿ 2 ಸಾರಿ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ इस क्रिया को घड़ी की सुई की विपरीत दिशा में भी 2 बार दोहराइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಕಾರವಾಗಿ अप्रदक्षिणाकारವಾಗಿ 2 बार ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ श्वास लेते हुए सिर को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ हाथों को पुनः अपनी जगह लिए जाइए ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿಡಿ अब हम स्कंद चालन का अभ्यास करेंगे स्कंद चालन श्वास भरते हुए दोनों भुजाओं को बगल से ऊपर उठाइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को वापस ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿಳಿಸಿ पुनः एक बार श्वास लीजिए भुजाओं को ऊपर उठाइए पूरा स्ट्रेच कीजिए श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ ಈಗ ನಾವು स्कंद चक्र का अभ्यास करेंगे श्वास लेते हुए अपने हाथों को बगल से कंधों की ऊंचाई तक ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ 2 ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಭುಜದವರೆಗೆ ಎತ್ತಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए अपने उंगलियों को अपने कंधे पर रखिए ಉಸಿರು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕೈ ಬೆರಳುಗಳನ್ನು ಭುಜದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಿಸಿ दोनों कोहनियों को आगे से पीछे की ओर 2 बार घुमाइए आगे से पीछे की ओर 2 बार घुमाइए 2 ಮೊಣಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಕಾರವಾಗಿ 2 ಬಾರಿ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ अब विपरीत दिशा से भी यह अभ्यास श्वास प्रश्वास के बाद 2 बार कीजिए विरुद्ध दिक्किನಲ್ಲಿ अभ्यासವನ್ನು 2 ಬಾರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು श्वास छोड़ते हुए दोनों भुजाओं को वापस ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ अगला अभ्यास कटी चालन क्रिया पैरों के बीच थोड़ी दूर बनाइए पादಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ हाथों को कंधे की सीध ಮೇಲೆ सामने की ओर उठाइए ಅಂಗೈಗಳು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಎದುರಾಗಿರುವಂತೆ ತೋಳುಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆತ್ತಿ श्वास लीजिए श्वास छोड़ते हुए शरीर को दाई तरफ घुमाएं दाई तरफ श्वास भरते हुए अपने शरीर को सीधा कीजिए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಶರೀರ ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए शरीर को बाई तरफ घुमाइए श्वास भरते हुए शरीर को सीधा कीजिए उसिरन श्वास इस क्रिया को 2 बार और दोहराइए और 1 बार श्वास लीजिए श्वास छोड़िए पूरा ट्विस्ट करना है शरीर को श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को भी वापस ले आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ 2 ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿಳಿಸಿ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ ಮಾಡಿ घुटने की चालन क्रिया का अभ्यास करेंगे ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳ ಚಲನ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ अभ्यास श्वास भरते हुए अपने हाथों को कंधे की स्तर तक सामने ले आए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಭಂಗಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए बैठने की स्थिति में आ जाइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮ ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಡಿಸಿ श्वास भरते हुए वापस आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए पुनः बैठने की स्थिति में आइए ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಪುನಃ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ श्वास भरते हुए वापस आइए ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को नीचे ले आइए विश्राम कीजिए, विश्राम। अब हम ಯೋಗಾಸನों का अभ्यास करेंगे. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಯೋಗಾಸನಗಳ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಮೊದಲ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ताड़ासन. पैरों के बीच 2 इंच की दूरी बनाए. ಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ 2 ಇಂಚುಗಳ ಅಂತರ ಇರಲಿ. श्वास भरते हुए हाथों को सामने से कंधों के स्तर तक ले आए. श्वास छोड़ते हुए दोनों हाथों को उंगलियों में आपस में फंसाए. कई ಬೆರಳುಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ हथेलियों को उल्टा कीजिए. हस्तಗಳನ್ನು ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ श्वास भरते हुए हाथों को ऊपर से ले आए. ಉಸಿರು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆತ್ತಿ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ. ಏಡಿयों को उठाइए, पंजों पर संतुलन बनाए. ಹಿಮ್ಮಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆತ್ತಿ समतोलन कायदुಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहिए. ताड़ासन शरीर में संतुलन और दृढ़ता प्रदान करता है. एड़ियों को वापस ले आइए. हिम्मडिಗಳನ್ನು यथास्थितिಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ. श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ. विश्राम कीजिए, विश्रांति. वृक्षासन. श्वास छोड़ते हुए दाहिने पैर को मोड़िए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಬಲಗಾಲನ್ನು ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ दाहिने तलवे को बाएं पैर की जंघा पर रखने का प्रयास कीजिए. ಎಡಗಾಲಿನ ಹಿಮ್ಮಡಿಯನ್ನು ಎಡಗಾಲಿನ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಲು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಿಸಿ. श्वास भरते हुए अपने हाथों को ऊपर उठाइए. नमस्कार मुद्रा बनाइए. पूरा स्ट्रेच करते हुए नमस्कार मुद्रा करेंगे. वृक्षासन की स्थिति में सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ इस आसन में बने रहे. श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को और पैरों को नीचे ले आइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ 2 ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ. अब बाएं पैर को मोड़ते हुए दाहिने पैर को जंघा पर रखिए. ಎಡಗಾಲನ್ನು ಮಡಚಿ ಬಲಭಾಗದ ತೊಡೆಯ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಿ. श्वास भरते हुए अपने हाथों को ऊपर उठाए. नमस्कार मुद्रा बनाए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆತ್ತಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮುದ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ. ತುಂಬ ಸುಂದರವಾದಂಥ ದೃಶ್ಯ. ಚಾಮುಂಡಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಮನ. माँ चामुंडी नमः नमः. अब श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों और पैरों को नीचे ले आइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕೈ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ. विश्राम कीजिए. अगला अभ्यास पाद हस्तासन. अपना पैरों के बीच 4 इंच का अंतर रखिए. ಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ 4 ಇಂಚುಗಳ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ. श्वास भरते हुए हाथों को सामने से ऊपर उठाए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಎಳೆದಿ. शरीर को ऊपर की ओर खींचिए. शरीरವನ್ನು ಹಿಗ್ಗಿಸಿ. श्वास छोड़ते हुए यथा प्रकार आगे झुकिए. प्लीज बेंड फॉरवर्ड अकॉर्डिंग टू योर कैपेसिटी. अपने हथेलियों को पैर के पंजों के पास रखिए. ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಪಾದದ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಿ. ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳಿಗೆ ತಾಗಿಸಿ. लेट द हेड टच योर नी इफ पॉसिबल. सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहिए. ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸನದ ಸಮತೋಲನವನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. अब श्वास भरते हुए हथेलियों को ऊपर उठाए और शरीर को सीधा कीजिए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ 2 ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿಳಿಸಿ. विश्राम कीजिए. अब हम अर्ध चक्रासन का अभ्यास करेंगे. अपने हाथों को कमर के पीछे रखिए. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಸೊಂಟದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. श्वास भरते हुए सिर और कमर को पीछे ले जाइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸೊಂಟವನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ. श्वास छोड़िए और सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहने का प्रयास कीजिए. ಆಸನವನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸುಂದರವಾದಂಥ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಕ್ರಮ. ये आसन श्वासन क्षमता को बढ़ाता है. अब श्वास भरते हुए सिर को वापस ले आइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ. श्वास छोड़ते हुए अपने हाथों को सामान्य स्थिति में ले आइए और विश्राम कीजिए. अगला आसन त्रिकोणासन. दोनों पैरों के बीच 3 से 4 फीट की दूरी बनाएं। ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳ ನಡುವೆ 3 ರಿಂದ 4 ಅಡಿಗಳ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ। श्वास लेते हुए दोनों हाथों को बगल से कंधों की ऊंचाई तक ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಎರಡೂ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಭುಜದವರೆಗೆ ಮೇಲೆತ್ತಿ दाएं पैर के पंजे को दाई तरफ घुमाइए। ಬಲಪಾದವನ್ನು ಬಲಬದಿಗೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए धीरे धीरे दाई तरफ झुकते जाए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಬಲಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿ दाएं हाथ को दाएं पैर के पीछे रखिए। बलगई बलपादದಿಂದ इडिसी अपने सिर को ऊपर उठाए और मध्यमा उंगली को देखिए। तलिಯನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆತ್ತಿ ಎಡಗೈ ಮಧ್ಯದ ಬೆರಳನ್ನು ನೋಡುವ ಪ್ರಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿ। इस आसन में कुछ देर बने रहिए। अब श्वास भरते हुए वापस आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ। अपने दाहिने पैर के पंजे को सीधा कर लीजिए। पादವನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ। अब बाएं पैर के पंजे को बाई तरफ घुमाइए। ಎಡಗಾಲಿನ ಪಾದವನ್ನು ಎಡಬದಿಗೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए बाई तरफ झुकते जाए। निधानವಾಗಿ ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಎಡಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿ बाएं हाथ को बाएं पैर के पीछे रखिए। अपने सिर को ऊपर की ओर घुमाए और मध्यमा उंगली को देखिए। ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಮಧ್ಯದ ಬೆರಳನ್ನು ನೋಡುವ ಪ್ರಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿ। आसन में कुछ देर बने रहे। श्वास भरते हुए वापस आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಮರಳಿ ಬನ್ನಿ। अपने बाएं पैर को पंजे को सीधा कर लीजिए। ಎಡಗಾಲಿನ ಪಾದವನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ दोनों पैरों को मिलाइए और हाथों को भी वापस ले आइए। विश्राम कीजिए। ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡಿಸಿ ಎರಡೂ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। अब हम बैठकर किए जाने वाले आसनों का अभ्यास करेंगे। ಈಗ ಕುಳಿತು ಮಾಡುವ ಆಸನಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ। आराम से बैठ जाइए। ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। पैरों को सामने की तरफ सीधा कर लीजिए। ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಚಿ हाथों को नितंब के पास रखिए। ಎರಡೂ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಸೊಂಟದ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿಡಿ। कमर सीधा कर लीजिए। ಬೆನ್ನನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ। इसे दंडासन कहते हैं। ಇದು दंडासन। अब हम भद्रासन का अभ्यास करेंगे। लेते हुए पैरों को मोड़ते हुए दोनों तलवों को मिलाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಡಚಿ ಹಿಮ್ಮಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए पंजों को पकड़ लीजिए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯಿರಿ। अपने एड़ियों को शरीर के तरफ ले जाइए। ಎರಡೂ ಪಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಶರೀರದ ಹತ್ತಿರಕ್ಕೆ ತನ್ನಿ। सीधा बैठ जाइए। ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। यह आसन महिलाओं के लिए बहुत लाभदायक है। ಈ ಆಸನವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ लाभदायकವಾದಂಥದ್ದು। वापस दंडासन में वापस आइए। थोड़ी देर विश्राम कीजिए। पुनः दंडासन स्थिति के बंदो विश्रांति मारी। अब हम 3 आसनों का गड़ी बनाएंगे। पहला अभ्यास वज्रासन। पैरों को मोड़ते हुए एड़ियों के बीच बैठ जाइए। ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಡಚಿ ಪಾದದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। दोनों पैरों के अंगूठे मिले हुए हो। ಪಾದದ ಬೆರಳುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡಿಸಿ हाथों को घुटनों पर रखिए। ಎರಡೂ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲಿನ ಮೇಲಿಡಿ। कमर और गर्दन को सीधा कीजिए। ಬೆನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ತಲೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿರಲಿ। सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहिए। वज्रासन। इसी के आगे हम उष्ट्रासन का अभ्यास करेंगे। अर्ध उष्ट्रासन। अपने घुटनों पर खड़े हो जाइए। ಎರಡೂ ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। हाथों को कमर पर रखिए। ಎರಡೂ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಸೊಂಟದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। श्वास लेते हुए सिर और कमर को पीछे की तरफ झुकाए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆನ್ನನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ श्वास छोड़िए। सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन के अंतिम घड़ी में रहने का प्रयास कीजिए। अर्ध उष्ट्रासन कमर दर्द को ठीक करने में बहुत सहायक है। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को उठाए और शरीर को सीधा कीजिए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ ಶ್ವಾಸ छोड़िए। वज्रासन की स्थिति में बैठ जाइए। अगला अभ्यास शशकासन। दोनों घुटनों के बीच कुछ इंच की दूरी बनाए। ಎರಡು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಗಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಥೇಲಿयों को घुटनों के बीच रखिए। ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇಡಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए बिना नितंबों को उठाए शरीर को आगे की ओर खींचिए। प्लीज स्ट्रेच योर बॉडी फॉरवर्ड एज मच एज पॉसिबल। छाती और ठोड़ी को जमीन पे लगाइए। छाती और ठोड़ी को जमीन से लगाइए। ಎದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಗಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೆಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಾಗಿಸಿ ಸಹಜ ಶ್ವಾಸೋಚ್ಛ್ವಾಸದೊಂದಿಗೆ आसनದಲ್ಲಿ निल्ली। सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहिए। यह आसन तनाव और घबराहट को कम करने में बहुत मदददायक है। श्वास भरते हुए सिर को ऊपर उठाए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಶರೀರವನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ श्वास छोड़िए। दोनों पैरों को मिलाइए। वज्रासन में विश्राम कीजिए। अगला अभ्यास उत्थान मंडूकासन। दोनों घुटनों को फैला लीजिए। ಎರಡು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಗಲವಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। श्वास लेते हुए अपने हाथों को ऊपर उठाए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ श्वास के सिर को पीछे से दोनों हाथों को मोड़िए। हथेलियों को विपरीत कंधे पर रखिए। हस्तಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದರ ಮೇಲೊಂದು ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। पीठ एवं गर्दन को सीधा कीजिए। कत्तु ಮತ್ತು ಬೆನ್ನನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ। सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ कुछ देर तक आसन में बने रहिए। आसन स्थितिಯನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। श्वास भरते हुए अपने दोनों हाथों को ऊपर कीजिए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए दोनों हाथों को घुटने पर ले आए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲಿನ ಮೇಲಿಡಿ। अब घुटनों को मिलाए। वज्रासन में बैठ जाइए। ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ वज्रासनದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। दोनों पैरों को सीधा करें। दंडासन में आ जाइए। थोड़ी देर के लिए विश्राम कीजिए। ಎರಡು ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ನೇರ ಮಾಡಿ ದಂಡಾಸನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಯ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ। वक्रासन। अब दाएं पैर को मोड़ते हुए पंजे को बाई घुटने के पास रखिए। ಬಲಗಾಲನ್ನು ಮಡಚುತ್ತಾ ಬಲಪಾದವನ್ನು ಎಡ ಮೊಳಕಾಲಿನ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಿ। अपने बाएं हाथ को दाएं पंजे के पास रखिए। ಎಡಗೈಯನ್ನು ಬಲಪಾದದ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर और शरीर को दाई तरफ मोड़िए। ट्विस्ट योर बॉडी टुवर्ड्स द राइट साइड। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಶರೀರವನ್ನು ಬಲಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ। वक्रासन अर्धमत्स्येंद्रासन मधुमेह को नियंत्रण करने में बहुत सहायक है। अब श्वास भरे वापस आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ। अब इस आसन को बाई तरफ से भी करेंगे। ಈ ಆಸನವನ್ನು ಎಡಭಾಗದಿಂದಲೂ ಸಹ ಮಾಡೋಣ। बाएं पैर को मोड़िए। पंजे को दाहिने घुटने के पास रखिए। निदानವಾಗಿ ಬಲಗಾಲನ್ನು ಮಡಚಿ ಎಡಪಾದದ ಮೊಳಕಾಲಿನ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿಡಿ। अपने दाहिने हाथ को बाएं पंजे के पास रखिए। ಬಲಗೈಯನ್ನು ಎಡಗಾಲಿನ ಮೊಳಕಾಲಿನ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿಡಿ। श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर और कमर को बाई तरफ मोड़िए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶರೀರದ ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಎಡಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ। प्लीज ट्विस्ट योर बॉडी टुवर्ड्स द लेफ्ट साइड। ट्विस्ट इट और थोड़ा। अब श्वास भरते हुए दंडासन में वापस आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ। विश्राम कीजिए। अब हम पेट के बल लेटकर किए जाने वाले आसनों का अभ्यास करेंगे। सिर को मंच की ओर रखते हुए पेट के बल लेट जाइए। ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಉದರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಲಗಿ ತಲೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು। प्लीज पुट योर हेड टुवर्ड्स द स्टेज। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मकरासन का अभ्यास करेंगे। अपने दोनों पैरों के बीच कुछ इंच की दूरी बनाएं। ಎರಡು ಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ। दोनों कोहिनियों को मोड़ते हुए दाई हथेली को बाई हथेली पर रखिए। ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮಡಚಿ ಎಡ ಹಸ್ತದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಲ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಇಡಿ। अब अपने सिर को ಹತಲಿಯು पर रखिए और विश्राम कीजिए. ತಲೆಯನ್ನ ಅಂಗೈಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ವಿಶ್ರಮಿಸಿ. ಮಕರಾಸನ ಮೈಮನಗಳಿಗೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಂತೋಷವನ್ನು ತಂದುಕೊಡುವ ಆಸನ. अब हम भुजंगासन का अभ्यास करेंगे. दोनों पैरों को मिलाइए, ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು जोड़िसी, श्वास भरे, अपने दोनों हाथों को आगे की ओर सीधा कीजिए. स्ट्रेच योर आर्म्स. श्वास छोड़ते हुए अपने हाथों को मोड़िए, हथेलियों को सीने के पास रखिए, ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಎದೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ श्वास भरते हुए अपने ठोड़ी और छाती को नाभि वाले भाग तक उठाई. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ನಾಭಿಯವರೆಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾದ ಉಸಿರಾಟದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಆಸನವನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. अब श्वास छोड़ते हुए छाती और माथे को जमीन पर रखिए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. मकरासन में विश्राम कीजिए. अगला अभ्यास शलभासन. ಮುಂದಿನ ಆಸನ ಶಲಭಾಸನ. अपने पैरों को मिलाइए, ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ. अपने हाथों को जंघाओं के पास रखिए. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ತೊಡೆ ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ತನ್ನಿ. ठोड़ी को जमीन से लगाइए, गद्दವನ್ನು ಜಮೀನಿಗೆ ತಾಗಿಸಿ. श्वास भरते हुए दोनों पैरों को उठाइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ. पैरों को सीधा रखिए, पैरों को सीधा रखिए. श्वास छोड़ते हुए अपने पैरों को नीचे लाइए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ. हाथों को आगे लाकर मकरासन में विश्राम कीजिए. ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದು ಮಕರಾಸನದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ರಮಿಸಿ. अब हम पीठ के बल लेटकर किए जाने वाले आसनों का अभ्यास करेंगे. ಬೆನ್ನಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಲಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ಆಸನಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ. अब बाई या दाई तरफ करवट लेते हुए पीठ के बल लेट जाइए. ಬಲ ಅಥವಾ ಎಡಭಾಗದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಳಿ ಬೆನ್ನಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಲಗಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಶವಾಸನ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. सेतु बंधासन. जिन्हें गर्दन में दर्द हो इस आसन को सावधानी के साथ करें. दोनों घुटनों को मोड़ते हुए अपनी एड़ियों को नितंब के नज़दीक लाइए. ಎರಡೂ ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಡಚುತ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಿಮ್ಮಡಿಯನ್ನು ಪೃಷ್ಠದ ಸಮೀಪಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡಿ. अपने ढक्कनों को पकड़ लीजिए. ಪಾದದ ಕೀಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. श्वास लेते हुए नितंब व कमर को ऊपर उठाए और फूलनामा आकृति बनाए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಸೇತುವೆ ಆಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ. सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहिए. श्वास छोड़ते हुए कमर को नीचे कीजिए. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಬೆನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿರಿಸಿ ಶವಾसन में विश्राम कीजिए. अगला अभ्यास उत्थान पादासन. ಮುಂದಿನ ಆಸನ उत्थान पादासन. पैरों को मिलाइए, ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ. हाथों को शरीर के बगल में रखिए. ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ದೇಹದ ಬದಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಿಸಿ. श्वास लेते हुए दोनों पैरों को ऊपर उठाए. 45 डिग्री का कोण बनाएं. सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहिए. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೇಲೆ ಎತ್ತಬೇಕು, ಭಾಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಎತ್ತಬಾರ್ದು. सहजवाद ಉಸಿರಾಟ. श्वास छोड़ते हुए धीरे से पैरों को जमीन पर लाइए. शवासन में विश्राम कीजिए. ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿಳಿಸಿ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ ಮಾಡಿ. अगला अभ्यास अर्ध हलासन. दोनों पैरों को मिलाइए. हाथों को जंघाओं के पास रखिए. ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ತೊಡೆಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಇಡಿ. श्वास भरते हुए धीरे से पैरों को ऊपर उठाई. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ 90 डिग्री का कोण बनाएं. नितंब से कंधे तक शरीर बिल्कुल सीधा रहे. ಪುಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ಕತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೆ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಇರಿಸಿ. ये आसन उच्च रक्तचाप को दूर करने में लाभदायक है. अब श्वास छोड़ते हुए धीरे से पैरों को वापस लाई. ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಲದ ಮೇಲಿಡಿ. थोड़ी देर के लिए विश्राम कीजिए. अगला अभ्यास पवन मुक्तासन. अपने पैरों को मिलाइए, ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಶ್ವಾಸ लेते हुए घुटनों को मोड़िए, ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಡಿಸಿ अपने जंघाओं को सीने के पास ले आई, ತೊಡೆಗಳನ್ನು ಎದೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ತನ್ನಿ, श्वास छोड़ते हुए दोनों टांगों को हाथों से पकड़िए, ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಎರಡೂ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗಳಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, सिर को ऊपर उठाइए, तलेಯನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿ, अपनी ठोड़ी को घुटनों के बीच लगाने का प्रयास कीजिए, ತಮ್ಮ ಗದ್ದವನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶಿಸಲು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, सामान्य श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ आसन में बने रहें। अब श्वास छोड़ते हुए सिर और दोनों पैरों को जमीन पर वापस लाइए, ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ತಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊದಲಿನ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ विश्राम कीजिए। अब हम थोड़ी देर के लिए शवासन का अभ्यास करेंगे। पैरों और हाथों के बीच उचित दूरी बनाएं, ಕೈ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಲುಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ, हथेलियों को आसमान की ओर खुला रखिए, ಹಸ್ತಗಳನ್ನು ಆಕಾಶದೆಡೆಗೆ ಮುಖ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿ, आंखें बंद कीजिए, कन्नुಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ, 3 बार लंबा गहरा श्वास प्रश्वास कीजिए, 3 ಸಾರಿ दीर्घवाद श्वास ಮತ್ತು प्रश्वास। शरीर के प्रत्येक अंग के प्रति सजगता का भाव, संपूर्ण शरीर को शिथिल कीजिए, ಶರೀರದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂಗವನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿ ಸಡಿಲಗೊಳಿಸಿ, शवासन चिंता और तनाव को दूर करने में सहायक है। धीरे से बाई या दाई ओर करवट लीजिए और उठकर बैठ जाइए, उठकर बैठ जाइए। मैं जानता हूँ आप चाहते हैं और कुछ देर तक विश्राम करें, आगे बढ़ना है कपालभाति के अभ्यास के लिए। सीधा बैठ जाइए। कोरोना काल में कपालभाति कमाल की सहायता की है हम सबको। अब हम कपालभाति का अभ्यास करेंगे। किसी भी ध्यानात्मक आसन में बैठ जाइए, ಧ್ಯಾನದ ಭಂಗಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, आंखों को बंद कीजिए, ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ, कमर और गर्दन को सीधा करें, हाथों को घुटनों पर रखिए, ಎರಡೂ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮೇಲಿಡಿ, गहरा लंबा श्वास लीजिए और श्वास छोड़ते हुए उदर की मांसपेशियों पर दबाव डालते हुए कपालभाति का अभ्यास करेंगे। ये विधि है। ದೀರ್ಘವಾದ ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ನಾಯುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಲವಾಗಿ ಸಂಕುಚಿತ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು। कपालभाति का पहला चक्र 30 आवृत्तियाँ मेरे साथ करेंगे। सब लंबा सांस लीजिए, श्वास छोड़िए, उसिरನ್ನು बिड़ी, विश्राम। कपालभाति का दूसरा चक्र के लिए तैयार हो जाइए। 30 आवृत्तियाँ, लंबा सांस लीजिए, छोड़िए, शरीर को ढीला कीजिए, विश्राम कीजिए। कपालभाति का आखिरी चक्र 30 आवृत्तियां, लंबा सांस लीजिए, विश्राम कीजिए। शांति का अनुभव कपालभाति के साथ। कपालभाति प्राणायाम के अभ्यास के लिए हमें तैयार करते हैं। अब हम अनुलोम विलोम प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करेंगे। कमर एवं गर्दन को सीधा रखिए। कತ್ತು ಬೆನ್ನನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ बाई हथेली से ज्ञान मुद्रा बनाई। ಎಡಗೈ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮುದ್ರೆಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। दाई हथेली से नासाग्र या प्राणायाम मुद्रा बनाई। बलगೈ हस्तವನ್ನು नासिकाग्र अथवा प्राणायाम मुद्रेಗೆ तन्नी। बाई नासिका से श्वास लीजिए, दाई नासिका से श्वास छोड़ी। ಎಡ ಹೊರಡೆಯಿಂದ ಶ್ವಾಸ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಬಲ ಹೊರಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬಿಡಿ। अब बाई नासिका से श्वास लीजिए और बाई नासिका से श्वास छोड़िए। ये अनुलोम विलोम का एक चक्र है, इसे 4 बार और दोहराई। ಇದು अनुलोम विलोमದ ಒಂದು ವೃತ್ತ। ಇದನ್ನು 4 ಬಾರಿ पुनरावर्तन ಮಾಡೋಣ। बाएं से सांस लेना है, दाहिने से छोड़ना है, दाहिने से श्वास छोड़ना है, लेना है, बाएं से छोड़ना है। Slowly inhale through the left nostril, exhale through the right nostril. Again inhale through the right nostril, exhale through the left nostril. गहरा लंबा श्वास प्रश्वास। अल्टरनेटिव नॉस्ट्रिल ब्रीदिंग। शीतली प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करेंगे। उससे पहले दोनों हाथों को ताई घुटने पर ध्यान मुद्रा में रखी, वापस आई। ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಳಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮೇಡಿ। जीभ को बाहर निकालिए, ट्यूब नामा आकर बनाए। नालिಗೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ತಂದು नलिके रूपದಲ್ಲಿ नालिಗೆಯನ್ನು सुत्तिಸಿ। जीभ से गहरा श्वास लेना है, नासिका से धीरे से छोड़ना है। 5 बार करेंगे। सांस लीजिए, सांस छोड़िए, श्वास लीजिए, छोड़िए, आखिरी बार। आराम से बैठ जाइए। भ्रामरी प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करेंगे। आंखों को बंद रखिए, कन्नुಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ। गहरा लंबा श्वास लेना है। श्वास छोड़ते हुए भ्रमर के समान मकर ध्वनि का गुंजन करना है। श्वास लीजिए, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ और एक बार सांस लीजिए। इसी अभ्यास को षण्मुखी मुद्रा के साथ 3 बार करेंगे। षण्मुखी मुद्रा धारण कीजिए। षण्मुखी मुद्रा धरिसी, सांस लीजिए, सांस लीजिए, सांस लीजिए। दोनों हथेलियों को नीचे लाइए, घुटनों पर रखिए, ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಿಟ್ಟು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮುದ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿರಿಸಿ। अब हम थोड़ी देर के लिए ध्यान का अभ्यास करेंगे। ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಯದವರೆಗೆ ಧ್ಯಾನದ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ। मेरुदंड को सीधा रखिए, ಬೆನ್ನನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿರಿಸಿ, ध्यान मुद्रेಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ। ध्यान मुद्रा को धारण कीजिए। कंधों को, कमर को शिथिल कीजिए, कमर सीधा रखें, शरीर को सीधा कीजिए। अपने श्वास प्रश्वास पर ध्यान कीजिए। तಮ್ಮ ಶ್ವಾಸ ಪ್ರಶ್ವಾಸದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಗಮನವಿರಲಿ। धीमा और गहरा श्वास प्रश्वास। श्वास के साथ साथ विचारों पर अपना लक्ष्य, हर विचार के साथ कुछ भावनाएं, शरीर, श्वास, विचार, भावनाएं जोड़ते जा रहे हैं, एक होते जा रहे हैं, एकाग्र होते जा रहे हैं। जैसे जैसे मिलते जाते हैं, मन शांत, निर्मल, कोमल, विचार शुद्ध, पवित्र, भाव प्रसन्नता, दिव्यता। ऐसे स्थिति में हृदय में प्रणव का धारण करें। हृदय कमलದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಶ್ವರನ ಸ್ಮೃತಿ, ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನ ಸ್ಮೃತಿ, ಮಾ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿ ದೇವಿಯ ಸ್ಮೃತಿ, ಧ್ಯಾನ। योग का एक सबसे जरूरी अंग है। असल में ध्यान ही योग है। जब मन शांत हो जाता है तब संकल्प करते हैं, उस संकल्प से सिद्धि होती है, सिद्धि प्राप्त होती है। संकल्प करेंगे, हमें अपने मन को हमेशा संतुलित रखना है। ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಸದಾ ಕಾಲ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ। इसी में हमारा आत्मविकास समाया है। ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ आत्मविकास अड़गिದೆ। मैं स्वयं के प्रति, कुटुंब के प्रति, कार्य, समाज और विश्व के प्रति स्वास्थ्य और शांति के प्रचार के लिए संकल्पबद्ध। मैं मानव मूल्यों का पालन करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हूँ और देश के विकास के लिए समर्पित हूँ, समर्पित हूँ, समर्पित हूँ। ದೇಶದ ವಿಕಾಸಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತನುಮನಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುವ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದೊಂದಿಗೆ शांति पाठವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ। शांति पाठ के लिए नमस्कार मुद्रा धारण कीजिए। शांति मंत्रಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮುದ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ। ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಓಂಕಾರ, ನಂತರ ಶಾಂತಿ ಪಾಠ। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। अब हथेलियों को कुछ समय तक आंखों पर रखिए। हाथों को अब वापस ले आइए। आंखें खोले। ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗಳಿಸಿ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯಿರಿ। ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। बोलो भारत माता की।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत ही मनोरम दृश्य। It was, ladies and gentlemen, such an enchanting, mesmerizing and a very calming, at ease, at peace scene. सभी को प्यार से मिलना, गर्मजोशी से मिलना। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा सबकी भावनाओं को, उनके प्यार को सम्मान दिया है और यही तो योग है। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी सभी से मिलते हुए। Ask someone, ladies and gentlemen, who has seen a glimpse of Prime Minister or who has shook hands with the Prime Minister, taking a selfie with the Prime Minister, feeling almost on the top of the world. And it is this feeling, ladies and gentlemen, which Prime Minister understands, and he makes even the common man feel so very important. प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा लोगों के साथ जुड़े हैं। योग का मतलब ही है जुड़ना, एक आम नागरिक की भावनाओं से जुड़ना, प्रेम से जुड़ना, यही तो योग है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी सभी
मैसूर के विश्व प्रसिद्ध मैसूर पैलेस परिसर पर आयोजित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस में हजारों योग साधकों का नेतृत्व किया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने 8वां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस समारोह न केवल मैसूर शहर, न केवल सारा देश, बल्कि सारा विश्व आज योगमय हो रहा है और भारत उसका नेतृत्व करता हुआ संपूर्ण विश्व के लिए।
Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji participated in the yoga practice in front of the majestic Mysuru Palace along with 15,000 yoga practitioners. And as is his practice, he is already readily available to freely mix and greet the people who have assembled for the yoga. Yoga is a way to freedom. By its constant practice, we can free ourselves from fear, anguish, and loneliness. Honorable Prime Minister is moving away from this arena towards the dais. Yoga is almost like music. In a way, there is no end to it, only the beginning and unrelenting practice. Yoga is an ancient Indian practice that continues to find a new crusader every day in this world. And that is awakening to the power of mindfulness, which is the core of a thoroughly healthy existence.
मैसूर पैलेस परिसर पर स्थित इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस समारोह का यह विहंगम दृश्य आप तक पहुंचता हुआ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय, आज उन्होंने हजारों योग साधकों का नेतृत्व किया योगाभ्यास में। और जो मुख्य समारोह स्थल है उससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय प्रस्थान कर चुके हैं। आम जनता में बेहद उत्साह और उमंग का माहौल। कुछ देर पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय अभिवादन स्वीकार कर रहे थे योग साधकों का।
Honorable Prime Minister has moved away from the venue towards his next engagement. People who have gathered here for the practice of yoga along with him, 15,000 of them, have felt totally enthused and would keep the yoga as a way of their life.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now proven without a shred of doubt, that the Agnipath protests were politically instigated. Why else would a Congress leader pretend to be an army aspirant and lead the protests? Why would they pretend? Why else would an ex-Samajwadi party leader be arrested for posing as an army aspirant? Why else? Think about it. Why else would political leaders try and disguise themselves as aspirants for the army? Viewers, let us not stay detached anymore, for we are as a country at the crossroads. The politics in this country has become so extreme and so desperate and so dangerous that some politicians are now beginning to openly demoralize our armed forces. Some are questioning the character of the army. How dare they? Others are calling entrance in the Agnipath scheme as equivalent to a party cadre, a political party cadre. How dare they? And some are saying that those who will join the Agnipath scheme will be like RSS members. There is no limit to what they are saying. And you know, and I know, what these political parties want to do. They want the country and us to be constantly unsettled by pictures of violence, rioting, savage vandalism, and violent protests. Sometimes they want the fire over Shaheen Bagh, CA and NRC. Sometimes over Khalistanis inciting our citizens. Sometimes over what Nupur Sharma said. Sometimes over Agnipath. But I am asking you tonight, will you not look at the context? And the context is this. Rahul Gandhi is being summoned for the 5th round of questioning tomorrow. That is the context. His family, with all the dark deeds that it has done, knows that its financial scandals and scams will land them in big trouble. The only last desperate act is, as some Congress leader has said on record, to try and burn.
Yoga for Humanity message reverberates as the world marks the 8th International Yoga Day. Amidst misinformed protests, Tri-Services Chief are to meet the Prime Minister today. Another big win for the BJP in Maharashtra. Sweeps Legislative Council polls, wins 5 out of 10 seats. The race to the presidential elections heats up. The BJP calls for parliamentary panel meeting today. There's more trouble for Rahul Gandhi. The ED summons Rahul for a 5th round of grilling in the freedom struggle for profit scam. The Assam flood situation worsens. Rescue operations enter day 5. The death toll rises to 73. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, the International Yoga Day is being celebrated across the world today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leading the celebrations. The Prime Minister, of course, is leading the celebrations from the Mysuru Palace grounds in Karnataka. More than 15,000 people joined the International Yoga Day celebrations alongside the Prime Minister at the Mysuru Palace grounds. Other union ministers will be participating in International Yoga Day events from different cities of the country. International Yoga Day is celebrated each year on the 21st of June to mark the importance of yoga and recognize its benefits if incorporated into one's daily lifestyle. So pictures on your screen are of various celebrations that are taking place across the country and the world on International Yoga Day. The Prime Minister, of course, was leading the celebrations from Mysuru. He was on the Mysuru Palace grounds. To remember that the Prime Minister is on a 2-day visit to Karnataka. There you can, of course, see other leaders also present at various state capitals where International Yoga Day is being marked. We've got our reporters across the country. In fact, let's to begin with go across live to Thiruvananthapuram, where Ashwin is joining us live from. Ashwin, good morning. Give us a sense of where you're reporting from and the celebrations that are in place in all of Kerala. Kerala, of course, is a state which leads the country in terms of various forms of yoga.
Northern Hemisphere ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സമയം.
Very good morning, Nupur. Absolutely. Kerala is all set to celebrate the International Yoga Day, the 8th International Yoga Day, of the hiatus of over 2 years because of COVID situation on the ground. The celebration had stopped for the last 2 years, but now I'm at the Central Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram, where the official government of Kerala state level inauguration is happening, where around 450 children are participating along with some of the university students. Are all taking part in the Yoga Day celebration, where the Health Minister of the state, Veena George, will in a short while from now will give the keynote address as well. Now, there are 300 centers, official centers of the Kerala government, which is undertaking the Yoga Day celebration. So we can expect in all these 300 centers large-scale yoga celebrations taking part. Along with that, many private organizations, including many spiritual organizations, are also holding various similar programs across the state. So all in all, a big celebration is happening. The theme for this year, the 8th International Yoga Day, is Yoga for Humanity, and this is comes at a time when the importance of yoga after the aftermath of the COVID situation, also giving impetus to health and giving impetus to the state of mind as well. So all this plays a big important role, and right now these visuals are from the Central Stadium outside of Thiruvananthapuram, where the Health Minister Veena George is inaugurating the festival from the state. And large number of students are also here, so most of them are definitely excited. So let's also ask some of them how they feel about it as well. Are you excited? Are you excited?
Yes.
Ready to do yoga?
Yes.
How about you? Ready to do yoga?
Yes.
Okay. So like Miss, a lot of these, about 7 school children, 7 schools are here, along with some 3 university students, colleges as well. And all of them are participating. And this will be led by the expert, yoga experts from the Ayurveda College in Thiruvananthapuram. So all in all, great celebrations has just picked up from the state of Kerala. And we'll be also covering more events similarly from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. In a short while from now at Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram also the yoga celebrations is all set to begin, and this is the sum total of the celebration in the state. Nupur.
All right, do stay with us, Ashwin. I'm going to go across to our other correspondents on the ground. I think we've got Amandeep, Madhurima as well as Apurva, who are all joining us in just a moment. But just to tell our viewers that the Prime Minister, of course, led the celebrations this morning. Yoga Day is being celebrated across the world today. Earlier this morning, we saw the Prime Minister at the Mysuru Palace grounds in Karnataka. More than 15,000 people joined him. We are also expecting to see several events unfold across the country as well as across the world as International Yoga Day is celebrated. It is the 8th International Yoga Day that is being celebrated. But this year's theme for celebration is Yoga for Humanity. Let's go across, I think, to Amandeep, who's reporting from Chandigarh on this. Amandeep, good morning. Take us through what are the events that are planned in Chandigarh.
Well, Nupur, this time we have witnessed a huge participation as compared to last year. This is the 8th International Yoga Day, and this has been marked for the humanity by the Prime Minister. And in fact, such kind of footfall.
I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Stay with us. All right, I think we were cutting across for JP Nadda's reaction over there. The BJP also celebrating International Yoga Day. But let me go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but please carry on and tell us what's planned for the state.
Well, Nupur, this 8th International Yoga Day has been marked for the humanity, and similarly participation in a massive number is witnessed as compared to last year as well. And in fact, people are interested at the several locations. They are doing yoga, they are following the line of yoga, and in fact, they have marked this day for International Yoga Day. And in fact, if we talk about the Haryana state, Haryana Chief Minister has marked this day for the Agnipath as well. He has given a very important statement on this day at Bhiwani district, where Manohar Lal Khattar is performing the yoga in a huge event. And in fact, he announced that this time Agniveers will be accommodated by Haryana government for sure. He ensured the government jobs for class C for Agniveers who came down after serving 4 years in the Indian Army. And in fact, he has marked this day for the Agniveers and made this announcement before doing yoga at Bhiwani itself. This is a very big announcement made by Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar for accommodating all the Agniveers and in the Haryana government jobs for class C. And in fact, whosoever is interested for the forces, and he will be also accommodated in the Haryana police as well. So Yoga Day itself is a very important day, and such an important statement has also been given by Manohar Lal Khattar, Haryana Chief Minister.
Absolutely.
Yes,
as you're pointing out, he's using this occasion to make that statement. Stay with us. But as the world, of course, marks the 8th International Yoga Day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the event from the forefront at Karnataka's Mysuru Palace.
आज वो योग ऊर्जा विश्व स्वास्थ्य को दिशा दे रही है। आज योग वैश्विक सहयोग का पारस्परिक आधार बन रहा है। आज योग मानव मात्र को निरोग जीवन का विश्वास दे रहा है। हम आज सुबह से देख रहे हैं कि योग की जो तस्वीरें कुछ वर्ष पहले केवल घरों में, आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों में दिखती थी, वो आज विश्व के कोने कोने से आ रही है। ये तस्वीरें आत्मिक बोध के विस्तार की तस्वीरें हैं। ये तस्वीरें एक सहज, स्वाभाविक और साझी मानवीय चेतना की तस्वीरें हैं। खास तौर पर तब जब दुनिया ने बीते 2 सालों में सदी की इतनी बड़ी महामारी का सामना किया हो। इन परिस्थितियों में देश, द्वीप, महाद्वीप की सीमाओं से ऊपर योग दिवस का ये उत्साह, ये हमारी जीवटता का भी प्रमाण है। योग अब एक वैश्विक पर्व बन गया है। योग किसी व्यक्ति मात्र के लिए नहीं, संपूर्ण मानवता के लिए है। इसलिए इस बार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस की थीम है योगा फॉर ह्यूमैनिटी। मैं इस थीम के जरिए योग के इस संदेश को पूरी मानवता तक पहुंचाने के लिए यूनाइटेड नेशंस का और सभी देशों का हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं दुनिया के सभी नागरिकों का भी सभी भारतीयों की तरफ से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, योग के लिए हमारे ऋषियों ने, हमारे महर्षियों ने, हमारे आचार्यों ने कहा है, शांतिम योगेन विंदति। इट मीन्स योगा ब्रिंग peace for us. The peace from yoga is not only for individuals. Yoga brings peace to our society. Yoga brings peace to our nations and the world. And yoga brings peace to our universe. This might feel an extreme thought to someone, but our Indian sages have answered this with a simple mantra. Yat pinde tat brahmande. This whole universe starts from our own body and soul. The universe starts from us, and yoga makes us conscious of everything within us and builds a sense of awareness. It starts with self-awareness and proceeds to awareness of the world. When we become aware of ourselves and our world, we begin to spot things that need to be changed, both in ourselves and in the world. These may be individual lifestyle problems or global challenges like climate change and international conflicts. Yoga makes us conscious, competent, and compassionate towards these challenges. Millions of people with a common consciousness and consensus, millions of people with inner peace will create an environment of global peace. That's how yoga can connect the people. That's how yoga can connect the countries. And that's how yoga can become a problem solver for all of us.
So the Prime Minister over there speaking on the occasion of International Yoga Day. Let's also cut across now to Delhi, where Madhurima filed this report.
The Director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Randeep Guleri. Sir, thank you for speaking with us. Today is the International Yoga Day, and this is happening after a long break of 2 years that physically everybody has come forward. How do you feel about the entire situation?
So as you can see, there's a lot of enthusiasm. People were looking forward to celebrating yoga in a physical mode. Last 2 years have been challenging because of the pandemic, and many times, even last year, we had to do a virtual yoga celebration with people doing it at home and sort of using the virtual media to do it. Currently, now with things being in a better position, I think we've seen the enthusiasm. Everyone understands the benefits of yoga, and they want to come forward and make it a movement, not only at a national level but at an international level, so that yoga becomes something that we do daily. It's our life, and it makes us healthy and more useful citizens of the country.
Absolutely. So if you could highlight, the benefits of yoga specifically in such times as COVID-19, we've seen that we've battled multiple ways and successfully so.
So yoga has helped in COVID-19 both from the mental health point of view. Yoga and meditation, a lot of people were able to decrease their stress level while they were in isolation or were at home. Also, it helped in improving breathing exercises, and people who had respiratory problems were able to benefit. We're also seeing a benefit of yoga in people who have long COVID, who are recovering from COVID. Yoga is also helping in them in terms of a better and faster recovery.
So my last question to you is that once again we're seeing that there's a sudden spike in the COVID-19 cases. How prepared are we if any other wave strikes our country?
I think now we're very well prepared. We've been now preparing for a long time, and I think currently we are in a better position. We have a very high number of people who have been vaccinated. Our immunity in general in the population is very good. Preparation in terms of infrastructure is excellent, and we are seeing that.
So was the AIMS director, Dr. Guleria, over there talking about Yoga Day celebrations. But we also will look at the celebrations that took place in Mysuru, where the Prime Minister was leading the Yoga Day celebrations. Well, of course, what we are seeing right now is the Prime Minister also performing a yoga. This was at the International Yoga Day celebrations that were being held at the Mysuru Palace. Do remember that the Prime Minister is in Mysuru. Now, the theme for this International Yoga Day is Yoga for Humanity. The theme was selected after deliberations, and it was also chosen because this is the first time after 2 years that Yoga Day is being celebrated physically. Last year, of course, we saw a host of virtual events that were held across the world to mark International Yoga Day. Keeping the overreaching theme, in fact, of 75 years of India's independence, the Ministry of Ayush has also identified about 75 locations where union ministers will participate in Yoga Day celebrations. So events lined up to mark Yoga Day across the country today. 75 locations have been particularly identified by the Ministry of Ayush for this. Well, even as there are various events that are marking International Yoga Day, these pictures are coming to you from outside the Parliament, where union ministers as well as MPs are practicing yoga on your screens right now. So that is the level of celebrations that we are seeing this year to mark the 8th International Yoga Day across the country. Now, there are a large number of events that are planned internationally as well. As always, there will be embassies of India across the world which will mark events. We saw how last year there were some events at Times Square in New York, and similar events are planned across the world today as well. But the Prime Minister, of course, began and kick-started the celebrations today when he, along with about 15,000 people, performed yoga at the venue of Mysuru Palace this morning. There are celebrations that are planned across schools as well. Let's go back across on the ground to Amandeep, who's reporting from Chandigarh. Amandeep, we understand that the Chief Minister of Haryana, of course, was involved in one such event earlier, but give us a sense of what are we likely to see across schools and colleges in Chandigarh?
Well, Nupur, after 2 years of COVID break, now people have celebrated this International Yoga Day physically, and the participation we have witnessed in a massive number, and that enthusiasm that cannot be matched among the people. And they were very much excited to celebrate this 8th International Yoga Day, which has been dedicated yoga for humanity. And in fact, that humanity was witnessed in the different parts of the country, not only in the country, but across the globe as well. And similar pictures are from Chandigarh as well. And in fact, schools, colleges, grounds, even the public parks, dedicated places for the yoga, they all remain occupied by the people for doing yoga. And in fact, that shows that how much people are considering this yoga and practicing yoga very, very seriously. And even that is, it's not only one day practice, they has been practicing in the routine. And in fact, this day they gathered at one place celebrating this yoga day for the humanity is a symbolic message to the globe that yes, yoga is very much necessary part of their life. Just because in COVID situation, it was a clear-cut and a physical example that was given by the people, the circumstances need that yoga was the only way to protect themselves from such kind of infection, to impure their humanity, to make them physical fit while staying at home. So people were practicing yoga at their homes for the last 2 years and celebrating this International Yoga Day from their homes. But this time they came out, they celebrate with each other. They have gathered at one place in different schools, colleges, grounds, public parks, and dedicated places from the administration and the governments. And in fact, chief ministers, union ministers, state cabinet ministers, they all participated at the different locations and practiced yoga. And they have witnessed a massive number of response by this. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speech is one of the another feeder to the cap of the enthusiasm of the people who are actually practicing this yoga. So Nupur, the point is that yoga turned to be the part of everyone's life, and everyone is now started practicing yoga. And at the end of the year, on June 21, they celebrate this International Yoga Day together at one common place to show their unitedness and to mark this day for the humanity.
All right, stay with us, Amandeep. Let me go across live to Chennai right now, where Apurva joins us from. Apurva, good morning. Give us a sense of the celebrations and the events that are marking International Yoga Day. We understand that there are a host of events that will take place across Tamil Nadu. Apurva, if you can hear us. All right, I don't think we've got Apurva yet. We're going to try and get her in just a bit. But we are, of course, continuing to show you glimpses of celebrations that are taking place across the country. There are a host of events that are lined up at schools and colleges and universities, and also outside Parliament, as you can see it right now. That's the ministers as well as MPs who are practicing yoga outside of Parliament. I think we've got Apurva back with us. Apurva, good morning. Apurva, take us through what's expected in Tamil Nadu and, of course, the capital Chennai today.
Celebrations had taken place here just at, at the airport over here. Almost over 500 airport authorities and staff who had gathered here for these Yoga Day celebrations. In fact, they've just now dispersed post having done yoga as well. Remember this, even as International Yoga Day is being celebrated across the world. This is the 8th International Yoga Day that is being celebrated. The Prime Minister out there also in his speech reiterating that this Yoga Day we will need to practice yoga for humanity. That is what he has said in his speech addressing the nation as well. And that is what is the message he also wants the people to follow through taking a piece of yoga today and enriching themselves as well. Remember, several people from across various states and across countries are celebrating yoga today, marking the 8th International Yoga Day celebrations. In fact, here at Chennai Airport as well, and in across various locations in and around Tamil Nadu, Yoga Day is being celebrated in
absolutely, Apurva. So a host of events lined up. Now, in fact, as the world celebrates Yoga Day, here is a truly inspiring video of a 77-year-old Anjali Goswami from Guwahati.
It is after a break of 2 years that India is celebrating International Yoga Days physically. Multiple prayers have been organized all across the country. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break and continue to show you the Yoga Day celebrations across all the country.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
This morning, Yoga for Humanity message reverberates as world marks 8th International Yoga Day. Leading from the mountains are India's brave soldiers celebrating Yoga Day. From Lucknow to the national capital and to Chennai, India flexes on Yoga Day. Amidst misinformed and provoked protests, tri-services chiefs to meet the Prime Minister today. Race to presidential polls heats up. BJP calls for parliamentary panel meet today. More trouble mounts for Rahul Gandhi. ED summons Rahul for a 5th round of grilling in Freedom Struggle for Profits camp. viewers, thanks for tuning in. It's a yoga day today that is being celebrated across the world. The Prime Minister led the celebrations from the Mysuru Palace grounds in Karnataka. More than 15,000 people joined the International Yoga Day celebration. More than 15,000 people from across the country gathered in Mysuru Palace to mark the Yoga Day celebrations along with Prime Minister Modi. Other union ministers can also be seen participating in the International Yoga Day events from different cities of the country. Remember, International Yoga Day is celebrated every year on 21st of June to mark the importance of yoga and recognize its benefits if incorporated into one's daily lifestyle. So in the visuals that are coming in from across the country, where you can see from the chief ministers, the union ministers, the prime minister of course leading the way, and the Jawans, the forces as well, also performing the yoga at the high altitudes. So you have the Chief Minister Kejriwal there, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Yogi Adityanath, who is also performing yoga, and the union ministers also who have gathered in different parts of the country to perform yoga. We have S. Jaishankar, Hardeep Singh Puri, JP Nadda, the BJP president, and as well as the Jawans, of course, who are there, can be seen at the high altitudes also performing the yoga. And earlier this morning, Prime Minister was seen performing yoga at the Mysuru Palace, where over 15,000 people had gathered to perform the yoga along with the Prime Minister. And we will go across to our reporters as well, who are getting us ground updates from different parts of the country. We will be joined by Ashwin from Thiruvananthapuram, Amandeep from Chandigarh, Madhurima as well as Apurva to get us the scenes they are seeing right now as yoga can be seen being celebrated across the country. In fact, 75 chief ministers have been gathered at different places across. In fact, beg your pardon, all the chief ministers have gathered in different parts of the country to celebrate the Yoga Day. And earlier this morning, Jaishankar was also seen, the union minister was also seen performing yoga. Let's listen into what he had to say as the world marks the 8th International Yoga Day celebrations.
Celebrated the International Day of Yoga, and you can see the entire diplomatic community was here. We saw students here, we saw professionals here, public here, and what has happened, the world doesn't think of yoga anymore as just an Indian practice. It has become truly owned and practiced by the world, and it is an occasion which brings the world together and brings the world together with a sense of harmony, with a sense of peace, with a sense of awareness. And in that sense, it is today in a very turbulent world, a world which sees conflict, a world which sees difficulties, a world which is coming out of the stresses of the COVID period. We are today seeing how this practice has become a global state.
इसलिए आज दुनिया भर में योग पद्धति, योग संस्कृति दुनिया भर में प्रचलित है, और कोरोना के समय भी दुनिया में योग के माध्यम से लोग अपने अपने घर पर भी रहकर उन्होंने स्वास्थ्य लाभ प्राप्त किया है, जिसके कई रिसर्च की आवश्यकता नहीं, अपने शरीर पर रिसर्च कर उन्हें योग के माध्यम से आंतरिक मन में चेतना उत्पन्न कर नई ऊर्जा के साथ, नई शक्ति और सामर्थ्य के साथ योग हमें नई कार्य करने की प्रेरणा देता है। क्या हाल है?
And that was S. Jaishankar, of course, speaking on the Yoga Day, saying that it is indeed a big event. The visuals that are coming in which you can see the chief ministers of different states performing the yoga. Chief Minister Kejriwal, Pushkar Singh Dhami, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Yogi Adityanath as well. And cutting across to Chief Minister Kejriwal, who is speaking as the world celebrates the 8th Yoga Day event.
में सुकून मिलता है। हम लोग जानते हैं कि किस तरह से कई जटिल बीमारियों का समाधान भी योग से निकलता है। कई ऐसी बीमारियां हैं जिनका उपचार एलोपैथी में या अन्य जो मेडिसिन्स की स्ट्रीम्स हैं उनके अंदर नहीं है, लेकिन योग करने से उसका समाधान निकलता है। और आज जिस तरह से ज़िंदगी इतनी कठिन होती जा रही है, ज़िंदगी इतनी फास्ट होती जा रही है, इतनी टेंशन्स रहती हैं दफ्तर में भी, घर में भी, अगर योग ज़िंदगी का हिस्सा बन जाए, रोज़ सुबह अगर हम आधा घंटा, पौना घंटा, 1 घंटा योग कर लें तो बीमारी भी दूर रहती है और टेंशन भी दूर रहती है। टेंशन ख़त्म तो नहीं होती, ज़िंदगी में टेंशन तो बहुत है, लेकिन कम ज़रूर हो जाती है योग करने से। जैसे अभी भी हम लोगों ने पिछले पौना घंटा योग किया और मैं देख रहा हूँ सब लोगों के चेहरे पे स्माइल है, सब लोगों के चेहरे पे खुशी है। पिछले 2 साल काफ़ी मुश्किल बीते कोरोना के समय में, और पिछली साल जब थर्ड लहर आई थी तो हम लोगों ने फिर एक एक्सपेरिमेंट शुरू किया था कि कोरोना के मरीजों को क्या योग से कुछ फ़ायदा पहुंचाया जा सकता है। और मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि दिल्ली सरकार के जो योग टीचर्स हैं, हमारी दिल्ली फार्मेसी यूनिवर्सिटी है, इन लोगों ने बहुत अद्भुत काम किया कि लगभग 4700 कोरोना के मरीजों को इन्होंने ऑनलाइन योगा की क्लासेस देते थे। और जब उन मरीजों से पूछा गया तो सबको इसका लाभ हुआ। हम ये तो नहीं कह रहे, इस पे काफ़ी इन्होंने रिसर्च भी की हमारे लोगों ने। ये तो नहीं कह सकते कि योग से कोरोना ठीक हो जाएगा, लेकिन
And Prime Minister Modi led the event from the forefront in Karnataka's Mysuru. As the world adorns India's gift, here is what Prime Minister had to say on the occasion of the 8th International Yoga Day celebrations.
ಸಿರ್ ಕೋ ಆಗೆ ಕಿ ಓರ್ ಝುಕಾಯಿಯೇ, ಉಸಿರನ್ನ ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ, श्वास प्रश्वास के साथ सिर को घड़ी की सुई की दिशा में 2 बार घुमाइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಬಲಭಾಗದಿಂದ ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಕಾರವಾಗಿ 2 ಸಾರಿ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ। इस क्रिया को घड़ी की सुई की विपरीत दिशा में भी 2 बार स्थिति में ले आए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ತನ್ನಿ। ಈಗ ನಾವು स्कंद चक्र का अभ्यास करेंगे। श्वास लेते हुए अपने हाथों को बगल से कंधों की ऊंचाई तक ले आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ 2 ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ಭುಜದವರೆಗೆ ಎತ್ತಿ श्वास छोड़ते हुए शरीर को बाईं तरफ घुमाइए। श्वास भरते हुए शरीर को सीधा कीजिए। श्वास इस क्रिया को 2 बार और दोहराइए और 1 बार श्वास लीजिए, श्वास छोड़िए। पूरा ट्विस्ट करना है शरीर को। श्वास छोड़ते हुए हाथों को भी वापस ले आइए। अगला आसन त्रिकोणासन। दोनों पैरों के बीच 3 से 4 फीट की दूरी बनाएं। 2 ಕಾಲುಗಳ ನಡುವೆ 3 ರಿಂದ 4 ಅಡಿಗಳ ಅಂತರವಿರಲಿ। श्वास लेते हुए दोनों हाथों को बगल से कंधों की ऊंचाई तक ले आई। बेरडನ್ನ ನೋಡುವ ಪ್ರಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿ। आसन में कुछ देर बने रहे। श्वास भरते हुए वापस आइए। ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ मरले बन्नी। अपने बाएं पैर को पंजे को सीधा कर लीजिए। ಎಡಗಾಲಿನ ಉಸಿರನ್ನು ಹೊರಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯಿರಿ। अपने एड़ियों को शरीर के तरफ ले जाइए। 2 ಪಾದಗಳನ್ನು।
Now, the Hindis of the Indo-Tibetan Border Force were also seen performing yoga at an altitude of 17,000 feet. Remember, International Yoga Day celebrations is held every year on 21st of June. Take a look at this video.
योग दिवस आया है, योग का हर ओर छाया है। जब से योग दिवस आया है, योग का हर ओर छाया दिवस आया है, योग का हर घर और छाया है। हिमालय या सागर, मरुभूमि या जंगल हो, दिन हो या रात हो, प्रातः है या संध्या हो, योग का प्रयोग चारों दिशाओं में है। नव ऊर्जा का ये एहसास है, नव भारत का ये विश्वास है, नव भारत का ये विश्वास है। जब से योग दिवस आया है, योग का हर और छाया है। योगासन प्राणायाम, ध्यान संकल्प की सिद्धि से हर तन मन में नया विश्वास लाया है। जब से योग दिवस आया है, योग का हर और छाया है। जब से योग दिवस आया है, योग का हर।
Now, a viewer from Mumbai has also sent us her video of performing yoga as the world celebrates the 8th International Yoga Day. Take a look at this video. And that was a video that was shared with us through a viewer. Even you can send us your videos of performing yoga as the world celebrates the 8th International Yoga Day. And visuals coming in from across the country, from chief ministers to the union ministers to the prime minister, of course, leading the way, and even the forces performing yoga at high altitudes as the nation marks the 8th International Yoga Day, and Prime Minister, of course, they're leading the way performing yoga at the Mysuru Palace in Karnataka.
कांग्रेस वगैरह को भी देखिए, वो भी जिस तरह से धरने पर बैठ गया है कांग्रेस भी, उसको वापस लेने के लिए।
मैं नहीं मानता कि इस चीज़ को पॉलिटिसाइज करना चाहिए। सेनाओं ने, भारत की सेना ने, भारत के
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now proven, without a shred of doubt, that the Agnipath protests were politically instigated. Why else would a Congress leader pretend to be an army aspirant and lead the protests? Why would they pretend? Why else would an ex-Samajwadi Party leader be arrested for posing as an army aspirant? Why else? Think about it. Why else would political leaders try and disguise themselves as aspirants for the army? Viewers, let us not stay detached anymore, for we are as a country at the crossroads. The politics in this country has become so extreme and so desperate and so dangerous that some politicians are now beginning to openly demoralize our armed forces. Some are questioning the character of the army. How dare they? Others are calling entrance in the Agnipath scheme as equivalent to a party cadre, a political party cadre. How dare they? And some are saying that those who will join the Agnipath scheme will be like RSS members.
Welcome back, viewers. The country is celebrating the International Yoga Day today. Visuals coming in from across the country, where from the Prime Minister to the Union Ministers to the Chief Ministers of different states, 75 ministers, in fact, from across the country can be seen celebrating the Yoga Day. We have Ashwin reporting live from Kerala. Ashwin, good morning. Give us a sense as to how yoga is being celebrated in Kerala this morning.
Yes, Yoga Day is being celebrated in Kerala in a big way because the last 2 years, because of COVID situation, the celebrations had come to an halt. Today, yoga is being celebrated in 300 government training centers. And today, in a short while ago, Health Minister Veena George had inaugurated the state-level inauguration of the Yoga Day celebration, the 8th Yoga Day celebration at the Central Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram. Now, these are the visuals where about 450 students from 7 different schools as well as 3 different universities are taking part in the celebration. These are the visuals that are coming from Central Stadium. Now, the message given by the Health Minister was that this is a contribution of India to the world and it's something that we should all cherish and practice. So, Yoga Day is being celebrated in a big manner in the state, and 300 centers along with various spiritual organizations are all taking part in and involve themselves in the celebration in the state of Kerala. Back to you.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar. The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar. The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा।
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF Jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is the theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day observed on June 21st focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himveers of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude of 17,000 feet and above in snow-clad conditions in Sikkim to mark the 8th edition of International Yoga Day. The Himveers of the ITBP were seen performing yoga on the snow.
जब से योग दिवस आया है, योग का हर ओर छाया है।
Jawans from the ITBP were seen performing asanas at over 14,500 feet in the Himalayan ranges of Uttarakhand, dressed in their uniforms amid in the snow-clad peaks.
Government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar. government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
Welcome back. On the occasion of International Yoga Day, 33 Battalion ITBP was seen performing yoga in front of the Brahmaputra River at Lachit Ghat in Guwahati. Take a look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ दोनों तेरी जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर। पीछे, पंजे पीछे।
लेते हुए सिर और कमर को पीछे की तरफ झुकाइए। सामान्य सांस प्रश्वास के साथ
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
Government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
Yoga for Humanity message reverberates as the world marks the 8th International Yoga Day. Leading from the mountains are India's brave soldiers celebrating Yoga Day. From Lucknow to the national capital to Chennai, India flexes on Yoga Day. Amidst protests, tri-services chiefs are to meet Prime Minister Modi today. The race to the presidential polls heats up. The BJP calls for a parliamentary panel meeting today. And there is more trouble for Rahul Gandhi. The ED summons him for a 5th round of grilling. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. Shiv Sena MLAs have arrived in Gujarat. 11 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, we are told, are living in a hotel in Surat. And these people are led by Eknath Shinde of the Shiv Sena. We are trying to get more details as to what is happening. What we understand is that they are extremely angry with the Shiv Sena. So what we are learning right now in terms of news just coming in is that about 11 MLAs of the Shiv Sena are currently in Surat. They are staying at a hotel. They are led by Eknath Shinde. These pictures on your screen are of these MLAs who have now made their way to Surat. Aishwarya is on the phone line with us. Aishwarya, give us more details.
Well, absolutely, and this is happening just within 24 hours of Congress losing a candidate in the MLC elections. There was cross-voting of exactly 12 MLAs, and right now you can see the visuals of Eknath Shinde with 11 MLAs of Shiv Sena in Surat. This is something despite the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and the other top leaders of the MPA calling all the MLAs back to Maharashtra. You still have these MLAs in Surat. It is sending a very, very strong message back to the leadership of the MPA that all is not well, and especially to that of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, because this is the second defeat back-to-back. We've seen earlier in the presidential elections as well that there was a lack of 6 MLA support back to the MPA. At this time it has reached 12, and now you can see visually that these 11 MLAs are not in Maharashtra, despite the Chief Minister calling all the MLAs of the Mahavikas Aghadi back to Mumbai for a meeting with him in person. You have these 11 MLAs in Surat with Eknath Shinde. It's a very, very strong message. Going back, we've just seen Devendra Fadnavis leading this attack as far as BJP is concerned and being successful both the times. And now, when you have a visual proof of all these MLAs being in Surat, that in itself is sending a clear message that all is not well within the NDA government.
Absolutely, Aishwarya, as you're pointing out, of course, this development comes, amid allegations of cross-voting by some Shiv Sena MLAs. So, a great deal of concern for the MVA government now? Okay, I don't think we've got Aishwarya, but Mr. Bhatkalkar on the phone line with us. Mr. Bhatkalkar, good morning. What do you make of this development? Of course, there have been fears of cross-voting, allegations of that, and now we are learning that these 11 MLAs are holed up in a hotel. They're out of reach. Their phones are out of reach.
Yeah, absolutely. Right from the day one, we are saying that this government came into existence just because of hatred of Bharatiya Janata Party, hatred of Devendra Fadnavis, and hatred of Modi. These all three party government had only this much minimum common agenda. There is a lot of unrest within the Shiv Sena, but we are not concerned about that. We are really concerned about the way they are behaving with the people of Maharashtra. Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, in his tenure of Chief Minister of last 5 years, he started so many development projects, but this government has stopped almost all development projects. They neglected a farmer, they neglected a common man. During COVID time, Chief Minister did not come out for once of his Varsha reception, and totally what you call Ram Bharose Sarkar is going on in Maharashtra. And so, as far as BJP is concerned, as yesterday stated by Honorable Devendra Fadnavis, our leader in Maharashtra, that we will continue to raise issues of common man, farmers, in the public, on the street and in the House Assembly.
Right. Do you think that this will perhaps divide the MVA down the middle, and do you think that this could spell a lot of trouble for the Chief Minister?
I am unable to comment on their internal issues. I can say most about the BJP's position, which I stated just now. And so, these are all their internal matters. They have to handle. Yesterday's election, all votes were cross-voting took place. That showed the unrest among their MLAs. And a lot of unrest already are there among the common man in Maharashtra.
All right, Mr. Bhatkalkar, thank you for joining us. So Mr. Bhatkalkar over there saying that this is a problem that the MVA has faced since the day of its inception, going on to say that this could perhaps lead to more trouble for the Chief Minister. Now, just to tell our viewers, what we understand is that after allegations of cross-voting, we are now seeing about 11 MLAs who have arrived in Surat. Alisha is reporting on this. Alisha, give us the latest. Now, we understand that the Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray, has called for an emergency meeting, and this is the second one that he's called for.
Well, of course, even yesterday, Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stated that in the elections ahead, yesterday, the cross-voting and 12 MLAs itself have voted for Bharatiya Janata Party. This is after now the Chief Thackeray has called for a meet of all the.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Alisha. We're going to try and get her back in just a bit. But there are huge fears of a divide in the Maharashtra government. The MVA, we are told, could be in trouble. Now, there are about 11 MLAs in Eknath Khadse's, Eknath Shinde's camp. Now, Eknath Shinde and these 11 MLAs have now shifted to a hotel in Surat. We are showing you pictures from that particular hotel where all these Shiv Sena MLAs are holed up. In the run-up to all of this, what we are seeing is drama back in Mumbai as well. The Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has called for an emergency meeting of Shiv Sena MLAs. I'm going to go back to Alisha on this. Alisha, give us more details of the emergency meeting that Uddhav Thackeray has called for. Now, we do understand that several of these MLAs, their phones are also not reachable.
Of course, the information that is coming in that MLAs are not reachable, and of course, the Minister and Minister Agnipath is leading the rebellious MLAs, and all are in a Surat 5-star hotel. Looking after the cross-voting, the allegation that was made by Bharatiya Janata Party, and clearly looking at the numbers where the Shiv Sena should get and the vote should be given to the Congress as well. But the winning candidate was from the BJP, and that was a fight of the Congress. So after this, where the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has called the meeting, he has asked all the Shiv Sena MLAs to be present at Wadha Bungalow at 12 p.m. But now it has been said that the 11 MLAs who are already in Surat, there could be a discussion. But what now information that we are getting it from Congress and SDP camp as well, because after Shiv Sena, now the Congress and SDP are trying to get in touch with their MLAs, because the fight that between Congress versus Congress, the Congress could not get numbers because the numbers were only 20 and also being in the majority when Agadi into the power, when being able to get the total number to win their 6 candidates. That is the reason where now it is said that Bharata Thora, who is the Congress minister, he has taken off the responsibility, and he's on the verge of to resign as a group leader because he's been made in charge for the election. But whether it is Rajya Sabha election, particularly in MLC election, Congress could not be able, is ready to take the responsibility. He is going to resign the group leader. It is a discussion, but all eyes on Surat, because it has been said that now Shinde, who is leading all this rebellion, is going to speak to media and get to know what exactly the reason is, where the 11 MLAs cross-voted in the MLC election and now have been moved.
All right, as Alisha is pointing out, what we know for a fact right now, Alisha, is that perhaps cross-voting did take place, because as you were pointing out, the 6th, candidate would not have won if cross-voting hadn't taken place. Now, what we also understand is that there is suspicion that cross-voting took place from the Shiv Sena as well as from the Congress party. All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Alicia. We are going to try and get her back in just a bit. But here's the latest that we are getting now. Shiv Sena leader and Maharashtra Urban Development Minister Eknath Shinde, along with a few supporting MLAs, the number right now stands at about 11, have now gone out of reach. Information that's just coming in suggests that these MLAs are holed up in a hotel in Surat. Now, this development has taken place since the Legislative Council elections, which have fueled rumors of a rebellion within the Shiv Sena. I'm going to go back to Alicia. Now, Alicia, I was earlier asking you about the fact that the sixth candidate won, and you know that in fact in itself seems to suggest that there was cross-voting 100%, and that cross-voting took place from the Shiv Sena as well as from the Congress.
Well, of course, looking into the numbers that we seen yesterday, because 55 Shiv Sena MLAs, of course, there are 9 dependents or we can say the smaller party leaders, MLAs who have been supporting Shiv Sena. In total, there are 4. If we count out, including the smaller and the independent MLAs. But yes, what the Shiv Sena has that 2 candidates won yesterday with a vote which clearly gives it to the so 12 votes has been given to the BJP. Especially, we can see that the vote has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is why the 5th is also BJP. And that is also the statement that was coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party itself. That 12 of the Shiv Sena votes that has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, after which we can see that the resort that even because earlier also the was coming in from the MLAs that they are not leadership, and of course they are not the government of the party, and that has now shown in whether it is Rajya Sabha or whether MLC election. No one was even predicting the Rajya Sabha election because Rajya Sabha that's an open ballot, but this was a closed ballot.
Right, that's a very poor audio connection, Alicia. We're going to try and fix that and come back to you now. Just to tell our viewers what's happened in the last 24 hours. Now, the missing Shiv Sena MLAs, of course, are believed to be holed up in a hotel in Surat with Eknath Shinde. Now, the BJP won 5 seats in Maharashtra Legislative Council elections, with the Shiv Sena and the NCP actually bagging 2 each. The BJP had shielded 5 candidates, while the MVA had shielded 6 candidates. Now, this, of course, has set off rumors as well as comments coming in from the BJP, where they've said that we are 100% sure that there was cross-voting and that the Shiv Sena and the Congress voted for our candidates. Now, well, we've got Mr. Satam on the phone line with us right now. Mr. Satam, good morning. How do you see these developments? What we understand is that there are these 11 Shiv Sena MLAs along with Mr. Shinde who are in Surat, and there have been talk about cross-voting that took place yesterday by some Shiv Sena MLAs as well as Congress MLAs.
Yeah, actually the last 2 results of the Rajya Sabha elections as well as yesterday's Vidhan Parishad election have clearly depicted in front of the state that the current MVA government no longer enjoys the sentiment of the legislature. And the sentiment of the legislature has gone against the government, primarily due to the ineffective functioning of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who is known not to meet his own MLAs, not to meet his own ministers, has not stepped out of this house for the last 2 years, has not been to the Mantralaya, which is the official office of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And this has resulted in a huge discontent in his party, which has probably led to this particular incident of today, where the senior-most Shiv Sena Minister Eknath Shinde has gone unreachable with more than 11 MLAs in Surat.
Right, and how do you see these developments going forward, Mr. Satam?
Well, I think I already said that this government has lost the sentiment of the legislature, and the sentiment of the people of Maharashtra is being reflected by the sentiment of the elected representatives of the state. And now the elected representatives of the state who were with the MVA government have also realized that this particular government has lost its complete image as far as the people of the state of Maharashtra are concerned. And I think now they have decided to switch their sides over and come under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, who is leading the country in the 21st century.
Right. Mr. Satam, are you then saying that these Shiv Sena MLAs are in touch with the BJP?
No, I am not saying they are in touch with the BJP or not, because I am not aware of those developments. But what I am trying to say is that the results which we saw in Rajya Sabha and Vidhan Parishad, where in spite of having the numbers, the MVA government, their MLAs have cross-voted, they have voted for BJP candidates, which clearly states that the sentiment of the legislature is now in favor of the BJP.
All right. Mr. Satam, appreciate your speaking to us. Thank you for joining us. So that is Amit Satam from the BJP over there saying that the MVA government has lost the sentiment of the people. It's lost the confidence. That's what the BJP is saying. Right now, as we are looking at events that will unfold today, we are expecting Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has called for that emergency meeting of all Shiv Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Now, news that we are getting seems to suggest that Eknath Shinde as well as 11 members of the Shiv Sena MLAs are believed to be holed up in a hotel inside Surat. What we are also getting to know is that there is suspicion that about 20 MLAs may have cross-voted yesterday in the MLC polls because the numbers were not stacking up in the favor of the BJP. However, 5 of their candidates did win. So what we are expecting is a lot of meetings and political back and forth today to take place as the MBA tries to scramble together the numbers. It does appear right now that there could be trouble for the MVA government that's there in Maharashtra. So hence we are seeing a lot of hectic political activity. There's a meeting that's lined up later in the day. In fact, this meeting that we are talking about, which takes place at about noon today, actually was announced by Uddhav Thackeray right after these MLC elections took place, because right after these elections took place, it was extremely clear that there had been cross-voting, and similar results were seen in the Rajya Sabha elections as well, which set off the cat amongst the pigeons, so to say, because there were murmurs that there could be trouble for Uddhav Thackeray. What we are going to try and do is connect to our correspondents on the ground to give us a sense of what are the political meetings that are lined up today. There is one that Uddhav Thackeray has called for, and what we are also understanding is that top leaders of the MVA are talking to each other to try and figure out what's happening. Now, all eyes, of course, will remain on Eknath Shinde, the man on the right-hand side of your screens. He, along with 11 MLAs from the Shiv Sena, are currently holed up in a hotel in Surat. Now, the details that we are now getting is that they are not in communication with the senior leadership of the Shiv Sena right now. Eknath Shinde is also the Urban Development Minister of Maharashtra. So just to give you a sense of the fact that this is not some, lowly cadre of the Shiv Sena. He's a minister in the government. So this, in that sense, spells more trouble. Alicia, if I could come back to you. Alicia, give us a sense of the political movement that we are expecting today. There's one meeting that Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray has called of Shiv Sena leaders. But what about the Congress party? Because there are fears that even, people from the Congress may have cross-voted. Okay, I don't think we've got Alicia yet, but we're going to try and get her back. But as I was saying that yesterday, of course, there was talk of the fact that there were about 20 MLAs who could have cross-voted in these MLC elections. Now, some of them, of course, it now appears to be clearer that they could have been from the Shiv Sena because they are holed up inside that hotel. But there are others who could have been from other political parties. And our sources tell us that they were perhaps from the Congress party who cross-voted. So a lot of trouble for the MVA government in Maharashtra. We are told that Uddhav Thackeray has called for an emergency meeting to try and make sense of what's happening. But these 12 MLAs, which includes, of course, the Urban Development Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, are all at this hotel that you see on your screens right now in Surat. We're just going to play it out again for you. They're all holed up in this 5-star hotel in Surat. Now, Obviously, this is something that is troubling the Shiv Sena. We understand that all these MLAs have been out of contact of the senior leadership of the Shiv Sena. Alisha, back with us on the phone line. Alisha, give us more details in terms of the political meetings that we are expecting today. There's one, of course, that Uddhav Thackeray has called for. But apart from that, there will be considerable, flutters in the Congress party as well.
Oh, well, of course, because there's also been said that the Shiv MLAs are with Eknath Shinde was expected media in the afternoon in Surat. So this has came after we know that when during the election, whether specifically the Congress was a technique in the LC, and this is very much with their numbers, because after which the statement that coming from the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stating there are 12 Shiv Sena cross-voted and given a party. After which we saw all those results, and specifically how the politicians in the Shiv Sena have already taken their place to Surat, and this has happened. All resource politics has happened in all over the night, and after which when Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray calls for an important meeting, because we know this MLC election, and during the Rajya Sabha election, where Sharad Pawar itself has dialed Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and clearly stated that there are some independent MLAs who are not happy with Vikas Aghadi, and they have given a vote to Bharatiya Janata Party. So it was Uddhav Thackeray's responsibility, and which is why he already took a series of meetings with the Shiv Sena, taking charge and of course making a discussion with the MLAs. But now what we have in this MLC election, where the Shiv Sena, there are some Shiv Sena MLAs who have cross-voted for BJP, after which Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting at 12, but now there are 17 MLAs who are not happy with the Shiv Sena as specifically.
So just to get it clear, Alisha, what you are saying is that there are actually about 17 MLAs from the Shiv Sena who are not happy with Uddhav Thackeray's government. Now, what could that translate to?
Well, importantly, what we know that 17 MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. Now, we have to see from which party exactly they come from, because 11 MLAs which they have been set, also including the independent MLA. So we have to see how many, because according to the sources, they have already 17 MLAs who are with in Surat, and they have been with Eknath Shinde. Which is why now we wait and watch how many MLAs who are being who is going to what information get from the LCP chief Sharad Pawar for important meeting.
Well, that's a very poor audio collection. Alisha, if we could fix that and get Alisha back on the phone line. But just to tell our viewers, there have been a lot of developments. What we understand right now is that Sharad Pawar has also called a meeting. This comes in the wake of crisis hitting the MVA government. Now, various sources that Republic TV has spoken to seem to indicate that about 17 MLAs are not happy with the MVA government. Now, we know for now that 11 of those at least are holed up in a hotel in Surat. But some of those MLAs could potentially also belong to the Congress party. Now, this has become clear after we saw cross-voting yesterday, and not just yesterday, in fact, even after the Rajya Sabha polls, there were some murmurs that all was not well within the Maharashtra government. Right now, of course, all eyes will be on Eknath Shinde. He is the Congress, I beg your pardon, he's the Shiv Sena Minister for Urban Development in the MVA government. He's currently in Surat. He has, along with him, about 11 MLAs who belong to the Shiv Sena. There is, of course, talk that there are others from the Congress party who could perhaps also be also be dissenting right now. And just to give our viewers a backdrop of what really has happened in the past 24 hours. Now, what we saw, of course, yesterday was that the BJP won about 5 seats in the Maharashtra Legislative Council elections, with the Shiv Sena and the NCP bagging 2 each. The BJP had fielded 5 candidates, while the MVA had fielded 6 for the 10 MLC seats. Now, the BJP managed to win big in the elections despite being short in numbers, and that is why the talk of cross-voting actually began. So, there was an estimated number of 20 MLAs who could have cross-voted. Now, for now, we suspect that these 20, a large number of them belong to the Shiv Sena, but some of them obviously would have belonged to the Congress party as well. Now, after the suspected cross-voting in the MLC polls, the Maharashtra Chief Minister and the Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has convened for an urgent meeting of all party MLAs on Tuesday at noon. Now, all party MLAs have been asked to remain present in the meeting without fail. Now, they have been asked to make their presence felt in Mumbai. I'm going to try and go back across to Alisha. Alisha, we are also given to understand that Sharad Pawar has also called for an emergency meeting. Give us more details on that part.
Well, of course, information that we're getting that Shiv Sena MLAs and independent MLAs who are already with Eknath Shinde in Surat in the 5-star hotel. The information that has, of course, gone through the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders, whether it is Sharad Pawar, who has already called for an important meeting. Now, we have to see this emergency meeting that has been called by Sharad Pawar, who is going to attend it. Because Uddhav Thackeray and his team have been trying hard to get in touch with the rebellion MLAs. Their independent MLAs who were supporting Shiv Sena in the Rajya Sabha, whether it is MLC, but we know that there are 17 such MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde and their phone are not reachable. So Shiv Sena camp and their leadership has been trying to get in touch with the Shiv Sena leader, but what has been said that Eknath Shinde is already going to speak to media by around 1 p.m. So yes, now what we know that Sharad Pawar, who has called for an emergency meeting with the important leaders. Now we have to see who is going to attend this, because even the Congress is not happy with the leadership, or whether it is from the Shiv Sena or NCP, because Congress was expecting the 10th seat of MLC election. But we saw yesterday that the 10th seat that held yesterday, the fight was between Congress versus Congress. So that is really a major jolt for the Mahavikas Aghadi when the BJP won the 5th seat, which they were very confident enough.
All right. Stay with us, Alisha. We are going to continue to bring you all the details of what's happening in the Maharashtra government. You are watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now proven, without a shred of doubt, that the Agnipath protests were politically instigated. Why else would a Congress leader pretend to be an army aspirant and lead the protests? Why would they pretend? Why else would an ex-Samajwadi Party leader be arrested for posing as an army aspirant? Why else? Think about it. Why else would political leaders try and disguise themselves as aspirants for the army? Viewers, let us not stay detached anymore, for we are as a country at the crossroads. The politics in this country has become so extreme and so desperate and so dangerous that some politicians are now beginning to openly demoralize our armed forces. Some are questioning the character of the army. How dare they? Others are calling entrance in the Agnipath scheme as equivalent to a party cadre, a political party cadre. How dare they? And some are saying that those who will join the Agnipath scheme will be like RSS members. There is no limit to what they are saying. And you know, and I know, what these political parties want to do. They want the country and us to be constantly unsettled by pictures of violence.
The headlines on Republic TV at 9:30 as Fadnavis leads BJP alliance to close to halfway mark victory. Sena Minister vamooses with 11 MLAs to Surat. Uddhav government in danger zone as yet another rebellion hits Mahavikas Aghadi government. Amidst misinformed and provoked protests, tri-service chiefs to meet Prime Minister Modi today. Race to presidential polls heats up. BJP calls for a parliamentary panel meeting. More trouble for Rahul Gandhi. ED summons him for a fifth round of grilling in Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. From Lucknow to the national capital and to Chennai, India flexes on Yoga Day. You're watching live and breaking news coming in. Yet another political crisis hits the Mahavikas Aghadi government as Devendra Fadnavis leads the BJP alliance to close to halfway mark victory. A Sena minister has now vamoosed with 11 MLAs to Surat. While swinging into huddle mode, NCP chief Sharad Pawar and Maharashtra chief minister have both called for emergency meetings. As all eyes are now on Maharashtra Minister Agnipath Shinde, who has now gone incommunicado. And joining us now for the latest is our correspondent Alisha. Alisha, what can you tell us about this major development in the Maharashtra government? Sharad Pawar and the Maharashtra Chief Minister both calling for emergency meetings.
It was first Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray who called for the MLA's meeting at 12 p.m. at his official residence, Varsha Bungalow. But now it has been learned that there are 17 MLAs, whether it is Shiv Sena and independent MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde, who is the Shiv Sena leader and a cabinet minister, who is leading the rebellion MLAs, and they have already left for Surat. They are already in a 5-star hotel in Surat. And it has also been said that Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. And of course, this MLAs, whether it is Shiv Sena or whether it is independent MLAs who are not happy with the party leadership. Because this MLC election, which was the closed ballot elections, because and the BJP has been making a claim that there are 12 Shiv Sena MLAs who have cross-voted to BJP. They have given a cross-voting to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this has actually made upset to the higher command. And looking after this, where the Uddhav Thackeray now has been trying to get in connect with the Shiv Sena MLAs. They have been trying to getting in touch with Eknath Shinde, but of course their phones are not reachable. Their phones are switched off, and that is the reason where it is said that the senior leaders from the Shiv Sena who is likely to visit Surat and will meet Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs. But apart from this, it has also been said that NCP chief Sharad Pawar, who has also called for an emergency meeting at his official residence. Now we have to see who all will be coming there, because Chhagan Bhujbal, who is the senior NCP leader and a minister, was already cancelled his Nasik program, and he is on his way to Mumbai to attend the meet with Sharad Pawar. And there are the senior leaders who are going to be present in this meeting, because whether it is Shiv Sena, NCP or Congress has also been trying to get in touch with their MLAs continuously, in trying to get in touch with their MLAs talk to, because the seat that the election that held yesterday night and the result that came out, the fight for the 10th seat, we saw that we witnessed that the fight was between Congress versus Congress, because the Bharatiya Janata Party has already secured the 5 candidates which was in a fray, but they have already secured the 5 seats, and the 10th seat was actually the fight between Congress versus Congress. That is the two MLC that was in the two candidates of Congress that was placed. So after which there is some of the disappointment between the Congress itself and the Congress, the elections in charge, Maharashtra Thorat, who is the Congress minister who takes the responsibility, and also been said that he's on the verge to resign as the group leader. But the discussions over the Congress has also been going underway, and now the Sharad Pawar who has called for the meeting, we have to wait and watch what exactly the outcome comes, because the 17 MLAs who have already been in touch with Eknath Shinde, and they're already in.
And we'll be coming back to you, Alisha, but right now let's go across to Ravi Rana, independent MLA, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rana, when we talk about the Mahavikas Aghadi government, well, reports are that it's in a crisis, in the danger zone. Your thoughts, even as the MLC election results are out?
ऐसा है, महाविकास आघाड़ी जो है वो पूरी तरह से बिगाड़ी हो चुकी है और पूरा देश के पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र जी मोदी, हमारे राज्य के नेता देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस, इनके ऊपर पूरा महाविकास आघाड़ी के वजह शिवसेना के जो एमएलए है उनका पूरा विश्वास है, एक लगाव है, विश्वास है। और उसके साथ आने वाले समय में जो उद्धव ठाकरे जी है उनकी उल्टी गिनती शुरू हो गई है और जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, ये साबित हो जाएगा थोड़े दिनों में अभी कि जिस तरह से उन्होंने भाजपा को धोखा देके कांग्रेस के साथ हाथ मिला के जो सरकार बनाई और भाजपा के पीठ पे खंजीर खुपस के कटप्पा का रोल निभाया। कटप्पा के रोल में उद्धव जी ठाकरे थे, जिससे उनको राज्यसभा में भी एमएलए ने सबक सिखाया, इधर विधान परिषद में भी सबक सिखाया और आने वाले टाइम में आप देख ही रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में क्या चल रहा है। इसलिए देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जो है, जो हमारे राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री थे पहले, उनके ऊपर कई एमएलए का विश्वास है कि मुख्यमंत्री कैसा होना चाहिए तो देवेंद्र फडणवीस जैसा होना चाहिए। और देश के पंतप्रधान जी का जो नेतृत्व है, जो देश में पूरी ताकत से ऊर्जा के साथ काम कर रहे हैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी, उन पे ऊपर भी सभी एमएलए का विश्वास है। तो मुझे लगता है राजनीतिक बड़ा भूकंप महाराष्ट्र में आएगा और उद्धव ठाकरे जी के लिए इतना ही कहूंगा, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी। और आने वाला समय उनको बता देगा कि हनुमान चालीसा को लेके हमको जो जेल में डाला गया, 14 दिन जेल में रखा है, सांसद नवनीत राणा को, मुझे भी लॉकअप में रखा गया है। अगर पावर का दुरुपयोग उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने किया है तो जरूर ये 2.5 साल में जितने एमएलए नाराज है वो भाजपा से जुड़ेंगे और आने वाले टाइम पे राजनीतिक बड़ा भूकंप महाराष्ट्र में आपको दिखेगा।
जी, सेना के मिनिस्टर एकनाथ शिंदे अब सूरत चले गए हैं विद 11 एमएलएज। क्या लगता है उनका क्या इरादा हो सकता है?
शिवसेना में तो कई 2.5 साल से जो नाराजगी चल रही थी वो उभर के बाहर आ रही है और मुझे लगता है कि जब कोई एमएलए अगर नाराज होता है, जो अपने क्षेत्र में काम नहीं कर पाता है, 2.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री उन्हें मिलते नहीं है, किसी तरह का डेवलपमेंट करते नहीं है, कोई जिले में जाते नहीं है, मंत्रालय में आते नहीं है। देश के पहले मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी की जो महाराष्ट्र के अंदर मातोश्री के बैठ के अगर राजनीति कर रहे हैं, कोविड में कहीं वो घूमे नहीं, महाराष्ट्र के मंत्रालय उनके घर से बिल्कुल पास में है, 2.5 साल तक वहां गए नहीं, किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गए नहीं, कोई तालुका में गए नहीं, कोई एमएलए को मिलते नहीं। तो मुझे लगता है ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री, फेल्यूर मुख्यमंत्री पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पहली बार आया है देश में कि जो महाराष्ट्र का मुख्यमंत्री पूरी तरह से फेल हुए कि सब उनके ही पार्टी के एमएलए भारी संख्या में नाराज है। तो मुझे लगता है उद्धव ठाकरे जी पूरी तरह से बाला साहब के विचारों को भूल गए और कांग्रेस की नीतियों पे चल रहे हैं। इसलिए इससे भी काफी हिंदुत्व के जो जुड़े हुए जो एमएलए जो मोदी जी का नाम लेके चुन के आए, मोदी जी का फोटो लगा के चुन के आए और मोदी जी का नाम लेके जब उद्धव जी ने प्रचार किया तभी शिवसेना के एमपी एमएलए इतने भारी संख्या में चुन के आए और उसी मोदी जी को धोखा दिया, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को धोखा दिया। तो मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं बाला साहब के विचारों की राजनीति भूल के कांग्रेस की नीतियों की राजनीति हो रही है और एमआईएम जैसी पार्टी जिसको कांग्रेस को, एमआईएम को कभी शिवसेना ने या हमारे बाला साहब ने कभी उनको खड़ा नहीं रखा। उनके वोट मांगने अगर उद्धव ठाकरे जी जाते हैं, उनको अगर एमएलसी और राज्यसभा में वोट मांगते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है ये पहली बार महाराष्ट्र में शिवसेना के माध्यम से हो रहा है। 56 साल हो गए शिवसेना पार्टी स्थापित करने में, पर 4 साल में शिवसेना डुबाने का काम उद्धव ठाकरे ने किया है।
जी रवि जी, अगर हम देखें तो अभी रिबेलियन का इश्यू आ रहा है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, also cross voting regularly at elections despite whips being issued.
तो आपको क्या लगता है, जब एनसीपी चीफ शरद पवार ने एक मीटिंग बुलाई है और फिर महाराष्ट्र चीफ मिनिस्टर ने भी मीटिंग बुलाया है, क्या वो सफल होंगे इस क्राइसिस को कंट्रोल में लाने के लिए?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है एमएलए जो है वो 3.5-4 लाख लोगों के बीच चुन के आते हैं, बड़े मेहनत के साथ, लगन के साथ पब्लिक का काम करके वो यहाँ तक पहुँचते हैं। मुझे लगता है वो जब नाराज हो जाते हैं तो समझ लो उनके क्षेत्र की पूरी जनता नाराज है, क्योंकि जब किसी एमएलए का कुछ काम होता नहीं है, और महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार जो है ये वसूली सरकार है। आप देखिए इस सरकार में जितने करप्शन के चार्ज लगे हुए, अभी अनिल परब को भी ईडी ने बुलाया है, तो मुझे लगता है अनिल परब जो जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, संजय राउत जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, महाविकास आघाड़ी के जो कांग्रेस के नेता है जो भी काम कर रहे हैं, वो सिर्फ पैसे वसूल कैसे किए जाए, कैसे, यानी एमएलए लोगों से अगर मंत्री पैसे मांगते हैं, यानी शिवसेना के एमएलए ने बोल के बताया कि हमारे से जब काम करने जाते हैं तो इस आघाड़ी सरकार के मंत्री पैसा मांगते हैं काम करने के। अगर एमएलए से पैसे मांगते तो आम जनता कहाँ होंगी आप सोचिए। तो इस सभी महाविकास आघाड़ी से और मुख्यमंत्री विशेष उद्धव जी ठाकरे से पूरी तरह से शिवसेना के एमएलए नाराज है। मुझे तो लगता है आने वाले समय में मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास रख के देवेंद्र फडणवीस का नेतृत्व है, भारी संख्या में शिवसेना के एमएलए भाजपा में जाएंगे और पूरी तरह से बड़ा झटका उद्धव जी को देंगे। ऐसी परिस्थिति महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है।
Many thanks, Mr. Ravi Rana, for joining us and for sharing your thoughts with us. Those are visuals there. Devendra Fadnavis leading the BJP to victory in the Maharashtra State Legislative Council elections, and the Mahavikas Aghadi in a huddle over a looming crisis, even as the new results have put the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra in the danger zone.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of the Srinagar.
The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
Yet another political crisis hits the MVA government as Fadnavis leads BJP alliance to close to halfway mark victory in the Maharashtra Legislative Council elections. A Sena minister has now vamoosed with 11 MLAs to Surat. While swinging into huddle mode, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and Maharashtra Chief Minister have called for an emergency meet as all eyes are now on Maha Minister Eknath Shinde, who has gone incommunicado. And it's official now, 9 MVA MLAs are unreachable. The Sena is trying hard to keep its flock together. And we go back once again to our correspondent Alisha, who's covering this story. Alisha, well, sudden fallout of the Maharashtra Legislative Council elections. Now news is that, many Sena leaders are in favor of Eknath Shinde, are on Eknath Shinde's side. What could happen? What is the picture looking like?
Well, of course, we know that there are 17 MLAs, whether it is Shiv Sena and independent MLAs, who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and they are already in the resort, the 5-star hotel in Surat. So it was a late night development that happened, and the Shiv Sena got to know about it, after which the Shiv Sena chief and the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting where he asked all the MLAs to be present in the meet at 12 p.m. This afternoon at his official bungalow in Varsha Bungalow. But now we know that there are the Shiv Sena and the independent MLAs who has already been with Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media. We'll get to know what exactly why the decision that has been taken by the Shiv Sena, where all these MLAs who has already been with Eknath Shinde. But the other meeting that has been called by NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, and this meeting is being called with all the Mahavikas Aghadi MLAs and the leaders and ministers. They have been asked to come at his residence, after which we have to see how many the police officials, how many the leaders that will be present in the meeting. But it is very important to know what will be the further strategy. What will be the further strategy of Mahavikas Aghadi, because it's a really recent development which we saw that the Shiv Sena MLAs are already in Surat, and this comes after the MLC elections, because the Bharatiya Janata Party, who has already stated that there are 12 Shiv Senas and independent MLAs who has voted for Bharatiya Janata Party rather than for their own candidate. So after which the Shiv Sena, and specifically the Shiv Sena being a loyalistic person, Eknath Shinde, who has been very loyal to the Shiv Sena earlier as well, and but he's been leading the rebellion MLAs, is something we have to wait and watch what the leadership to take into the decision over the meeting that is going to be held at Sharad Pawar residence. But even at 2 p.m. where the BJP state president Chandrakant Patil is going to take a press conference, he will also speak something important.
Well, a slew of meetings, very crucial. In a latest development after the MLC results in Maharashtra are announced, NCP strongman Sharad Pawar as well as Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, both convening meetings. Totally unexpected development as far as the Maharashtra Chief Minister and Sharad Pawar are concerned, clearly.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी
And more national news. West Bengal Fire and Emergency Services stirred to action as heavy rainfall triggers waterlogging in several parts of Siliguri. According to the Irrigation and Waterways Department, Siliguri received excessive rainfall in the past 24 hours. In an ongoing operation, 2 terrorists were killed by Jammu and Kashmir police in an encounter at Tulibal area of Sopore. Police and security forces are deployed in the area wherein further investigations are underway. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is summoned again by the Enforcement Directorate after the 4th day of questioning in National Herald case. Rahul Gandhi was questioned for more than 12 hours by the ED on the 4th day and was seen leaving the ED's office at 12:30 a.m. Following Bharatiya Janata Party's victory in the Legislative Council elections in Maharashtra, BJP's winning candidate Praveen Darikar says the results have shown Maharashtra's faith in the BJP. Darikar adds the BJP would have not received so many votes if cross-voting did not happen among members of Shiv Sena and the Congress party. Amid the ongoing row over the Agnipath scheme, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to meet chiefs of 3 services, Army, Navy and Air Force today. 3 service chiefs to meet the Prime Minister separately and brief him on Agnipath recruitment scheme as well as their plans for its implementation. And coming up next, all the details as Fadnavis leads BJP alliance to close to halfway mark victory. Sena Minister vamooses with 12 MLAs to Surat. Also coming up, Uddhav government in danger zone as yet another rebellion hits Mahavikas Aghadi government.
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the tribal services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
The government has
As Devendra Fadnavis leads the BJP's alliance, he's close to the halfway mark. Shiv Sena minister moves with 12 MLAs to Surat. The Uddhav government is now in the danger zone as yet another rebellion hits the Mahavikas Aghadi. 12 MLAs go incommunicado, 17 are holed up in the Eknath camp. The Uddhav government is now in the danger zone. Amidst misinformed protest, Tri-Services chief are to meet the Prime Minister today. Race to presidential elections heats up. The BJP calls for a parliamentary panel meeting. And there is more trouble for Rahul Gandhi. The ED summons him for a 5th round of questioning. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, it is another political crisis that has hit the MVA government in its face. As Devendra Fadnavis leads the BJP's alliance close to a halfway mark victory, a Shiv Sena minister has now moved with about 11 MLAs to Surat, while swinging into a huddle. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and the Maharashtra Chief Minister have both called for emergency meetings. All eyes are now on the Maharashtra Minister Eknath Shinde, who has gone incommunicado. Let's go across live to Alisha, who's reporting on this. Alisha, this is looking like a trouble zone for the MVA government. The numbers may not be in their favor anymore.
Well, of course, it has been said that in total, not 28 people who have been reaching will be and going to reach Surat. So, in this, the 13 are the MLAs and the others are the supporters of Shiv Sena and supporter of Eknath Shinde. So we know that in Meridian Hotel in Surat, where Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs was already been stationed there, and they have reached late night. Importantly, now we have to wait and watch what Eknath Shinde speaks, because at 12 p.m. where he is going to hold a press conference, is going to speak to media there in the hotel, and the actual reason will be coming out, because this has made a major impact in the MLC elections. And after that, where we know that the Shiv Sena has already given a cross voting to the Bharatiya Janata Party, the claim that has been made by Bharatiya Janata Party, and this is after when Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting at Varsha Bungalow at 12 p.m. But where the Shiv Sena leaders got to know that their MLAs are not in Mumbai, and they're already in in Surat, and that is the reason where now even NCP chief Sharad Pawar, who is already in Delhi, has called for an emergency meeting where Mahavikas Aghadi leaders, ministers will be present in Delhi, and that is why the Maharashtra minister is already leaving for Delhi, whether it is Jayant Patil or whether it is Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who is already left for Delhi.
All right. So, Alisha, what you're telling us is that even as a series of meetings takes place in Mumbai, one of them, of course, has been called by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who was a bit jolted yesterday after there were reports of cross-voting during the MLC Council elections. What we understand is that apart from that meeting, the NCP has also now gone into a huddle, and several of their top leaders are now headed to Delhi. Now, just to bring our viewers up to speed with what's happening now, the numbers do not at this point in time seem to be adding up for the MVA government. We understand that about 17 MLAs are in Communicado. There are 12 others who perhaps have now went into a resort. Well, this is coming as a mega vindication for Republic TV, as a shocking CBI statement reveals a sinister conspiracy. Tainted officer Parambir Singh has now revealed the Fix Arnab conspiracy. The political conspiracy to fix Arnab for coverage has now been exposed. What we given to understand is that this political conspiracy to target Arnab Goswami for coverage, this is now proven that Parambir Singh knew of the Fix Arnab conspiracy. This is a sinister conspiracy that was worked out at the top levels in terms of Parambir Singh at that point in time being the Mumbai CP. Now, this does appear to be the worst ever political conspiracy, and what we are given to understand is that a nexus has now been established. The CBI statement reveals that sinister conspiracy and the nexus that was established. Parambir Singh has said that Arnab was fixed for questioning the state government. Parambir Singh has said also that Anil Deshmukh discussed ways to target Republic TV and Arnab. Now, these shocking revelations seem to suggest that Sachin Waze was used to target Arnab even before his reinstatement. So, what we are now drawing is also a linkage to his reinstatement into the police force in Mumbai. It was done with a specific intent to fix Arnab Goswami. Now, Waze reinstated to target Arnab Goswami and Team Republic. Sachin Waze's appointment was aimed at targeting Arnab Goswami. So, a nexus now clearly established. Arnab Goswami now joins us. Arnab, this is what we've been waiting for. This is the vindication that now seems to suggest that it was a huge political conspiracy afoot.
Yes, there have been actually a series of vindications, but this one is particularly important because it is in a statement before the CBI. It is a written statement that has been signed by the tainted cop Parambir Singh. And there are 3 or 4 extremely important parts of what Parambir has said. Importantly, Parambir has said that Anil Deshmukh was trying to find a way to fix me. And Parambir has gone on to say that the MVA government wanted to fix me because I was quote unquote carrying out a campaign against them. Now, I did criticize the MBA government's inaction in the Palghar case, but that is not a campaign. Regardless of that, if a state government and the Home Minister of the said state government, Anil Deshmukh, was trying to find extra constitutional and extra legal ways to target, frame and fix a journalist, then I think the highest courts of the country need to immediately intervene to try and find out the extent of criminal conspiracy and the misuse of office that happened at that time. Because if you see Parambir's statement, he says that Anil Deshmukh was very interested in trying to reopen a closed case against me and was tweeting about it and finding ways to reopen the case. Of course, Parambir tries to pretend that he had nothing to do with it himself and says he was merely playing along, but I don't buy that at all. The other important part of what he has said is, Parambir says that according to his privileged information, the policeman now accused of murder, Sachin Waze, was handling this Anvay Naik case even before he was reinstated in service. Sachin Waze was acting on the direct instructions of Anil Deshmukh while he was service, not wearing the uniform, and finding some manner in which to build a case against me. What does this implicate? This implicates that basically the MBA government and the then Home Minister, presumably with the knowledge of the tainted cop Parambir Singh, were talking to people who were not even in service, which means the state executive was trying to hire a private army and a goon, and whose credentials are nothing better than a murderer and a mafia don. Sachin Waze was being entrusted with the responsibility of fixing me even when he was not in uniform. And when he comes back to uniform, Parambir now also goes on to say that Sachin Waze was told to find ways to fix me before he was in uniform and after he was in uniform. Now remember, all of this is on a sworn statement by Parambir Singh that the CBI has. And I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the entire media of this country is not reporting this incident, which should be given this publicity. And I request all the people of the country to widely spread this, that today the same man who had the temerity to sit and frame me and fix false charges against me is going around and saying to the country's highest investigating agency that there was an official plot to fix me. It requires the highest level of legal intervention. Parambir, innocence. Parambir is completely complicit. What he's trying to do, because he realizes that the conspiracy has actually been exposed, is try and say that, well, I knew about the conspiracy, but I didn't do anything about it. The question will be, why didn't he do anything about it? And who will believe Parambir when he says he didn't do anything about it? Because Parambir had Sachin Waze on his left and right constantly throughout the period that he was unfortunately the police commissioner of Mumbai. Now that all the three are in trouble, they are trying to pass the buck, and Parambir thinks that by simply or pleading innocence or saying that he was not part of it, he'll get away, but he won't. So I think this is an extremely major, explosive revelation that has come out. And I think today that this entire case of malfeasance, malice, of malicious prosecution must be investigated. The malicious prosecution by the Maharashtra government, by the Mumbai police, should be investigated. And an example should be set so that no Sachin Waze, Parambir or Anil Deshmukh can dare to do anything like this ever in the future.
Absolutely, as our editor-in-chief over there is pointing out, this is a series of vindications. Arnab, what we've also, been able to establish is that there were a clear series of events that from the very beginning were intended to target Republic TV for its reportage. That has been talked about for so many decades in India.
To understand that there are various matters of investigation, including the possible complicity of police officials and politicians in the NBFC scam and the crisis which hit the country. We must remember that after that, there was serious criticism of the MBA government's inaction in the Palghar case, over which there was a national uproar. So what was happening is that the state government wanted to find a way to put a leash on an independent channel. And because the rest of the media found Republic to be a competitor they could not deal with, played along. And I think the role of the media again comes into, and there is no reason to be suspect about in the conspiracy against Republic, because they were all playing along. So what is coming out right now is that when they could not tackle the truth that Republic is doing, at that point of time, the then Home Minister Anil Deshmukh was trying to find ways, the most unscrupulous ways, the most corrupt ways, the most morally unacceptable and ethically questionable ways to fix Republic, to fix me. And lo and behold comes a man, a dangerous man, a man with a criminal mindset, a murderer called Sachin Waze, who comes along and says, I'm willing to help. And he works along with the then Home Minister, according to Parambir Singh, even before he was reinstated into service. And my question is, how many such criminals would one be interacting with? You want to make Republic your enemy, you want to make Arnab your enemy, how many more Sachin Wazes were being... And this unfortunate series of events leads to the Sachin Waze on the explosive revelations. Parambir says he opposed it, nobody's going to believe it. Fact is, Parambir was part of it. But Sachin Waze was drafted into service especially with the clear intent of targeting Arnab and Republic. Let there be no doubt about that. And this should be circulated among people of the entire country. They know the extent of the conspiracy. They demand answers of what was going on. And I think, as they say, the chickens have now come home to roost.
Well, Arnab, this is not the first vindication. We've had multiple vindications in the past, multiple statements that have come out, and becomes abundantly clear that there was a larger criminal conspiracy. I would say a larger criminal conspiracy at play.
Yes, Shravan, we've had a series of vindications, you are correct. And we shall have a series of vindications further. 4 or 5 things are now firmly established. One, Parambir Waze and Anil Deshmukh were working overtime to fix Republic. B, the entire system was corrupted to allow that to happen. C, my arrest in the case which Supreme Court said there is no prima facie. Government played incredibly role. Question should be asked of the political functionaries at that point of time, that how was this all allowed? How was this? And to what extent would a state government go to fix someone whose views they did not agree with? I think it is important that the state government respond to these damning allegations that have now come out. And these are not just allegations. These are statements before the CBI. So I think there should be a larger national debate on this come out, Shravan. But of course, all of this we will use in court, and we shall go to the courts, and we shall demand discharge, and we shall seek quashing. But more important, it become a case in which a media house questions and challenges the malicious prosecution of the state government and the relevant police department.
Well, Arnab, also the question is, how exactly is the Lutyens media reacting today? Let's not forget that Sachin Waze, the man who's now been accused of murder, who was dictating lines to certain news channels, today they seem to have suddenly gone silent. This particular statement, which is when the courts have taken cognizance of, perhaps everyone can take a look at it, but the Lutyens media has now decided they're not going to report on it.
Lutyens media has neither the guts nor the spine, or I would say the moral position to comment on what has come out, so they will presumably hide. But as I've always said, to all those people who thought that they could shoot off the shoulders of Sachin Waze, the arrows are now pointing straight at them, and presumably they will run. But yes, of course, this demands a national conversation. And these particular excerpts of what Parambir has confessed need to be discussed and debated. But I think Parambir should also show some courage. Let Parambir in an open conversation. Let him face me in an open debate, and I shall expose him threadbare wherever he is hiding now.
One series of questions needs to be asked of Parambir, saying the tainted cop here, because if he was aware of what was actually happening, then why is it that he did not act? And secondly, in this particular case, he says that this was a case that was not within his own jurisdiction. If it was not within his own jurisdiction, why did he make a remark in the first place? Because he's making a massive admission where he says that I have made some remarks on the same application received in the said case. So if it is not in your jurisdiction, why would you make the remark in the first part? That's the big question. That's the big question right now. This is the biggest political conspiracy that has now been revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not for the first time that our position has been vindicated. We have been saying right from day one that there was an attempt that was made to fix Republic TV. And today, the same very characters have made this admission before premier investigative agencies of the country, starting from the Enforcement Directorate and now before the Central Bureau of Investigation, where Parambir Singh makes this revelation of how a political conspiracy was at play. The fact of the matter is that here is a man called Sachin Waze, who's now been charged of murder. He's now behind bars. This man was acting on behalf of the government. The fact here is that even before he was reinstated into the service, he was given this task. The task was to fix Republic TV. The task was to find a way to try and fix Arnab Goswami, and now that has become abundantly clear. The question should also be asked of the former Mumbai Police Commissioner, Parambir Singh, as to why did he really meddle into a case which was not under his own jurisdiction. Let's not forget, the Anwar Naik case was under the jurisdiction of the Raigad police. But despite that, we've seen the Mumbai Police Commissioner intervening in this matter, which becomes very clear once again that there was a larger political play, there was a larger political conspiracy, and the fact here was that they wanted to only target an upcoming and emerging media network like the Republic Media Network. And this is not the first time. Let's not forget, Sachin Waze's statement before the Enforcement Directorate made a similar claim that there was increased, renewed sort of interest in the Anwar Naik case, especially by the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, Anil Deshmukh. In fact, he had also gone public, he had tweeted about it, and it was very clear that he wanted to fix. There was no evidence whatsoever, a case that was shut by the court. But despite that, there was a renewed attempt that was made by the government at that point in time to try and fix the Public Media Network. What are we really talking about? We're talking about a sworn statement by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. Two statements that he has made so far. One before the Enforcement Directorate and now before the Central Bureau of Investigation. In the charge sheet that has been filed against Anil Deshmukh by the Central Bureau of Investigation, over 60 questions have been asked to the former Mumbai Police Commissioner about the role of one man called Sachin Waze. He makes this stunning revelation that even before he was reinstated into the service, he was basically given this particular task to find a way to reopen Anwar Naik case. So a man who's not in service is looking into a case which was sub judice, first of all. And secondly, what is even more shocking is that he was reinstated at the call of some of the top ministers in the Mahavikas Aghadi. Remember, this man has been accused of serious crimes. Let's not forget the Khwaja Yunis case in which he's been named, indicted, and despite that, he was once again reinstated. Today, Parambir Singh is passing the buck He says that this was a political conspiracy. As far as the TRP case is concerned, as far as Anwar Naik case is concerned, both are nothing but political conspiracy. But questions still need to be asked about the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. And let's not forget the interest that he had essentially shown in a fake case. And the fact of the matter is that there was attempts that were basically made to try and threaten. Let's not forget what has really happened today. We are unfolding, what is unfolding before our eyes is one of the biggest political plot. Let's not forget the operation that was created, the operation under the Home Minister. In fact, there have been media reports suggesting that there was a team that was basically working day and night, burning the midnight oil to try and find ways to fix one man and one network. And today it's out in the open. We have said right from day one that there was an attempt that was made to fix Republic Media Network. And today these same very characters have now come before the investigative agencies admitting the very same thing. This demands a thorough investigation as to what was Parambir Singh really doing, along with him, his entire cabal that was working. Let's not also forget the role that has been played by the media at that point in time. The handouts that were basically given by Sachin Wazir, which was being lapped up till the time he was actually arrested by the National Investigation Agency. Joining us on this broadcast is Swapnil Kothari. Swapnil, series of vindications. But today, there is a bigger shocker that has come our way. This is an admission that has been made by a tainted officer, Parambir Singh. He says that even before Sachin Wazir was reinstated, he was given the task by the government of the day to fix Arnab Goswami, find ways to reopen the Anwar Naik case. Doesn't this merit or demand at this point in time a thorough investigation as to who are the people who are behind, and shouldn't an example be set? An organized political conspiracy has now been revealed. It's high time that questions should be asked, and the strongest punishment should be meted out to those who are trying to fix one media network only for questioning the inaction of a government. We'll try and reconnect with
Yeah,
yes,
Shravan, I understand. Yeah. Right. No, I did not hear you. I did not hear you taking my name, so I just thought that maybe that question was asked to someone else. Now, if there is an admission by Mr. Parambir Singh that there was a conspiracy to fix Arnab and to somehow reopen Anwar Naik's case, it is very clear-cut indication that a lot many people were involved, not only him, because he's used the word conspiracy. So obviously conspiracy means more than one mind. So if one of was his mind and he was one of the tools that was employed to conduct the conspiracy, obviously there were people who were higher up, and certainly many sections of the media, because the media seem to know a lot more about Arnab's so-called misdoings or misgivings rather than the world at large. So obviously the media had a significant role to play as far as this particular aspect is concerned, and I do not wish to go into further details as far as that aspect is concerned, because people and your audience are smart enough to understand as to who played what kind of role as far as that aspect is concerned. But the larger question as far as all of this is concerned is that what was the reason behind this so-called attempt, which never succeeded, because succeeded only up to a certain point, but thereafter Arnab came out the larger hero, and so did Republic TV overall, so as to amass the kind of viewership and loyalty that it has gathered over the past couple of months, especially since he was freed from jail. So this clearly indicates that this conspiracy, which was very half-baked in my opinion, which never worked, which would have never worked simply because it was targeted against a wrong channel and a wrong republic, especially the investigating agencies which went after him at that time, and after an entire channel calling you people for about 1,000 hours of questioning about asking for the cost of toilet paper, etc., Hawala rackets, this, that, and the other. All of this was clearly indicative of harassment. There was no question about it. Anvay Nayak's case fell apart when the Supreme Court freed Arnab from jail. As far as the
Swapnil, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll request you to stay on. Joining us on this broadcast is former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh. Dr. Vikram Singh, let me ask you this question. All constitutional norms have been subverted. The fact of the matter here is that an officer who was not even reinstated has been given the task to fix a media network. Shouldn't questions be asked of the former Mumbai Police Commissioner if he was aware of this kind of a conspiracy? Why is it that he never spoke about it?
Never in my career of 36 years and in my life of 70 years, I have heard anything so shameful, disgraceful and scandalous. But truth ultimately has the propensity of coming out, and they would realize that they dialed the wrong number when they tried to attack Arnab. They dialed the wrong number when they tried to attack Republic TV, because the entire nation stood right next to you and Arnab. Well, the truth is out, but the scandalous manner in which the volley and the army of scoundrels and scalawags ganged up together to frame and upright a first-time entrepreneur and a first-time news person who is iconic today, not only in India, but in the world. Today, he stands out vindicated, his honor intact, his prestige and dignity intact. But yes, if such is the misuse of those in power and authority who misused it to their own advantage, those dismissed from service, those reinstated for the specific purpose to fix Arnab and Republic TV, now questions and loud questions are being asked. And I do hope they are held accountable for the sins that they have committed. They have blood on their hands. And like Lady Macbeth, all the perfume of Arabia will not be sufficient to wash the blood that they have on their hands. They have committed the sin. What they have done is not an ordinary sin. Isko kehte guna. In the police, they say guna kiya, paap kiya in logon ne. And what they will get here in terms of law will, of course, you and I will be privy to see what they
Dr.
get.
Singh,
I don't have that. Yes.
Dr. Singh, I want to get into some specifics. And since you've handled the police, you've been right at the top of it. You would know this much better. Let's talk about a situation like this, where Paramveer Singh, he has a particular jurisdiction. That's the Mumbai jurisdiction. But he's talking about a case which is in another part of Maharashtra, in Raigad district, makes certain remarks in certain applications, and basically giving suggestions to the government as to how they can reopen this entire case. What does that really smack of? What does this really tell you at this point in time, Dr. Singh, that he knew about all of this, and today he's trying to pretend that this is just a political conspiracy and he perhaps had no role to play? Are we to really believe that?
Let me tell you 4 quick points. Scandalous, to say the least, and obviously the powers that be were hand in glove and in the larger conspiracy. They worked like a criminal gang and operated not only from Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, but all over the state where their writ ran. And to that extent, I'm also privy to the fact that certain SPs also complained, how come the police of Mumbai raided their areas and he was not even aware? Certain cases were taken up and the local SP was not even aware. Now, what is the requirement of law? The law requires that when such misdemeanors and miscarriage of justice happen, fresh cases will have to be registered against Paramveer, against Deshmukh, against Sachin Waze, against Sharma, and the entire gang that operated as in the larger conspiracy. Whoever is a part of the larger conspiracy will have to be held responsible and accountable with malice towards none. Again, a case be registered and an SIT be constituted, but certainly not from Maharashtra, but from outside Maharashtra. When I say let the CBI, let the NIA investigate it, because I have reasons to believe that the NIA perhaps would be a better agency to investigate this case.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Singh. This is exactly that today the entire nation would be demanding that it is time that an impartial investigation is basically carried out into this political conspiracy that has been hatched. And let's not forget, not just political leaders, senior police officers, they are also responsible for what many would say is a complete case of criminal conspiracy that is hatched at the highest levels. Well, in fact, for all of viewers who are joining in right now, this is the biggest political conspiracy that has been revealed. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Paramveer Singh makes a stunning revelation about how there was an attempt that was made by the government to fix Republic Media Network. Swapnil Kothari joins us once again. Swapnil, Dr. Vikram Singh says that it is high time that a fresh case should be registered against Paramveer Singh, Sachin Wazir and others. And the fact of the matter is that it is time that an SIT should look into it. These are some very serious charges, and it is important to reveal the truth. Major Gaurav Arya is joining us on this broadcast. Thank you, Major Gaurav Arya, for joining us. It's the biggest political conspiracy that has now been revealed. We've been saying this from day one, but series of vindications. But today, former Mumbai Police Commissioner Paramveer Singh says that Sachin Wazir, even before he was reinstated, he was given the task to try and fix Arnab Goswami and Republic Media Network. There is a growing chorus that a fresh case should be registered against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner himself, as well as Sachin Wazir, to find out the truth.
No, you see, whatever has happened, whatever he has said, you see, this is just a validation of what we at the Republic Media Network have been saying all along. I mean, we have known this all along. It's just that the people are admitting it today. This entire thing of conspiracy, let's fix Arnab. Because he's speaking against us. We can't allow a free press. We can't allow Arnab Goswami to speak. We can't allow the Republic Media Network to, go on asking us these very, very uncomfortable questions. Put Arnab in jail, Make sure that you break the Republic Media Network. So these conspiracies have been there against us. They have been there against Arnab Goswami. We have known it all along. We have been discussing it, Shravan, amongst ourselves. We know for sure. And today those very people have admitted it. And now I think the law must take its case. And this whole politician-police nexus, to a person like me, I only thought it existed in Bollywood movies. But this is like a film which is coming to life. And this is so sad that the people that we trust with our lives, they will protect our families, they'll protect our lives. And these people have behaved in such a manner in connivance with politicians in trying to fix the editor-in-chief of an extremely reputed and top-class network like the Republic Media Network. They've put Arnab in jail. They have harassed his family. These things are finally coming back to haunt them. And this is what we have known all along. Shravan, I mean, we never had an iota of doubt, and today it's come out in the open.
You're absolutely right, Major Gaurav Arya. Right from day one, we've been saying that this was a clear attempt to fix us only because we are a rising media network. And of course, there was an attempt to fix Arnab Goswami. We had not a single iota of doubt. But today, once again, another vindication of our stand.
Well, many thanks, Shravan, for giving us all those details and putting forward the case. Meanwhile, getting you latest updates on the Maharashtra situation. In latest information on the political thriller that's on in the state, Devendra Fadnavis has now arrived in the national capital. So breaking news coming in right now, Devendra Fadnavis in the national capital. This comes as yet another political crisis has hit the MVA government, the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra. As Fadnavis leads the BJP alliance to close to a halfway mark victory. And a Sena minister has now vamoosed with 11 MLAs to Surat. While swinging into huddle mode, NCP chief Sharad Pawar and Maharashtra chief minister Uddhav Thackeray have called for emergency meetings. All eyes are now on Maharashtra minister Eknath Shinde, who has now gone incommunicado. So, Devendra Fadnavis in New Delhi in the national capital. And all eyes are on those two meetings called by Sharad Pawar of the NCP on the one hand and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray on the other. crisis in Uddhav, in the Shiv Sena. 11 MLAs go missing. They are believed to be in Surat with Eknath Shinde. And this is an immediate fallout, clearly, of the MLC election results that were declared late last night. Alisha joins us with the latest. Alisha, we believe Devendra Fadnavis has now arrived in New Delhi. What could be happening?
Well, yes, Devendra Fadnavis was already reached Delhi, and it has been said that he is going to meet the top brass of BJP leadership in Delhi itself. But the important development, what we are watching since last night, where the Shiv Sena MLA, and that has been led by Eknath Shinde, who is a Maharashtra minister, who has led the rebellion MLAs with him, and it has been said that around 27 to 28 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, and importantly, not only the MLAs, but also there are 3 more ministers along with Eknath Shinde who are in touch with Eknath Shinde and now present in Surat Hotel, that is Le Meridian Hotel in Surat, and all the MLAs are being present in Surat, and at 12 o'clock where Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media about what is the step that has been taken, the huge step that has been taken by Eknath Shinde. And it has also been said that this was a pre-planned of Eknath Shinde before the MLC election. Because we saw yesterday that during the elections where around 12 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs that has cross-voted for Bharatiya Janata Party, and clearly Bharatiya Janata Party has stated that there are 12 votes of Shiv Sena that has been given to the BJP, that led BJP with the 10th seat. The fight was for the 10th seat. But yes, now it is been said that the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government is completely into the huddle, where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting, an urgent meeting at 12 p.m. at Varsha Bungalow. But it has also been said that Sharad Pawar, who is already in Delhi for a opposition presidential meeting, he has also called for a meeting for that. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and the other ministers, whether it is Jayant Patil, who is already left for Delhi, Chhagan Bhujbal, who is coming back to Mumbai. All the ministers, the MLAs have been asked to stay in Mumbai. Specifically, it's Mahavikas Aghadi, and every Shiv Sena leadership has been trying hard to get in touch with Eknath Shinde and the rebellion MLAs, because the name that has been coming has been known to be the very loyalistic to the Shiv Sena and specifically Uddhav Thackeray. But now what we see that whether it is Abdul Sattar, who is MOS, and Shambhuraji Desai, who is MOS Home, and there are other ministers. Eknath Shinde is also a cabinet minister. He also left the camp, and now all are in Surat. But importantly, the Pratap Sarnaik, Yamini Jadhav, who have been into the Shiv Sena since very long, but they have been seen to be rebellion, and now they have been heading towards the Surat.
Right, Alisha, we also have with us Aishwarya on the phone, who is our senior executive editor, political. Aishwarya, when we talk about this, the fallout of the MLC election results, but clearly when we see how Eknath Shinde has just disappeared with 11 MLAs, news now coming to us that many Shiv Sena MLAs were upset with the leadership. So how far was this an expected development?
Press conference.
Worked with Balasaheb Thackeray. Now you have him. Initially, we were being told that it's only 11. Then the number increased to 13, then 17, and now 20. And 3 sitting ministers, as we've been clearly told by our sources, that Abdul Sattar, Shambhuraj Desai, and Sandeepan Bumre, all these 3 sitting ministers in Uddhav Thackeray government are with Eknath Shinde in Surat, and that's not it. Standing Committee Chairman Yashwant Jadhav with his wife Yamini Jadhav and Pratap Sarnaik are also in Surat. That in itself is a massive development. And then Devendra Fadnavis, who's already in the national capital, is all set to meet the Home Minister first and then the BJP National President, because there is a parallel meeting on the presidential candidate in the evening. So prior to that, Devendra Fadnavis landing in Delhi because he would need a green signal, because this has suddenly happened. BJP still understands that the magic number, they are still few MLAs away, but what we are being given to understand by the top leadership of the BJP, that number is now achievable. They are in the target zone. They could really launch that attack onto the MVA government if given an approval from the BJP top brass. Hence, Devendra Fadnavis' quick visit, a quick dash to the national capital could be understood to take an approval from the BJP top brass. Because at the end of
एकनाथ शिंदे बद्दल
भाजपची जी राजनीती आज देशामध्ये चाललेली आहे त्या राजनीतीचाच हा एक अध्याय आहे. भाजप केंद्राच्या सत्तेचा दुरुपयोग करते हे तर आता लपलेलं नाही. सत्तेपासून पैसा आणि पैसेपासून पुन्हा सत्ता असं हे जे चक्र भारतीय जनता पार्टीने फिरवण्याचा प्रयत्न आणि जो असत्याचा मार्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टीने घेतलेला आहे याच्यामध्ये सत्याचा विजय होईल. हे थोड्या वेळेचा आहे. ऊन आणि सावली हा जसा निसर्गाचा नियम आहे तसंच महाराष्ट्रावर आलेलं हे जी ऊन आहे ही सावलीमध्ये रूपांतर होईल.
महाविकास आघाडीचे सगळे नेते मिळून हा जो शिवसेनेचा जो बंड आहे त्याबद्दल काही चर्चा झाली आहे का आघाडीच्या नेत्यांमध्ये?
आता घटना ही रात्रीची आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळे आता मी मुंबईला गेल्या आता आमचं सगळ्या मी काँग्रेसच्या सगळ्या नेत्यांना बोलवलं आहे. आता मीटिंग आहे आमची. ती मीटिंग करून त्याच्यामध्ये या सगळ्या गोष्टीची भूमिका घेतली जाईल.
चंद्रकांत हांडोरेंचा ज्या पद्धतीने
अस्थिर वाटतंय का कारण मोठा बंड दिसतोय शिवसेनेचा?
बघा बहुमताचा आकडा पारित करायला ही दिवसाची स्वप्न पाहणाऱ्या लोकांना अजून दूर आहे. यामुळे महाराष्ट्राच्या महाविकास आघाडीला कुठलाही अडचण आहे असं मी मानत नाही. राहिलं आमच्या पक्षामध्ये काल जे काही मतदानाची बंडखोरी झालेली आहे त्याचं आत्मपरीक्षण करून जी कोणी असतील त्यांच्यावर त्या पद्धतीचं हायकमांडला या सगळ्याबद्दलची माहिती दिली जाणार.
चंद्रकांत हांडोरेंचा ज्या पद्धतीने पराभव झाला, चंद्रकांत
बगावत के सुर अपना है उन्होंने, क्या कहेंगे इस मामले में?
देखो भाजपा की जो राजनीति है केंद्र की सत्ता का दुरुपयोग, केंद्र की तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग और सत्ता से पैसा और उसमें और सत्ता कैसे कमाना यही उनकी रणनीति रही है. ये असत्य के तरफ भारतीय लोकतंत्र को लेके जा रही है और इसलिए सत्य की विजय होगी. थोड़ा सा रहता है धूप छाव जो निसर्ग का नियम है उस तरह से परिस्थितियाँ रहती है लेकिन ये धूप निकल जाएगी और सब अच्छा होगा.
क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपने सभी विधायकों को दिल्ली बुलाया है?
काँग्रेसच्या कोट्यामध्ये बदल झाला, काय गडबड झाली?
मी सांगितलं मगाशी.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपने विधायकों को दिल्ली बुलाया है इस बारे में?
नहीं, आज कोई दिल्ली उल्ली नहीं है. आज मैं खुद ही बम्बई जाकर सभी नेताओं से मैं कांग्रेस के बुलाया हूँ. सभी पार्टी के विधायकों को भी बुलाया हूँ, मंत्री को भी बुलाया हूँ और वहाँ पे चर्चा कर.
काँग्रेसच्या आमदारांना मुंबईत बोलवण्यात आलेलं आहे. बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि तुम्ही बोलवलाय
म्हणून त्याची चर्चा आता होईल. मी मुंबईला गेल्याबरोबर त्याच्याबरोबर मीटिंग सुरू होईल.
नसीम खान
बाळासाहेब थोरात नैतिक जबाबदारी घेऊन जो झालेला आहे त्याच्याबद्दल
याच्यावरची एक चर्चा आता आम्ही करू आणि ह्या सगळ्या प्रश्नातून बाहेर कसं निघता येईल आणि पार्टीची बळकटी कशी ठेवता येईल आणि राज्याच्या जनतेला न्याय कसा देता येईल ही भूमिका काँग्रेस घेणार.
नसीम खान म्हणाले की महाविकास आघाडीमध्ये राहायचं आहे की नाही राहायचं याचा पुनर्विचार करण्याची वेळ आली.
मी मुंबईला गेल्यानंतर सगळ्या नेत्याशी चर्चा करून यावर आम्ही प्रतिक्रिया देऊ.
So absolutely, that was a very, very important breaking at this point of time. But we need to understand that all it will come down to is a numbers game. At this point of time, we saw that more or less 20 MLAs, and if you include Eknath Shinde himself, then the number could come down to 21. That is what our sources are clearly indicating, in which 3 are sitting ministers. The names we've given you, viewers, 3 sitting ministers of the Uddhav Thackeray MVA government are with Eknath Shinde in Surat. But if you go by the law, then they would need 35 MLAs. Eknath Shinde would need 35 MLAs to prevent the anti-defection law. Note down this number, 35 MLAs they would need, and hence if you see in last evening's MLC elections, 27 MLAs have voted against the MVA candidate as their first preference. So that is something which is very narrow. They are still 7 MLAs short. And can Eknath Shinde and then the other 3 ministers garner that number to 35? And Devendra Fadnavis' visit, a quick dash to the national capital, is also a clear message. Clear message that he would want an approval from the BJP top brass to move forward. Because it's a numbers game. BJP understands that they would need to garner the number. They are not satisfied with this because to prevent the anti-defection law, they would need 35 MLAs. They are still stuck at 27 if sources are to be believed. And if that's so, then it could take some more time. But the mere presence of Eknath Shinde, a staunch Shiv Sainik himself, with 3 other sitting ministers of the MVA government in Surat, which is said to be 20 now, because now there are a series of meetings. One is happening right now as we speak in the national capital at Sharad Pawar's residence. That is for the presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha Canby. Point number 1. Point 2, BJP calls an emergency meeting in Maharashtra. Point number 3, beg your pardon, at 12 noon. The Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray calls an all-party meeting. So that is something. Calls an all-party meeting. We also have with us Alicia. Alicia, so it's a big jolt. It's a big jolt to the MVA government. 20 plus minister. Alicia.
Well, yes, Aishwarya, it's a massive jolt to Uddhav Thackeray government because it's a Shiv Sena MLA that has already been turned into rebellion and they have left from Mumbai to Surat, and this has been led by none other who is Eknath Shinde, known to be the very close of Uddhav Thackeray and been into he's a cabinet minister. But along with Eknath Shinde, there are other 3 ministers, that is Gulabrao Patil, Shambhuraje Desai, who is the MOS Home, and one more minister who is with President Abdul Sattar, who is present with Eknath Shinde in Surat, and they're in close touch with Eknath Shinde. Along with this, what has been informed by our sources that there are in total 22 MLAs, including the independent MLAs, who are in touch with Eknath Shinde and already who have reached Surat late night. Because what information that we got in the early morning that there are 11 MLAs and Eknath Shinde who has already reached Le Meridian Hotel, that's a 5-star hotel in Surat, and they've already reached. Now we have to wait and what exactly the reason behind where all the MLAs in the late night development had come to Surat from Mumbai, where now the Eknath Shinde, who is going to speak to media at 12 p.m. in the afternoon in the hotel itself, and he will give out the reason. But yes, before that, the Shiv Sena has been trying very hard to get in touch with the rebellion MLAs because it has been said that the close aide of Uddhav Thackeray, Milind Narvekar, who has been instructed to talk to media, to talk to the rebellion MLAs regarding they have went to the Surat and they have been asked to come back because Uddhav Thackeray has already called for a meeting.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now proven, without a shred of doubt, that the Agnipath protests were politically instigated. Why else would a Congress leader pretend to be an army aspirant and lead the protests? Why would they pretend? Why else would an ex-Samajwadi Party leader be arrested for posing as an army aspirant? Why else? Think about it. Why else would political leaders try and disguise themselves as aspirants for the army? viewers, let us not stay detached anymore, for we are as a country at the crossroads. The politics in this country has become so extreme and so desperate and so dangerous that some politicians are now beginning to openly demoralize our armed forces. Some are questioning the character of the army. How dare they? Others are calling entrance in the Agnipath scheme as equivalent to
It's a mega scoop on the Maharashtra political crisis. Republic has learned that top BJP brass is in contact with Eknath Shinde, and all the hold-up MLAs are likely to quit. That's 11 of them as far as latest reports tell us. This comes as yet another political crisis has hit the MVA government in Maharashtra as Devendra Fadnavis leads the BJP alliance to close to the halfway mark in the MLC elections. A Sena minister has now vamoosed with 11 MLAs to Surat. While swinging into huddle mode, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray have called for emergency meetings.
त्यांची नावं चुकीच्या पद्धतीने आपण घेतली. गुलाबराव पाटील असतील, संजय राठोड असतील, प्रताप सरनाईक असतील, अनेक नावं मी पाहतो. आणि जे आमदार इथे नाही आहेत असं आपण म्हणताय, त्यात काही मंत्री आहेत. त्यांच्याशी संपर्क झाल्यावरती त्यांचं असं म्हणणं आहे की आम्हाला काय झालं ते कळत नाही, पण आम्हाला इथे आणण्यात. हे आमदार गुजरातमध्ये आहेत, सुरतमध्ये आहेत आणि त्यांची व्यवस्था गुजरात भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे जे अध्यक्ष आहेत RC पाटील ते करतात. म्हणजे तुम्हाला ह्यामागे मी जे काय सांगतोय ते कळलं असेल की ते गुजरातलाच का त्यांना नेण्यात आलं, सुरतमध्येच का ठेवण्यात आलं. सुरतचे खासदार RC पाटील आहेत, ते प्रदेश BJPचे अध्यक्ष आहेत आणि ते कोणाच्या जवळ आहेत हे आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे. अशा प्रकारे भ्रम आणि फसवणूक करून आमदारांना नेलं जात आहे. ज्या क्षणी त्यांचा आमचा संपर्क
That is Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Rao speaking to media clearly stating that we have got to know that some of the Shiv Sena MLAs had already left for Surat. They are in Gujarat.
त्यांना सगळ्यात आधी शिवसेनेबरोबर लढावं लागलं, आमच्या बरोबर लढावं.
Well, I have to tell those people who have already left for Gujarat that they have to fight with Shiv Sena. And I have to give a clear message to the Bharatiya Janata Party who is making the same pattern of Madhya Pradesh and now doing the same, the Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan pattern they have been using in Maharashtra as well. But I should tell the BJP that they have a fight with Shiv Sena MLAs, Shiv Sena netas.
शिंदे हे एक आमचे जीवाभावाचे सहकारी आहेत, कडवट निष्ठावंत शिवसैनिक आहेत, एवढंच मी सांगतो.
एकनाथ शिंदे इज अ व्हेरी
त्यांच्या बाबतीमध्ये आज जे काय बोललं जातं, जोपर्यंत
and that is the reason we cannot speak about it until unless we don't speak to him. I cannot speak about him because he's been very close and very loyal to Shiv Sena since the beginning.
मला असं म्हणायचं नाहीये मुख्यमंत्री असतील किंवा अन्य कोणी असतील, ते राज्याचा कारभार करत असताना अनेक खात्यांचा आढावा घेत असतात. मी कधी सरकारमध्ये काम केलं नाही, त्याच्यावेळी मला जी काय माहिती आहे या कामाच्या पद्धतीविषयी ती एवढीच आहे की मुख्यमंत्री हे सर्व खात्यांचा आढावा अधूनमधून घेत असतात. ते गृह खात्याचं एक
There is a meeting called by Chief Minister and he is going to take a stock of the situation.
आढावा हा मुख्यमंत्री घेत असतात. तरीही जर काही त्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण झाले असतील तर ते आम्हाला दूर करता येईल.
या सर्व घडामोडींबाबत आपलं शरद पवार यांच्याशी चर्चा झाली?
नक्कीच आज सकाळी आणि काल रात्री माझं माननीय पवार साहेबांशी बोलणं झालंय, चालू आहे. माननीय पवार साहेब,
I am in touch with Sharad Pawar and we have already had a telephonic conversation with Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar, who is in Delhi, was called for an opposition meeting for the presidential election.
मला उद्धवजी म्हणाले इथेच थांबा, माननीय पवार साहेबांचे म्हणणं इकडेच थांबा. त्याच्यावेळी मी इथे आहे आता आणि
And
आम्ही
the development which has came across night, that is the reason I was about to go to Delhi, but Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray has asked me to stay back in Mumbai.
एकमेकांशी या संदर्भात बोलतो. मराठवाडा असेल, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र असेल, उत्तर महाराष्ट्र असेल, तिकडल्या सर्व सहकाऱ्यांशी आमची चर्चा सुरू आहे. राजकारणामध्ये अशा प्रकारच्या
We are in touch with the MLAs, we are in touch with our leaders.
असताना सुद्धा भारतीय जनता पक्षाला
This is something not new for Maharashtra.
झाला नाही. त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी थांबून हा दुसरा घाव घालण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत. पण हा सुद्धा घाव छातीवर नसून पाठीवर आहे आणि आम्ही छातीवरती घाव झेलणारे लोक आहोत.
सर, म्हणजे एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्या मार्फत सरकार पाडण्याचा डाव सुरू आहे का?
असा त्यांचा डाव सुरू आहे, पण तो यशस्वी होणार नाही. एकनाथ शिंदे हे कडवट निष्ठावंत शिवसैनिक आहेत. त्यांचं संपूर्ण
Even
आयुष्य
if BJP tried to defeat and they tried to get the Shivsena MLAs, they tried to break the MLAs, but even if this is not going to happen, let me tell you that Eknath Shinde, who has already been with the Shivsena since the beginning, he has already been a very loyal to the Shivsena. He was with the Bayasaheb Thackeray, and this is just a wrong image that is being made against Eknath Shinde. There is no pressure on anyone.
नेमकी आजच अनिल परब यांना ईडीची नोटीस आहे. म्हणजे आमच्यातला एक सहकारी या संपूर्ण कठीण काळामध्ये आमच्याबरोबर राहू नये धावपळ करण्यासाठी, म्हणून आजचा मुहूर्त साधून अनिल परब यांना आज समन्स पाठवून बोलवण्यात आले. म्हणजे हे सगळे जे बारकावे आणि कावे आहेत हे समजून घेतलं पाहिजे की किती
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है. वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है.
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
Government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है. वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है.
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी.
Well, as Devendra Fadnavis leads the BJP alliance close to the halfway mark, Sena Minister leaves for a resort in Surat with 12 MLAs. Devendra Fadnavis is in the national capital. Sources say the rebel MVA MLAs are likely to quit. The Uddhav government is in the danger zone. In the danger zone yet again as another rebellion hits. 12 MLAs go incommunicado. 17 are holed up in the Eknath camp. The Uddhav government is in the danger zone. It's a mega vindication for Arnab Goswami as the sinister conspiracy to fix and frame Arnab has now been exposed. Deshmukh brought in, Vazir hired and tainted cop Parambir Singh executed. Worst ever political conspiracy is out. More trouble for Rahul Gandhi. The ED summons him for a 5th round of questioning. We're now getting a big political scoop on the political crisis that is unraveling in Maharashtra. Republic has learned that the top BJP boss is in contact with Eknath Shinde and all the hold-up MLAs are likely to quit. Now, this comes as yet another political crisis has hit the MVA government, and Fadnavis is leading the BJP alliance close to the halfway mark. The Sena minister, Eknath Shinde, has now gone to Surat with 11 MLAs in tow. While swinging into a huddle mode, the NCP chief Sharad Pawar and the Maharashtra chief minister have both called for emergency meetings. All eyes are now on Eknath Shinde, who has gone incommunicado. Do remember that Eknath Shinde is also the Maharashtra urban development minister. Alisha continues to be with us. Alisha, it's a big political drama that's unfolding, and the numbers at this point in time don't seem to be favoring Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, of course, it is important to see that what is the further course of action, because Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media. He's going to speak to media at 12 p.m. Whether Shiv Sena, we heard Sanjay Raut was clearly stating that he could not believe that with the rebellion MLAs, there are Eknath Shinde, who is known to be the important person, because he's a cabinet minister and he's been known to be the loyalty to Uddhav Thackeray, and also he's been there since Bayasaheb Thackeray. So the Shiv Sena is not really ready to, accept the fact that there are Shiv Sena MLAs and the ministers who has already left the party, and some of the other way they reached Surat from Mumbai late night, and after which it is something like we have to wait what the decision that will come in from Eknath Shinde at 12 p.m. But yes, the Sanjay Raut, who has stated that there are MLAs and Eknath Shinde, the claim that has been made by Sanjay Raut that he is in touch, the higher command of Shiv Sena that has been in touch with Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs, they have been trying to connect to them. So let's see what will be the further course of action, because there is going to be a very important meeting at 12 p.m. at Uddhav Thackeray resident official bungalow, Varsha bungalow, where he has been called all the Shiv Sena MLAs and ministers for the meeting. And in Delhi, on the other hand, where Sharad Pawar is also going to meet the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders and ministers. He is going to meet the ministers, and they're going to be the meeting that is going to be held. So we have to wait and watch what will be the further course, because it's very important to know that along with Eknath Shinde, there are around 21 MLAs, including Shiv Sena and independent MLAs, and one NCP, and known to be the one NCP MLA who has been in touch with Eknath Shinde. Some are already in Le Meridian 5-star hotel in Surat, and some are in contact with Eknath Shinde. And what are the exact plan? That has needs to be checked. What will be the course of action? Because Uddhav Thackeray close aide Milind Narvekar has been given the responsibility to speak to the MLAs, to get in touch with the MLAs who has left from Mumbai and who are in touch with Eknath Shinde. Of course, their phones are not reachable, but they have been asked. The Milind Narvekar have been asked to get in contact with Eknath Shinde and other ministers as well.
Now, Alisha, what we are given to understand at this point in time also is that top BJP leaders are in touch with Eknath Shinde. On the other side, we are also hearing that Devendra Fadnavis is already in New Delhi to be able to speak to the top leadership of the BJP.
Well, of course, Devendra Fadnavis was already left for Delhi and he has reached.
हमारे पास 0 एक्सेस कोटा होते हुए भी हम लोग 5वां कैंडिडेट चुन के लाया। इसका मतलब देवेंद्र जी की रणनीति तो है ही, महाराष्ट्र की जनता के मन में सरकार के प्रति असंतोष है, आमदारों के मन में नाराजी है और उसका प्रकटीकरण इस चुनाव के माध्यम से हुआ है।
सर, संजय राउत का कहना है कि एकनाथ शिंदे कट्टर शिवसैनिक हैं और जल्दी ही शिवसेना में लौट आएंगे। दूसरी बात वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र में राजस्थान या मध्य प्रदेश का पैटर्न लगाने की कोशिश की जाती है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र बहुत अलग है बाकी राज्यों से।
महाराष्ट्र अलग है तो महाराष्ट्र क्या उनकी जायदाद है क्या? हम कहाँ से आए? पाकिस्तान से आए हैं। महाराष्ट्र 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 में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, लोकप्रिय लीडर देवेंद्र फडणवीस है। तो महाराष्ट्र किसी के बाप की जागीरदारी नहीं है, हम भी महाराष्ट्र के, हमारा महाराष्ट्र है। और 2.5 साल में आप महाराष्ट्र की क्या बाट लगाई है, महाराष्ट्र देख रहे हैं, तो दुरुस्त करने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। तो महाराष्ट्र की चिंता हमें है, आपको सत्ता की चिंता है।
सरकार डगमगा रही है, लेकिन भाजपा की भूमिका क्या होगी, इस पर सबकी नजर लगी हुई है। देवेंद्र फडणवीस दिल्ली गए हैं चर्चा के लिए, ऐसी भी एक बात सामने आई है।
भाजपा की भूमिका हमारे शीर्षस्थ नेता देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब है, वही बता सकते, ले सकते, हम उनके कार्यकर्ता हैं।
जल्दी ही सरकार बनाने का दावा पेश किया जाएगा, इस बात की भी चर्चा है।
महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए जो रहेगा वो होगा। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का हित सत्ता से ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है और महाराष्ट्र की ज़रूरत रहेगी तो उसी तरह का मूवमेंट हो सकता है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, महाराष्ट्र में जो फिलहाल अस्थायित्व दिख रहा है, राजनीतिक अस्थायित्व दिख रहा है, वो कब तक संतुलित हो पाए, कब तक चीजें
नहीं, सत्ता कौन बनाए, कौन सी पार्टी बनाए, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बने, इससे महाराष्ट्र की जनता का हित इम्पोर्टेंट है। और देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब महाराष्ट्र के प्रतिपक्ष नेता होते हुए भी आज वो पावर सेंटर वो लग रहे। लोगों को सत्ता में बैठे हुए मंत्री काम नहीं कर सकते, मुख्यमंत्री नहीं कर सकते हैं, हमें न्याय देवेंद्र जी दे सकते हैं। ये भूमिका, यह वातावरण आज महाराष्ट्र में है। तो इसलिए देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र की जनता का भरोसा है और इसलिए जनता के लिए उनको कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा।
कब तक हो पाएगा आपको उम्मीद?
नहीं, ये क्या अभी क्या हो रहा है मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र की जनता की जिम्मेदारी देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर है और देवेंद्र जी महाराष्ट्र के लिए और महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे।
धन्यवाद।
We have some breaking news updates now coming in. In fact, this government is on very, very thin ice right now in Maharashtra. Getting in breaking news now that Eknath Shinde has been offered a top post. Eknath Shinde has been offered a top post by the BJP. It's a big breaking news update. So the big breaking news update on Republic that Eknath Shinde has been offered a top post and he's in Surat. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, hours after the MLC elections and the big setback to the Maharashtra government, they lost the MLC elections days after losing the Rajya Sabha elections. And we are hearing now that over 30 MLAs, I repeat, over 30 MLAs are either unreachable or can't be traced or are out of the control of the MVA. Over 30 MLAs. And most of these MLAs are in the control of Eknath Shinde, a top leader, a minister, and this is a big breaking news update, something that the Uddhav Thackeray government perhaps didn't anticipate. And it's all happening so quickly. Over 30 MLAs at last count, over 30 MLAs are camping in Surat or are headed to Surat, and it's almost game over. We are hearing it's almost game over, and Eknath Shinde in Surat with MLAs inside the hotel. Some more are headed there, and we are hearing that the negotiation is on with him. He's been offered a top post by the BJP in return for helping them come back to power. This is breaking news update coming in now. I can confirm to you through our sources that Eknath Shinde has been offered a top post, and I'm getting you some more breaking news updates now. Eknath Shinde has called Shiv Sena leaders in Surat. He's senior leaders to Surat. He's ready to speak to them. And there are two breaking news updates now coming in. Breaking news update number one. Right now, Ashok Chavan, Yashomati Thakur, Varsha
Gaikwad, Nitin Raut, Satej Patil, Sunil Kedar, Vishwajit Kadam have reached Balasaheb Thorat's residence. So Congress is in a huddle. And the second breaking news update, Eknath Shinde has called Shiv Sena senior leaders in Surat. He's called Shiv Sena senior leaders to Surat. He's ready to speak to them. He's calling them to Surat. So the update is that Eknath Shinde has called senior leaders to Surat to speak to them. So he's not willing to come back to Mumbai to speak to them. This morning we heard that some Shiv Sena leaders were headed to Surat, and that's happening. If they want to save the government, that's their only option. Abhishek is also joining me live. Abhishek, okay, Alisha is still on the phone line with me. Alisha, at last count, over 30 MLAs. Is that correct? Over 30 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, either unreachable or missing.
Niranjan, it's very important to know that there are 28, and it has been said that most of the MLAs, and of course there are 4 ministers, including Eknath Shinde. There are 4 ministers, that is also including MOS Home, Shambhu Raje Desai, Gulabrao Patil, Abdul Sattar, and Eknath Shinde. These are the 4 ministers who are in touch, and they've been rebellion, and of course it has also been said that now Eknath Shinde was ready to speak to the senior leaders of Shiv Sena. He is in touch, and the confirmation that was given by Sanjay Raut itself that the senior leaders is already in touch, and as we said earlier that the close aide of Uddhav Thackeray, Milind Narvekar, who has been given the responsibility to get in touch with Eknath Shinde and the other rebellion MLAs. So it is pretty sure about it that some of the other way he tried to get in touch with Eknath Shinde because his phone was not reachable. Some of the MLA phones are switched off. After which they tried to contact Eknath Shinde, and now from the sources within Shiv Sena has stated that Eknath Shinde is ready to talk. After which he's been said that he has asked the senior leaders to come to Surat and have a talk, because some of the either way the important meeting that is going to be held in Varsha Bungalow, where the Varsha Bungalow with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, where he has asked the ministers and the MLAs to be present at his bungalow, and there is going to be a meeting where Sanjay Raut is going to also be present. But the other important meeting of Congress where they have called Balasaheb Thorat, where the Congress ministers Yashomati Thakur, Varsha Gaikwad, they have already reached at the Thorat resident official bungalow near the Mantralaya, and the meeting is going to be held because this is something, the fight, the MLC election was the fight for the 10th seat, and the 10th seat we saw yesterday, what we witnessed yesterday was Congress versus Congress. That was Bhai Jagtab versus Chandrakant Handore. That was a fight not between the BJP and the Congress, but Congress versus Congress, and this has really made upset to the Congress as well, who were very much confident at least to get the 2 seats. But we saw that yesterday, and the allegations and the claim that was made by Bharatiya Janata Party that there are 12 Shiv Sena MLAs who has cross-voted for Bharatiya Janata Party, after which the late night development, what we saw that Eknath Shinde along with 11 MLAs first left from Mumbai to Surat. He already reached to an hotel, and when the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray calls for an important meeting to discuss over the MLC election, but he got to know that there are no MLAs, there are many of the MLAs who are not even present, including his minister. And of course, there are now other ministers, there are other MLAs as well who is in touch with their Eknath Shinde, and the important meeting we have to wait and what Eknath Shinde says, because at 12 p.m. where Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media, he will actually say what exactly his plan and what was the reason where he brought all the MLAs to Surat.
Well, this is a big breaking news update. In fact, the story is moving so quickly. We are hearing now that Pawar is also going to hold a meeting in some time from now. And this is a big breaking news update as we speak. Getting in more details, the Shiv Sena confident that all MLAs will come back. There will be no conditions. All MLAs will be back to Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena is confident. In fact, they claim that MLAs will be back. By the way, these are pictures of the Congress Party's emergency meeting. Pictures of the Congress Party's emergency meeting on your screen right now. These are pictures of Ashok Chavan, Yashomati Thakur, Varsha Gaikwad, Nitin Raut, Satej Patil, Sunil Kedar, Vishwajit Kadam reaching Balasaheb Thorat's residence, and that's Balasaheb Thorat. There's the Congress, in fact, a more divided house. Congress, a more divided house. Congress has conceded
that there was cross-voting. Congress has conceded that it is a divided house, and Congress is also willing. Some of the senior Congress leaders, we are told, are ready for heads to roll for the debacle. In fact, their second preference candidate won, which shows that Congress itself betrayed the Congress backstabbed the Congress in the MLC elections, and this alliance is almost on the edge, and any time now Eknath Shinde is going to address the news conference right now, and top Congress leaders are right now meeting. What will they decide? Will they wait and watch on what happens in the Shiv Sena and NCP? That's a big breaking news update. In fact, they will have to wait and watch on whether the Congress will just watch if the NCP and Shiv Sena can get their house in order. We are waiting for more details of what the Congress will now do. But Balasaheb Thorat himself was of the view that he's partly responsible for what happened yesterday, is willing for to take responsibility for the debacle in the MLC elections. Now, in this case, when Shiv Sena leaders are upset with Shiv Sena, some of the NCP leaders are upset with NCP, and Congress upset with Congress, and all of them overall unhappy in this alliance, where does that leave the rest of them? Let me go back to Alisha. Alisha, more breaking news updates, in fact, now coming in. We're hearing that in Delhi, Fadnavis will meet Amit Shah and Nadda, and the numbers, going purely by the numbers are not looking good, Alisha. Does this mean there could be an edge? Will they try and force some sort of a situation where they can prove the numbers? And if it comes down to that, will it mean BJP having the edge with the numbers that they had yesterday?
Well, of course, Niranjan, we have to wait what exactly the plan of Eknath Shinde, because this was something like unexpected even for the Shiv Sena as well, because we know that the Congress was not happy with the Mahavikas Aghadi, and even earlier in the Rajya Sabha elections where we saw that there was a fight between Shiv Sena to Shiv Sena and the BJP Shiv Sena, but BJP already won that. But important now that we can see that there are many of the Shiv Sena MLAs, including the people who have been known to be the very loyal to Shiv Sena, and that's the name which has cropped up, whether it is Eknath Shinde or Pratap Sarnaik. They have been known to be very loyal to the Shiv Sena, but now it has been said that this has nothing but they have been doing something for the power, because now Shiv Sena has to agree, the top leaders of Shiv Sena has to agree with the
No, are you saying, Alisha, that there are some leaders in the Shiv Sena who want to go with the BJP? Are you trying to say there are some leaders in the Shiv Sena who still want to go? I think I lost the line with Alisha. Alisha was hinting that there are some leaders in the Shiv Sena who still feel that in the best interest of their own party, they should snap the alliance and go with the BJP. That's what Alisha was trying to hint at. Let me go across to Anuj. Anuj, what's the political action in Delhi? Pawar is in Delhi. Will Pawar be meeting all his leaders? Will he be meeting MPs? Will he be meeting MLAs? What's the situation?
Well, what we have been told, Niranjan, that this was an important meeting which was called by Pawar early in the morning. Also, this was the other opposition leaders also who joined this particular meeting at the Pawar residence. Right now, I'm reporting from the Sharad Pawar's residence. The meeting has ended, but it is going to be another important meeting which is going to start at 2:30 in the parliament itself. And let me tell you, when we are talking about Sharad Pawar, then yes, Sharad Pawar is in connection with the MLAs, and there is a video conferencing which I have been told is already scheduled, where it is going to take further that how exactly the things has to be done. On the other hand, these are the important development when we are talking about the national capital. Sharad Pawar on one side is monitoring the situation, is in touch with his MLAs, in touch with the leadership of NCP, I beg your pardon, and on the other hand is in touch with the opposition leaders also, that how to go ahead with the thing. But on the other hand, as we are getting the update regarding Shiv Sena, this is going to be very, very important to say and to notice what exactly will be the mood of the Shiv Sena's MLAs, and how Shiv Sena is going to go ahead with the things. Whereas we do understand that the Congress earlier, and since from the beginning we have been noticing, was not happy with the alliance. So what exactly is going to happen with this particular alliance is going to be the most important update. We are continually reporting from Sharad Pawar residence. This is time for a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more update from Sharad Pawar residence.
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar. Government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the
on Republic TV, and there are a large number of political fast-paced developments that are taking place in Maharashtra. We are now learning that even as the top brass of the BJP is in contact with Eknath Shinde and all his MLAs who are holed up in Surat, we're also learning that Eknath Shinde has asked for the Sena leaders to come down to Surat to talk to him. So let me go across to Niranjan, who's also joining us from the news desk in Mumbai. Niranjan, a lot of developments are taking place within the MVA, but one thing is clear, that the government appears to be on thin ice.
Well, I have another big scoop right now. A big scoop that our colleague Alisha is also sharing right now at this minute. A Shiv Sena MLA, and I repeat, a Shiv Sena MLA says, looking at the current political situation, and I'm just going to open up that post. I'm just going to open up that post on the Surface. I'll open up her Facebook post on Surface right now. But a Shiv Sena MLA has also said that she will wait and watch. Now, what does a Shiv Sena MLA mean when she says she will wait and watch? Let me go across to Alisha as well. She's joining us. But you know, this is very, very interesting. A Shiv Sena MLA, her name is Geeta Bharat Jain. A Shiv Sena MLA has just said, looking at the current political situation in the state, many journalists as well as activists have contacted and asked about my role. I would like to inform everyone that any decision regarding the further move will be discussed with all activists and made at the right time. Look at this. You can cut to the Surface device. That's a Shiv Sena MLA. Shiv Sena MLA dropping a big hint. Shiv Sena MLA dropping a big hint on your screens right now. Shiv Sena MLA says, okay, that's a small correction. An independent, Sena-backed independent MLA says, looking at the current political situation in the state, many journalists as well as activists have contacted and asked about the role. I would like to inform everyone that any decision regarding the further move will be discussed with all activists and made up at the appropriate time. So she's keeping her options open. Independents keeping their options open. independent MLA Geeta Bharat Jain keeping her options open at this point, and it tells you the split, because till today this particular MLA was on the side of the Shiva Sena, and today she's saying, looking at the current political situation in the state, many journalists as well as activists have contacted and asked about the role. I would like to inform everyone that any decision regarding the further move will be discussed with all activists and made at the right time. So the Shiv Sena backed independent MLA also saying that she will wait and watch, she will speak to her supporters. So the MVA government is on a powder keg, right now, waiting to explode, and they're in Surat. I mean, they're in Gujarat, they're in Surat. You saw the security outside the hotel where they are. I think that tells you something. Nupur, I'm handing it back to you for now. I think we need to take a short break. But the story is moving so fast. That we're getting in one breaking news update every minute. And the latest update now that a Shiv Sena backed MLA has also said she's going to wait and watch.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar. Government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. There are multiple points those have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
Top headlines at 11:30 as Fadnavis leads BJP alliance close to halfway mark. Sena Minister vamooses with 12 MLAs to Surat. Fadnavis heads to national capital. Rebel MVA MLAs likely to quit. Rebellions grow larger as MVA begins losing numbers. 12 MLAs go incommunicado. 17 hold up in Eknath camp. The Uddhav government is now in danger zone. It's a mega vindication for Arnab as the sinister conspiracy to fix and frame Arnab has now been exposed. Deshmukh brought in, Waze hired and tainted cop Parambir executed was a mega misuse of office plot underway to target Arnab. Rahul appears before the Enforcement Directorate for 5th round of grilling in Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. tracking all the latest as far as a political upheaval in Maharashtra is concerned. The latest coming in right now is that Sharad Pawar will head to Mumbai. That is the latest coming in. So a big trouble there for the Mahavikas Aghadi government. We have our executive editor Niranjan also joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, a lot of emergency meetings have been called. Eknath Shinde, we've been told, has been offered the top post. Take us through all the latest.
Well, it's a very difficult situation for the MVA right now, with their numbers really slipping. I think they may not have the numbers right now, going by the situation in the state government. Over 30 MLAs we are told, or at least 28 to 30 is the number we have. 28 to 30 MLAs either not reachable or are in Surat, which means the MVA government as of this minute is short of 30. Yesterday the BJP managed to get about 133 votes for the MLC election. They have about 106 seats. The BJP has about 106, and they've managed to get the numbers. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you right now the numbers may not be on the side of the Maharashtra government. Sharad Pawar is rushing to Mumbai. Sharad Pawar is going to meet and take control of the situation, or whatever is left of it. He's going to try and take control because the numbers are slipping. Eknath Shinde, a very senior Shiv Sena leader, a minister, is reportedly unhappy. He's in Surat. He has over 10 MLAs with him, and close to 30 are joining him, including independents. And the situation is very tense right now for the MVA government, the Maharashtra government. The BJP is upbeat on the back of the Rajya Sabha thriller. They managed to sort of, surprise the MVA with the numbers and their entire, game on the floor with the independents. They've managed to upstage both the Shiv Sena, NCP, and Congress. Congress is fighting its own battles as we speak. The Congress party is meeting because yesterday the Congress party upstaged the Congress party. So the Congress party is completely in a state of tizzy right now in Maharashtra because their own leaders backstabbed each other. A prominent Dalit face, his votes were taken and given to Bhai Jagtap in Mumbai. So leave Congress aside because they're completely in a flux, and that's why top leaders are meeting right now. Congress leaders are saying, we don't know what happened, we are all responsible for what is happening. So they're in a complete flux, they're meeting. But the other important update right now is that Shiv Sena is in a state right now with the party staring at a split with Eknath Shinde, one of their senior most leaders in Surat, with close to the support of, we are hearing 28 to 30. When the story broke this morning, we were told 10 to 15 MLAs were with Eknath Shinde. As of this minute, we are told that 28 to 30 MLAs could be a stray from the Mahavikas Aghadi. My colleague Alisha has been tracking every development, and she has some breaking news update. Okay, there's a big update coming in from Narayan Rane. Big update from Narayan Rane there. Narayan Rane says Narayan Rane has and the BJP has just lauded. They have just appreciated Eknath Shinde right now. Sena backed. In fact, look at this. Narayan Rane, Union Minister Narayan Rane congratulates. Union Minister Narayan Rane congratulates Eknath Shinde, saying that he's made the right decision at the right time. Otherwise, you would have been unhappy soon. You would have been happy soon. He means unhappy, I think. Yeah. He says basically Eknath Shinde has dropped a big hint. And Eknath Shinde, we'll tell you a little bit about Eknath Shinde, but Union Minister Narayan Rane has congratulated Eknath Shinde ji, saying that Eknath Shinde, you've made the right decision at the right time. So that's a big hint. Union Minister lauding Eknath Shinde. So I think that tells you about how things are going right now. Eknath Shinde is a leader who has about 30 MLAs with him, 25 to 30 MLAs we are told. So that is happening right now. And Alisha is with me. Alisha, you're watching the developments. What's the latest about the numbers, Alisha? Tell us about the numbers.
What we have been said that there are 19 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and including Eknath Shinde, and there are other ministers as well. There are 3 to 4 ministers who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, whether they are already present in the hotel. And also what we have been told that there are more 9 MLAs who are going to reach Le Meridian Hotel in Surat. So yes, this number is just increasing, and the BJP has been claiming that there are 35 MLAs there, those who are present in Surat. But we have to wait what exactly the outcome will come, because the Eknath Shinde, who is going to hold a press conference, is going to speak to media over the further course of action, because this is something very...
Alisha, I have a big breaking news update. Alisha, Aishwarya breaking some more details. Aishwarya breaking some more details. Let me go across and get you the breaking news update right now. Aishwarya is breaking that there's been a communication from Eknath Shinde to a top Maharashtra BJP leader. Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, what is the breaking news update that you have? How many leaders are with Eknath Shinde, and what is the communication? Aishwarya, can you hear me? Aishwarya is in a very noisy newsroom in the Republic Bharat newsroom right now. There's a lot of action, of course. I'll try and reconnect with him. But the information that I have is that the communication from Eknath Shinde to a top Maharashtra BJP leader is that there are 29 MLAs with him supporting him. Eknath Shinde with 29 leaders. 29 MLAs with him, supporting him, out of which 20 are in Surat. He says 29 MLAs are with me, 20 are holed up in the Surat resort with me, including 3 sitting ministers. Aishwarya is back. Aishwarya breaking the story. Aishwarya, can you hear me?
Absolutely, Niranjan, and at this point of time, I just want to tell you that
what in the last communication between Eknath Shinde and a top BJP leader from Maharashtra has happened, that there is a support of 29 MLAs. I repeat, there is a support of 29 MLAs to Eknath Shinde, out of which 20 are with him. He says that in total there are 29 MVA, that is Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs, who are with him, who have in principle given their support to him, out of which 20 are physically present with him in Surat itself, in that hotel of Le Meridian. That is the claim of Eknath Shinde. He says he has the support of 29 Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs, 20 are with him. BJP is aware that BJP would need 35 to prevent the anti-defection law to go by the rules. BJP would need 35. Eknath Shinde has claimed he has 29. BJP has seen just 24 hours before of getting the support of 27 Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs have cross-voted. That is the internal equation, the internal calculation of the Bharatiya Janata Party after getting all their 5 MLCs elected. They say that they have support of 27 Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs who have cross-voted for them. That is the claim of the BJP according to our sources. But Eknath Shinde's claim of 29 MLAs, 29 MLAs openly supporting him, out of which 20 he has kept physically with him in that Le Meridian Hotel of Surat, where there is a massive security presence, by the way, on ground. But 20 MLAs physically present, support of 29. BJP's internal mathematics say that 27 Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs have already cross-voted less than 24 hours prior in support of the BJP MLCs, in which we saw all 5 winning. So it's a numbers game. According to the BJP's mathematics, they are falling 6 short at this very point of time. It's 11:40. Devendra Fadnavis is in the national capital. He has come for a dash. He has come for a very quick meeting. Sharad Pawar is going in the evening. But once again, it all comes down to mathematics. BJP understands Eknath Shinde would have to garner 35. He claims he has 29 in total, 20 in Surat, 9 are in Maharashtra, but they will support him. That is what he claims. BJP needs 35. And according to BJP's own counter mathematics, the number is 27, because 27 is the number which was proven less than 24 hours prior in the MLC elections itself, when BJP got victorious and all their 5 MLC candidates won. So BJP's mathematics say that they got a cross-voting of 27 Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs. Eknath Shinde claims 29, 20 in Surat, 9 in Maharashtra, but backing him. BJP trying to increase, and Devendra Fadnavis's dash of a visit to Delhi is clearly now to get an approval. To get an approval from the top brass, because now they are in the hitting range. They are in the range where they can really make a lot of damage to the MVA Uddhav Thackeray Sarkar. And that is exactly why even Sanjay Raut had to accept on camera that yes, there are few MLAs who are incommunicado. There are few MLAs with whom we are unable to get in touch, but he was positive about it. But the numbers game is still, BJP would want 6 more according to Eknath Shinde and 9 more according to BJP's own internal mathematics, according to our sources, because they have calculated, Niranjan, that 27 Mahavikas Aghadi MLAs cross-voted yesterday evening for them. So they are sure about the numbers which have been proven on ground, on the floor. That is 27. Eknath Shinde to the BJP top brass of Maharashtra is 29, the number given according to our sources, out of which 20 are with him physically present in Surat, in that Le Meridien Hotel of Surat in Gujarat. So 20 physically proven. BJP claims 27. Eknath says, don't worry, I have 29. But according to the rules, they need 35 so that the anti-defection law does not come into play and no one spoils the sport. So at this point of time, Devendra Fadnavis, who is in the national capital, that meeting is going to be very, very significant, whether he gets a go-ahead or not. So we have our eyes on it, but that's the numbers game and everyone is keeping a very, very close eye on it. Back to you, Niranjan.
Well, stay with me because I just have another breaking news update. I have another breaking news update coming in right now. You look at the numbers. I just made a little bit of a math right now. Yesterday, Aishwarya, the BJP managed to get 133. I repeat, the BJP managed to get 133. They need 143 anyway to just prove majority, 144. And 288 is a number, so they may need about 145. Now, if they have 133, they need about 11 to 12. If 29 are with Eknath Shinde, that leaves the Mahavikas Aghadi with just about 121. 121, and that's not a good place to be for them. 121 is what the Mahavikas Aghadi actually has as of now.
Well, absolutely. But at the end of the day, 20 are physically present with him. So all those 29 are not with him, and that's why BJP is going with their own mathematics. BJPs, according to their own internal equation, have found out that it was 27 Mahavikas Aghadi MLAs who had cross-voted as their first preference in the MLC elections less than 24 hours prior. Hence they are going with their number of 27. That's the claim, according to our sources, of Eknath Shinde, that he has been able to garner support of 29, out of which 20 are with him. But even if you go with that number of 27...
Yeah. There's a breaking news update coming in. I think Chandrakant Patil soundbite on ANI. Let's cut across.
राजनीतिक घटनाक्रम
जो राजनीतिक घटनाक्रम हो रहा है उसको बहुत माइन्यूटली हम ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं. इससे कुछ परिवर्तन होगा यह कहना ये थोड़ा प्री मैच्योर्ड होगा. इट्स हैंडल विथ केयर एंड वी हैव टू सीन वेरी कीनली. वी are observing all situations.
संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि एकनाथ शिंदे को भड़काने में भाजपा का हाथ है, लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे कड़वा
संजय राउत के इस प्रकार से भड़काऊ भाषणों से, जिसको मराठी में कहते हैं कि चुभने वाले बातों से ही ये सारे प्रॉब्लम निर्माण हुए हैं उनकी पार्टी में भी, और लोग इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे. इसका उदाहरण एकनाथ शिंदे जी की बगावत है. तो अभी तो क्या संजय राउत जी है, थोड़ा ठीक समझ पोलाइट बात करे हर विषय पर. त्याला आम्ही मराठीत म्हणतो अंगावर जाण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
सर, देवेंद्र जी दिल्ली गए हैं तो क्या सरकार बनाने?
नहीं, ये हमारी परंपरा है कि कोई चुनाव जीतने के बाद राष्ट्रीय नेताओं को मिठाई देने के लिए जाना पड़ता है. तो देवेंद्र जी हमारे दिल्ली के सारे नेताओं को मिठाई देने के लिए गए हैं.
Okay, you just heard Chandrakant Patil. In fact, one comment that Chandrakant Patil has also made is that Sanjay Raut is responsible for the situation. In fact, he says Sanjay Raut is responsible for the situation. Getting in some more breaking news now. He has said that those MLAs who are missing, Sanjay Raut is responsible for that. So there's an internal fight also going on there. But I think we have to take a short break right now. So Samiksha, I'm handing it back to you for now. Anuj, stay with me. Alisha is also tracking the situation very, very closely in Mumbai. Handing it back to you, Samiksha. We'll come back in just a few minutes.
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue our live coverage as the political upheaval in Maharashtra continues.
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar. The government has issued the notification for the recruitment of Agniveers. Multiple points have been laid out in that particular notification. Benefits have been put in by the government. Yesterday, all the trial services had done a press conference where they had addressed all the concerns of Agniveers, but protest continues to take place.
नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में।
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
Tracking all the latest on the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, the upheaval we are seeing in Maharashtra. The latest news coming in is that the Congress has issued a whip of sorts, asking all its leaders and ministers to head back to Mumbai. In fact, in another news coming in, source-based information coming in, that 26 MLAs are present with Agnipath Shinde in Surat. We have our executive editor Niranjan also joining us from the newsroom. Niranjan, what is your reading on this? Because ultimately it all boils down to one question. Does the Maha Vikas Aghadi have the numbers, and will it be able to retain the numbers?
Well, if you ask me, do they have the numbers as of this minute? I don't think they have the numbers, and even they know they don't have the numbers. And a very, very important reaction that just came in from Chandrakant Patil of the BJP a few minutes back. He said Devendra Fadnavis is in Delhi to give sweets to the leadership. He said we give sweets to our leadership every time we win. So while talking about the MLC elections, also hinting at what is perhaps to come. But the big breaking news update, and let's get Alisha on the phone, because Alisha is keeping a very, very close watch. She's in a closed room and she's keeping a close watch. And that's the BJP celebration, by the way. First pictures of the BJP celebration. The BJP celebrating God knows what. BJP. Yeah, MLC victory. They're celebrating the MLC victory, but it tells you the mood in the BJP camp right now. BJP celebrating the MLC victory in Mumbai and in Maharashtra. Those are the first pictures coming in. And let me also tell you, this is in Pune. Okay, these are pictures in Pune, Maharashtra. The BJP celebrating its win, but it tells you the mood in the BJP camp. But let me go across also to Alisha. I should be able to get Alisha back on the phone line. Alisha is back on the phone line. Alisha keeping a close watch, and going by Alisha's input, Alisha says that 35 MLAs in all are with Eknath Shinde. She says 26 are with him physically in the hotel, in the resort in Surat, and 9 are on the way or in touch. Is that correct, Alisha?
Yes, Niranjan, the information that we are getting from our sources that there are 26 MLAs who are in touch, and they have been present in Le Méridien Hotel in Surat with Eknath Shinde, and there are 9 more MLAs who are on their way to Surat, and they are going to join Eknath Shinde. But now everyone has been looking into the press conference that is going to be held in Surat, where Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media, because we know that Eknath Shinde, who has been demanding, and he is ready in talks with Shiv Sena leaders, and he has already called the senior Shiv Sena leaders to Surat itself to have a talk with them, because he had been offered some top post. But the important meeting that is going to be held with Shiv Sena leader and the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray was already called all his ministers and MLAs at his official bungalow, Varsha bungalow, where he is going to hold a meeting, and they are going to discuss about it. And the other meeting is already underway at Bahasab Thorat residence, where all the Congress ministers, and we know that the Congress High Command has already issued a whip to the ministers and to MLAs and the leaders, and asking them to come back to Mumbai, as we know that after the MLC elections, where many of the MLAs have already left to their constituency, but they have been asked to come back to Mumbai and join the meet. So now again, this is a question for the Mahavikas Aghadi, where they have to again show their strength of power, because 35 MLAs, Niranjan, it has been said that they are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde is been already in Surat, is going to speak to media. Let's see what will be his further course of action, because the responsibility to get in contact with Eknath Shinde and
names with me. I've got the full list of names with me. Big update coming in. I have the full list. 26 MLAs already in Surat. So, Alisha, spot on. 26 MLAs already in Surat. We have their names with us. This is a big breaking news update. I'm just sharing the news with my team, and Abhishek is joining us live right now. Abhishek is joining me live. Let me go across to Abhishek. 26 names with Republic. 26 names with Republic. I'm just sharing the names. So, Alisha, spot on. Alisha, spot on. 26 plus 9. Alisha, here it is. I'm just, I have the 26 names with me. I'm just, cropping it because it's on a WhatsApp chat. Let me just crop it a little bit. Alisha, be with me. Let me just crop the names and put it on the Surface device. Okay. There you go. There you go. I have it with me right now. Opening the photos, Alisha. 26 names. 26 names with Republic right now. I have the 26 names, and we're just going to open up the names on the screen right now. Let's open up the names on the screen, please. 26 names with Republic, and let's put the names. Let's put the full list of the names here on the Surface device. Abhishek is live with me. Abhishek is live with me, and let me open up the names of the 26 MLAs. Here you have it. Here, if my video journalist can just focus on this, please. Look at this. 26 MLAs. 26 MLAs who are with, just look at this. 26 names. 26 names on Republic. Those are the 26 names. And 26 MLAs. I'm going to put this up on another bigger screen. On another bigger screen. 26 names. 26 names. I've just shared it with the entire team here. So I'm just going to open up 26. Okay, let's okay, you can take a look at this. These are the 26 names that I've just shared. In fact, Dr. Tanaji Jaiwant Sawant, Balaji Devidas Ara, Kalyakar, Prakash Anandrao, Abitkar, Abdul Sattar, Eknath Sambhaji Shinde, Sanjay Pandurang Shirsat, Srinivasa Chintaman Vanaga, Mahesh Shinde, and these are details coming in right now. I have all the names. Let's open up the 26, please. Can we open up the 26? 26, and we're just sharing the details right now. Vishwanath Bhoir, Sandeepan Rao Bhumre, Shantaram More, Ramesh Bornare, Anil Babur, Chiman Rao Patel, Shambhuraj Desai. There you have it, the 26 names. Let's please cut to the Surface device right now, where you can see 26 names here. I have the 26 names with me. If I can just show our viewers the 26 MLAs, we are told. The full details are here with us right now on Republic. Let me just show that for you. The full 26. The MVA 26 in Surat. The MVA 26 in Surat. Dr. Tanaji Jaivan Savant. I have the copy with me. Let me read out Dr. Tanaji Jaivan Savant, Balaji Devidasara Kalyakar, Prakash Anandrao Abidkar, Abdul Sattar, Eknath Shinde, Sanjay Pandurang Shirsat, Srinivasa Chintaman Banaga, Mahesh Shinde, Sanjay Remulkar, Vishwanath Bhoir, Sandeepan Rao Bhumre, Shantaram More, Ramesh Bornare, Anil Babur, Chiman Rao Patil, Shambhuraj Desai, Shahaji Bapu Patil, Mahendra Dalvi, Pradeep Jaiswal, Mahendra Thorve, Kishore Patil, Bharat Shet Gogawale, Gyanraj Chogle, Balaji Kinkar, Suhas Kande, Sanjay Gaikwad. The entire 26 list of names with us. 26 names of those who are in the resort. My colleague Abhishek is also joining me live right now. And Alisha spot on. Alisha spot on. And Alisha said that there were 26 and 9 more are headed. And the full list is with us. Let me go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, if you're there, 35 would mean end game. Let me go across to Alisha as well. Alisha, 35 names. I think you were right. You just broke the details and we've accessed the 26 names who are already in the resort. Alisha.
Well, of course, Narendran, we know that already 26 MLAs who are already in Surat and Leh Meridian Hotel, and 9 are on their way. So there are 35 in total, 35 who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and they've been rebellion. And important, if I...
Be with me, Alisha, be with me. I have to take a short break. Sorry for this. I have to take a short break. Stay with me. Stay on the phone line. I'll take a break and come back. Let's quickly take a 60-second break, please.
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों हथेली जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर.
In fact, the numbers are slipping so quickly for the Maharashtra government, the Mahavikas Aghadi Alliance. In fact, this is the number. I have the full list of 26 MLAs who are right now at a resort in Surat. The story is moving so quickly. Sharad Pawar is rushing from Delhi to Mumbai right now. Sharad Pawar rushing to take stock of his alliance here in Maharashtra. But these are the list of 26 names inside the Surat hotel. They're inside the Surat hotel. I'm going across to my colleague Abhishek, who's accessed the full names of 26. Alisha broke that 26 were there and 9 were en route. 26 inside the hotel in Surat, 9 en route. 35 are with Eknath Shinde. Abhishek is joining me now. Abhishek has the full details. Abhishek, 35 would mean effectively game over.
Well, exactly. So the game is over once 35 number is reached. In fact, sources tell us, Niranjan, that the number is already with them. It's just a matter of 9 more MLAs reaching Surat, after which, further action would happen based on verification of the same. But what is important is that this is essentially a rebellion within the Shiv Sena, Niranjan. Eknath Shinde has been unhappy for a while with the party leadership, at the manner in which he has been sidelined, at the manner in which he has been treated of late. And this was in the making for a while, is what we are being told. The reflection of which was that Shiv Sena lost its candidate in the Rajya Sabha polls, and the MVA alliance failed to get its 6th candidate win in the MLC elections that concluded just yesterday. And if you look at the BJP numbers of the MLAs that they have managed, they have 106 in the Maharashtra Assembly. Despite that, in the Rajya Sabha elections, 123 MLAs voted for the BJP candidates, and the number increased to 134 in MLC polls yesterday. Now, if you look at it, in the 288-member Assembly of Maharashtra, the halfway mark is 145, BJP has 134, so effectively 11 short. And with these dynamics now, 35 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, and there are, remember, of the 134 that went to the BJP, 7 are independents. So this is these numbers of, as of now, 26, maybe later 35. This is excluding of the independents. So you are going to see a consequence of this or domino effect of this on the stability of the Maharashtra Vikas Alliance government in Maharashtra, which is increasingly looking wobbly with this rebellion led by Eknath Shinde. As we get more information, we'll keep coming back to you, Niranjan. But fast-paced developments happening insofar as Maharashtra politics is concerned, and the stability of the MV alliance. You just reported Sharad Pawar is flying back to Mumbai from New Delhi, which means the opposition meeting, which was slated for later in the day on the presidential candidate of opposition, even that gets put paid to with the Sharad Pawar not being there and Sanjay Raut also flying back to Mumbai. So I think important development there, Niranjan. More developments on the way when these 9 other MLAs of Maharashtra who are en route to Surat and they reach there and confabulate with the rest. So we will know by that time what happens. We already know that Eknath Shinde is going to address media in a couple of hours. I think by that time we would have absolute clarity on how stable Maharashtra government led by Uddhav Thackeray is.
26 inside the Surat resort, 9 of them are en route, and the numbers that the BJP wanted, the magic number that they wanted, they felt that if they had 35, that would keep them in a comfortable zone, even in case the anti-defection kicks in. So with these MLAs, they'll have enough numbers on the floor of the house. So if they have 26 inside the hotel in Surat, Gujarat, BJP ruled state. You saw the police cover there. In fact, some details also coming in of how these MLAs moved at midnight, post-midnight, in the wee hours of the morning, at 1 or 2 o'clock. All of them, after this MLC election debacle, they decided enough is enough, and they just dashed for Surat, led by Eknath Shinde, went to a hotel, well guarded, fortified. 35 MLAs. 35 MLAs is what they have. Look at this. 26 are inside the hotel. Could you imagine? 26 inside a hotel from the Mahavikas Aghadi Alliance. And just to give you a little bit in a nutshell of what is going on, yesterday the Maharashtra government lost the MLC election, primarily also because they couldn't gather their numbers, they couldn't keep their parties together. Congress party in complete disarray. Congress party voted against Congress party. The first preference candidate lost to the second candidate. The second preference candidate won, which means Congress backstabbed Congress, and a Dalit leader lost to ensure that someone who's influential comes up, he's elected to the MLC, and I'm talking about Bhai Jagtap. So the Congress is in a complete mess. The Congress is beating right now. The Congress the Congress leaders are saying, I am responsible, yes, we've messed up, and they're agreeing that things are not going well, and they're now wondering whether what is going on in this alliance now. That is the Congress. Sharad Pawar knows things are not well. He knows his alliance with the Congress is not really is not really in perfect shape right now, not in perfect shape. But he's rushing back because he wants to keep the government stable. And secondly, what an irony. Yesterday, Owaisi called for a meeting on the presidential polls. I'm not sure that meeting is going to happen. You had Mamta call a meeting. Look at the overall state of affairs in India right now. Mamta Banerjee called a meeting for the presidential polls, wanted Pawar to be the president, said no. Wanted Farooq Abdullah to be the president, said no. Gopal Krishna Gandhi said no, he doesn't want to fight. And here, Pawar called for a meeting on the presidential elections yesterday. And that meeting was supposed to be held today. So desperate is the opposition that they even dialed smaller parties like the AIMIM, which has 1 or 2 MLAs here in Maharashtra. Pawar personally dialed Owaisi to come and to come and be a part of this meeting. So it also tells you somewhere in the back of his head, Pawar knew that the situation is flexible. As of this minute, Owaisi's MLAs, 1 or 2 of them are not with the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. So every MLA will now count. I think in the larger scheme of things, this is how it's going to work out, because every MLA will now count if this is what plays out. If 35 MLAs are disqualified, if push comes to shove, the halfway mark comes down in the Maharashtra Assembly. 288 minus 35 would be about 253. The halfway mark comes down, 253. The halfway mark comes down, and you will need about 126, 127. The BJP yesterday was able to prove 133. 133 voted for the BJP yesterday. So it's in a nutshell, if you're watching this, that's what's going to happen. Halfway mark comes down to about 253. 253 will be the total number if they're disqualified. 288 minus 35 would be 253. 253 and the halfway mark will be about 126, 127. BJP has proven 133 yesterday, which means BJP has the numbers. If Eknath Shinde decides, he will back the BJP. Now, if you're wondering what's going on, it's a repeat of what happened in Karnataka a few years back. And it's exactly the same situation that's playing out in Maharashtra. Many would, political observers, Alisha's back with me right now. Okay, let me go across to Alisha and get the ground update. Alisha, Eknath Shinde is going to address a news conference. We're all standing by for that news conference anytime now. Eknath Shinde should be speaking. But what is very, very worrying for this government in Maharashtra is that 3 ministers, including Eknath Shinde, are at that hotel in Surat.
Niranjan, it's very important to understand, because this is happening for the first time where the Shiv Sena is getting, rebellion. Earlier we saw in 2019 election where the NCP and the Congress MLAs was getting rebellion, but Shiv Sena was very firm about their MLAs, and they were like they won't be able to go anywhere. But this is the time where we see that the minister itself, the sitting minister, Eknath Shinde, has been leading the rebellion MLAs without any getting information or without even giving a hint to anyone. He already left for Surat with 11 MLAs at first to Surat in hotel, and after which now what we know that there are 26 MLAs along with Eknath Shinde in Le Meridian Hotel in Surat, and 9 are on the way. So in total, they have 35 MLAs. In total, there are 35 MLAs, including the 4 ministers. That is Eknath Shinde, Gulab Rao Patil, Abdul Sattar, and Shambhu Raje Desai, who is MOS home. So all these 4 ministers were already present at Surat, and there are 9 more who has already been on their way to reach. And of course, everyone has been looking into the press conference that is going to be held in Surat, where Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media from any time from now. Because what has been said that Eknath Shinde, whose phone was not reachable, and Milind Narvikar, who is a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray, he was in touch with. He's been asked to get in touch with the MLAs and ministers itself, and after which it is said that Eknath Shinde is ready to talk with the senior Shiv Sena leaders, after which he has asked to call, he has been asked to the senior leaders, has come to the Surat and had a word with him. He's ready for the talk, but we have to wait and watch what are the demands now, what will be coming from the Shiv Sena rebellion MLAs and specifically from Eknath Shinde and the other ministers, because this is something, a matter where we can see at some point of time now where the Congress, the NCP meeting is going to held. Also, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is going to be in a meeting, is going
Breaking
to
news update now coming in. Breaking news update now coming in. In fact, the crisis has just escalated. Republic TV breaking the big story right now. 5 more independents are joining them. The crisis has just escalated. 5 more independents are joining them right now. 5 more independents joining them right now. The crisis has escalated in Maharashtra. Abhishek Kapoor breaking the story right now. So we had 26 plus 9. I'm sorry, I'm going to update it. It's a story that's developing right now. I'm going to change that number. It's 40 with Shinde. 5 independents en route. 5 independents en route. So that total is 40. That's the number right now that you need to look at. The total is now 40. And Abhishek has the details. I'm going to go across to Abhishek as well. 40 rebel MLAs. We are told that 5 independents also present at Surat Hotel. So it's 26 plus 5. It's 31. And 9 are en route, which means it's 40. The crisis has just escalated. 5 more independents are joining the Eknath Shinde camp. So that's 40 MLAs. I repeat, it's 40 MLAs, which means it's almost game over. 5 more independents have joined the Eknath Shinde camp. That's a breaking news update now coming in. Let me try and go close to Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek Kapoor, in fact, just to give you the math out there, Abhishek is with me right now. Abhishek, 40. That's a big number. Abhishek, that's a big number.
Yes, Niranjan, absolutely. So things are escalating, and crisis for the Maharashtra government led by Uddhav Thackeray is deepening, and these numbers are really speaking for themselves. Niranjan, 5 independents are already there at the Surat Hotel. This is apart from 26 that had come with Eknath Shinde. We have the names, numbers, pictures, everything, every detail with us. You can put them on air as soon as possible. And apart from that, 5 independents who voted for BJP in both the Rajya Sabha and the MLC elections are also camping already at Surat. So that's 26 plus 5, 31. And as we have broken earlier, there are 9 other MLAs of the Shinde camp from the Shiva Sena who are en route to Surat, which makes a total of 40. And if you look at the NDA government, which came to majority with 169 MLAs between Shiva Sena, Congress and the Nationalist Congress Party and some independents, is already then below the halfway mark, which is 145 in the Maharashtra Assembly. So crisis deepening there for Uddhav Thackeray-led MVA government in Maharashtra, with the numbers really adding up. By evening, there would be more clarity. This is still, I would say, source-based information. But what is important is, Niranjan, that we are talking to, the people we are talking to, they are very confident that these numbers are going to remain same or in fact increase. And that really shows the kind of crisis that the Uddhav government is, Niranjan. More details awaited. As soon as we get them, we'll share.
This is a big breaking news update. 40 MLAs. I repeat, 40. So the numbers are getting updated so quickly. 40 is the number of rebels right now. 40 rebels. 40 rebels. Once again, I'm just highlighting this. Sorry for the poor handwriting there. But the 26 are in the hotel, and I have the list of 26 here with me. These are the list of 26 who've checked into the hotel in Surat, in Maharashtra. From Maharashtra, in Surat, Gujarat. The names are with me, 26 of them with Eknath Shinde, 26 are in a hotel, 5 independents joining them, 9 are en route. The numbers are 40, there were 35 we felt, but we are told that 5 independents more are joining, so the numbers have really swelled. Number is 40, and in the Maharashtra Assembly, the total strength is 288. I'm going to put the number down there, 288 minus 40, and it becomes 248, and the halfway mark will now be about 124. Halfway mark will be 124, and the BJP managed to get 133 yesterday. Halfway mark, Abhishek, can you confirm this? Halfway mark will come down to 124. BJP needs 133. BJP had 133. Yesterday they managed to get 133. Am I correct? I lost the line with Abhishek there, but I think we're getting in more responses right now. I think getting in shots of Amit Shah meeting JP Nadda. Amit Shah meeting JP Nadda, the pictures are coming in right now. Let's go across to those pictures coming in on Republic Bharat. The pictures now coming in of Amit Shah meeting JP Nadda. Some of the details now coming in from the national capital. Situation moving to the national capital very quickly, because The BJP, by its own confession, has said that they're going to distribute sweets in Delhi. They're saying they're distributing sweets in Delhi, and action moving there. Fadnavis has already dashed to Delhi to meet top BJP leaders, including JP Nadda. Those are pictures coming in from the national capital, and those pictures telling you that the situation is very, very flexible. Fadnavis is also reaching. Amit Shah is meeting JP Nadda. I repeat, Amit Shah is meeting JP Nadda. Fadnavis is also reaching there. So the stories are moving quickly from Mumbai to Delhi, Mumbai, Delhi, Gujarat, Surat, Gujarat. So the story developing in three different cities right now. And these are pictures coming by Republic Bharat. Himanshu's live there. Let me cut across to Himanshu. Let me cut across, in fact, to Himanshu. Himanshu's live. If I can request our producers to cut back, please.
यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं अमित शाह और जेपी नड्डा ऑलरेडी अंदर मौजूद हैं और इसके बाद में एक महत्वपूर्ण बैठक हो सकती है। तो कहने का तात्पर्य यही है कि अभी कुछ देर के बाद में जैसे यहाँ पर देवेंद्र फडणवीस आएंगे, उसके बाद में आपको यहाँ पर हलचल देखेगी और उसके बाद में फिर ये बैठक कितनी लंबी चलती है, किन किन स्तर पर बात होगी, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पता चल रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो प्रदेश के चीफ हैं महाराष्ट्र के, वो भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने वाले हैं। तो वो अपनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में क्या कुछ बोलेंगे, क्या प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस
लेकिन ये माने हिमांशु, इंतजार ये है कि एकनाथ शिंदे क्या कहते हैं। एकनाथ शिंदे नाराजगी तो जाहिर कर चुके हैं, लेकिन जब तक वो पत्ते नहीं खोलते भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए आगे का स्टैंड तय करना थोड़ा मुश्किल है। तो उसका भी इंतजार, उसकी भी तैयारी यहाँ पर।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अभी तक जिस तरीके से राजनीति की है और जिस तरीके से उन्होंने पहले भी कई राज्यों में सरकार बनाई है, वो तभी वो सरकार बनाते हैं या तभी देश के।
बड़ी खबर बता रहे हिमांशु, आते हैं आपके पास।
हाँ, यहाँ पर
महाविकास आघाड़ी के 35 विधायक बागी हो गए। पहली ब्रेक।
That's a breaking news update coming in now. You just saw the details from Republic Bharat right now. Republic Bharat also reporting that Amit Shah is meeting JP Nadda. Amit Shah meeting JP Nadda. And more details coming in. Fadnavis is also reaching. Amit Shah meeting JP Nadda. Fadnavis is also reaching. Let's put out those pictures, please. Let's put out the pictures of the meeting right now.
निकल चुके 9 विधायक, संख्या कैसे बढ़ रही है ये हम आपको समझा रहे हैं। चौथी बड़ी खबर आपके सामने रखे, नड्डा के घर अमित शाह पहुंच चुके हैं, बैठक चल रही। वो तस्वीरें हमारे सहयोगी हिमांशु हम तक पहुंचा रहे थे और ये कहा जा रहा है कि कभी भी देवेंद्र फडणवीस भी पहुंच सकते हैं, क्योंकि मंथन किया जाएगा कि आगे कैसे बढ़ना है, महाराष्ट्र को लेकर क्या रणनीति बनानी है। पांचवी बड़ी खबर यह है कि फडणवीस दिल्ली में है और हम ये लगातार आपको बता रहे हैं कि फडणवीस दिल्ली में है और जो बैठक अब होने वाली है यहां पर नड्डा से मिलने, क्योंकि अमित शाह पहुंचे हैं, बीजेपी के पूरे देश के अध्यक्ष, राष्ट्राध्यक्ष हैं नड्डा, और अमित शाह जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चाणक्य कहे जाते हैं वो तो मंथन कर ही रहे हैं। वो एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं अमित शाह के पहुंचने की, और अब कहा जा रहा है कि कभी भी यहां पर देवेंद्र फडणवीस पहुंच सकते हैं। तो ये 5 बड़ी खबरें, और ये बड़ी खबरें बता रही है कि किस तरह से खतरे में महाअघाड़ी सरकार आ गई है। हम जहां बता रहे हैं कि यहां बैठकों का दौर दिल्ली में चल रहा है, वहीं महाराष्ट्र की अगर आपको जानकारी दें तो शिवसेना की बैठक, कांग्रेस की बैठक, शाम तक एनसीपी चीफ पहुंचने वाले हैं, रात 8 बजे वो भी बैठक करने वाले हैं। और हमारे साथ हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव एडिटर ऐश्वर्य कपूर सीधे जुड़ रहे हैं, उनका रुख कर लेते हैं। ऐश्वर्य, जो चीजें चल रही हैं महाराष्ट्र, दिल्ली, सूरत में, ये 3 शहर, 3 प्रदेश, माफ कीजिएगा, कहीं ना कहीं अब महाराष्ट्र के लिए संकट खड़ा कर रहे हैं। और जो दिल्ली में बैठक हो रही, बस इंतजार है एकनाथ शिंदे के स्टैंड का, और उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे की रणनीति तय करेगी।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, और अब संकट तो हो चुका है, और अगर हम आपको बताएं बिल्कुल नंबर्स गेम है, और नंबर्स गेम बिल्कुल साफ है। 26 के तो हमारे पास पिक्चर्स हैं, 26 शिवसेना के विधायक, हमको सुबह बताया गया था 20, अब वो 26 हो गए हैं। उनके नाम हमारे पास है, अगर मैं आपको एक बार दोबारा बताऊं, नाम शुरू करते हैं तानाजी जयवंत सावंत, बालाजी देवीसरा।
In fact, coming in of Amit Shah, Union Home Minister meeting JP Nadda there, and we're hearing that Devendra Fadnavis after his touchdown in Delhi will rush to Delhi, rush to this venue straight, rush straight to JP Nadda's residence. So let me see who's live with us right now and getting a word from them. If Alisha is live with me or Anuj is live with me, I can go across to them. In fact, on Republic Bharat, you can see the live pictures of Amit Shah, the slow-mo pictures of Amit Shah just entering. Yeah, there you have it on your screen. Amit Shah just entering the residence of JP Nadda right now, and we're hearing Fadnavis will be joining the meeting as well. One, they have said to distribute sweets. They said we're going to distribute sweets, and secondly, indicating also of the mood in the BJP camp. they're sensing something. Pictures also coming in of Sanjay Raut meeting the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Those pictures are also coming in. All right, let's tell you that as of this minute, the big breaking news update right now that Amit Shah has just met JP Nadda, and and Fadnavis is headed there. Shiv Sena has called for an emergency meeting. So Uddhav Thackeray government is really in a flux right now. People like Sanjay Raut, who played a key role in betraying the BJP and sort of breaking away the BJP alliance with the Shiv Sena and going with the NCP and Congress, they've been called. So Sanjay Raut is at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, and Sharad Pawar is going to rush to Delhi, Mumbai, I beg your pardon. He's in Delhi, rushing to Mumbai to save the government or whatever's left of it. And Fadnavis is en route, will be joining that meeting there with Amit Shah and also JP Nadda. And while all of these meetings are taking place, 40 MLAs affiliated with the Maharashtra government and the MVA are right now in Surat being secured with heavy police cover outside the hotels. They are outside and they are calling the shots. 40 MLAs are not with the MVA. I repeat, 40 MLAs are not with the MVA. So if they had 169 until yesterday, minus 40, that's a danger zone for the government in Maharashtra. So that's where it stands. Ladies and gentlemen. As of now, the situation very, very intense. Let's play out some of the reactions that we've been getting. Chandrakant Patil of the BJP said that they're going to distribute sweets in Delhi, and the situation is looking very, very tense. The BJP not saying much, not confirming or denying whether they're going to topple the government in Maharashtra, but it's confirmed now. It's confirmed almost that the BJP is going to try and make a move. Play the soundbite anytime now. Let me see if I can play the soundbite. I should be able to get the soundbite of Chandrakant Patil and play that out right now. But as of this minute, if you look at the numbers on your screen, in fact, before that, let me show you the numbers once again. The numbers and the names of the leaders right now at the hotel in Surat, Gujarat. If my video journalist can focus on this, I can tell you the names of the 26 MLAs who are already confirmed inside. Dr. Tanaji Jayavant Savan, Balaji Devidasara Kalyakar, Prakash Anandrao Abhitkar, Abdul Sattar, Eknath Sambhaji Shinde, Sanjay Pandurang Shirsat, Srinivasa Chintaman Banaga, Mahesh Shinde, Sanjay Remulkar, Vishwanath Boyer, Sandipan Rao Bumre, and Shantaram More, Ramesh Bornare, Anil Babur, Chiman Rao Patil, Shambhuraj Desai, Shahaji Bapu Patil, Mahendra Dalvi, Pradeep Jaiswal, Mahendra Thorve, Kishore Patil, Bharat Sheth Gogavle, Gyanraj Chogle, Balaji Kinkar, Suhas Kande, Sanjay Gaikwad. 26 MLAs who are inside the resort, 26 are in the hotel, 5 independents are joining them, 9 of them are en route from the MVA, a total of 40 MLAs. And if the strength of the Maharashtra Assembly, okay, Chandrakant, okay, getting in a soundbite on ANI. Let's cut across to ANI service, please. ANI service. The Congress party is reacting. पृथ्वीराज चौहान, आई थिंक दैट इज
आघाड़ी के सही जगह पे हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे अगर आवश्यकता होगी तो, क्योंकि पब्लिक में बात करने की बात नहीं है।
आपको नहीं लगता सरकार अल्पमत में जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है?
देखिए, कल ही वोट
सेना टूटी तो कहीं ना कहीं आपकी सरकार गिर जाएगी।
ये अगर मगर की बात नहीं जगह, कल ही वोटिंग हुआ है, हमारी अक्सरियत जो हमने साबित की है, लेकिन अक्सरियत कम हुई है, हमारी मेजॉरिटी कम हुई है, इसको एक चिंता का विषय है।
काँग्रेसचा पराभव कुठेतरी गटातटाच्या राजकारणामुळे झाला
तर काय झालं ते आम्ही आता त्याची चर्चा करण्याकरता आम्ही जमलेलो होतो, आता आम्ही बघणार आहे। पण एक जो मेसेज गेलेला आहे तो त्याबद्दल मला दुःख होतं आहे की आमच्या एक अतिशय हुतकरू अशा काँग्रेसच्या दलित कार्यकर्त्याचा, तो दलित होता हे महत्त्वाचं नाही, पण एक चांगला कार्यकर्ता होता, एक माजी मंत्री होते, त्यांच्यावर हा नकळत अन्याय झालेला आहे। तो कशामुळे झाला याची चौकशी मी करणार आहे। धन्यवाद।
Big admission by the Congress party saying that they've lost the majority. Prithviraj Chavan, who's been a former chief minister, we're just putting out the details full frame. Let's play out the soundbite once again. Prithviraj Chavan, former chief minister of Maharashtra, a very senior Congress leader, has just admitted that they don't have the majority. They're saying that our majority kam hua hai. They say our numbers are down, and for the first time for the first time, the Mahavikas Aghadi admitting. One more soundbite coming in. Let me cut across once more. Let's cut across once more. But the Congress has admitted to losing the majority in the Maharashtra Assembly. The Congress party saying, Prithviraj Chavan of the Congress party saying that we don't have the majority, our numbers are down, and that our majority has slipped. He says our numbers are down and that our majority has slipped. And this is a big admission by the Congress party. I repeat, it's a big admission by the Congress party, which has just gone on record and said that our numbers are sliding and our numbers have slipped. So this is for the first time. Let me see if I can get the Prithviraj Chavan's soundbite and play that again. I'll also get Abhishek live. I'll get Abhishek live, Aishwarya live, Anuj live, and Alisha as well on the phone line, because we're getting into more and more details of the situation here in Maharashtra, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good with one of the constituents. In fact, the Shiv Sena, Alisha is joining me, but Alisha, if Prithviraj Chavan of the Congress party and a former chief minister says that numbers are down, our majority is down, it's almost an admission of game over. Prithviraj Chavan is saying our majority is down. He's saying our majority is down, Alisha.
Yes, we heard Prithviraj Chavan, a very senior leader in Congress, clearly stating that we don't have the majority, and it is a matter of concern. But now what the concern is coming in from the Varsha Bungalow, where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is already holding a meeting with the ministers and the MP who has already reached there. We know that Vinayak Raut, Arvind Sawant, Sanjay Raut, who has already reached the Varsha Bungalow, and there is a meeting that is ongoing, and there are other MLAs and ministers that has already been asked to reach the Varsha Bungalow for an important meeting. On the other hand, we know that tonight at around 9:30, when Sharad Pawar, who is going to come back to Mumbai and is going to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, but everyone has been only waiting for Eknath Shinde to come and speak to the media and clearly state what is the reason behind where he took all this MLA, because we know the 35 MLAs are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and they are already 26 are already in hotel in Le Meridian Hotel in Surat, and 9 are on the way reaching to the same location. But we have to wait what exactly the demand that will put forth by Eknath Shinde, because it's not only about Eknath Shinde, who is the sitting cabinet minister, but there are other ministers as well. There are 3 more ministers along with Eknath Shinde who are present at the hotel in Surat, and others are reaching there. So we have to wait what are the demands that are going to be made, because
it's Praful Patel. Latest pictures coming in. Praful Patel is meeting Sharad Pawar. The lines are open. In Delhi. Sharad Pawar is going to fly down to Mumbai, and Sharad Pawar is in. Let's go back to those pictures, please. Let's go back to those pictures. Those are pictures of Praful Patel. Let's go back to those pictures. Praful Patel. Pictures. That's a live shot. That's fine. It's a moving camera live shot. We just had those pictures. I'll just play that out again. We'll just play that out again. We'll play that out once again. But Praful Patel also, you could see him there making those calls as Sharad Pawar also gets ready to fly down to Mumbai now. Okay, I think Prithviraj Chavan is. Let's play out Prithviraj Chavan soundbite, please. Let's play out Prithviraj Chavan soundbite.
देखिए, ये बहुत चिंता का विषय है कि हमारे एक दलित नेता, कार्यकर्ता जिन्हें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, आला कमान ने बहुत आग्रहपूर्ण प्रथम स्तर पर जो दिया था वोट, और हमें उम्मीद थी कि उनको कोई खतरा नहीं था, कि उनको काफ़ी शायद जो हम जानते हैं, मुझे पता नहीं क्या रणनीति तय की गई थी, लेकिन हम जानते हैं कि काफ़ी सारी फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस की वोट उन्हें दी गई थी, लेकिन फिर भी हमने देखा कि उनको बहुत कम वोट मिले हैं। तो ये बहुत चिंता का विषय है और इससे बहुत गलत मैसेज जाता है, लेकिन हम अवश्य उस पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी अब मीटिंग में अभी हम तय करेंगे। इसीलिए कांग्रेस विधायक दल की अभी तुरंत बैठक बुलाई है, अभी थोड़ी देर में हम सारी चीज़ों पे बात करेंगे।
एकनाथ शिंदे ने जिस प्रकार से नॉट रीचेबल हुए हैं, उनके साथ तकरीबन 17 से भी अधिक एमएलए जो है शिवसेना के, वो नॉट रीचेबल है। इस सिचुएशन को महाविकास आघाड़ी के एक पार्टी के रूप में आप कैसे देखते हैं? ये टर्मोइल आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं किसी और दल में क्या हो रहा है उसके बारे में मैं टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा। जी हाँ, लेकिन ये महाविकास आघाड़ी के सही जगह पे हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे अगर आवश्यकता होगी तो, क्योंकि पब्लिक में बात करने की बात नहीं है।
आपको नहीं लगता सरकार अल्पमत में जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है?
नहीं, देखिए कल ही वोट
सेना टूटी तो कहीं ना कहीं आपकी सरकार गिर जाएगी।
ये अगर मगर की बात नहीं चाहिए। कल ही वोटिंग हुआ है, हमारी अक्सरियत जो हमने साबित की है, लेकिन अक्सरियत कम हुई है, हमारी मेजॉरिटी कम हुई है, इसको एक चिंता का विषय है।
काँग्रेसचा पराभव कुठेतरी गटातटाच्या राजकारणामुळे झाला.
तर काय झालं ते आम्ही आता त्याची चर्चा करण्याकरता आम्ही जमलेलो आहोत, आम्ही बघणार आहे. पण एक जो मेसेज गेलेला आहे तो त्याबद्दल मला दुःख होतं आहे की आमच्या एक अतिशय हुतकरू अशा काँग्रेसच्या दलित कार्यकर्त्याचा, तो दलित होते महत्त्वाचं नाही पण एक चांगला कार्यकर्ता.
The breaking news update now coming in that JP Nadda, those are pictures of JP Nadda and Amit Shah leaving together. JP Nadda and Amit Shah leaving, so that's a big update. JP Nadda and Amit Shah leaving together, this is a big update. I repeat, JP Nadda and Amit Shah leaving together is a big development. That was Amit Shah, JP Nadda's residence, but we're just getting in breaking news now that they have just left together. They have just left together. We're keeping a close track on the situation. Anuj is joining me live. Anuj, do you have an update on where JP Nadda and Amit Shah are headed? Where are they headed?
Well, as we do know, Niranjan, that this is going to be the meeting of Fadnavis also, because Fadnavis, what we have been told, has already landed in the national capital. So this could be an important meeting among the three. This is JP Nadda, this is Amit Shah and Fadnavis. As we are seeing the development from Maharashtra and as we are seeing the trouble mounting on the head of the Maharashtra government, then these development could be clearly seen in the national capital also. Right now I'm reporting from Sharad Pawar's residence and Praful Patel. Praful Patel, let me tell you, has just reached, and this is also under going to be a very important meeting when Sharad Pawar now, what we have been told.
Bhai Jagtap is speaking and let me cut across to Bhai Jagtap. Just 1 minute.
एकनाथ शिंदे जो है वो नाराज है और सूरत में बैठे हुए हैं. साफ तौर पे कहीं न कहीं सरकार की वो लेकर जो है अंदेशा से बना हुआ है, क्योंकि 20 से भी ज़्यादा लोग उनके समर्थन में हैं. कहीं
आप तय कर लीजिए, ये कोई 15 कह रहा है, कोई 18 कह रहा है, कोई 20 कह रहा है, जो भी है, पर उनके साथ कुछ लोग हैं, ये हकीकत है. जहाँ तक उनकी नाराज़गी की सवाल है, मेरे ख्याल से एकनाथ शिंदे ये एक बहुत बड़ा कड़वा शिवसैनिक रहा. मैंने उनकी जर्नी, वो जब शिवसैनिक थे, आज भी हैं, शाखा प्रमुख थे, आज उन्होंने जिस तरह से शिवसेना के बलबूते, शिवसेना के नाम पे, शिवसेना का एक सच्चा सिपाही होने के नाते उन्होंने आज तक यहाँ तक वो आके पहुँचे हैं. कुछ तो कारण होगा, मुझे नहीं पता. इस वक्त मैं उस बारे में मैं कोई वक्तव्य करूँ मुझे शोभा नहीं देगा, पर इतना मैं जानता हूँ कि वो बात करके ये सारी चीज़ें सुलझ सकती है, ये सुलह हो सकती है.
सर, अब काफ़ी सालों से जानते हैं एकनाथ शिंदे को, क्या कहना चाहेंगे मीडिया के माध्यम से? आप तो कह रहे हैं
नहीं, मैंने तो अपील कर रहा हूँ उनको, इसलिए क्योंकि देखिए मुझे पता नहीं है कि इश्यूज़ क्या है. वेरी ऑनेस्टली, व्हाई शुड आई जस्ट लाई, बट सेम थिंग एज आई सेड कि मैं उनको जानता हूँ, एक सच्चा और कट्टर शिवसैनिक रहे वो, और उन्होंने पूरा थाना आनंद दिघे जी के बाद सही मायनों में अगर थाना पूरी तरह कंट्रोल किया, वो एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने किया, पर सेम टाइम कि वो शिवसैनिक करके किया है. और उनमें जो शिवसैनिक है, मैं यकीन के साथ कहता हूँ, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के शिवसैनिक है ये, वो कोई ऐसा काम नहीं करेंगे. ये मेरी सोच है और मैं उनको अपील भी करूँगा. अपनी बात जो है आपस में बैठ के उसमें सुलह हो सकती है. इतने बड़े पार्टी में, इतने बड़े सरकार में ये सारी चीज़ें शायद होती है. हमने देखा है, हमने सरकार चलाई है, कोalition सरकार चलाई है, हमने आघाड़ी सरकार चलाई है, तो हम जानते हैं कि इस तरह की बातें होती है, पर बैठ के इसमें सुलह हो सकती है, रास्ता निकाल सकता है.
कांग्रेस की अगर बात करें तो कांग्रेस के खेमे में क्या हाल है? क्या सभी एमएलएज और नेताओं से आपका संपर्क है? जी,
मेरा संपर्क है, क्योंकि कल ही इलेक्शन खत्म हुआ है. आज मॉर्निंग को जब मैंने देखा, चलो मैंने कहा एक मिशन कंप्लीट हो गया, दूसरा मिशन शुरू हो गया. तो कांग्रेस के इसमें कभी भी इस तरह का नहीं हुआ. कुछ गड़बड़ी हुई है इलेक्शन में, ये मैं ये करना चाहता हूँ, कबूल करना चाहता हूँ. उसके ऊपर चिंतन होगा, उसकी चिंता है, पर इस वक्त मैं यकीन के साथ कहता हूँ कांग्रेस का कोई भी ये जो है MLA किसी भी प्रकार से यहाँ वहाँ नहीं, सब बाला साहब थोरात जी के नेतृत्व में, अशोकराव चव्हाण जी के नेतृत्व में हम सारे एक.
भाई तर काँग्रेसच्या अनेक आमदारांना मुंबईत अनेक आमदार गायब होतील, नॉट रिचेबल होतील.
नाही, असं आहे की तुम्हाला वाटते तुम्ही तसं म्हणत आहात. आपण एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या की आता एक दिवसापूर्वी कालच सगळे मुंबईमध्ये होते. रात्री सगळ्यांनी हे करून मतदान करून सगळे आपल्या आपल्या ह्याच्यामध्ये गेलेत, मतदारसंघामध्ये गेलेले आहेत. मला खात्री आहे असा राजकीय भूकंप काही महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पहिली वेळ आपण पाहत नाही आहोत. अशा प्रकारच्या घटना यापूर्वी अनेक वेळा घडलेल्या आहेत. दुर्दैव फक्त एवढंच आहे की ज्या पद्धतीने सत्तेच्या ह्याच्या हव्यासापोटी जे काही केलं जात आहे ते तितकंसं समर्थनीय नाही, हे माझं मत आहे. त्यामुळे या सगळ्या गोष्टींना काँग्रेसच्या कुठलाही आमदार बळी पडणार.
Bhai Jagtap of the Congress party, who managed to upstage his own party leader yesterday, by the way, in the biggest upset of this MLC election, which is the reason why things have just fallen flat on their face for the Mahavikas Aghadi. Bhai Jagtap is one of the reasons, because the Congress upstaged the Congress. A Dalit leader was upstaged, a first preference Dalit leader was given a raw deal by the Congress party. Instead, Bhai Jagtap got the votes, and there is so much of a flux in the Congress party right now that they're meeting, and one of the senior most leaders has admitted that they've had a huge setback. You have Prithviraj Chavan of the Congress party saying, yes, we've slipped into a minority, we've lost a majority. And then you have somebody like a Bhai Jagtap saying, yesterday we secured one victory, now let's look forward to the next victory. I don't know which Congress we are really looking at. Is it the Vadra Congress? Is it the Maharashtra Congress? Is a different unit altogether? They're speaking different language. Prithviraj Chavan speaking once again on ANI. Let's see if we can cut across. Prithviraj Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who just admitted that we've lost majority. Once more, a new soundbite coming in. I'm going across to ANI live service right now.
तो प्रकार घडला, अत्यंत दुर्दैवी घडला आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासामध्ये एक आमच्या दलित कार्यकर्त्यावर अन्याय झाला आहे, कळत नकळत. दुसरी सीट आमची अवघड होती, आम्हाला माहिती होतं, पण आम्हाला शेवटी विजयाची खात्री होती. पण काहीतरी घडलेलं आहे, आता त्याचं विश्लेषण आम्ही करणार आहे.
What has happened is very unfortunate. This is something we didn't expected.
पण मी फक्त काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अंतर्गत
I cannot comment at this point of time because it is more important to know what exactly has happened.
Few minutes back, so we just played out that soundbite once again. We'll play out the full soundbite in a bit. But Alisha is joining me right now. Let me go across to Alisha. Alisha, the latest numbers that we have show that Eknath Shinde may have support of 40, and Fadnavis is urgently meeting Nadda and Shah. Fadnavis is urgently meeting JP Nadda and Amit Shah. We just saw Amit Shah and JP Nadda leaving. Those pictures just left, we just have those pictures. Let's go across to those pictures, full frame of JP Nadda leaving with Amit Shah, and I think that tells you that things are moving extremely fast. And on a contrasting visual, you have JP Nadda leaving with Amit Shah, and then you have a contrasting visual of Praful Patel inside Pawar's residence, trying to make some urgent phone calls from Delhi, because the NCP doesn't really know what's hit them suddenly. So things have moved so fast. Latest number showing that 40, it could be almost 40 who could be with Shinde, and not just 26 or 35. Alisha.
Well, we have to wait what the further course of, because everyone is waiting for Eknath Shinde to take a press conference, because yes, the number what we are coming in forth is like 40. Now the 40 MLAs are in touch, but the important meeting in Varsha Bungalow is already underway, where the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray meeting begins with the party leaders, and we know that already Anil Desai, Vinayak Raut, Arvind Sawant, Sanjay Raut, Gulabrao Patil, Neeram Gore, Amsha Padvi, Sachin Ahir, and in total for now there are 14 MLAs who are already present at Varsha Bungalow, where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is taking that meeting. Is going to consider what can be the further course of action, and is going to check what is the status now, because we know that already talks between Eknath Shinde and Shiv Sena senior leaders has already been done, and Eknath Shinde has asked the senior leader to come to Surat as well to meet them, and there could be some deal, because we have to wait what will be the further, because it's for now it's only 14. It's been said that the MLA that has already reached to Varsha Bungalow, and the information that has already been given to the other ministers and MLAs as well.
Okay, so let's wait and watch. In fact, situation very flexible as of now, and it's moving so fast. In fact, as we speak, Anuj is joining me right now from Delhi. Delhi, all the action where Pawar is going to rush. Pawar is going to rush to Mumbai. Pawar is in Delhi. We just saw the pictures of Praful Patel. They're meeting Pawar. And Pawar is wondering what's going on. And we are also getting in some breaking news now that in Mumbai, 14 MLAs have reached the Chief Minister's house. Not sure whether just 14 or 14 extra. I'll wait for some more confirmation, but 14 is the number I'm picking up. Anuj, what's the update in Delhi?
Well, if we talk about Delhi, then the meetings are underway. At this point in time, I'm reporting from Sharad Pawar residence and Praful Patel. There is a second time when Praful Patel has come back, and Praful Patel at this point in time is meeting Sharad Pawar. So we have been told that Sharad Pawar is going to fly to Mumbai. Sharad Pawar will be leaving for Mumbai in the evening, and prior to that, we are continuously seeing meetings after meeting in the national capital. This is JP Nadda and Amit Shah who met earlier at the residence. Now they are meeting Venkaiah Naidu, the Vice President, and Fadnavis. What we have been told, Fadnavis has also landed in the national capital. So this is going to be another important meeting of Fadnavis, Amit Shah and JP Nadda. What we have been told, we are waiting for the visuals, we are waiting for the confirmation of the same. But on the very same time, let me tell you that Sharad Pawar at this point in time is meeting Praful Patel. So meeting between the duo is on at the Sharad Pawar's residence. This is going to be very important and interesting meeting, because this is going to be something which is going to decide the future course of action by Sharad Pawar, because Sharad Pawar has already decided that he is going to Mumbai after 2:30 meeting in the parliament. At 2:30, this is an opposition meeting in the parliament where the opposition leader will be meeting, and after that Sharad Pawar will be flying to Mumbai, what we have been told. So this is going to be an interesting development when we are talking about the story, because the numbers are playing. The numbers game is there, and as Eknath Shinde is claiming that he is having 40, and as we have been told that Eknath Shinde is having 40, then this is clear trouble which is mounting on the head of the Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar in Maharashtra. So will have to see how Sharad Pawar is going to take the role, and how Sharad Pawar is going to lead the things, or rather will intervene into the things, because this is the alliance. If we talk about the government in the Maharashtra, so Sharad Pawar plays an important role. The oldest leader and the tallness of the leader is very much known. So we are reporting from Sharad Pawar residence. The gate is opening. I'll see if anything happening, if any movement is there. No, the movement is not there, but Sharad Pawar at this point in time is meeting Praful Patel. Sharad Pawar and Praful Patel is meeting, but this is going to be a very important meeting, because after this is going to be decided like what exactly is going to be the next course of action from NCP. The NCP chief Sharad Pawar at this point in time meeting Praful Patel, and I have been told that the numbers has been dialed. They are in touch with the other leadership also. They are taking note of the situation, that what exactly is happening has been claimed by Eknath Shinde. Then what is going to happen next? Because Fadnavis there will be meeting JP Nadda and Amit Shah, what I have been told, in the national capital. So there, whether the BJP will go ahead with the things, and NCP will have to see what exactly should be the next course of action. For that cause, now there is the second meeting with Praful Patel. Earlier we have given the visuals. Earlier in the morning, this was the meeting of the opposition leaders at Sharad Pawar residence, and now this is Praful Patel who is again meeting Sharad Pawar. And after that, what I have been told, after that the future course of action will be decided, because this is going to go ahead with the things, that what exactly is going to be the role of NCP. Whereas we are also getting update from the Congress. Congress is also not happy with the things. Congress themselves is going through the internal...
Big breaking news update right now. Big breaking news update on Republic TV. Only 14 leaders are present inside the Chief Minister's residence. Only 14 Sena leaders. I repeat, only 14 Shiv Sena leaders are present inside the Chief Minister's residence. Only 14 are present inside the Chief Minister's residence, including MPs and MLAs. Only 14 MLAs and MPs. 14 leaders who include MLAs and MPs. And I'm not sure about the total number of the Shiv Sena in the assembly, but this is a big shocker, because we are told that all Shiv Sena MLAs were called. If all were called, then how is it that out of 56, there are only 14, including MLAs and MPs? Now that's not a situation that the Maharashtra government would have liked to find itself in. And across to Alisha. In fact, Alisha is going to join us right now. We are told that only 14 leaders are present, 55 MLAs. I'm going to go across to Alisha right now. But the big breaking news update that we are picking up is that 14 MLAs are present, and out of 56 MLAs that the Shiv Sena has, only 14 are present. So I'd like to go across to Alisha because this is a very brittle situation. Including MPs, there are only 14, we are told, MPs and MLAs. So I'm just waiting for more details from Alisha. Maybe Alisha will be able to get more details, and we should be able to get some more details anytime now. I'm waiting for the details from Alisha. Alisha, I'll go across to her, but only 14 MLAs, we are told, ended up at the Chief Minister's residence. Okay, I'm getting in some more details right now. Details of... okay, now we are told that the number's gone up to 20. Total 20 leaders now present. So there's an update, a quick update, that 20 leaders are there. But it's still lesser than the 56. The 56 who were the MLAs until last night. So what happened to the rest? That's a little bit of a situation on what the Sena is staring at. I repeat, out of the 56 MLAs, we are told anywhere between 15 to 20, only 15 to 20 are there. And if only 15 to 20 are there, then this is a situation that the Shiv Sena may not like. I want to go across to Alisha right now, but this is a big jolt because all MLAs, we are told, were called. All MLAs were called, but if all of them were called, then only 20 have turned up, we are told, including MLAs and MPs. And these are details now that we're picking up, that only 20 turned up. So we're still trying to get a head count of how many. Okay, we're getting in more pictures of the BJP celebration there. The BJP celebration of the MLC elections. So we're getting in pictures from different parts of Maharashtra. This is the BJP celebration from Mumbai, and the BJP celebrating their MLC victory. And this is a big breaking news update that's coming in, and major jolt for the Shiv Sena right now. Shiv Sena is getting a jolt because 56 MLAs, 56 is their strength in the assembly, but only 20 have turned up. I'm not sure that's a situation that they would like. I want to go across to Alisha, and my colleague Anuj is also joining in. I'll try and get Aishwarya as well, but this is not a good situation, Anuj, we are hearing that only 20 turned up, 20 leaders, including MLAs and MPs. Out of 56, their strength is 56, but only 14 to 20 turned up. I mean, they're short of nearly 30 MLAs. So half the Sena MLAs are not even there in that meeting. Over half of them not even there at that meeting. Picking up, Anuj, can you hear me? Anuj, if you can hear me, Anuj, this is not a good situation. Only 20 MLAs are there. Anuj, can you hear me? I'll get Abhishek, Aishwarya, Anuj, Alisha, and we'll get all our reporters live right now. This is a big breaking news update. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra had called all leaders to his residence, but the update that I have right now is only 20 have reached. Only 20 have reached. And the Shiv Sena has 56 MLAs. So 36 MLAs haven't shown up. 36 MLAs haven't shown up, which is not a good situation. In fact, even among the 20, we are told that some of them are MPs, which means it's a much worse situation than what they may have initially thought. And this is a big breaking news update. Let me see if I can go across to Anuj now. Anuj, Abhishek, Aishwarya with the breaking news update. But Okay, Anuj is back with me. Anuj, what are you hearing? Anuj. Now the sound bites that we've been getting through the day,
well, at this point, yes.
Yeah. No, 1 minute. I have the details of those who are present in the Shiv Sena meeting. Only 20 of them are there. I have it here with me. Let me show it to you. Only 20 leaders are present, including, if my video journalists can come to me, the producers, if you can take this list. Only 20 of them are there right now. Only 20. The list of, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this story right now in Mumbai, the story being broken by Republic TV is that only 20 Sena leaders have reached, only 20 Sena leaders have landed up at the Chief Minister's residence. Shiv Sena has 56 MLAs. I repeat, Shiv Sena has 56 MLAs, but only 20 leaders, including MPs and MLAs. So the number of MLAs is much lesser. I have the list with me of who's present inside the Chief Minister's residence. Vaibhav Nayak, Divakar Ravte, Uday Singh Rajput, Vinayak Raut, Narendra Darade, Anil Desai, Vivek Potnis, Vikas Potnis, Vinayak Raut, Subhash Desai, Varun Sardesai, Arvind Sawant, Kishore Darade, Kishore Savi, Amsha Padvi, Chandrakant Raghuvanshi, Ravindra Vaikar, Gulabrao Patil, Sanjay Raut, Neelam Gohe, Uday Samant. So I just saw about 3 or 4 MPs, which means Ankit is joining me live right now. Ankit, only 20 leaders we are told are there. Only 20 are there, but they have 56 MLAs. And these are not even MLAs. These are MLAs plus MPs, which means effectively about 15 MLAs out of 56, which means at least 40 were not there. And 40, by the way, is also the number that Eknath Shinde says he has with him right now.
Niranjan, absolutely. It's very interesting how the numbers add up. We are reporting from right outside the Varsha bungalow of the Chief Minister, where, like you said, there are 20 Shiv Sena leaders here. And if this is an attendance session, then it is very clear that there are a number of MPs also that constitute that 20. Like we saw Arvind Sawant, Sanjay Raut, these are members of parliament, they are not MLAs. And so correctly you're saying, if Eknath Shinde claims that he has a total of 40 MLAs, he said that 26 are with him, 9 are on the way, 5 are independent, then it's very clear that that is why there is perhaps a shortfall here right outside the Varsha bungalow. And that is why there is an indication that the Shiv Sena has seen a mass rebellion led by Eknath Shinde, which has put perhaps the majority of the Maharashtra MVA government in jeopardy. Now, there is also supposed to be a meeting that will carry on the entire day. That is the latest indication that we are given to understand right here, held by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. That meeting, I don't know what is the state of what is happening right now, but there is a slew of meetings that is planned through the day. But of course, it's a very fluid situation. At the same way, the Congress is also in a huddle, and also we know that the NCP chief Sharad Pawar is set to come to Mumbai. Meanwhile, at the BJP's end, Devendra Fadnavis is over in Delhi. So there are hectic things going on. But right now, if this is a case of the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray calling for a show of strength, calling for a show of hands, then it's very clear that there are very few MLAs that perhaps remain in Mumbai. Now, of course, a lot of it could be logistical. So we are yet to ascertain the true details of that, because a lot of the MLAs were here because they voted in the MLC elections, and then many of them may have gone back to their respective constituencies. However, a number of them went to Surat, is what we are given to understand, late at night last night following Eknath Shinde, and they are at the Le Méridien Hotel there in Surat, where he is expected to speak very shortly, and perhaps then we'll find out what is exactly the nature of things that is going on. But at this moment, it appears that if the Shiv Sena has called an all hands on deck meeting, then there are a mix of MPs and MLAs who are there, and together they are only able to muster the number of 20, which is far less than the 56 that they had when they had completed the Maharashtra Assembly elections of 2019, Niranjan.
You know, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates. Aishwarya is also joining me on the phone line. Now, that's a very, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're watching the broadcast right now, Shiv Sena called a meeting of all its MLAs, all its leaders. Of the 56 MLAs that it has in the Maharashtra Assembly, only about 15 have showed up, including MPs, about 20 have showed up. So between 15 to 20 present in the meeting. 56 is the strength of Shiv Sena. Only 15 MLAs have turned up. What happens to the 40? Aishwarya, at least 40 of them not in that meeting. Aishwarya. $55. Okay, I don't have Aishwarya on the phone line there. Let me go back and play out some of the sound bites as well. You had the BJP saying that Fadnavis is going to Delhi to share sweets, to share some, the sweets of victory, they said, of MLC elections. And as we speak, there are three different meetings happening. JP Nadda and Amit Shah are meeting. JP Nadda and Amit Shah are going to meet the Vice President Venkaiah Naidu. We are hearing that could be some related development with the presidential elections. In Delhi, Praful Patel is meeting Sharad Pawar. And in Mumbai, Uddhav Thackeray is meeting his party leaders. We are told only about 15 MLAs are present, 15 to 20. And I'm going back to Ankit. Ankit is outside the Chief Minister's residence. Getting in the pictures as well, getting in some pictures. Let me cut across to the live pictures. Live pictures of leaders coming in, going out. Ankit, who's there, Ankit? Ankit, at the Chief Minister's residence.
That Niranjan was Aditya Thackeray is what we are told. I think that was Aditya Thackeray's car. And so the Worli MP, once again, Worli MLA rather, has now gone inside. So that is one more adding to the Shiv Sena's ranks. But still it is a small number in comparison to what they had when they started out, which was 56 like you were saying. And so there are a estimation of just over 15 or so MLAs that are present here at the moment. Apart from that, there are MPs also of the Shiv Sena. And so, but leaders continue to come in. I think it is a situation where everyone has been called, and so they are either making their way here or over there in Surat. And so that is what we are looking at right now. There is a constant train and a convoy of VIP vehicles that are passing through this area. We are right outside the Varsha Bungalow, the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, and he is holding a meeting right now and a gathering of all the Shiv Sena leaders, senior leaders, whether or not they are MPs or MLAs. They are all coming here, or they are with Eknath Shinde in Surat in the hotel. That is what is currently happening right now, Niranjan, at the Varsha Bungalow.
I'm getting in some more details. Some action outside the Varsha Bungalow. JP Nadda's house. There's action in Delhi and Mumbai. Let me cut across to the action in Delhi outside JP Nadda's house. I'm just being told that outside JP Nadda's house there's some action. There are some pictures coming in. If I can go across to those pictures as well. And outside the Chief Minister's residence. Yes, let's cut across live to Delhi now.
चल रहा था और चर्चा चल रही थी जी.
There of Republic Bharat reporting, because JP Nadda has just left with Amit Shah. They are meeting Venkaiah Naidu, and we are told Fadnavis could also be joining that meeting later with top BJP leaders. And more details now coming in. Of how only 15 to 20 leaders are with Uddhav Thackeray. I think it's a jolt. They didn't expect it, but it's a reality check. They have 55 in the house. 55. If they have 55, only 15 MLAs were there, and the 40 MLAs who are missing, are they with the Shiv Sena? Are they with Eknath Shinde? It appears some are not there with them, and some are sitting pretty in Surat at a resort with Eknath Shinde, playing their cards well. Abhishek and Aishwarya both on the phone line with me. Aishwarya, what are you picking up? And I'll go across to Abhishek, who's also joining me with the names. Aishwarya.
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, as you just said, the number's gone up to 40. And on the other side, only 20 arriving at the residence of the Chief Minister, only 21. 21, that is the revised number. So it's an embarrassing situation for the MBA. Sanjay Raut, who came out just few minutes prior saying all will be okay, is now seems to be really in a tense mode, because at the end of the day, 40 MLAs, including 3 MBA ministers, are still not there in physical presence in front of Uddhav Thackeray, and that in itself is enough to send jitters down the MBA. And that is why we are being told that Sharad Pawar, right after this meeting, Bailey is having a meet with Praful Patel. And as we speak, we have the other top leaders leaving from another parallel meeting. There are a series of meetings, because two very important political developments happening, one for the President of India and the other seems to be regarding the government of Maharashtra. So parallelly, as we speak, there is another live development happening. And if I can just bring the visuals of that also, Amit Shah and Jagat Prakash Nadda alongside Rajnath Singh leaving from the residence of Venkaiah Naidu. So that's a parallel meeting. But coming back to this is a very much a developing situation in Surat, because what we are being told, the numbers could even increase from here. the weight is of Devendra Fadnavis. The minute Devendra Fadnavis meets Jagat Prakash Nadda and Amit Shah, what we are being told, he is already in the national capital. He was waiting for this meeting, which is happening between Rajnath Singh, Jagat Prakash Nadda, Amit Shah, with the Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu. Now this meeting has ended, and now after this, he is going to directly head. He is going to head for this meeting. So it's going to be Devendra Fadnavis, Amit Shah, and Jagat Prakash Nadda for that important meeting, and post which, once Devendra Fadnavis gets the approval of the top BJP brass, hence they are going to directly move in the way they want, because we know Dhananjay and Abhishek, what happened
now
last time around.
Some more pictures coming in of the meeting of the meeting at Ajit Pawar's residence. In fact, let me show you the pictures. Abhishek is also joining me. Aishwarya, be with me. Abhishek, the numbers are constantly changing. Abhishek, is it 40 now? Abhishek, is it 40? Okay, I just lost the line with Abhishek there, but Aishwarya is also joining me live, in fact, on the broadcast. Aishwarya is live on the broadcast. Let me go across to him. I'm also getting in the pictures right now of the meeting. Let me play out the pictures of the meeting right now. Ajit Pawar, there are 3 meetings right now. I repeat, there are 3 meetings. Meeting number one. Okay, this is at Pawar residence. Live pictures from Pawar residence on your screens right now. That's Sharad Pawar's residence in Delhi, where top leaders are leaving. You just saw Praful Patel also there in that meeting, and those pictures are coming in. In Mumbai, that's the breaking news update. NCP leaders are meeting Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister. The pictures on the Surface device in the newsroom. That's another breaking news update coming in. Let's cut to the Surface device, please. You have the picture of Ajit Pawar meeting. NCP leaders. That's the first picture. NCP goes into a huddle, and NCP is wondering what to do next. Ajit Pawar is meeting. Well, if there was one picture I'd like to pull out right now, Abhishek, that would be the picture of Ajit Pawar taking oath with Fadnavis before they eventually tied up with the MVA, and that would mean something today for them. Abhishek.
So there is a huddle happening of all the alliance partners. We earlier saw the Congress Legislature Party meeting. Now we are seeing since Sharad Pawar was in Delhi and has flown back, by the time he reaches, before that NCP's effectively number 2, Ajit Pawar, now taking this meeting. He's of course the Deputy Chief Minister as well, taking stock of the party. We can see Praful Patel in the picture. What is important is that the NCP numbers have been safe. Just like the BJP, NCP also increased the MLAs voting for it in the MLC polls. So I don't think there is any breach insofar as the numbers go for the NCP. But still, given the situation as it is emerging, because Shiv Sena does not have numbers, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government itself comes under the halfway mark.
Against the invisible enemy. Technology is taking over at a very rapid speed. So what was good for yesterday is not necessarily good for tomorrow. जो हम कल कर रहे थे वही भविष्य में भी करते रहें तो हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे, ये संभव नहीं है। यदि हमें कल की तैयारी करनी है तो हमें परिवर्तित होना पड़ेगा। आवश्यक इसलिए था कि ये सारी का सारा जो इन्वायरमेंट है भारत के चारों तरफ सारे संसार के अंदर में वो बदल रहा है। दूसरा, इसको एक परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखने की ज़रूरत है। देयर इज अ नीड टू लुक एट इट इन ए पर्सपेक्टिव। ये अग्निपथ अपने में कोई योजना नहीं है, ये अग्निपथ अपने में कोई स्टैंड अलोन साइलो नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब सत्ता में आए 2014 में, तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता, वन ऑफ हिज प्राइम प्रायोरिटी वाज हाउ टू मेक इंडिया सिक्योर एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग, and that required many avenues, that required many steps, multitude of them. Broadly speaking, they come under the 4 heads. It requires equipment, it requires change in systems and structures, it requires change in technology, it requires change in manpower, policies, and they have got to be futuristic. कल और भविष्य की तरफ देखते हुए हमारे को इन चारों क्षेत्रों में अपनी प्रगति करनी है। आपने देखा होगा, अगर आप पिछले 8 सालों के अंदर में देखें तो स्ट्रक्चरल एंड सिस्टमेटिक चेंजेस बहुत सारे हुए हैं। मान लिया जाए कि CDS का वो था, पिछले 22-25 साल से पड़ा हुआ था, ये डिमांड थी, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स की रिकमेंडेशन थी, लेकिन राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति न होने के कारण ये इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुई। हमारे यहाँ साइबर थ्रेट्स पैदा होने शुरू हो गए थे। डिफेंस साइबर एजेंसी का निर्माण एक स्ट्रक्चरल एंड सिस्टमिक चेंज था। डिफेंस स्पेस एजेंसी का आज से 5 साल 10 साल पुराने सैनिक इसकी कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते थे कि आज हमारी डिफेंस एजेंसी की अपनी स्पेस की एक इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी है, एक इंडिपेंडेंट वो है। इसी प्रकार से बहुत सारे जो सिस्टम्स एंड स्ट्रक्चर्स भी चेंज किए गए। दूसरा जो क्षेत्र था जो है इक्विपमेंट का। आज आपने देखा होगा सरकार ने अपनी सेना के लिए कितने नए तरह के वेपन्स, हमारे पास में जो असॉल्ट राइफल थी जिस पर हम डिपेंड कर रहे थे 7.62, वो शायद इतनी कारगर नहीं थी, अब उसको रिप्लेस किया जा रहा है भारत में बनी हुई AK-203 के साथ में। ये एक बहुत ही कामगर और दुनिया की वन ऑफ द बेस्ट असॉल्ट राइफल्स होगी। इसी प्रकार से अगर हम देखें, चाहे वो पनडुब्बियों के क्षेत्र में है, चाहे वो पर्सनल इक्विपमेंट ऑफ द सोल्जर है, चाहे वो एयरक्राफ्ट्स हैं, हमने लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट का और अब ये 5th जनरेशन एयरक्राफ्ट एमका का हम निर्माण कर रहे हैं। तो इक्विपमेंट के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत प्रगति की जा रही है। और एक है टेक्नोलॉजी का फील्ड, जो सबसे ज़्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव फील्ड है। इसमें पैसा भी बहुत लगता है और बहुत कुशल वैज्ञानिकों की आवश्यकता होती है। वी नीड द टॉप साइंटिस्ट हु आर ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव एंड अदर्स। देखिए, इस सरकार के टाइम के ऊपर में अंतरिक्ष के अंदर में जो बड़े नए संकट आए, सारे का सारा वारफेयर जो है वो सैटेलाइट कंट्रोल होगा। आपका जो हवाई जहाज चलेगा या आपके जो रडार्स काम करेंगे वो सब सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन एंड सैटेलाइट कंट्रोल होंगे।
पर सर, ये अग्निवीर जो है उनकी ट्रेनिंग सिर्फ 1 या 3 महीने की होगी। मतलब आर्मी चीफ ने कहा है दैट बाय दिसंबर रिक्रूटमेंट हो जाएगी और मार्च तक डिप्लॉयमेंट हो जाएगी। ये कहाँ से आप उनको ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं रेडार या सबमरीन के लिए? how to run it, how will you train them इतनी जल्दी?
मैं आपको इस पॉइंट पर आता हूँ, ये बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है, मैं आपको अभी बताता हूँ, but I'll just tell you, and before that let me tell you that is in the field of technology we have done a great thing. We have got light combat aircraft, we have got AMCA, we have got submarines that we have made, we have even the nuclear submarines that we have launched, and we also became a space power. We have hit at the satellites, and the fourth pedestal of it is the manpower reorganization. Now, in the manpower reorganization, the point that you have raised was that is we must have a young, agile, fit, well-trained army.
Okay.
It is a contradiction. It's a paradox कि भारत का वो देश जिसकी सबसे यंग पॉपुलेशन है, उसकी एक ओल्डेस्ट आर्मी है, जहाँ पर 2030 के अंदर में 50% लोग 25 साल से कम उम्र के होंगे। उसी देश के अंदर में जो सेना की एवरेज एज है वो दुनिया के सबसे अधिक एजेड आर्मीज में से है। तो हमें उसको ठीक करना था। अब आपने प्रश्न किया कि यदि हमारे को अग्निवीर बनाते हैं या हम अग्निपथ के रास्ते पर चलते हैं तो किस प्रकार से हम उनकी ट्रेनिंग और उनको इक्विप कर पाएंगे इन नई चुनौतियों का, टू मीट द न्यू चैलेंजेस एंड द थ्रेट्स। विल दे बी कॉम्पिटेंट इनफ? नाउ लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग. First point you must understand, Agniveer will never constitute the whole army. अग्निवीर केवल पहले 4 साल में रिक्रूटेड जवान होंगे। बाकी लोग जो होंगे जिनका की proportion एक बहुत बड़ा होगा, वो अनुभवी होंगे, they will be experienced, they will be trained and other, and these Agniveers, those who become the regulars eventually will go through more intensive training, will acquire the experience, will become more battle worthy and more experienced over the period of time. So Indian Army at any point of time will have a large number of people who though recruited as Agniveers but had been specially selected for their suitability, for their fitness, for their agility, for their motivation and for their aptitude for the job, and also did not have that sort of the personal problems by which they would like to leave the army and settle for something which is more stable and a personal life. So these persons will be well trained. So It is not only that the Indian Army will be having only this component. Yes, Indian Army will constitute at the level of the Jawans and the ORs who had been recruited through the process of Agnipath, specially selected, whose work, whose performance has been monitored and digitally monitored through various complex processes over a long period of time. Selection is one part. Even when you select people who are physically fit and others, it's a very small thing. But when we observe them over a longer period of time, we are able to see that what sort of material do we have which will make the ideal soldier for the future. Imagine the army of 15 years hence, in which all those who have been recruited have come through the special 4 years probation period and then gone and joined the army. See their technical skills, see their motivation, their physical fitness and others. They will all be the people who will probably the cream of the Indian Army.
Right. So my first question will be, I will go later into those who are not being amalgamated, but first about those who are going to be amalgamated into the service. There's already a system of your regiments and corps. Will it not demotivate somebody who has gone through the NDA, who's gone through the rigorous training process earlier, and then they'll see them as Johnny come latelys, abhi aaye hain, abhi fauj mein ghus gaye hain, and they're already getting the benefits that we were getting, but we had to put in so much more hard work. So will it cause a disruption, and will they be seen as lesser soldiers?
देखिए, सेना में जाने वाला हर रिक्रूट फ्रेश होता है, चाहे वो रेगुलर में जाए, चाहे वो अग्निवीर की तरह जाए, चाहे आज से 15 साल पहले जाता था, उसकी भी पहले 1 महीने की सर्विस होती है, फिर 6 महीने की होती है, फिर 1 साल की होती है। वो शुरू नहीं होता है 15 साल की या 12 साल की सर्विस के साथ में। एक बात, जहाँ तक रेजिमेंट्स का सवाल है, इसमें 2 बातें समझनी चाहिए। ये जो रेजिमेंट्स का कंसेप्ट है, इसको कोई टिंकर नहीं कर रहा है। अगर रेजिमेंट्स हैं तो आर्टिलरी की रेजिमेंट्स रहेंगी, आर्मर्ड कोर की रेजिमेंट्स रहेंगी, इलेक्ट्रिकल मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर्स हैं या इंजीनियर्स हैं या बाकी सारे हैं। ये जो रेजिमेंटल कभी कभी इन्फेंट्री की कुछ यूनिट्स के अंदर में बारे में लोगों को भ्रम है। पहली बात तो अब कोई कास्ट बेस्ड रेजिमेंट्स बहुत कम बची हैं, सिर्फ 2 या 3 हैं जो कि अभी भी प्योर उसी एरिया के क्षेत्र को करते हैं। और ये एक कॉलोनियल लेगेसी है। अंग्रेज ये चाहते थे कि कोई भी चीज़ पैन इंडिया ना हो, और वो ये चाहते थे कि उनको किसी न किसी वर्ग में बांटा जाए और उस वर्ग या क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में जाए। उनका कोई नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं हो, क्योंकि इससे उनके अपने कॉलोनियल एम्पायर को एक खतरा था। देखिए, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, इसी इंडियन आर्मी को फर्स्ट टाइम ये नेशनल आर्मी के रूप में कब आई? आज़ाद हिंद फौज की तरीके से, व्हेन इट बिकेम द इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी। क्या था उसका? 60,000 की फौज थी। कोई रेजिमेंट थी इनकी? थी रेजिमेंट। इनकी रेजिमेंट थी रानी झांसी रेजिमेंट, इनकी रेजिमेंट थी महात्मा गांधी रेजिमेंट,
नॉट एन अहीर और राजपूत। और
ये नहीं थी। हाँ। और कितना सैक्रिफाइस किया इन्होंने? 60,000 में से 40,000 मारे गए। इतना एट्रिशन हुआ था। दुनिया के अंदर में किसी लड़ाई के अंदर में इतने एट्रिशन एंड कैजुअलिटीज नहीं हुई हैं जितनी इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी ने इम्फाल, कोहिमा के और सिंगापुर के बैटल्स के अंदर में गंवाए हैं। वो किसके लिए लड़ रहे थे? उनमें रेजिमेंटल प्राइड नहीं था क्या? उनके लिए वो नहीं था, वो भारत के लिए लड़ रहे थे। They were the soldiers of India. They called themselves the Indian National Army.
But so do the regiments here, right?
That's
now.
right. So they will continue.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. They will have the nomenclature. There will be the regiment of this. I do not know how this concept has come that anybody is tinkering with the regimental pride or the regimental ethos. उसका अपना ट्रेडिशन होगा। अगर कोई एक बटालियन है, उसकी अपना एक वेलर है, उसकी अपनी एक हिस्ट्री है, तो वो हमेशा बरकरार रहेगा और उसमें बढ़ोतरी होती जाएगी। अब इसका और हुआ ये है कि हमने ये कहा कि एक ऑल इंडिया कॉम्प्लेक्शन होगा इंडियन आर्मी का। इसको लोगों ने कहा कि रेजिमेंटल सिस्टम खत्म हो गया। रेजिमेंटल सिस्टम खत्म नहीं हुआ। इन्फेंट्री रहेगी, आर्टिलरी रहेगी, आर्मर्ड कोर रहेगा, सिग्नल्स रहेंगे। इन्फेंट्री के अंदर में भी ग्रेनेडियर्स हैं, के अंदर में गार्ड्स हैं, रेजिमेंट ऑफ गार्ड्स है। रेजिमेंट ऑफ गार्ड्स में किसका जाति के लोग हैं? कितना स्प्लेंडेड वो है उनका। ग्रेनेडियर्स है, उसमें किस जाति के या धर्म के एक क्षेत्र के लोग हैं। हमारे जो परमवीर चक्र जो है, जब उनको मिला तो ये ग्रेनेडियर्स ने जितने ऑनर्स एंड बैटल ऑनर्स उन्होंने लिए हैं, तो ये सिर्फ हम ये चाहते हैं कि भारत के हर नागरिक, हर यूथ, हर युवा, एवरी यूथ ऑफ दिस कंट्री हु हैज़ गॉट ए डिज़ायर एंड ए मोटिवेशन and feels a sense of commitment to defend the country, he gets an opportunity. His youth, his energy, his talent is poured towards making this country strong and impregnably defendable.
What happens after those 4 years are over and they don't find space in the services? And they don't find space in the paramilitary, because the reason I'm asking is कुछ लूज कमेंट्स आए हैं कि वो प्लम्बर, इलेक्ट्रिशियन बन सकते हैं, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड बन सकते हैं, तो फ्यूचर को लेके थोड़ा बहुत एप्रीहेंशन कर लीजिए या डर है लोगों में कि how will they be better off after the 4 years? Will they have a skill set which is market friendly, which they can get jobs?
I think this is one of the biggest misunderstanding that has been created either deliberately or by lack of full knowledge and understanding of this thing. We are talking about a young man who is 22 or 23 years old, has done 4 years of service, and now is in the market. Compare him with any other 21, 22 years old man who has not become Agniveer. This person has become disciplined. He has got the capability to work in a team. He has learned skills. He has developed the confidence, and he is trainable. His mind and his vision, he has got an all India perspective. So he is much more equipped to face the society. On top of it, he has been given a qualification that will be +2. That makes him comparable with any other persons in his age group to which the others are joining. So there is no avenue that has been debarred or closed for him. इसके लिए वो सारे रास्ते खुले हैं. उसके बाद उसके पास में 11 लाख रुपए के लगभग पैसा भी है, जिससे वो कोई नया कोर्स कर सकता है, आगे की पढ़ाई कर सकता है, यूनिवर्सिटी में जाना चाहे तो यूनिवर्सिटी की पढ़ाई कर सकता है. उनमें से कोई अगर टेक्निकल स्किल्स ज्वाइन करना चाहे तो पॉलिटेक्निक्स और उसको ज्वाइन कर सकता है. आजकल एवरेज एज सेटलमेंट की अपने करियर में 24-25 साल 26 साल होती है. देखिए, आज हम उस ज़माने में हमारे एज स्पैन के साथ में 1 लाइफ 2 कैरियर्स की बात करते हैं. अब तो लोग 1 लाइफ 3 कैरियर्स की बात करते हैं. कंपेयर करें, यही आदमी अगर 15 साल के बाद जाता तो 32, 33, 34 साल का होता. इस वक्त में अब उसको कोई ना ट्रेनेबल है, उसकी एज इतनी भी नहीं है कि वो घर में बैठ जाए, क्योंकि अभी उसकी शादी हुई 3-4 साल हुए हैं. अभी उसके पास कोई छोटा बच्चा है जिसको पढ़ाना भी है. कोई लड़की होगी तो वही 15-20 साल के बाद शादी के लायक होगी. उसके पास में जिम्मेदारियाँ ही जिम्मेदारियाँ हैं. पहले का ज़माना फ़र्क था. ये जो सोल्जर था वो गांव से आता था और गांव वापस चला जाता था. गांव में रहने के लिए उसके पास थोड़ी ज़मीन होती थी और पेंशन पर गुजारा हो जाता था. आज पेंशन पर उसका गुजारा नहीं हो सकता, तो उसको सेकंड कैरियर की आवश्यकता होती है. 34 साल के बाद में इसका 40 साल का जीवन अभी और बचा हुआ है. इस 40 साल के जीवन में ना उसको हम नई ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, ना उसको कहीं पर अगर अब्जॉर्ब करें तो वो एक नए कैरियर की नई शुरुआत, नई जोश के साथ में उसको आगे बढ़ा सकता है. तो इसलिए इसको ये रखा गया है कि अगर वो 4 साल के बाद में आते हैं तो उनकी ट्रेनिंग, उनका डिसिप्लिन, उनका बैकग्राउंड, उनका आर्मी का कैरियर उनको समाज में एक ऊंचा स्तर देता है. उसके बाद उनके पास एजुकेशन भी है, और ये टॉप ऑफ इट है कि सरकार ने कहा कि 10% CPMF में होंगे. डिफेंस फोर्सेस के अंदर में, जो डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के अंदर में कोस्ट गार्ड है, बाकी चीज़ें हैं जो कि उनके उसमें अंदर में आती हैं, डिफेंस सर्विस कोर है, और जो उसके अंदर में और काफ़ी मिनिस्ट्री का है. अब देखिए, ये 10% अग्निवीर का नहीं है, ये 10% उनके यहाँ भर्ती होने वाले लोगों की हैं. तो अगर फर्ज कर लीजिए कि CPMF की भर्ती 40,000 या 50,000 की है तो उसमें 5,000 जाएंगे. ओके. यह 10% अगर जो उनके 3,000 या 4,000 लोग या 5,000 लोग जो है वो उनके जो उसका 10% नहीं होगा. ये इन नहीं. अब भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है. भारत की प्रगति हो रही है। पहला आदमी अग्निवीर जब रिटायर होगा तो आज से 5 साल के बाद में होगा। उस वक्त भारत की इकोनॉमी 5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होगी। प्राइवेट सेक्टर एक नई गति और नई दिशा के साथ में आगे बढ़ेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज जिस तरह से बढ़ रही हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे काम होंगे। डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग्स के अंदर में जिस प्रकार से विस्तार हो रहा है, कंट्री के अंदर में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ रहा है, उनको लोगों को ये लोग चाहिए जो डिसिप्लिन्ड हों, ट्रेनेबल हों और जिनके पास में उम्र हो। इनका सबसे बड़ा एसेट है इनकी उम्र, कि ये अभी भी यंग है। इस उम्र में कई लोग अभी बेगर्म जाए, पॉलिटेक्निक के अंदर में लोग भर्ती होने के लिए जाते हैं, तो उनमें से कई लोग 21, 23 साल के होते हैं, 2 साल 3 साल का कोर्स करते हैं। उसके बाद वो अपने लिए एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जाए। कोई कंप्यूटर का कोर्स करते हैं, 2 साल का कंप्यूटर का कोर्स करें। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के फील्ड में इतने वो हैं, तो इनके लिए स्थान ज़्यादा होंगे। इनका भविष्य टोटली सुरक्षित है और इनको किसी प्रकार की चिंता करने की बात नहीं है, क्योंकि इनके पास में 22 साल की उम्र है, इनके पास में 4 साल देश की सेवा करने का एक सर्टिफिकेट है, इनके पास में एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन की एक वो है, और उसके अलावा इनके पास में एक ऐसी धनराशि भी है जिससे इसको इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। और अभी इनकी इनकम्बेंसीज नहीं है, अभी इनके परिवार नहीं है। जो ट्रेनिंग के लिए चाहे तो कोई मद्रास जाना चाहता है, कोई कश्मीर जाना चाहता है, कहीं भी जा सकता है। वो मोबाइल है। जब वो 34 साल की उम्र में आप उसको भेजते हैं, उसके साथ सबसे बड़ा अन्याय है, क्योंकि ना तो वो घर बैठ सकता है, ना लोग ऐसी जगह पे जा सकता, अपने क्षेत्र से बाहर भी नहीं जा सकता।
I get that about कि जब वो बाहर निकलते हैं। Now the thing is that आप खुद गांव से हैं सर, you are a son of an army person, you have worn the military uniform, the police uniform, you've been awarded the Kirti Chakra, military honor for a policeman. You understand that when you go back to the village, the respect that a uniform gets. Now many in the villages are saying कि ये 4 साल के छोकरे बाहर निकल के आएंगे, they will not be given the same respect. That vardi will not have the same honor, the respect that it had, because it doesn't carry with it the weight of national service over decades.
मेरे ख्याल से ये भी पूरा भ्रम है। गांव के अंदर में अभी भी इनकी उतनी प्रतिष्ठा और इज्जत और सम्मान होगा, गांव में नहीं, गांव के बाहर भी। ये देश की एक बड़ी भारी निधि होंगे। ये इतने हज़ारों की संख्या में जो ये बच्चे होंगे, जब ये ओवर द ईयर्स समाज के भिन्न भिन्न भागों में जाएंगे, व्हेन दे विल गो एंड मैन पोजीशंस इन डिफरेंट वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ, दे विल ब्रिंग विद देम द वर्क कल्चर, द इथोस, द वैल्यूज which they have imbibed in army. Army has sent them in as a totally transformed persons. So they will be the great harbingers of the change. वो परिवर्तन को एक नई दिशा देंगे। और ये जो लोगों को भ्रम है कि इनका सम्मान और इनका वो नहीं होगा, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। मेरे ख्याल से अग्निवीरों को उतना ही सम्मान होता है। आज भी कितने लोग अपनी कोशिश करते हैं पारिवारिक कारणों से सेना को छोड़ के कभी कभी आना पड़ता है। कुछ लोग हमेशा से पहले कलर सर्विस कितनी थी, 1962 तक तो 7 ईयर्स थी। उसके बाद में भी समय समय पर इसने ये कहा गया है कि इसको वो किया जाए। तो 7 ईयर्स की कलर सर्विस के बाद में जो आदमी जाता था उसको क्या सम्मान मिलता था, इसको अधिक सम्मान मिलेगा क्योंकि इसके पास में आगे का कैरियर भी है।
Sir, if this scheme was so overdue, so necessary, keeping in view that wars have changed, the nature of wars have changed, and the nature of the requirement of manpower has changed for India, अगर ये इतना overdue था तो इसके against इतने protest, इतने sudden protest क्यों हुए?
देखिए ऐसा है, इसमें 2 तरह के प्रोटेस्ट या अपोजिशन है मैं कहूँगा। एक तो ये है जो कंसर्न हैं, वो देशभक्त भी हैं, उन्होंने देश की सेवा भी की है और अपने जीवन का बड़ा भाग जो है देश के लिए अपनी जानों की बाजी भी लगाई है। उनको फियर ऑफ अननोन है और जब भी कोई परिवर्तन आता है, एनी टाइम दैट अ चेंज कम्स, उसके साथ में जुड़ी हुई एंजाइटीज़ एंड फेयर्स आर ऑलवेज देयर। कुछ भय होते हैं, कुछ आकांक्षाएं होती हैं, कुछ अनागतवती चिंताएं होती हैं जो आदमी को घेरती है। इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन, इतना बड़ा चेंज हो जाएगा तो कहीं ये तो नहीं सब कुछ पलट जाएगा। तो ये हम इसको समझ सकते हैं। इसके लिए आपने देखा होगा, यदि आपने 15 तारीख जून के बाद में जैसे जैसे इन लोगों को अधिक सूचना और पूरी बात का पता चल रहा है और भी बातों का समय के साथ पता लगेगा, वैसे वैसे ये लोग इसको समझ रहे हैं कि ये तो हमारी बड़ी पुरानी आवश्यकता थी, इसमें हमारे वेटरन्स भी शामिल हैं और ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है। उनके कंसर्न हैं कि इनका क्या होगा। अब उनको पता लग रहा है कि इनके लिए भी एक भविष्य निश्चित करने की योजना है। उनको ये लग रहा है कि आर्मी के अंदर में जो एक्सपीरियंस लोग रहेंगे कि नहीं, अब उनको भी पता लग रहा है कि नहीं, आर्मी तो एक्सपीरियंस लोगों की, आर्मी डिमोबिलाइज हो रही है, ये लोग तो रहेंगे ही। और इसके बाद में जो आएंगे वो अग्निवीर के स्ट्रीम से आएंगे, वो एक दूसरे स्ट्रीम से आ रहे हैं, पर यही फिर आगे इनके 5 साल 6 साल 15 साल ये और सर्विस करेंगे। तो उनकी वो जो भय और आकांक्षाएं हैं उनमें धीरे धीरे कमी आ रही है। एक दूसरे वर्ग है, उसका ना राष्ट्र से कोई मतलब है, ना राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा से कोई मतलब है, ना वो राष्ट्र के प्रति इतने समर्पित हैं। उनके दे आर कन्फ्लिक्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। व्हाट दे वांट इज दैट दे वांट ए कन्फ्लिक्ट इन द सोसाइटी। दे वुड लाइक टू क्रिएट एनीथिंग विच इज क्लोज टू द एनार्की। नाउ दीज आर द पर्सन हु विल गो फॉर स्टोन throwing, demonstrations, burning the trains and others, not what is the cause. But wherever there is an opportunity, they think that they can emotionalize or mislead the people, or they can have this thing. जो अग्निवीर बनने वाला होगा वो ना किसी प्रलोभन में आता है, ना वो किसी से बहकाया जा सकता है, ना वो किसी के द्वारा दुष्प्रचार के लिए प्रेरित किया जा सकता है। ये जितने लोग हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये वो लोग हैं जो कि सेना के लिए और सेना में जाने के लिए बहुत इच्छुक है, या जिनके पास में एक साइकिक मेंटल सेट है। वो अपने घर में बैठ के तैयारी कर रहे होंगे।
Didn't the security establishment anticipate कि ऐसे conflict entrepreneurs जो आप कह रहे हैं, that they will make use of this scheme to mislead people and to cause street unrest?
Well, something was anticipated as well also, because we thought that, well, these people who have got a vested interest, they have got vested interest because some people are making money through the coaching centers. They have vested interest because they would like to discredit the government on any count. There are some vested interests who would like the youth to be provoked against the establishment and others. We had it, but then it's a democracy. We cannot take the action and we cannot do this thing. But once they take and transgress those red lines where the limits of their freedoms start undermining the country's national security or internal security or the law and order or the peace of the country, certainly the action is taken and has been taken.
So you think that, in your opinion, street protests are justified to a certain extent in a democracy? Do you agree with that?
Well, I think that the protests or the raising a voice, expressing your this thing is justified and is permitted in a democracy. But this vandalism, but this violence, it is not permitted and will not be tolerated at all.
So our security forces, I mean the state police, I mean out here, they were just not equipped to handle it. We saw for hours together coaches burning. Hours together the coaches were burning. There was no firefighting equipment in the railway stations. Railway police हम सिर्फ देखते हैं marching, but वहाँ पे कोई railway police नहीं थी। 4-5 घंटे trains were burning. We've seen protests with regard to, the earlier protests also. 1 week they've been going on with regard to prophet remarks or with regard to anything. Policemen crying, sir, forces bhej dijiye. The impression one gets is that these reforms which you are bringing about in the forge, it's probably more needed for civilians, for the police.
Well, I think reforms are required at various fronts. There's no doubt about it. I totally agree. Reforms are required in police, but it's such a huge country of 140 करोड़ लोगों का देश है। इसके अंदर में कहीं कहीं जब कोई घटनाएं होती हैं, उसमें कहीं पर पुलिस की गलती होती है, कहीं पर सर्कमस्टेंसेस ऐसे होते हैं, कहीं पर सूचना का अभाव होता है। These are the things that it happens. They should be investigated, they should be corrected, lessons should be learned to see that they are prevented. There is no justification in case the violence takes place.
So आप conflict entrepreneurs की बात कर रहे थे. As far, I mean, I understand that you cannot divulge much about it, but आपने coaching centers की बात की. Is there also a political element that was funding maybe, or that was pushing these young men onto the streets to pick up stones?
Well, in many cases the FIRs have been lodged. Wherever there have been incidents of violence, people have been identified. There have been TV cameras and others. Probably it's only after the due investigation that we can say that which were the forces behind it and who did it and why did they do it. And I would not like to preempt something or presume something, but I think the investigations must be done very thoroughly.
So because there are some politicians who are saying, and this is across the country, many politicians feel कि ये जब अग्निवीर बाहर आएंगे, they could be mercenaries for hire. It could pose a risk law and order situation in their states also. So is that fear valid, or would you just dismiss it?
It is totally invalid. I have been in the business of security for last 55 years. I can tell you, if there is any guarantee in the society to keep peace, stability, rule of law, it will be the citizenship and the civilian population of this country who have to become law-abiding. And you will find the best of the law-abiding citizens in these youth who will not only abide by the law, but will make others and will be the harbingers and the nucleus of the people who will have a national sentiments, who will protect the national interest and create that environment. An environment of this thing is a creation of the undisciplined minds. People have got no sense of commitment, जिनका ना राष्ट्र से प्रेम है, जिनका ना समाज के प्रति कोई उत्तरदायित्व है, ना जिनके अपने प्रति कोई इस प्रकार का उनका ध्येय या लक्ष्य है कि हम राष्ट्र के निर्माण में क्या कर सकें। ये लोग अच्छे लड़के होंगे, फिजिकली फिट होंगे, उसके बाद 4 साल की ट्रेनिंग में केवल इनके शरीर ही नहीं बढ़ते हैं, इनके मस्तिष्क के अंदर में भी एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आता है, उनका सोचने का तरीका फ़र्क होता है, उनका एक नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव बनता है, एक ऑल इंडिया पर्सपेक्टिव बनता है। जब ये समाज में जाएंगे और बड़ी संख्या में ओवर द ईयर्स समाज के, सरकार के, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के विभिन्न अंगों में जब ये होंगे तो ये अपने चारों तरफ, अपने परिवारों में, अपने गाँव में एक ऐसे वातावरण का वो करेंगे और एक इस प्रकार की फोर्स की तरीके से इमर्ज होंगे जो कि हमारी इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए एक बड़ा भारी एसेट होगा। और इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी जो है वो बहुत आवश्यक है हमारे राष्ट्र की एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी के लिए।
बट सर, डोंट यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट और डोंट यू सी द फियर दैट ये जो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी को ज़रा भी डिसरप्ट किया जाए, इवन इन पॉकेट्स, जैसे आपने CAA स्टर में देख लिया, उसके बाद हिजाब रिमार्क्स हो जाती हैं, मे बी नॉट द हिजाब एंड द प्रॉफिट रिमार्क्स, बट CAA स्टर एंड द एग्रीकल्चर रिफॉर्म्स की जो लॉज थे, अगर इसमें क्या होता है दैट द वर्ड गोज आउट दैट ऑन द स्ट्रीट दैट इफ यू पुश द गवर्नमेंट, इफ यू पुश द सिक्योरिटी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट विद स्ट्रीट प्रोटेस्ट, देयर कुड बी अ रोल बैक. So is there any chance that because of these street protests there could be a rollback to the Agnipath scheme?
There is no question of any rollback. There is no question. It is let me tell you one thing. This is not something which is a knee-jerk reaction which has come overnight. This has been being debated and discussed for decades. In 70s we had General Krishna Rao committee, of which General Sundarji, General Chibbar, they were the members. They talked about reorganization and reforming of the army, including the manpower policy, technology and others.
So you're talking 40 years back?
No, not only that. It is not only 40 years back. Then there was this thing of the Arun Singh Committee report in 1989. Then there was a group of ministers, this thing.
Arun Singh Committee would be 30 years then. So what you're telling me is systematically there have been...
No. Every time it was being felt, there was this thing of the Subramanian Committee report, the Kargil Committee report.
So again, that is 30 years.
Again, then there was a group of ministers report. Okay. And then all these consistently had a refrain, go for a young army.
So across
the army's demand.
Across different political parties which have been in power.
But there was a problem. While everybody realized that it was necessary, nobody had the will and the ability to take the risks. I'll tell you an example. Ministry of Defense in 2006 wrote a letter to the Ministry of Defense wrote a letter to the Ministry of Home Affairs that we are thinking of implementing this thing. Will the CPMFs be able to take some people on this thing, the reserve for that? Home Ministry gave a reply to the Defense Minister's letter that we are forming a committee under the Director General BSF to examine the matter. That committee's report has never seen by anyone. That letter of the Defense Minister was never sent back. Defense Minister never sent any reminder. It is that
So when was this?
It was in 2007.
Okay.
The letter was sent in 2006 and 2007 the committee was formed.
So this is bureaucracy going round and round?
No, it's not a bureaucracy. It was a political will. It is such a big problem. It's such a huge mass. Who will dare getting into it and bringing about the change? It can happen only with a leader like Prime Minister Modi, who will say that if this is in the national interest, if this will make India strong and secure, then no risk is big enough, then no cost is high enough. Even if it is a political cost, I will pay it, because he visualizes what happens to the Indian army 15 years from now. Security is not only thinking about your generation, also about the future generations. You will have an army which has been recruited and selected, and they have got manned by the people who have got the highest degree of fitness, agility, training, capabilities and others. They would be manning it. And then there will be a civil society in which you will have thousands of people who are there to bring about the change. They will be the catalysts of change.
So Prime Minister Modi just yesterday has said that any kind of reforms that come, they disturb the status quo, who have benefited from status quo. Is it that this Prime Minister has the forge and the bureaucracy with him, that earlier prime ministers didn't have it, and that is why the MOD, the MHA, the defense, the uniformed soldier, they are not on the same page? Is it that the earlier prime ministers didn't have it and this prime minister has it?
Well, yes, this prime minister, firstly, he has got a very clarity of vision, and he has got the ability to take decisions. He is very right in telling that all status quoists will have some doubts, will have some genuine fears. It requires a certain clarity. There's a lot of clutter and confusion, and to take it out, you need a very clear-headed leadership. When he is clear-headed, people down the line also become clear-headed. Probably the earlier regimes created a muddle because they themselves were not clear. What did they want? What transformation they want to bring about? And what is the cost, and are they prepared to pay that cost? With the Prime Minister, I think the entire army, and let me tell you one thing, late General Rawat, he is not here, he was one of the persons who was spearheading it very this way, successive army chiefs in the last few years. I think it has been going on for last 3 years or something like that, that we had been deliberating and thinking and this thing like that. I had seen large number of meetings over this thing and other. Smallest point, smallest detail have been gone into. And there is a total support, there is a total commitment, there is a total desire, and also an enthusiasm about bringing about this change. These doubts were in our minds also. We resolved those doubts. Okay. We tried to find out how we can minimize that, how we can mitigate the possible threats and the dangers.
So you've been with Mr. Modi since he took office in 2014. There's been a doctrinal shift in India's relations with Pakistan since he's become Prime Minister, since you've been the NSA. You've seen several regimes change in Pakistan. Do you think, from a security perspective, is it possible for this kind of, I will not talk to you, you have to stop terror, till then I will not talk to you? And can nations prosper with that attitude going forward?
Now, I'll tell you one thing. We cannot have peace and war at the choice of our adversary. If we have to protect our interests, we will decide when and with whom and on what terms we will have peace. When our core interests are involved, there is no question of peace at any cost. There has got to be a peace. We want very good relations with our neighbors, Pakistan included. We would like to have good relations with them, we would like to have very normal relations with them, but certainly the tolerance threshold for terrorism is very low. We certainly would not like to make our citizens as sitting ducks for the terrorists who come and this thing. Thank God, and I think I must this thing to the God. In last 8 years, this country has not seen any terrorist this thing except Jammu and Kashmir, which has been this thing of a proxy war. So it's a different type of a proxy war. Just before that, say between 2005 to 2014, we had Bombay, we had Pune, we had Kanpur, we have got Delhi, we have got this whole range of this, Bangalore, Ahmedabad and other. What was the whole range of this thing the country was being this way? If we were not firm, if we were not very decisive, if we did not have the clarity, we will fight it. And we will not beg for peace by any terms.
So you spoke about Jammu Kashmir, so I have to say this because we saw that when Article 370 was taken back, you went there. You went to Kashmir, you spoke to the people. We saw that happening. What do you have to say to people who are victims of these lone wolf attacks which are happening? Yes, I agree that that terrorism as such from Pakistan is gone, but then these are these lone wolf attacks, soft targets which are going. How How will you cope with that? How will terror end in every form in Kashmir?
Well, this is a problem of security, and we are dealing with it, and we are dealing with effectively. Firstly, you must understand one thing. Post 2019, the mood and the temper of the people of Kashmir has totally changed. People are no more in favor of Pakistan, in favor of terrorism, in favor of this thing. You can see, where is Hurriyat today? Where are those Bandh calls? Where is this Friday Hartals? They have all gone this thing like that. But some individuals, some young boys who are misled or who are this thing, they are getting into this thing. We are doing our best to persuade them. Their families are trying to persuade them. A lot of change has come about, but still there are few persons and some individual tanzeems, the militant organizations and others who are still operated and go by a mistaken notion of their beliefs or whatever is that they want to be the Fidains and they want to come. They do create problems for us. We are fighting them. And we are fighting them with total resolve. There is no way to deal with the terrorists. We don't deal with terrorism. We have to deal with the terrorists. And terrorists, their equipment, their weapons, their explosives, their money, and we on all fronts are trying to tackle it. And we are very hopeful that in another few months we'll be able to get it.
The Kashmiri Hindus, especially the Pandits, they feel very let down, to some of them, that there is so much energy expended in bringing these terrorists or militants or separatists back into the mainstream, that those who have supported Mr. Modi, the BJP and this government all through, that they are being taken for granted and their security is not of paramount concern to the security establishment.
Firstly, I don't think that is the real feeling of all Kashmiri Pandits or people who have been displaced. But yes, they are a vulnerable section. They need protection. They have got to be protected. Government has taken various measures in the past. Probably much more has to be done, and that is being done. We have got to see that wherever they are and whatever protection they require, because they can be the soft targets and no government will be able to give an individual protection to each individual in any village or far off places. So we have to find out the systems, and best thing is that we go on the offensive against the terrorists and try to see that these persons who possibly can threaten their lives or their properties and others, they are accounted for.
So where are we vis-a-vis China? It's now 2 years since the Galwan incident, and there seems to be an uneasy peace. Do you feel that China has put on hold its expansionist policy with regard to us, with regard to Indian territory?
Well, we have got a long pending a territorial dispute with China. We have made our both intentions and this thing very clear to China, and they are aware of the fact that, well, we will not tolerate any transgression. There had been some unsavory incidents in 2020. We have been able to, through the talks, through the negotiations, through the persuasion and others, resolve some of it. Few points still remain to be resolved, and others. We will continue our efforts. At the same time, we have got to ensure that is we are vigilant and we are able to protect our borders totally.
So internal security, external relations, these are mainly conducted behind closed doors, in hush-hush manner. Some of it is visible to common people. But there is also a view that, keeping in nature with federal structure, things like what has been done, the Agniveer scheme, maybe there can be a more consultative manner in dealing with these apprehensions. Do you feel that there is a time that the time has come to change how internal security is, decisions regarding internal security are taken in this country?
Management of security is a highly layered phenomenon. There are layers and layers and layers. There has got to be this thing where there's a complete insulation and it has got to be protected, and people should know only on the basis of need to know. If they have got either, if they can neither contribute nor that they're accountable for anything, and you take them into confidence and others, probably It is not from them, but once it becomes public, our adversaries will take advantage of that. So we have got to maintain a certain amount of secrecy. As far as the consultative process is concerned, India's democracy and India's this thing is so open. If it was not such a this thing, you would not find that on every issue, if there are 100 people, there are 101 opinions. And they are freely expressed from the street to the press to the media and everywhere.
So you spoke about India's adversaries taking advantage of any kind of unrest which happens in India, but then we saw with regard to the prophet remarks and the hijab protests that people who we had presumed had become non-adversaries of ours had suddenly started making comments, had suddenly started doubting India's democracy or India's inclusive society. Do you feel that these protests have gone beyond this and have damaged us terribly?
Well, it has, in the sense India has been projected or rather some disinformation has been spread against India, which is far from the realities and the truth. And probably there's a need for us to engage them, to talk to them and convince them. And you would have find that, wherever we have gone or wherever we have engaged with the concerned people, both outside and inside, we have been able to convince them and try to find out this thing, and it will subside. But it happens. When people get emotionally aroused and others, sometimes their behavior is little disproportionate to the actual event, but it has this thing.
Does it put the security establishment on a back foot when these kind of street protests take place on very sensitive topics like the Agnipath scheme?
Well, I don't think that it puts this thing. The only thing is when the law is transgressed. If there are protests, if there is a point of view that people want to have this thing, they have got the right to dissent. In a democracy, that is a right that should be honored, and that should be it should be given ample space. But when it starts hurting the national interests, when it starts undermining the national security, when it starts threatening the life of a law-abiding common citizen, when it starts causing pain to him, it becomes intolerable. And this is what our law says, this is what our constitution says, and that is why the law enforcement agencies are bound by the law, they are bound by their oath to protect the people, to protect their interests, to protect their properties, and not allow the miscreants and the anti-social and the anti-national elements to make better of the society.
So as I wrap up, I just have one question on Afghanistan and the recent attack on Sikhs out there and India giving visas to them. Where is it going now? Are Hindus and Sikhs and other minorities, will they find home in India? Will there be, will we increase the number of people that we take from Afghanistan into India? What happens with CAA? Will that come into force?
Well, I think it's very clear. CAA very clearly says that in our neighborhood, in case any of these the minorities there are on the basis of their religion are persecuted, we will give them. We have given the visas to a large number of Sikhs, and I think as the flights are available, some of them will be coming back, and others who will apply probably will look at their cases very, very sympathetically. So it was a very unfortunate incident. It should not have happened, but there are forces, that terror and this thing, violence, they are the things in which we have to live with in the modern times. But Government of India is doing everything, and it has assured the Sikhs there and the Hindus there. I think there are very few Hindus left there, but they have assured them that India will stand by its commitment and by its assurances.
So towards the end, do you have any message for youth who feel disillusioned and disheartened that maybe some of them were part of the protest, regret it, and would like to take the Agniveers? Is it over? Are the doors shut for them?
Well, as far as the message to the youth is concerned, ये मैसेज बड़ा क्लियर होना चाहिए कि सेना में जो लोग जाते हैं वो केवल पैसे के लिए नहीं जाते, वो एक जज्बे के साथ जाते हैं। उनमें देश प्रेम होता है, उनके अंदर में राष्ट्र की भक्ति होती है, उनके अंदर में यौवन की शक्ति होती है। वो इसको इन्वेस्ट करते हैं अपने आप को और सोचते हैं हम देश के लिए क्या कर सकें। अगर वो भावना नहीं है तो आप इस करियर के लिए नहीं बने। इसमें केवल हम उन्हीं यूथ को चाहते हैं। आपकी ट्रेनिंग कितनी है, आपकी फिजिकल फिटनेस कितनी है, ये आवश्यक है, लेकिन इससे भी ज़्यादा आवश्यक है कि आपकी मानसिकता क्या है। तो अगर कोई भी यूथ अग्निवीर बनना चाहता है और मेरा सारे यूथ को इस देश के उससे यही है, मेरा मैसेज यही है, पॉजिटिव हों, बी पॉजिटिव, हैव फेथ इन द नेशन, हैव फेथ इन योर लीडरशिप, when you join the army and others, the leadership there, have faith in the society and have faith in yourself. That is the most important thing. स्वामी विवेकानंद कहते थे, पुराना धर्म कहता था कि नास्तिक वो है जो ईश्वर पर विश्वास नहीं करता, नया धर्म ये कहता है कि नास्तिक वो है जो स्वयं पर विश्वास नहीं करता। अगर आपको अपने ऊपर विश्वास है तो आपकी फिजिकल फिटनेस, आपकी मेंटल फिटनेस, आपकी ट्रेनिंग, आपकी और आपकी आयु को देखते हुए आपके लिए सारी दुनिया पड़ी है। यू कैन कंकर द वर्ल्ड, द होल वर्ल्ड इज फॉर यू। अगर आप डिमोरलाइज्ड हैं, अगर आपकी नेगेटिव थिंकिंग है, तो आपको सारी चीज़ें पॉजिटिव होते हुए भी भविष्य अंधकार में दिखेगा। भविष्य में आस्था रखिए, अपने में विश्वास रखिए और आपका भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल होगा।
धन्यवाद रोवल जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस।
So National Security Advisor Ajit Doval there speaking with Republic on Agnipath, expressing his thoughts on the government's scheme for Agniveers as the need of the hour, as being beneficial not just for those youth who opt for it, but for the nation as well, in terms of training, skilling and financially as well. And now coming up next, MVA Minister leads a rebel pack to Surat as BJP offers top post to Eknath Shinde. Also coming up, it's a mega vindication for Arnab as the sinister conspiracy to fix and frame Arnab has now been exposed.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों तेरी जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर। पीछे, पंजे पीछे।
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF Jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is a theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day observed on June 21st focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himbees of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude of 17,000 feet and above in snow-clad conditions in Sikkim to mark the 8th edition of International Yoga Day. The Himbees of the ITBP were seen performing yoga on the snow.
Well, it's a mega scoop on the Maharashtra political crisis. Republic has learnt many details. To tell you all about it, I take you across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, it's over to you to tell us all the implications and the details as well.
Development is that after a communication that happened between Eknath Shinde and some leaders of Shiv Sena, particularly Agriculture Minister Dada Bhuse, in which Eknath Shinde supposedly informed that the alliance has to be with the BJP and that Devendra Fadnavis should be Chief Minister and Shinde himself should be the Deputy Chief Minister. Shiv Sena has tried now to make an outreach to Shinde, and a confidant of Uddhav Thackeray, Milind Narvekar, is now headed to Surat. He should be reaching in a couple of hours. And we'll try to meet Shinde. We don't know whether this would be possible given the fact that there is a security ring. More importantly, Shinde would not want to meet. But what is important is that some communication has happened, and Milind Narvekar is going to Surat as emissary of Uddhav Thackeray to meet Eknath Shinde. Back to you.
Filling us in on those latest details, and coming up, well, more on the Maharashtra political crisis. Uddhav government in the danger zone. Republic has accessed many details, learning that Milind Narvekar has been tasked with communicating with Eknath Shinde.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF Jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is a theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day, observed on June 21st, focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himveers of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude of 17,000 feet and above in snow-clad conditions in Sikkim to mark the 8th edition of International Yoga Day. The Himveers of the ITBP were seen performing yoga on the snow. Jawans from the ITBP were seen performing asanas at over 14,500 feet in the Himalayan ranges of Uttarakhand, dressed in their uniforms amid in the snow-clad peaks.
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर दोनों हाथ दोनों तेरी जमीन के साथ दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर। पीछे, पंजे पीछे।
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is a theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day observed on June 21st focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himvis of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude.
Political parties, and basically subject is to discuss presidential candidates. That meeting will start at 2:30, second meeting, and in fact that is the reason why I am here. So after that meeting, definitely I have to meet media, and what is the outcome of that meeting we will explain there.
सर, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से राजनीति तेज हो गई है, शिवसेना के विधायक कई सारे सूरत में पहुंच गए, आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को खतरा है? सरकार
बात ऐसी कि ये जो कुछ महाराष्ट्र में हुआ, ये पिछले 2-2.5 साल में दिस इज द थर्ड इंसिडेंट। इससे पहले 2 हुए थे। मुझे याद है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी का सरकार बना, इससे पहले कुछ हमारे एमएलए को उठाकर यहाँ हरियाणा में, गुड़गांव में कुछ एरिया में रखे गए थे, मगर बाद में वहाँ से निकलकर वो वापस आ गए, सरकार बनाया। सरकार बनने के बाद पिछले 2.5 साल सरकार ठीक से चल रहा है। कल वहाँ इलेक्शन था, और जहाँ तक एनसीपी है कि एनसीपी के 2 कैंडिडेट थे, और दोनों कैंडिडेट को जो वोटों का कोटा हम लोगों ने दिया था वो पूरी तरह से मिला। एनसीपी का एक भी वोट इधर से उधर नहीं गया, बिल्कुल डिसिप्लिनली हमारे एमएलए ने वोटिंग वहाँ किया, और इससे वो जो कुछ कल का इंसिडेंट था, इसमें हम किसी में हम नाराज़ नहीं है। एक बात सच है कि हमारे फ्रंट का एक कैंडिडेट वो जीत नहीं सका, वहाँ कुछ वोटों की कमियाँ वहाँ आ गई, मगर ये अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का जो कोटा था और अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी थी उनका कैंडिडेट जिताने के लिए, उसमें कामयाबी नहीं आई। मगर हम वापस जाने के बाद ज़रूर हमारे साथियों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे, ऐसे क्यों हुआ और हुआ तो कैसे करेक्ट एक्शन ले सकते हैं, इस पर हम ध्यान देंगे।
शिवसेना के नेता एकनाथ शिंदे बार बार कह रहे हैं कि उनको सीएम बनाया जाए, इस पर आपकी सहमति है क्या?
सरकार
सर, जिस तरीके से एक मिनट यार, चुप रहो।
अरे यार
सर, जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र के भीतर संकट दिखाई दे रहा है,
अरे
एक
क्वेश्चन एट अ टाइम होगा ना। वो एक बार
सरकार बचा दिया था, क्या इस बार सरकार आप लोग बचा पाएंगे? उम्मीद है आपको?
मुझे यहाँ की जो स्थिति है वो देखने के बाद इससे कुछ न कुछ रास्ता निकलेगा, इस पर मेरा पूरा भरोसा है।
सर, फिर से सवाल करता हूँ, एकनाथ शिंदे बार बार दबाव डाल रहे हैं कि उनको सीएम बनाया जाए, इस पर आपकी सहमति है क्या?
भाई ये तो मैं आपसे ही सुनता हूँ, ठीक है। अभी तक उन्होंने हमें या और किसी को कहा है कि मुझे सीएम बनाओ, ये मुझे मालूम नहीं। मगर एक बात है कि वहाँ जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है तीनों पार्टी में, इसमें शिवसेना के पास मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी है, डिप्टी सीएम एनसीपी के पास है, और इन्फॉर्म बाकी जो मंत्रालय है इसकी जिम्मेदारी सरकार के कांग्रेस के ऊपर है। जहाँ तक लीडरशिप में कुछ बदलाव करना या किसी को वहाँ मौका देना, वो उनका इंटरनल इशू है, जो शिवसेना की लीडरशिप इस पर जो कुछ तय करेंगे इसके साथ हम रहेंगे। मगर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व पर वहाँ जो गवर्नमेंट चलाई है इसमें कोई बदलाव करने की आवश्यकता हमें लगती नहीं।
सर लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे, जेपी नड्डा और अमित शाह को भी मिलने वाले हैं आज।
कौन किसको मिलने वाला हम कैसे कहेंगे।
सर कल के एमएलसी इलेक्शन में 134 विधायकों का समर्थन बीजेपी को प्राप्त हुआ है। जिस पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री है उस पार्टी के सारे वोट भी शिवसेना उम्मीदवार को नहीं मिले हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये क्रॉस वोटिंग सरकार के लिए खतरा है?
नहीं भाई, ऐसे जब इलेक्शन होते हैं तो क्रॉस वोटिंग होते हैं, ये कोई आज की बात नहीं। इससे पहले 20 से 50 सालों में कई बार मैंने देखा है कि क्रॉस वोटिंग होता है और फिर सरकार चलती है।
सर क्या अलायंस में भी कुछ मतभेद है? सर अलायंस में कुछ मतभेद है क्योंकि ये क्रॉस वोटिंग सामने आ रही है?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि अलायंस में बिल्कुल मतभेद नहीं है। क्रॉस वोटिंग कब होते हैं कि समझो मैं कॉन्टेस्ट कर रहा हूँ और मुझे कुछ 2-4 वोट की कमियाँ है तो मेरा पर्सनल कॉन्टैक्ट कहीं हो तो इस पर मैं ध्यान देता हूँ और इसमें कुछ न कुछ वोट कैसे मुझे मिलेंगे इस पर मेरा ध्यान होता है। इससे कुछ क्रॉस वोटिंग इधर उधर होती है। एक जैसे आपको एक बार एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ कि जिस बार आई थिंक 1980 में मेरे पास खाली 6 MLA थे, 6 और 6 MLA के आधार पर हमने 45 वोट लेकर सुरेश रंगारी को राज्यसभा को चुनकर लाया था 6 वोटों। ये हो सकता है जैसे रिश्ते आपके हैं इस पर ये इलेक्शन में कामयाबी मिलती है, ये डिफीट होता है।
Mr. Pawar, are you confident that you have a clear majority, that Agadi government has a clear majority, and what are the numbers like?
एनसीपी और कांग्रेस छोड़ के बाहर निकले, ऐसी भी शर्तें रखी हैं। सुनने में आ रहा है जो सूरत गए विधायक उन्होंने कहा है कि शिवसेना जो है वो एनसीपी और कांग्रेस का साथ छोड़े।
ये जो आप कहते हैं मेरे कान पर ये बात आई नहीं।
तुमचं काही बोलणं झालं या सगळ्या घडामोडीनंतर उद्धव ठाकरे
बोलणं झालं का?
नहीं, एवढं झालं की उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने उनके पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलाई है और वो आज सुबह बैठने अभी आफ्टरनून में बैठने वाले हैं। इस बैठने के बाद एक बार इनके इंटरनल डिस्कशन हो जाएगा तो हम इनसे बात करेंगे। आज ये इशू एनसीपी का इंटरनल इशू नहीं है, ये शिवसेना का इंटरनल इशू है।
Today you are leaving for Mumbai, confident that you have the numbers.
सर मुंबई आप जा रहे हैं सर?
जा रहे हैं।
क्या मुख्यमंत्री से मुलाकात है शाम को सर? कब जाएंगे सर?
मेरे अभी मीटिंग है 2:30 बजे।
मुख्यमंत्री के साथ मुलाकात है?
प्रेसिडेंट कैंडिडेट सिलेक्शन के बारे में आज जो हमने मीटिंग बुलाई है, ये मीटिंग खत्म होने के बाद आई एम गोइंग टू बावले।
सर आपको संकट मोचक कहा जाता है, खासतौर पर पिछली सरकार भी आपने बचाई थी। एकनाथ शिंदे से क्या आपकी कोई बातचीत हुई है या किसी विधायक से बातचीत हुई है जो सूरत में ठहरे हुए हैं?
मेरे किसी से बात नहीं हुई, तो कहाँ ठहरे ये भी मुझे मालूम।
Sir, are you confident that Agadi government has the numbers?
सर एक तरफ
Are you confident you have the majority?
सर आप कह रहे हैं कि ये शिवसेना का इंटरनल मैटर है लेकिन खतरे में सरकार है, तो आप क्या समझा जाए कि एनसीपी और शिवसेना साथ नहीं है इस संकट को लेकर, फिर कैसे होगा इसका समाधान?
बिल्कुल हम कांग्रेस एनसीपी शिवसेना हम तीनों ही साथ, मगर जब तक एग्जैक्टली क्या इशू है और वो कैसे रिजॉल्व करना, इसमें शिवसेना की गाइडलाइन हमें मिलती नहीं, तब तक इसमें हम कुछ कदम उठाना ठीक नहीं।
And sir, if government falls, are you open to go with BJP, sir? Are you open to go with any alliance with BJP, sir? If government falls?
ये पूरे संकट को लेकर शिवसेना की तरफ से कोई आपसे संपर्क नहीं किया गया है? ये दिक्कत आई है, उनके विधायक टूट के चले गए, भाग गए, तो आपसे कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई है?
आज वो दोपहर को हम मिलकर इसमें इन डेप्थ स्टडी करेंगे और शाम को आप लोगों को बताएंगे। ऐसा हमें संदेशा आया है, सो वी आर वेटिंग फॉर दैट।
सर अगर गवर्नमेंट गिरती है या कुछ जो उथल पुथल चल रही है, क्या बीजेपी के साथ जा सकती है एनसीपी? अगर कुछ खतरा होता है गवर्नमेंट गिरती है तो?
जैसा कुछ तो सेंसिबल क्वेश्चन।
सर अगर सरकार गिर जाएगी तो कहीं तो एनसीपी जाएगी,
अपोजिशन में भी सकती है,
बीजेपी के साथ नहीं जाएगी लेकिन।
अच्छा सर, बस आखिरी क्वेश्चन, आप चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे से मिलने वाले हैं या कोई मुलाकात की बातचीत हुई है?
बात आज रात को उनको समय होगा तो शायद मिल सकते हैं, शायद, क्योंकि ये तय नहीं हुआ, मगर मुझे उन पार्टी के तरफ से बात आज रात को उनको समय होगा तो शायद मिल सकते हैं, शायद, क्योंकि ये तय नहीं हुआ, मगर मुझे उन पार्टी के तरफ से कोई तो ग्राउंड लेवल सिचुएशन पक्की क्या है इसका ब्रीफिंग हमें मिलेगा और इसके ऊपर आगे की नीति तय करेंगे।
साहेब, शिवसेनेतली अनेक बंड तुम्ही बघितली असतील, यावेळेचं बंड मोठं आहे असं वाटतं? यावेळेचं बंड मोठं आहे असं वाटतं?
So there Sharad Pawar addressing the media saying that it is indeed a third attempt being made to topple the Mahavikas Aghadi government. In fact, putting the onus on the Shiv Sena, saying that whatever is happening is Sena's internal issue, and also going on to add that an important announcement is also likely by this evening. Just to break it down as to what has happened over the last 24 hours, Shiv Sena MLAs are holed up in Surat along with Sena Minister Eknath Shinde. Now with this, the Mahavikas Aghadi government is facing a major crisis, and there we had Sharad Pawar in fact addressing the media and saying that whatever is happening, the crisis that is happening within the Mahavikas Aghadi is because of Sena's internal issues. So clearly, pinning the blame on the Shiv Sena there. With this, it seems that the cracks within the Mahavikas Aghadi government is in the open, with Sharad Pawar putting the onus on the Shiv Sena. And also going on to say that an important announcement is expected by this evening when we talk about the situation unfolding in Maharashtra. We have Alisha also tracking all the latest updates on that. Alisha, if you could take us briefly through the statements there being made by Sharad Pawar, saying that the Shiv Sena, whatever is happening is the Shiv Sena's internal issue.
Well, yes, the meeting, specifically what the Sharad Pawar has said that this is an internal Shiv Sena matter, and we are giving time to the Shiv Sena to solve the problem, because the meeting that has already been going in Varsha Bungalow, where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and along with 34 MLAs and MP who were present in the meeting, including 19 MLAs that were present in Varsha Bungalow. But now the meeting has already been concluded, and there are some of the instructions that has already been given to Shiv Sena MLAs, but we have to wait and watch for an official statement that will come in from Shiv Sena. After which Sharad Pawar, who is right now in Delhi, will come to Mumbai. He will reach to Mumbai and directly is going to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to know what is the current situation. Because we were expecting Eknath Shinde, who is already in Surat with the other 26 MLAs in Surat hotel along with him, and there are other 9 who already been reaching to Surat in Surat to meet him. So we have to wait what exactly the message that will come in, because Uddhav Thackeray close aide Milind Darvekar and Eknath Shinde close aide Ravindra, who has already left for Surat. They are going to meet. They have been given an assignment to speak to Eknath Shinde to get in contact with them, and what are the demands and what is the reason behind where this all plan has been made. Because it has been said that right after the MLC election, all these 35 MLAs that were asked to leave for Surat as early as possible to witness the instruction that was given by Eknath Shinde to every MLA. So, well, yes, Uddhav Thackeray's close aide Milind Darvekar, who already left for Surat, and is going to meet Eknath Shinde, and there will be the talks with the Shiv Sena senior leaders and Eknath Shinde, and after which it is highly possible for Eknath Shinde to speak to media and give the reason, what is the exact reason behind for taking such a step. Well, every party is been keeping an eye only on Shiv Sena, because whether it is NCP or whether it is Congress, they clearly stated it's an internal Shiv Sena matter, and they have to solve only after that Mahavikas Aghadi meeting which is going to held this evening.
Yes. Alisha, thanks for that. We also have our senior executive editor Abhishek joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Abhishek, we just heard Sharad Pawar there. He refrained from answering any questions pertaining to whether the Mahavikas Aghadi has the numbers at this point in time. If you could tell us what is your reading of this situation that is unfolding in Maharashtra at this point in time. Well, we will go across to Abhishek as well in just a bit. We have Ankit also joining us, reporting live. Ankit, if you could tell us how the numbers stack up at this point in time.
I mean, that is a question that is up for debate at the moment. What we can tell you is that there were somewhere in the region of around it started at 14, it ended at perhaps around 19 MLAs that were present at the Shiv Sena's meeting held at the Varsha Bungalow, chaired by Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister. We know that Eknath Shinde has claimed that he has 26 MLAs present with him at the moment, and 9 more were en route to Surat at that hotel where they are lodged. Apart from that, there are 5 independent MLAs who also are said to be part of this rebellion that we have witnessed. Now, 2 emissaries, like we've said, have been dispatched by the Chief Minister because it really does appear to be, like Sharad Pawar said, a internal matter of the Shiv Sena party, because all the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde himself are of the Shiv Sena. Well, most of them are. There are independents among them as well. And what remains of them were present at this meeting chaired by Uddhav Thackeray just now. And so there appears to be somewhat of a struggle within the Shiv Sena to decide which direction the party goes to. Now, as far as the other numbers are concerned, we have come across 2 key numbers in just the last 2 weeks. In the Rajya Sabha elections, it was somewhere pegged at 124 MLAs voting with the BJP candidate, where the BJP won that crucial 3rd seat over there in the Rajya Sabha. And then in last night's MLC elections, the number rose actually to 134, and the BJP managed to get its 5th MLC also elected at the expense of a Congress candidate. The MVA got 5, but the 1 seat for which they had contested, that one was won by the BJP. And so if the 288 member assembly, 285 was the number that voted yesterday, because 1 MLA has passed away and 2 of them are currently lodged in jail. And somewhere in the region of 145 is what the halfway mark was pegged at. But it now remains to be seen whether, if at all, the situation comes to that, whether the halfway mark will be brought down, or how the matters will proceed ahead, because also there is a minimum threshold number to avoid the anti-defection law from coming into effect. And so right now we remain in a flux, and it is only, I presume, the parties that are involved, Eknath Shinde, who has a true sense of how many are there and how many are not there, and the same is true of Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister and the Supremo of the Shiv Sena. They are likely to have a true sense of what the numbers are at the moment. But from the Varsha Bungalow, a team of emissaries has been dispatched to Surat. We also heard Sharad Pawar confirm that after he holds his meeting over the presidential election candidate, he will come to Mumbai, and if the Chief Minister has time, these are his words, the NCP Supremo will meet with Uddhav Thackeray. And so that is a meeting also that is planned. And not far away, before I hand it back, the Congress is holding a meeting, because the Congress is in its own crisis, and the Congress is speculated to be trying to ensure that it keeps its flock together and stopping them from migrating as well. And so that is where things stand at the moment, a big numbers game involving all the parties.
Well, that's right. Ankit, stay with us. We also have Abhishek joining us. Abhishek, what is your reading of all the fast-paced developments here? Does it look like that the fall of Mahavikas Aghadi government is imminent now?
Well, it seems so, Samiksha, and the way the developments are taking shape, with sources telling us that the offer made by Shinde is not acceptable to the Shiv Sena leadership, essentially the Thackerays. I think this should come as no surprise, since the proposal was a non-starter. After that, in fact, we are getting to hear that the minister who communicated on behalf of Shinde has also gone incommunicado again, which essentially means that this is not happening, and the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government remains fragile, unstable, and unlikely to get the numbers back. Fast-paced developments taking place, and there is a police complaint also now in connection with MLA Nitin.
Deshmukh, his wife has filed a police complaint, and what we are getting to hear is that there might be an attempt to use this complaint and then send police to approach the MLA who's lodged in the Surat hotel. What is important is that Sharad Pawar has wrung his hands dry, said that this is Shiv Sena's internal matter. If Uddhav Thackeray approaches him, he will do something about it, but as yet has not been approached. No indication as yet of firefight helping the Shiv Sena or the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi as of now. So the tension and the drama continues insofar as the stability of the Maharashtra government is concerned.
Yes, Abhishek, more breaking updates coming in. It seems that the numbers are constantly falling for the MVA government there. Now getting to know that 10 Congress MLAs may dump the Mahavikas Aghadi government.
I missed your question there, Samiksha.
Abhishek, more updates coming in. We are getting to know that the 10 Congress MLAs could dump the Mahavikas Aghadi government. If you could give us more information that you're picking up on that.
Well, yes. So what happens is even the Congress party is a little wobbly, looks a little wobbly, given the fact that they could not get their second candidate elected. And what is important is that even the Congress has meeting again. So they have had a legislature party meeting a while back, and they are having another meeting slated for later in the evening to take stock of the situation. So if there is an exodus happening, it can have a dominoes effect. And if the government is going, there are a lot of people who stay because being in power acts as a glue. And if the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government is falling, then obviously there would be those weather vanes of politics who would want to be on the right side. So obviously everyone wants to keep their flock together. That's why even as Sharad Pawar was addressing the press and media in Delhi, Ajit Pawar was taking a meeting in Mumbai to take stock of the situation and keep the flock together. So it applies to the Congress party as well, Samiksha.
That's right, Abhishek, and more information that is coming in that Eknath Shinde, if we talk about him, he has set a slew of terms for Uddhav government there, which includes Eknath Shinde would want to be the deputy chief minister, and that the Sena MLAs will stay if the government allies with the BJP. Do you think there's any possibility that the Uddhav government could agree to Shinde's demands?
Absolutely not. In fact, we can break that development. The emissary of Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, Milind Narvekar, he's gone to meet Eknath Shinde in Surat. I think he's gone with a one-line brief that there is no question of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government breaking and Shiv Sena moving with the BJP. Rest everything else can be negotiated, whether Shinde should be accommodated, elevated. He's already a minister, elevated as deputy chief minister. All those things, we don't know the details, but what is important is that the communication is that the proposal to make Devendra Fadnavis the chief minister after forming an alliance with the BJP has been completely ruled out.
Yes. Abhishek, and while this Sharad Pawar was also addressing the media, he categorically, put the blame onus on the Shiv Sena. With this, do you see the cracks in the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is absolutely in the open now?
Yes, obviously. So if you look at the Rajya Sabha polls, Samiksha, and the results, and yesterday's development insofar as the MLC polls results are concerned, it is clear that there are tensions within the alliance. The fact that it has been a free-for-all within the alliance, the NCP taking care of its own flock and its own numbers, not helping the Shiv Sena, the Congress party giving 2 extra votes to its candidate in the Rajya Sabha polls instead of helping the Shiv Sena candidate who might have sailed through had that happened on June 10. So the internal dynamics are also playing out. So all these changes over the last 24 hours with the rebellion of Eknath Shinde add to increasing of those tensions, and that's why all these keeping the flock together meetings happening, Praniksha, in fact.
And Abhishek, like Sharad Pawar was saying, putting it on the BJP, saying that it is in fact the third attempt being made to topple the Mahavikas Aghadi government. How do you see the politics around this panning out? Because this is in the open now, the cracks within the Mahavikas Aghadi, and the MVA pinning the blame on the BJP.
Well, that obviously would be a natural reaction so far as MVA leaders are concerned, that this is the doing of the BJP. What adds to this charge is the fact that all the rebels have chosen to go to a BJP-ruled state in Surat. Apart from the fact that obviously the rebels would want some level of protection, because within Maharashtra there can be an element of caution. What is important is that even if that is happening, the fact of the matter is that the rebellion is against the Shiv Sena leadership, and it's for Shiv Sena to really answer why these big number of MLAs. If you look at it, there are more MLAs as of now with Shinde in Surat than with Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha, the residence of the Chief Minister in Mumbai. So obviously, Shiv Sena leadership obviously has some answers to give.
Absolutely. Abhishek, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as we track all the latest on this big story.
And viewers, it's raining in Mumbai and it's pouring in Maharashtra for the MVA, and to be specific, the Shiv Sena. We've just seen the Chief Minister hold a meeting of whatever Shiv Sena legislators are here, and there are fewer of them in Mumbai in the Varsha Bungalow than there are with Eknath Shinde over in Surat, and that is why there is a major cause for concern. We are tracking this story in Maharashtra. It's a developing political thriller, and we'll be back with more updates through the day, and immediately after this break, viewers, stay with Republic.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF Jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is a theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day, observed on June 21st, focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himveers of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude of 17,000 feet and above in snow-clad conditions in Sikkim to mark the 8th edition of International Yoga Day. The Himveers of the ITBP were seen performing yoga on the snow. Jawans from the ITBP were seen performing asanas at over 14,500 feet in the Himalayan ranges of Uttarakhand, dressed in their uniforms amid in the snow-clad peaks.
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों तेरी जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर.
breaking updates coming in. Sena, we are told, has rejected Shinde's proposal. Big scoop coming in. Further dent on the MVA numbers is very likely, with the Congress flock also unstable now. The latest that is coming in, Shiv Sena rejecting Shinde's proposal that he had made to the Uddhav government. Remember, Shinde along with other MLAs, several other MLAs are holed up in Surat. And the latest coming in, the Shiv Sena reacting to Shinde's demands there, rejecting the proposal that was made by Shinde to the Uddhav government, which also included him being made the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So that seems a further dent on the Maha Vikas Aghadi government there. And this, even as several meets are being called by the Maha Vikas Aghadi government there. Further dent on the Maha Vikas Aghadi government numbers, with the Congress flock also looks like unstable now at this point in time, and Shiv Sena clearly rejecting Shinde's proposal. Remember, a slew of demands that have been made by Eknath Shinde to the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, which includes him being made the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And the visuals coming in right now, BJP MLA is reaching the rebel hotel where they are holed up. The first visuals of the BJP MLA reaching the rebel camp in Surat. That is the latest coming in. The first visuals that we are getting to you of BJP MLA Sanjay Kute at Surat Hotel. He is reaching the camp hotel. We have Niranjan reporting live. Niranjan, if I can come to you, give us more details of the latest visuals coming in right now of the BJP MLA reaching the Surat hotel.
Well, it's clear now, I think, if you look at the developments in the last couple of hours, especially, you had that significant statement coming in from Sharad Pawar, who has said that it's completely up to the Shiv Sena. It's their problem. It's for them to sort out the mess. And if needed, he will step in. And that's a vehicle, I think that's one of the ministers just leaving the residence of the Chief Minister. You're getting the live shots of one of the ministers just leaving the residence of the Chief Minister here. So there's a lot of hectic movement here, but I can confirm to you the updates that we're getting in. And we are, we're getting information from Surat now that one of the BJP MLAs is also present there, and getting in a confirmation now from our teams. And Abhishek is confirming that one BJP leader is also there. One BJP MLA is also there. BJP MLA Sanjay Kute is in the Lee Meridian Hotel in Surat. Now there is also the hotel. Where Eknath Shinde and his group of MLAs are camping. So we're getting in some movement now. Some movement of, I think, more and more leaders are going in. So you'll see these cars, these Innovas, the white Innovas are mostly these MLAs, vehicles of the MLAs, which is now moving in. Meanwhile, some more details that we're picking up. Back-to-back updates. In fact, Satya Prakash is, sharing some more information now that Kamal Nath has been deputed as the AICC observer to Maharashtra in the wake of the recent political developments. I think you should be getting that notification as well. Congress notification. The General Secretary of the Congress Party, Venu Gopal, the Congress Party has just put out an official release that I have that in my hand, which reads that the Congress President has deputed Kamal Nath as the AICC observer to Maharashtra in the wake of the recent political developments in the state with immediate effect. So that's another breaking news update coming in. So back-to-back breaking news updates. In case you're watching this broadcast, another information that just came in. I'll have to wait to get a confirmation of this. But some saying that the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and you had the details come in a few minutes back, has about 55 MLAs in the assembly, but only about 20 to 25 showed up at this meeting at last count, which means at least 30 MLAs or more than half of them were not even present in that meeting that took place in his bungalow right behind me. This is the Varsha bungalow, the Chief Minister's bungalow. And if more than half of them weren't even present in this particular meeting, it shows you that big breaking news update coming in. I have a breaking news update. Eknath Shinde has been removed as the Shiv Sena legislative group leader. Breaking news coming in. Alisha is breaking the information. Eknath Shinde has been removed as the Shiv Sena legislative group leader of the Maharashtra Assembly. Confirming once again, Eknath Shinde has been removed as the Shiv Sena legislative leader in the Maharashtra Assembly. So is there a sign of things to come? I think that's a big update right now. Shiv Sena cracking the whip. Eknath Shinde has been removed as the Shiv Sena legislative group leader of the Maharashtra Assembly. Alisha breaking the story. So the moment I have a confirmation from Alisha, I'll go across to her. The fact that Eknath Shinde had put, some conditions in front of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra told you that he was in no mood to negotiate. In fact, Alisha is joining me on the phone line. Alisha, Eknath Shinde removed as the Shiv Sena legislative group leader, which means this is the Shiv Sena taking action on him, which means things are going down in the Shiv Sena. Alisha.
Well, yes, the information and the confirmation that we are getting in from Shiv Sena itself, who were present in that meeting, that the Eknath Shinde has been removed as a Shiv Sena legislative group leader of Maharashtra Assembly. This decision has been taken in a Shiv Sena meeting that held in Varsha Bungalow with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Now it has been said that officially it will be Aditya Thackeray who will be given the leadership of legislative group leader of Maharashtra Assembly, but the official announcement will be made in some time from now. But what we have got to know that Eknath Shinde has been removed as Shiv Sena legislative group leader of Maharashtra Assembly, and it will be whether Aditya Thackeray or whether Ajay Chaudhary. These two names is being coming in front, but let's wait for an official confirmation and official letter that will be given from the Shiv Sena itself. But yes, this is confirmed that Eknath Shinde has been removed, and this decision has been taken during the Shiv Sena meeting with Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, that's a big development there. Stay with me, Alisha, because we're also hearing that Ajay Chaudhary could be one of the leaders. There's some movement there. I think some more leaders going into the Chief Minister's bungalow. So you're constantly seeing movement here at the Chief Minister's residence. But the breaking news update right now, Alisha breaking the story that Eknath Shinde, okay, confirmed now, Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed. Ajay Chaudhary appointed as the Shiv Sena legislative group leader of the Maharashtra Assembly. I'm getting a confirmation now from Alisha. Eknath Shinde removed. Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed. Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed. So that's a confirmation that's now coming in. Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed the legislative group leader of the Shiv Sena instead of Eknath Shinde. That's confirmed now. I think that's confirmed now. Alisha.
Well, yes, it has been confirmed that Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed as the legislative group leader for Shiv Sena of Maharashtra Assembly. This is after the decision was taken by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, where we saw that there were more than 34 MLAs and MP who were present, and 19 MLAs that were present in that meeting, after which we saw even Chief Minister waited for some more MLAs who were present with Eknath Shinde, but the time they didn't came, but we'll see what is
Okay, there's some more movement here, getting in some more movement. I think some more leaders, Shiv Sena Mahapur, and I think some more leaders of the Shiv Sena. In fact, senior leaders of the Shiv Sena are entering the Chief Minister. Senior leaders of the Shiv Sena now just entering the Chief Minister's residence. More and more leaders, cars coming in. As you see this big flux in the Shiv Sena right now. Eknath Shinde has been removed. Eknath Shinde landed up in Surat with 29 MLAs. We had the full list of the names of these MLAs who were with him. 9 more en route, 6 independents, 15. In all, he has the support of about 40 MLAs with him. Things not looking good for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. Decision taken right now in the meeting that was held by the Shiv Sena to remove Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader. And getting in some more breaking news update right now. Aishwarya is breaking a story. Let me go across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya is breaking the story right now from Delhi that Congress 10 MLAs are not responding to the High Command central leadership. I repeat, 10 MLAs of the Congress party not responding to the central leadership. Aishwarya is getting in that breaking news update as well. And that's why they're saying that Kamal Nath was deputed to keep the Congress flock together. One of the senior leaders of the Congress party tasked with the Maharashtra unit, HK Patil, is already here, or rather headed here. And the Congress party has just announced that Kamal Nath will be their observer, and 10 MLAs of the Congress party are not responding to the Congress High Command central leadership. Eknath Shinde has also tweeted. I'm just trying to get that tweet now. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted, I'm being told. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted. He's saying we are Bala Sahib staunch. Okay, breaking news update on Republic TV from Mumbai. Eknath Shinde, tweet from Surat saying we are Bala Sahib staunch Shiv Sainiks. Bala Sahib has taught us Hindutva. We have never and will never cheat for power regarding Bala Sahib thoughts and Dharamveer Anand Dige Sahib's teachings. This is a breaking news update coming in a full translation, also being given by my colleague Alisha. A tweet by Eknath Shinde. I am a soldier of Bala Sahib Thackeray and also of Hindutva. We will not go behind power as per the teachings of Bala Sahib Thackeray and Anand Dige. Let me go across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, Alisha joining us. I didn't see the name of Uddhav Thackeray. He didn't speak about Uddhav Thackeray, but he says he's a soldier of Bala Sahib Thackeray and of Hindutva.
Well, absolutely, and that in itself is very, very important. And as you said, that he has not mentioned Uddhav Thackeray's name. Amit, there is another breaking news coming in, Niranjan, that 10 Congress MLAs have just not responded back to the Congress High Command and ensured expedition. They have announced Kamal Nath as an observer. Kamal Nath has been asked to land in Mumbai today itself because 10 MLAs of the Congress party who are a part of the MPA, this is over and above the number which is present in Surat, and stopped responding to the Congress High Command. And that in itself is enough to warn the Congress. They have gotten their senior most leader Kamal Nath, but how much will he be able to do now? We have to wait and watch. But 10 Congress MLAs are unreachable. The High Command of the Congress party is trying to reach them, but they have just not responded back. I repeat, this is over and above the number of MLAs which are present in Surat right now. So this is just adding on to the numbers and reducing the numbers of the MPAs. Trouble mounting up for Uddhav Thackeray and 10 more Congress MLAs. This is over and above the number which is present in Surat. 10 Congress MLAs have gone incommunicado to their top leadership in Delhi. Niranjan.
Okay, that's a big breaking news update. But I think reading more into what Eknath Shinde has just tweeted. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted, and he's invoked Bala Sahib Thackeray. He has invoked Bala Sahib Thackeray, but he has not mentioned Uddhav Thackeray in this tweet. So I think that's a very significant mention. I'd like to go across to Alisha, also joining me right now. Eknath Shinde has tweeted, Alisha. He has said, I'm a soldier of Bala Sahib Thackeray and also of Hindutva. We will not go behind power as per the teachings of Bala Sahib Thackeray and Anand Dige. What does that mean? What does that mean? I think the fact that he's mentioned Bala Sahib Thackeray and not the Chief Minister or his party leadership, does that say something? Okay, I'm going back to Alisha there. The breaking news update now coming in. In fact, in case you're watching this broadcast, we're outside the Chief Minister's residence here in Maharashtra, outside the Varsha Bungalow. There have been 2 or 3 big developments in the last few minutes itself. In the last few minutes, in fact, there's some more movement of vehicles coming in and out. Let me quickly get in a word from Ankit as well. Ankit is also joining us on the broadcast. Ankit, on the movement here, who's inside, and how many MLAs are really there?
Well, at that peak, Niranjan, there were 19 MLAs inside. There were around 32 leaders in all. That includes MPs as well as members of Legislative Council. Now, since the meeting ended, it's been about 25 minutes since the meeting ended. We have seen some of the cars, some of them, like we saw, bearing a sticker that says Mantri. So that stands for Minister, of course, going outside. We can say with some amount of confidence that there must still be a number of MLAs inside. Some of the late ones to arrive, for instance, Aditya Thackeray was one of the last to arrive. We have not seen his car emerge. Also, we saw interestingly, Home Minister of Maharashtra, Dilip Walse Patil, his car also go in. We've not seen it return again. We've not seen its convoy either. And in fact, that probably means that either they have been leaving from the second exit, which is on the other side, or that they are still a number of them inside the Chief Minister's residence.
Alisha,
and we also know
Ankit, stay with me. Ankit, stay with me. I think Alisha... No, 1 minute. I think Alisha is also joining me on the phone line. Reading more into what Eknath Shinde has said. Eknath Shinde has said, I am the soldier of Bala Sahib Thackeray, also of Hindutva. We will not go behind power as per the teachings of Bala Sahib Thackeray and Anand Dige. Now, he's also... he hasn't mentioned Uddhav Thackeray. He hasn't mentioned the current leadership of the Shiv Sena. He's also been removed as the legislature party leader of the Shiv Sena in the House. Now that tells you something. What are you picking up from those who are present inside the meeting? Alisha is also joining me on the phone line. Alisha, Alisha, what more are you picking up from inside that meeting from the MLAs who were present there?
Niranjan, what important information that I'm getting from my sources that in the meeting that held with the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, they clearly stated that Shiv Sena is not going to accept any proposal that has been asked by Eknath Shinde or whether it is MLA. This information is what we are getting from our Shiv Sena sources who were there present in that meeting, and Chief Minister has clearly stated that they are not going to accept any proposal that has been made, whether by Eknath Shinde or by his associate or with the MLAs who are with him. Such kind of proposal is not something that's accepted from the Shiv Sena, and no one can even make such proposal. So what we are going to know after the removal, the decision that has been taken that Eknath Shinde should be removed as the legislative leader. He's been removed as a legislative group leader of Maharashtra Assembly, after which the sources have clearly stated that Shiv Sena is not going to accept any proposal that has been asked by Eknath Shinde or his MLAs.
Okay, so that's the latest detail. That's the latest detail that Alisha is picking up from that meeting. So the Shiv Sena also hitting back at Eknath Shinde because the party is in a flux. They didn't expect to be in this position. Even when the results came in last evening of the MLC election, I don't think they expected the kind of developments that we are seeing right now, with Eknath Shinde taking a large chunk of the Shiv Sena MLAs with him to Surat, Gujarat. He's inside a resort, the Lee Meridian Resort in Surat, Gujarat. And that's left the entire Shiv Sena party in a complete state of disarray, because when the Chief Minister of Maharashtra met inside the bungalow, which is right behind me, this is the Varsha bungalow, the Chief Minister's residence, out of the 55 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, we are told only about 20 were present there, and that tells you the state of the Shiv Sena right now. The state of the Shiv Sena right now. Eknath Khadse, we heard from our top sources that Eknath Khadse placed 3 or 4 critical demands in front of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena leadership has rushed 1 or 2 emissaries, senior leaders close to the Chief Minister to Surat to try and speak to Eknath Khadse and find a way out. Eknath Shinde, I beg your pardon, to find a way out. But I think the important, Alisha is back on the phone line. But some of the conditions that Eknath Shinde had placed in front of the Chief Minister is, 1, that they should tie up with the BJP. 2, that if they do tie up with the BJP, Devendra Fadnavis should be the Chief Minister. 3, that Shinde himself will be the Deputy Chief Minister. And point number 4, if they don't go with the BJP, then the MLAs with him from the Shiv Sena will be quitting the party. Now, these are details we're picking up through our sources who are both in Surat and in Mumbai, and the communication that has happened between Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena leadership. Now, the mood within the Shiv Sena camp and inside the Chief Minister's residence is that they're not going to really buckle down, which is why you see the action taken against Eknath Shinde. He's been removed as the legislature party leader, and they're not in any mood to negotiate with Eknath Shinde. So that tells you that things are not well, things are going down. And Alisha is still with me on the phone line. I'd like to go back to her, because you also had Eknath Shinde tweet immediately after he was removed as the legislature party leader. And immediately after he's been removed, he's tweeted saying that I am a soldier of Balasaheb Thackeray and a soldier of Hindutva, and I'm not hungry for power. Nothing more to be said, Alisha. I think his tweet is self-explanatory.
Well, of course, this tweet comes after when the Shiv Sena has decided to remove him as the legislative leader, group leader of the Maharashtra Assembly. And he's clearly stating that, he's clearly indicating that he's a soldier of Shiv Sena. This clearly means that he is not in a plan to leave Shiv Sena as of now. But he didn't mention anything about that he's going to, is he happy, and there is nothing between the party, and there is no problem within the Mahavikas Aghadi. But this tweet comes after the decision of him being taken out from the leader of the Legislative Assembly. But yes, the proposal that was made, because there was some of the demand that was put forth before the Chief Minister, and that was the demand, the proposal that was discussed in this meeting. Now, the sources within the Shiv Sena who was present in that meeting has clearly stated that Shiv Sena is not going to accept any proposal that has been asked by Eknath Shinde or whether his MLA that has been present in Surat. And regards to this now, even Sanjay Raut.
I'm getting in some more breaking news now, Alisha. Alisha, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates. Alisha, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates right now. We are hearing that Devendra Fadnavis will also travel to Surat. Two bits of breaking news update. Point number one, Devendra Fadnavis could be traveling to Surat. Point number two, Sanjay Raut will be speaking to the media in a short while from now. So these two developments expected any time now. Sanjay Raut expected to speak to the media once again. And Devendra Fadnavis likely to travel to Surat. That's where all the action is. 40 MLAs, we are told, 29 in the resort already, 9 en route and 6 independents. Now these are details we're picking up, taking a short break here on Republic. Back with the non-stop coverage of the MVA collapse in Maharashtra.
Hong Kong's iconic jumbo floating restaurant has capsized in the South China Sea, less than a week after it was stowed away from the city. The restaurant encountered adverse conditions on Saturday as it was passing the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea, and water entered the vessel and it began to tip. The company has said no one is injured, but efforts are on to save the vessel had failed. Boris Johnson was admitted to hospital for what was said to be a minor and routine operation on his sinuses. The UK Prime Minister was put under general anaesthetic and is now resting at home with Dominic Raab as Deputy Prime Minister, put in charge of taking any significant decisions while he recovers. India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday.
PM right now. And we're outside the Chief Minister's residence here in Mumbai, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and the breaking news update coming in that Eknath Shinde has been removed as the legislature party leader. Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed in his place. The Shiv Sena has rejected all his demands, and all eyes will be on what Eknath Shinde now does. Will he take those MLAs with him? Will they resign? Will this government collapse? Stay tuned for the live coverage, taking a short break. Back with the headlines at 3 p.m.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों हथेली जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर। पीछे, पंजे पीछे।
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. We are live and breaking on the situation developing as the MVA is on the verge of a collapse. Sharad Pawar, the NCP chief, spoke a few minutes back and he said the entire onus of this government and the situation lies on the Shiv Sena, saying that he will intervene only if the Shiv Sena asks him to. Situation very flexible within the MVA right now, with over 40 leaders who are either with the Shiv Sena or independents or those backing the Mahavikas Aghadi are in support of Eknath Shinde, the senior leader from the MVA, sitting minister. 3 ministers, by the way, in Maharashtra are in a resort in Surat, Gujarat, and they're camping with the support of 40 MLAs. The situation is developing. Shiv Sena's crackdown on Eknath Shinde, taking action against him. We'll take a break. We'll come back with all the breaking news updates on Republic. Stay tuned.
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF Jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is a theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day observed on June 21st focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himbis of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude of 17,000 feet and above in snow-clad conditions in Sikkim to mark the 8th edition of International Yoga Day. The Himbis of the ITBP were seen performing yoga on the snow. Jawans from the ITBP were seen performing asanas at over 14,500 feet in the Himalayan ranges of Uttarakhand, dressed in their uniforms amid in the snow-clad peaks.
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों हथेली जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर। पीछे, पंजे पीछे।
Hong Kong's eye. "26 hold up, 9 others en route, 5 independents under the grip. Numbers are slipping away for the MVA government as the BJP is touching distance now." MVA minister leads rebel pack to Surat. BJP offers top post to Agnipath Shinde. It's a complete political upheaval. 19 turn up at Uddhav Thackeray residence. That's 19 Shiv Sena leaders only turn up at his residence. Mega huddle at Maha Chief Minister's residence ahead of a possible late night meet with Sharad Pawar. Amit Shah meets JP Nadda. Fadnavis dashes to National Capital. BJP leads strategy as Congress admits the majority is slipping. Deshmukh brought in, Vaze hired and tainted cop Parambir executed. Was a mega misuse of office plot underway to target Arnab?
Okay, we had some breaking news now coming in that one of the senior leaders of the NCP here, Jitendra Awad, was just here at the Chief Minister's residence. We just saw his vehicle leaving a few minutes back. But the other big breaking news update that we're getting in right now on Republic TV is Devendra Fadnavis is headed to Surat. That's a breaking news update coming in. There's been a lot of movement. In fact, a lot of Shiv Sena supporters are also gathering here. For the last few minutes, they've been trickling in. So there is a lot of movement. The NCP, you heard what Sharad Pawar said. He said the onus is completely on the Shiv Sena. And some more movement. Cars going in and coming out of the Chief Minister's residence. A second round of meeting also expected here at the Chief Minister's residence a short while from now. And the breaking news update coming in. The breaking news update now coming in. You'll see that a lot of Shiv Sena supporters are also here. Walking. All of them are walking. A lot of Shiv Sena supporters have been going up and down. And the Shiv Sena leadership met a few minutes back at the Chief Minister's residence here in Varsha. No official word on the head count, but we are hearing through sources that there were anywhere between 20 to 25 MLAs. 20 to 25 MLAs. They have about 55 MLAs in the assembly. Out of 55, about 20 to 25 only were present inside, which means over 30 were not inside the Chief Minister's residence. Now, are those 30 with Agnipath Shinde, the senior Shiv Sena leader and also a minister? Now, some more movement here, more cars going in and coming out of the Chief Minister's residence. But the big breaking news update, Fadnavis is headed to Surat. The action is in Surat. Another breaking news update that we had a few minutes back, that the Shiv Sena MLAs will be moved out of Surat and taken to Ahmedabad. What's the update there, Abhishek? Why are they being moved from Surat to Ahmedabad?
Well, in fact, Niranjan, Ahmedabad seems to be a better place if the BJP wants to keep control over the situation. In fact, we are told, this is yet to be confirmed, but information coming in that Party President JP Nadda, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, they all at some stage, if not immediately, could be camping in Ahmedabad. It's more centrally located, well connected. There are more number of flights, better connectivity between both Ahmedabad and Delhi and Ahmedabad and Mumbai. That's why it is better, because Surat has a functional airport, but just a couple of flights moving to Delhi. Mumbai, of course, it's closer by road. And for those reasons, essentially logistics, a decision has been taken that those MLAs would be moved to Ahmedabad, with the BJP's top brass also at some stage landing there. In fact, many BJP MLAs on their own from Maharashtra have started moving towards Surat. and so it was decided that let Ahmedabad, which is more centrally located, be the place where everyone converges. That's why this development, Niranjan. But what is important is obviously that
okay, I think Abhishek, sorry to interrupt you there, but getting in a breaking news update that the BJP news conference has also begun. Abhishek, the BJP's news conference has also begun. So I'm just cutting across to that live. I'll come back to you, Abhishek. Let's cut across live.
प्रामुख्याने तुम्ही सगळेजण या विषयामध्ये ज्या खऱ्या बातम्या आहेत त्या बातम्या देण्यातून याची जी एक सकारात्मक वातावरण निर्मिती व्हायला हवी होती ती आपण केली, त्याबद्दल तुमचे आभार मानतो. भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे आमदार यांना मी आभार मानलेला आवडणार नाही, कारण ते म्हणले की हे तर आमचं घर आहे, तुम्ही का आभार मानता. पण ज्यांनी भारतीय जनता पार्टीला
सिर्फ आपकी वजह से हमने जो ये चल रही थी नेगेटिविज्म, आप एक क्रेडिबल इंफॉर्मेशन और मिस इंफॉर्मेशन को आपने दूर किया है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इसके लिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर इट. ये देश की रक्षा का सवाल है, हमारे लिए सर्वप्रिय है. खबर मिली है कि आज के नौजवान अलग अलग जगह के अंदर देखे गए हैं कि उन्होंने फिजिकल एक्टिविटी शुरू कर दी है. दिस इज ऑल हैपेंड सिर्फ आपकी वजह से. अगेन थैंक यू फॉर इट. जो क्रेडिबल इंफॉर्मेशन है, जैसे कि ये र्यूमर मॉन्गरिंग चल रही थी, किसी ने ये निकाला गया कि ये जो मुद्दा है, जो पुराने वाले टाइम के ऊपर जो लोग भर्ती हुए हैं उनको भी अग्निपथ में डाला जाएगा, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने इसको मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन को बेनकाब करा. आज ये सिर्फ 24 घंटे के अंदर फेक इन्फॉर्मेशन मानी गई है. ये जैसा कि मैंने बोला, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी का सवाल है, र्यूमर की स्पेस और विनाश की स्पेस नहीं है. आज इस सिलसिले में आपसे बातचीत करेंगे. हम लोग एक प्रोफेशन में हैं जो सोल्जरिंग की प्रोफेशन है. ये बिगेस्ट एसेट है इस देश का, और जो भी हम सोल्यूशन बनाएंगे वो देश की रक्षा के लिए होगा. और जो भी सोल्यूशन बनेगी उसमें 3 चीजें होंगी. एक तो वो देश की रक्षा सेंट्रिक होगी, दूसरा यूथ सेंट्रिक होगी, और तीसरा सोल्जर सेंट्रिक होगी. उसके अंदर जो हमारे लिए सबसे जरूरी है, देश सेंट्रिक एंड सोल्जर सेंट्रिक सोल्यूशंस. बहुत कमिटीज बनाई गई थी इसके ऊपर. ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव स्कीम जो थी, ये कई दिनों से जरूरत थी हमारी. इससे पहले क्या क्या कमिटीज हुई? अरुण सिंह कमेटी हुई 1989 में, कारगिल रिव्यू कमेटी हुई 2000 में, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स बिठाए गए जिन्होंने नेशनल सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम के बारे में बोला 2001 में, 6 पे कमीशन ने 2006 में, एंड एज लेट एज 2016 शिकाटकर कमेटी में. जो हमारा मेल इन सब कमिटीज का रहा है आप सबके साथ. और इसको आपने, ये जो आर्टिकल है ये 1989 का आर्टिकल है, जिसमें बिल्कुल क्लियरली दर्शाया गया है कि हमारे को एक तो जवानों की एज कम करने की जरूरत है, और जो लोग उसको कमांड कर रहे हैं उसको भी एज कम करने की जरूरत है. इन सब कमिटीज के अंदर कई सारी चीजें थी. वो क्या क्या थी? उनमें से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण थी हायर डिफेंस रिफॉर्म की जरूरत है, जिसके अंदर आईडीएस क्रिएट करा गया. उसके बाद इंटीग्रेशन जॉइंटनेस की जरूरत थी, एक डिफेंस इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी की जरूरत थी. फिर टीथ टू टेल रेशियो, जो आगे लड़ने वाले जवान हैं और जो पीछे उनको सपोर्ट करने वाले जवान हैं, उनकी रेशियो ठीक करनी चाहिए. फिर मॉडर्नाइजेशन की जरूरत थी. ये सब कमिटीज ने ये सब पॉइंट्स बनाए, और ये सब हो रहा है. कई चीजें हो गई हैं, जैसे कि जो 2 साल पहले सीडीएस का क्रिएशन हुआ. बट जो यंग प्रोफाइल जो सबसे नीचे मैंने लिखी है लाल के अंदर, कमांडिंग ऑफिसर की यंग प्रोफाइल करने की जरूरत थी हमें, और सोल्जर की. कमांडिंग ऑफिसर की यंग प्रोफाइल हमने कर दी. कैसे करी? मल्टीपल एंट्रीज के द्वारा, चाहे उसे शॉर्ट सर्विस बोलिए, लेडीज वुमेन एंट्री स्कीम बोलिए, इन सबको मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमने अपने यंग कमांडिंग ऑफिसर की उम्र, जब मैं भर्ती हुआ था और आज 5 साल का फर्क हो गया है. जो काम हमारा रह गया था वो था कि यूथफुल प्रोफाइल हमारे जवान के लिए, जैसे कि मैंने पहले बताया.
Well, I'm getting in some breaking news now and some breaking videos. For the first time, the pictures of the Maharashtra Chief Minister from inside the Varsha bungalow. I don't know whether you're getting in these pictures. I'm going to request our desk to open up the pictures, exclusive pictures on Republic TV. The first video of Uddhav Thackeray after meeting his party leaders. I repeat, the first videos, basically those who are there, the Sena leaders that is, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray at that particular meeting. This is a video that is just coming from inside the bungalow of the Chief Minister where we are standing. I'm just going to open up these videos, this video in our newsroom. And this is the first video that has come out from the Chief Minister's bungalow where we are standing right now. It's highly secured, of course, but it's the Chief Minister's residence. And we had a few Shiv Sena supporters as well who were going up and down this road. All the action has been happening inside. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra was forced to call a meeting after the late night drama where you had many MLAs from his own party, ministers included, very, very senior leaders, including Eknath Shinde, who's leading this pack, with about 40 leaders in all. At last count, 40 MLAs from the Mahavikas Aghadi, either in Surat or headed to Surat, but out of the Mahavikas Aghadi, showing support to Eknath Shinde. This is a rebellion that is brewing, and this is a standoff that the Shiv Sena is not taking lying down. In fact, they've also taken action on Eknath Shinde. They've removed him as the legislature party leader, and Eknath Shinde has tweeted saying that he will stand by Hindutva and by whatever Balasaheb Thackeray, or whatever he learned from Balasaheb Thackeray. So that's a big update coming in. The other big breaking news update that we have for you from here is that one of the NCP leaders, Jitendra Awad, very senior leader of the NCP, he was here meeting the Chief Minister and left the Chief Minister's residence a few minutes back. So in Delhi, you heard Sharad Pawar saying that he will not intervene unless he is asked to by the Shiv Sena, solely putting the onus on the Shiv Sena for whatever is going on in the party, while also saying that he will only intervene if he's asked to. Now, in that situation, where does that leave the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray? Inside, when the meeting was called, we were told that all the MLAs who were here were called to the Chief Minister's residence at Varsha Bungalow, but only about 20 to 25 at last count, 20 to 25 turned up. At least 30 to 35 were not present. The Shiv Sena has about 55 MLAs in the assembly. Even half were not in that meeting. So what went wrong? Now, what does that tell you? The Shiv Sena may not have the support as of this minute. We're also hearing that senior leaders of the Shiv Sena have been rushed to Surat to try and negotiate, to somehow salvage the situation, talk to Eknath Shinde and see if they can do anything. Now, will that happen? Unsure, because Eknath Shinde has been unceremoniously removed as a legislature party leader. Devendra Fadnavis is headed there, and we're also hearing that the Sena MLAs, especially in Surat, are being moved to Ahmedabad. They were in Surat, Gujarat, but being moved to Ahmedabad, maybe because they feel Ahmedabad is a better place, a better city to be lodged in. But let me go across to Abhishek to get more details on that. Abhishek has been right on top of that story. Ankit is also live. Ankit has been reporting from here. Ankit and Abhishek live as we get you the fastest breaking news updates. Just saw that video there, Ankit. Just saw that video of Uddhav, of the Sena leaders who were present there, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. But I'm not sure how many were there. What are you hearing? How many were really there? Ankit?
Well, from what we've heard, Niranjan, there were 19 at the end of the meeting. Around at the time when there were 32 leaders, there only 14 of them were MLAs, because a number of the leaders that were present at the Shiv Sena meeting chaired by Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha Bungalow, many of them were MPs, some of them Rajya Sabha MPs, some of them Lok Sabha MPs, a number of them were also members of the Legislative Council. So what is the true number of the MLAs that were present there is really anyone's guess. Somewhere from between 14 to 19 is what we are given to understand. Some of them have just in the last 5 minutes driven past us, but most of them not stopping to speak at this moment. So it's really cagey and hush-hush as to what has really gone on. But from what we know is that an emissary has been dispatched, the personal assistant of the Chief Minister, as well as a leader from Thane who is known to be close to Eknath Shinde. And so that delegation is on its way to Surat, and whether or not they'll get to speak to Eknath Shinde is anyone's guess. But he over there is said to have somewhere in the region of 26 to 35, and that number is vacillating in between in terms of who's with him at the moment and who are en route And then on top of that, like you're telling us, there are a number of independent MLAs also, somewhere between around 5+ in number, that are likely to be a part of his camp, maybe in Surat, may join up in Ahmedabad, and that is what we are awaiting on at the moment. But it is unclear at this moment how many MLAs were really there. It appears to be crucially a smaller number than Eknath Shinde himself has with him in Surat. So right now, the larger Shiv Sena meeting
I have breaking news update coming in. 1 minute, I have breaking news update coming in. Eknath Shinde, breaking news coming in. Breaking news coming in. Eknath Shinde has removed all references of Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde has removed all references of Shiv Sena on his Twitter bio there. Just putting out the update out there. If you're seeing this, Eknath Shinde has just removed all references to Shiv Sena on his Twitter profile. I'm just picking up this picture that's come out in our newsroom, and I'm just going to put up the profile there. Let's put up the profile in the newsroom so that you can see it. Eknath Shinde has removed references to Shiv Sena in his Twitter bio. He has only called himself a cabinet minister of urban development and PWD, a guardian minister Thane and Gadchiroli district, but he's removed all references to Shiv Sena from his Twitter bio. So that's a breaking news update that has just come in. No mention of Shiv Sena, not even there on his profile picture or on the cover picture on Twitter. Eknath Shinde removing all references to the party after the legislature party of the Shiv Sena was given to the Ajay Chaudhary. Eknath Shinde was removed. Ajay Chaudhary was made the legislature party leader, perhaps miffed by the situation and how it's unfolding. Eknath Shinde had put 4 conditions in front of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, in front of Uddhav Thackeray, saying that point number 1, let's go with the BJP. Point number 2, Devendra Fadnavis would be the Chief Minister. Point number 3, he would be the Deputy Chief Minister of such an alliance if it was to be stitched. And point number 4, he said if the Shiv Sena MLAs with him in Surat or in support of him have to remain in the party, then they will have to tie up with the BJP, otherwise they wouldn't remain with the party. Now, how many are with him? That's a number you can discuss. Because we were told that 40 MLAs were in his support. Now, are all these 40 MLAs with him in Surat? No, some are reaching Surat, some are en route Ahmedabad. So the action is moved to Gujarat from Maharashtra, where all these MLAs are moving to Gujarat. And it's going to be very, very interesting because Devendra Fadnavis, who was in Delhi, was scheduled to meet JP Nadda and Amit Shah in a short while from now. We are hearing that even the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, could be headed to Surat, Gujarat, and meeting Eknath Shinde and his supporters. BJP's MLA, one of the BJP MLAs, is already in Surat, we are hearing, in the same hotel, Le Meridian, perhaps as an envoy, perhaps as someone who's trying to facilitate this entire political upheaval. And the reason I'm saying that is because obviously he's in talks with the BJP, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Let me go back to Abhishek and Ankit, who are joining us on this broadcast, because anytime now you can expect 2 or 3 big developments. Development number 1 that is expected, the Sena has called for a second meeting later today. Congress, Shiv Sena and Pawar is going to head to Mumbai. So all 3 parties in a complete flux. The Shiv Sena had about 55 MLAs, but when the show of support came, when the head count, it came to the head count, not even 20 were inside the Chief Minister's residence. Behind me, that's Varsha. I'm right outside Varsha, the Chief Minister's bungalow, and not even 20 were present, we are told. So if only 20 attended out of the 55, where are the others? Where are the 30, 35 MLAs of the Shiv Sena? If they were not inside, are they all in Surat? Are they en route Surat? That's the big question. A lot of movement here because, you know, a lot of Shiv Seniks are also going up and down and to show their support. And in the one video that came in some time back, I think you have that video, you can see that those who are inside the Varsha bungalow, that's the first video that came in showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. I think the BJP news briefing is on. They're speaking in Hindi. Let's cut across live to Chandrakant Patil.
प्रश्न असा आहे की सरकार अल्पमतात आहे संकटात आहे असं भाजपला वाटतं.
हा त्यांचा अंतर्गत मामला आहे आणि घटनात्मक पेचावर बोलण्या इतकं मी तज्ञ नाही. त्याला सगळे म्हणजे जे कोणी घटनातज्ञ आहेत ते समर्थ आहेत.
दादा, तुम्ही गेल्या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये तुम्ही असेल, सुधीर मुनगंटीवार असतील, नारायण राणे असतील की हे सरकार कोसळेल अशी वाटणी केली, अनेक सूत्र दिले गेले. आता शिवसेनेतल्या बंडाची परिस्थिती बघता महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार पडेल असं तुम्हाला वाटतं का? आणि या निमित्ताने तुम्ही सरकार स्थापन करू शकाल याबाबत इच्छुक आहात का?
नाही, मी मगाशी म्हटलं की अशा प्रकारची स्पेक्युलेशन म्हणजे अंदाज व्यक्त करणं याची अजून वेळ आली नाही. हे टू अर्ली होईल असं माझं मत आहे. आणि आम्ही जे नेहमी म्हणायचो त्याच्यामध्ये मी ग्रामीण माणूस असल्यामुळे सुधारण सांगतो ना, तसं मी म्हटलं की बाबा ग्रामीण भागात म्हण आहे काशीस जावे नित्य वदावे, तसं काशीस जावे नित्य वदावेसारखं सरकार आम्ही पाडणार आहोत असं तर कधी म्हटलं नाही. सरकार यांच्यातल्या अंतर्गत कलहामुळे पडेल. ऐका ना, अंतर्गत कलहामुळे पडेल. व्हॅक्यूम निर्माण झाल्यानंतर हा व्हॅक्यूम कोण भरून काढेल हे ठरवेल, अशीच माझी वाक्यरचना काही वेळेला होती आणि ती वाक्यरचना माझी आजही आहे. काशीस जावे नित्य वदावे मधलं आता काशीस जाण्याची वेळ आली आहे का, मी जरा थोडा अंदाज घेऊन सांगतो.
दादा, आज की राजनीतिक हालात को देखते हुए क्या बीजेपी सरकार बनाने का दावा पेश करेगी?
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कोई प्रस्ताव नहीं. अभी ऐसे कि पूरी स्थिति जो है वो जो हम कहते हैं ना अस्पष्ट है. ऐसे स्थिति में जल्दबाजी करने वाला इमेच्योर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बीजेपी नहीं है.
दादा, बीजेपी की तरफ से क्या कोई प्रस्ताव एकनाथ शिंदे के पास गया है या एकनाथ शिंदे की तरफ से
अभी तक प्रस्ताव गया नहीं है.
कोई आया नहीं.
और पॉलिटिक्स में कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है. सॉरी नॉट नेसेसरी. हमारे तो आज योग दिन के कार्यक्रम हुए, रात्रि 3 बजे सोने के बाद भी हम अपने अपने कार्यक्रमों में गए. तो बूथ रचना का बारे में बहुत चला है. पूरे देश के कुछ लोकसभा मतदार संघ कॉन्सर्ट किए. तो लगातार बैठक यही हमारी कार्य पद्धति है कि जिनमें से जो सब्जेक्ट है वो भी आगे जाते हैं, आपसी दोस्ती आपसी संवाद भी होता है. हाँ,
रंजीत
कौन रंजीत?
जिस तरीके से कल वोटिंग की बात सामने आई है, भाजपा के पक्ष में कई लोगों ने मतदान किया है, जिसमें माना जाए कि शिवसेना के भी लोग रहे होंगे, कांग्रेस के भी लोग रहे होंगे, एनसीपी के. आपका क्या आकलन है, किस पार्टी से कितने लोग भाजपा की तरफ आए? कुछ ऐसे निर्दलीय जो भाजपा की तरफ नहीं थे, क्या उन्होंने भी वोट किया है? ऐसी कोई संख्या है किस पार्टी से कितने लोग?
क्लियर संख्या है ना. बीजेपी के 112 तो मिले 134, एक इनवैलिड हुआ, तो ये मिलकर 22 वोट मिले तो क्लियर है. और राज्यसभा के समय बीजेपी के 112 मिले 123, 11 मत मिले.
किस पार्टी से कितने आए इस बारे में आकलन है बीजेपी के पास?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि बहुत लोगों को संपर्क किया, सीक्रेट बैलेट था, अंदाज ही व्यक्त हो सकते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं.
27 वर्ष युतीत होतात, छोट्या भावाच्या भूमिकेत शिवसेना होती, मोठ्या भावाच्या भूमिकेत मीच होता. आता जी परिस्थिती शिवसेनेची दिसते तर मोठ्या भावाचं मत काय तुझ्याबाबत?
आता जी स्थिती निर्माण झाली ती आपल्या कर्माने निर्माण झालेली आहे आणि ती स्थिती नीट करण्यासाठी त्यांच्याकडे संजय राऊतांसारखे खूप सक्षम लोक आहेत.
बीजेपी शिवसेना अलग हुई तब से फिर से एक बार सरकार बनाने के लिए कोशिश लगातार बीजेपी करती रही. आज इतना अच्छा मौका मिला है और आप इतना संयम बैठे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि हम कुछ करने वाले देख रहे हैं. इतना संयम लाते कहाँ से?
परिस्थिति व्यक्ति को सिखाती है. तो अब 16वें साल में सिद्धार्थ कॉलेज में था, तब एबीवीपी का एक्टिविस्ट बना. नाउ आई एम क्रॉसिंग 63. 1 साल 1 महीना 1 दिन 1 घंटा भी रुका नहीं. कभी विद्यार्थी परिषद, कभी आरएसएस, कभी बीजेपी. तो ये अनुभव से हुआ. शुरू के दिनों में शायद मेरा भी ऐसा होता था कि जो पेट में है वो निकल जाता था, अभी नहीं निकलता. सॉरी हाँ, ये दिस इज राइट. दुधाने तोंड फोडलं की ताकही फुंकून प्यायचं असतं.
चला, थँक्यू.
सॉरी,
क्या बीजेपी यह मानती है कि यह सरकार अल्पमत में?
ऐसा है कि टेक्निकली और व्यवहार में दोनों अलग शब्द है. टेक्निकली तो अल्पमत में आई ना, जब आपके 22 लोग बीजेपी को वोट करते हैं और उसके पहले 11 लोग वोट करते हैं, और अभी जितनी मेरी जानकारी है कि 35 लोग एकनाथ जी के साथ गए हैं, और जो जिनके सहारे, ऐसा है कि कुल मिलाकर टोटल कितनी बनती थी, 152 बनती थी. 169 किनसे बनी, तो अपक्षों से बनी, घटक पक्षों से, छोटे पक्षों से बनी, तो कोई नहीं बचा ना। राज्यसभा और विधान परिषद के निमित्त ध्यान में आया कि कोई अपक्ष नहीं बचा, क्योंकि अपक्षों को आपने घोड़ा कहा। हाँ, तो हमारे जोरगेवाला जी ने अच्छा कहा कि हम यदि घोड़े हैं तो आपको क्यों चाहिए। तो ये कोई अपक्ष नहीं बचा, कोई छोटा पक्ष नहीं बचा। तो वैसे टेक्निकली अल्पमत में है, लेकिन व्यवहार में अल्पमत में आने के लिए उसकी बड़ी लंबी लीगल प्रोसेस होती है।
सोनू एक मिनिट
नंबर तू बोला फिर
टेक्निकली सरकार मग विशेष अधिवेशन बोलण्याची जबाबदारी भाजपला
नाही असं काही आज करण्याचा विचार नाही, म्हणून मी असं म्हटलं की या नजीकच्या 24 तासामध्ये ज्या डेव्हलपमेंट्स होतील ज्याच्याकडे आम्ही खूप बारकाईने पाहतो, त्यातून खूप गोष्टी म्हणजे तुम्ही म्हणता त्याच्यापेक्षा एक मोठी यादी आहे माझ्याकडे की हे करता येईल, ते करता येईल, ते करता येईल. पण आज ते म्हणणं आणि ते करणं, म्हणणं सुद्धा इमॅच्युअर आणि करणं तर फारच इमॅच्युअर.
ऐसे ही रहे तो क्या भाजपा अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने की मांग करेगी क्या?
ऐसा है कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने की जो स्थिति है वो अधिवेशन में होती है, और अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने के लिए स्पेशल अधिवेशन बुलाओ, ऐसी स्थिति आज निर्माण हुई है ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता. अधिवेशन 18 जुलाई से है, देखते हैं क्या होता है.
दादा तुम्ही बोलताय की
दादा राज्यपाल अलर्ट मोडवर आले, त्यांना वाटतं की पहाटेला पण उठावं लागतंय आता.
तुषार ये राज्यपाल जे ऐसे है, हे राज्यपाल असे आहेत की ते अर्ली मॉर्निंग उठतात आणि फिरायला जातात, त्यामुळे त्यांना वेगळं उठण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
दादा तुम्ही बोलताय की पुढचे 24 तास महत्वाचे असणार आहेत राज्याच्या राजकारणामध्ये, तर दुसरीकडे शिवसेना सर्व आमदारांना शिवसेना भवनात घेऊन शक्ती प्रदर्शन करणार आहे, तर दुसरीकडे शरद पवार असं म्हणतायत की महाविकास आघाडीला कोणताही धोका नाहीये. तुमच्याकडून संपूर्ण तयारी झालेली आहे का?
मी पुन्हा म्हटलं की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा हा प्लॅन गेम हा भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा नाही, त्यामुळे आम्ही त्याच्यामध्ये काही मत व्यक्त करण्याचं कारण
दिस इज नॉट अ प्लॅन ऑफ बीजेपी. दिस इज नथिंग लाईक बीजेपी हॅव टू डू विथ दिस.
म्हणजे 2.5 वर्ष सरकार चालवलं, ज्यांच्या सरकार चालवण्यामुळे संत्रस्त झाले लोक, तर हे सरकार
So this is only of a Mahavikas Agadi government. Some of the MLAs clearly seems to not happy with the Mahavikas Agadi and the government.
महाराष्ट्र त्यांना हवाय तसा कॅप्चर करण्याचा प्रयत्न झाला. मग कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट घ्या,
the leaders, the ministers are doing nothing but trying to capture the entire Maharashtra in that way.
मग एवढ्या मोठमोठ्या साखर कारखान्यांसाठी निर्णय झाले, तर तुम्हाला असं वाटलं नाही की माझ्या सामान्य शिवसैनिकाला काही फायदा नाही. आणि त्यामुळे त्यांनी असं म्हणणं महाविकास आघाडीच्या नेत्यांनी की ज्यांनी हे सरकार फॉर्म केलं, ज्यांनी हे सरकार टिकवलं, तर त्यांची जबाबदारीच आहे असं म्हणण्याची. असं वाऱ्यावर सोडून बनवलं काही कारण नाही.
We will monitor the situation for the next 24 hours because it's very immature to speak now on this matter.
The media there in both Hindi and Marathi, he said that the BJP.
Marathi, he said that the BJP will fill in the vacuum if there is a need. I repeat, he said the BJP will fill in the vacuum if there is a need. I'm going to stay with the details of what Chandrakant Patil has said, and the BJP has said. The BJP in Maharashtra has said that this government is not in majority. And he made a very interesting mention. He said 22 MLAs. He said if they had the majority, then why did 22 of their MLAs vote for us? And going by the developments of the MLC election results, he says 22 MLAs have voted for the BJP. He now says there is no majority of this government left, and says that they will fill in the vacuum. They will fill in the vacuum when needed. adding that it's going to be a long process. It could even be a legal process. So I think that tells you a lot about what can happen in the next few days. Will there be a deadlock? Will these MLAs resign? And if they resign, will they force a trust vote? If they force a trust vote and the numbers kick in, how will that play out? Will the halfway mark reduce? Where does the BJP stand then? Where will the MVA stand then? These are some of the scenarios, I think, which of course will be running in the minds of the BJP and the Shiv Sena as well. Because technically, going by the numbers and the support, not sure that the MVA has the required numbers anymore if over 40 MLAs are not in their control. And I'm getting in some more breaking news now that 3 more of the MLAs of the Shiv Sena were trying to leave Mumbai for Surat but was stopped. I'm getting in some more details from Alisha, who's reporting that 3 MLAs tried to leave Mumbai for Surat, but they were stopped and forcibly kept behind, and that the CRPF is keeping an eye on them. Now, these are details that Alisha is sharing with me. I'd like to go across to Alisha. Alisha will be joining us live. Ankit is also live. Ankit was there when Ankit is live. Sanjay Raut spoke a few minutes back where Ankit is live. Let me go across to him. Ankit, what's the update? Is the Shiv Sena confident? By the way, another breaking news update that we had is that the Shiv Sena is calling for a head count at 4 p.m. at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, which is in Dadar. At about 4 p.m, that head count will be conducted. That's roughly in about half an hour from now. In half an hour from now, the Shiv Sena is going to have a head count. All the MLAs who are present here at the Chief Minister's residence have been called there, and the head count will be to check how many are actually with the Shiv Sena now. I think that's going to be a very interesting question, interesting number to watch out for. Ankit.
Absolutely, Niranjan. I think what you're telling us about the headcount at the Shiv Sena Bhavan explains why Sanjay Raut left so quickly, because we were told that he would address the media. In fact, that did not happen. He drove past in his car and we were able to get a snippet from him. And he said that the BJP's Operation Lotus, which they have implemented in Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka, will not work in Maharashtra. So answering your question, yes, the Shiv Sena, or at least Sanjay Raut, is confident that their government will stand. That is the statement that has come in. And he was also very quickly asked a second question, which is that is it the betrayal of Hindutva that has caused this rift within the Shiv Sena? And he said no, it has nothing to do with that.
Okay, stay with me. I think Jayant Patil is speaking. Jayant Patil of the NCP. Let me cut across. Jayant Patil soundbite coming in. Cutting across live.
जागेवर आहेत काय
राष्ट्रवादीच्या आमदारांची बैठक बोलवली का संध्याकाळी शरद पवार
राष्ट्रवादीच्या आमदारांची बैठक बोलवण्याचा कोणताही निर्णय अद्याप आम्ही घेतलेला नाही. माननीय पवार साहेब संध्याकाळी मुंबईला येणार आहेत. त्यावेळी चर्चा झाल्यानंतर पुढच्या बैठक बोलवायची की नाही आवश्यकता असेल तरच बैठक बोलू. पण मला वाटतं की हा शिवसेनेचा प्रश्न आहे, त्यामुळे आम्ही आज बैठक बोलवण्याचे कोणताही निर्णय घेतलेला नाही. मला वाटत नाही की सरकार अल्पमतात येईल. मला त्याच्याबद्दल
Under the guidance of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, we have accepted that earlier as well, and also we accept the same at this situation.
आमदार जर गेलेले असले तरी मला वाटतं की ते शिवसेनेचे आमदार पुन्हा सगळे परत येतील. मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्याशी माझं काल रात्री बोलणं झालं, उशिरा रात्री, आणि त्यांनी आज बैठक बोलवलेली अशी मला त्यांनी माहिती बोलवली, पण ती कामाच्या निमित्तानं बोलवलेली. अनायसे मी सगळ्यांनाच बोलवले असं त्यांनी मला सांगितलं. त्यांच्या निवासस्थानी त्याची बैठक झाली असेल असं मला वाटतं.
What we believe is that NCP does not need to take the meeting because we know that all our MLAs are with us and we are actually waiting for Uddhav Thackeray to take the final decision and that will be conveyed to our Chief Sharad Pawar.
सगळे आमदारांनी मिळून काय निर्णय करायचा तो त्यांनी निर्णय करायचा आहे.
So this is a matter of Shiv Sena and their MLAs. Whatever the decision will be taken by the higher command, that only will be conveyed to us, and then only after we will go for a meeting.
कंट्रोल करू शकत नाही परिस्थिती, आणि त्याच्यामुळेच आता एकनाथ शिंदे सरकार नेता थेट बंडखोरीचं आव्हान देतात.
आमदारांची मतं फुटली हे तर स्पष्ट आहे. काँग्रेसमधली काही मतं कमी झाली, शिवसेनेतली काही मतं कमी झाली, पण हे गुप्त मतदान आहे आणि त्यामुळं कदाचित काही शंका निरसन करण्यात कमतरता असेल, त्यामुळं मतं
As we know that MLC elections is something where the votes cannot be shown to the representative.
Breaking news now coming in. Sharad Pawar has tweeted, the NCP chief has tweeted saying the Shiv Sena has the chief minister's post, we have the deputy chief minister's post, and the Congress has the responsibility of an important ministry. We will stick with whatever the Shiv Sena leadership decides in this matter. I am sure there is no need for any change in the government which is running under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray. A very, very significant statement coming in from Uddhav Thackeray, who's also once again, also from Sharad Pawar, I beg your pardon, who once again has put the onus completely on the Shiv Sena, saying that Shiv Sena has the chief minister's post, we have the deputy chief minister's post, Congress has several important ministries. He says he will go by whatever the Shiv Sena says and what Uddhav Thackeray says. So in the next half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, the next half an hour is extremely critical because the next half an hour will decide whether Shiv Sena has the numbers. There will be a head count at the Sena Bhavan, and after that head count, I think that will tell you whether this government is going to be stable or not. As of this minute, Sharad Pawar has put the complete onus on Uddhav Thackeray to decide whether there will be any decisions taken. He has said, we will stick with whatever the Shiv Sena leadership decides in this matter. Why would he say that? Why would he say that he will stick by whatever the Shiv Sena leadership decides? He says, I'm sure that there is no need for any change in the government which is running under the leadership of the Uddhav Thackeray. So, Sharad Pawar saying that there may not be a need for a change. Of course, he's keeping that much of a leeway, saying there may not be a need for a change. He's saying he will go by what the Shiv Sena says. Very interesting to see that the NCP's leader, who's now, by the way, in Delhi, held a news conference, rushing to Mumbai, is putting the onus completely on Shiv Sena to see whether this government can run. Alisha is joining us on the phone line. Alisha, what are you reading into Sharad Pawar's tweet? Once again, putting the onus on Uddhav Thackeray completely. Alisha.
Well, of course, Sharad Pawar is giving us some of the clarification. First, talking about the cross voting, he's clearly saying that Maharashtra Vidhan Parishad has already witnessed this cross voting since 50 years, but we know that cross voting has never changed the government, and this is the reason where even if there is a differences between the parties or the party leaders or MLAs, but still we will be staying together. Again, he clearly stating that today he was in Delhi for the presidential election meeting, but then he came to know about the Shiv Sena, the differences within the Shiv Sena MLAs, and that is the reason why he will be going to Mumbai and going to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. But yes, what the statement that is, whether it is coming from Sharad Pawar or whether it is Jayant Patil. So the clear stand of NCP is clearly, we can witness that they've been just waiting for Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to take a final decision, because even Jayant Patil has said that it is something between the Shiv Sena MLAs and it is between the party, and that is the reason they will wait for Shiv Sena or the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to give a final signal to NCP and Congress so that they can go ahead with some of the decisions. Because even if we know that Shiv Sena and where the meeting we held, and we even saw the visuals where Uddhav Thackeray for the first time came out of the Varsha bungalow, where he saw there were Shiv Sena workers and leaders outside his bungalow making a slogan, support slogan for him, after which he decided to make a strength show in Sena Bhavan, where all the MLAs that were present in Varsha bungalow for the meeting, that is around 19 MLAs that were present in Varsha bungalow, they have been asked to go to Sena Bhavan for the strength show that will be like at 4 p.m. And other MPs and the other leaders is also going to be present. And on the other hand, it has also been said that Ajay Chaudhary, who is newly appointed the legislative of Maharashtra Assembly, he's going to do a protest over the decision, and because it is said that it's BJP who is started with the Operation Lotus, so he's also going to do a protest at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. in the evening against the BJP. This will be in the Lower Parel, the protest that is going to be held with the Ajay Chaudhary and the other Shiv Sena workers and leaders who are going to be present in that protest. That will be at 6 p.m. In Lower Parel. But yes, fastest development, what we are witnessing right now, where Sharad Pawar has clearly stated that the chief ministry post is with Shiv Sena, whereas the deputy chief minister is with NCP, and some important ministry post is with Congress. So whatever the decision that will be taken by the chief minister Uddhav Thackeray will be considered, and the Maharashtra government, this Mahavikas Aghadi government, will go for long. Even if there is a differences between the party. But now everyone eyes on what will happen in Surat, because what has been told from our sources that the Shiv Sena MLAs are going to be shifted to Ahmedabad because they some of the way and they don't feel safe to be here. It's just they are waiting for Milind Narvekar and the other person, Ravindra, who has already left from Mumbai to Surat.
Alisha, you were saying, Alisha, you were saying some time back that some more Shiv Sena MLAs wanted to leave from Mumbai for Surat. How many of them wanted to leave? Why were they stopped? Where are they being held? Who are these MLAs?
Well, the name has not been disclosed yet, but yes, it's a very interesting, there are some MLAs that wanted to come to Surat from Mumbai. They wanted to leave, but they are not allowed to leave. And that is the reason they have been deployed with some CRPF personnel that has been given in and around. So there are 3 to 4 MLAs who wanted to go to Surat. As we already said that there are 25 who are going to reach Surat, but there are 2 to 3 more MLAs who wanted to leave, but they are not allowed to leave. So this clearly stated that now Shiv Sena has been trying to hold on those MLAs who have already been present in Mumbai.
Okay, thank you for that. That's Alisha breaking down the details of where we stand as of this minute. But the big update right now, anytime now, you can expect the head count of the Shiv Sena MLAs. In case you're watching this broadcast, there is a complete political pandemonium in Maharashtra with the government on the verge of a collapse. In fact, by inside estimates, the NCP will tell you and the Congress will tell you the NCP has just gone on record. You had Jayant Patil, a very senior leader in the NCP, saying that we don't have the numbers. He has conceded that there was cross-voting. He admits that there is a flux. And you also had the Congress party, earlier Prithviraj Chavan, a former chief minister of Maharashtra, saying that they don't have the numbers. He said we don't have that majority anymore. So you have leaders within the MVA, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. This was seen in the larger context, in the national context. The Maharashtra government was seen as an example of how different ideologies can come together and stitch a government. Not sure that's the case anymore, simply because they don't have the numbers. As of this minute, 169 is the strength of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. If 169 was the number, 169 was the number. If 40 are with Eknath Shinde, their effective strength will only be about 129. I repeat, 129. And going by the numbers the BJP had yesterday, 133 voted for the BJP in the MLC election. 133 voted for the BJP, 129 effectively with the MVA, 5 others, which include smaller parties. And we're also getting in pictures, by the way, from Shiv Sena Bhavan, where all the action is going to shift in a short while from now. We are outside the Chief Minister's residence here. This is the Varsha Bungalow. You'll see that a lot of cars are going in and coming out. Several MLAs, leaders, MPs, Lok Sabha MPs, Rajya Sabha MPs coming in and going out here. Party leaders included. You had the mayor also. So the Shiv Sena, basically, this has become an exercise in the last couple of hours to simply show support to Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena, or whatever's left of it here in Mumbai. And the reason I say whatever's left of it is in Mumbai is because the Shiv Sena is split between whoever's here in Mumbai and Eknath Shinde in Surat. We are hearing the numbers, could be up to 40. Those are, you're hearing the sound from Shiv Sena Bhavan. They're chanting slogans, showing their support for Uddhav Thackeray. More reactions coming in. Let's cut across live. Chagan Bujbal.
MLCला किंवा राज्यसभेला पडतो, दुसरा निवडून येतो. म्हणून काही अशा प्रकारच्या गोष्टी घडत नाही. भूकंपासारख्या किंवा सरकारला काही धोका निर्माण होतो असं कधी झालेलं नाही.
काँग्रेस आमदारांना मुंबईत बोलवले. राष्ट्रवादीचं तसं काही एकंदरीत प्रयत्न किंवा नियोजन सुरू आहे का?
राष्ट्रवादी पण बरेचसे तर मला वाटतं की अजून कालच त्यांना सांगितलं होतं की ज्यांना थांबायचं त्याने थांबा. निवडणुकीनंतर सुद्धा का रात्रीचं जाणार
Yesterday
कुठे?
itself, after the MLC elections, where NCP MLAs has been asked whether they want to wait in Mumbai, they can wait, or if any or the other want to leave for their constituency, they can leave. There is no such whip that has been issued for the NCP MLAs.
Okay, taking a short break now. We're taking a short break. You saw those pictures coming from the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai, where leaders have started to gather. More than leaders, I think supporters have started to gather. Will be interesting to see if they have the numbers, because when the head count is done, their official number in the assembly, on the floor of the house, was 55. Do they really have 55? Or do they have a little above 20 and less than 25, as the numbers were displayed in the Chief Minister's residence behind me? Taking a short break. Back with the live coverage, non-stop on Republic. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों हथेली जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर.
Mahavikas Aghadi government in the danger zone. Uddhav's Shiv Sena sees number dwindle. Maha-political flux in Maharashtra. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Getting in breaking news now that Yashwant Sinha is officially the opposition's presidential face. That's the breaking news update coming in. Yashwant Sinha, who also indicated, and there was speculation on whether he could be the opposition's presidential face. It's now official now that it will be Yashwant Sinha who will be pitched by the opposition in a fight that's almost a given for the NDA, because the NDA has about 49 to 49.1 or 2% of the votes that are required for the presidential election, and they just need one small party. It could be the BJD or the YSRCP or the AIDMK. And YSRCP, we were told last week that they already had pledged support to the NDA, unofficially, of course. It's not official yet, but it's more a walkover for the BJP. But you never know how things go, because the JDU could spring a surprise in the last minute. But as of this minute, the breaking news update coming in, Yashwant Sinha is now the opposition's presidential face, someone who was a union minister under the NDA many years ago and is now a part of the TMC. Getting in one more news conference of the NCP, we'll take a...
Of June 2022, this was the first meeting, and adopted the following resolution unanimously.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
On the occasion of International Yoga Day, BSF Jawans under the Pani Sagar sector headquarters in the areas of Tripura performed yoga. Yoga for Humanity, remember, is the theme for International Day of Yoga 2022. The day observed on June 21st focuses on the importance of yoga in our lives. The Himveers of Indo-Tibetan Border Force participated in a yoga session at a high altitude of 17,000 feet and above in snow-clad conditions in Sikkim to mark the 8th edition of International Yoga Day. The Himveers of the ITBP were seen performing yoga on the snow. Jawans from the ITBP were seen performing asanas at over 14,500 feet in the Himalayan ranges of Uttarakhand, dressed in their uniforms amid in the snow-clad peaks.
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirm that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish,
However, the initiative for this should have been taken by the government. We regret the fact that the Modi government made no serious effort. Please note, the words are very, very important. Made no serious effort in this direction. We therefore appeal to all political parties. Please note, the appeal is to all political parties to support the candidature of Sri Yashwant Sinha so that the nation can have a worthy Rashtrapati elected unopposed. India is passing through difficult times. The BJP government at the center has failed totally in fulfilling its promises and commitments. Furthermore, it is misusing the ED, CBI, Election Commission, Governor's Office, and other institutions as weapons against opposition parties and state governments run by them. Therefore, we assure the people of India that the unity of opposition forces, opposition parties, which has been forged by the presidential election in a spirit of equality, common commitment, and consensus building through dialogue, will be better consolidated in the months ahead. A committee has been formed to steer Sri Sinha's campaign, which will start working today. Thank you.
शरद पवार जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए सभी साथीगण, अभी आपके सामने एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट डिटेल हमारे जयराम रमेश जी ने कहा है। ये खुशी की बात है कि सभी पार्टियों ने मिलके, सभी अपोजिशन पार्टी मिलके एक ही उम्मीदवार को यूनानिमसली उनको फाइनल किया है। और फाइनल करते वक्त सब पहलुओं पे विचार करके उनका यशवंत सिन्हा जी का नाम आगे आया और उसको पूरा सभी पार्टी ने समर्थन दिया और स्वीकार भी किया।
India denounced the Gurdwara attack in Kabul, saying it's time UN members condemn hatred against non-Abrahamic religions. At the UN General Assembly, the Indian envoy to the UN termed it a tragic example of hate. Scientists confirmed that the world's largest recorded freshwater fish, a giant stingray, has been caught in the Mekong River by a Cambodian. The stingray, captured on the 13th of June, measured almost 4 meters from snout to tail and weighed slightly under 300 kgs. It was measured and then let back into the wild. The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam.
शरद पवार से बात किया, सभी नेताओं से बात किया, ये कहेंगे, लेकिन टेलीफोन करने से वो सीरियस एफर्ट नहीं होता। तो वो क्या चाहते थे, किनको बनाने के उनके पास यानी सुझाव था, ये कभी उन्होंने बोला भी नहीं। सिर्फ टेलीफोन करना। आपके पास कोई नाम है? कौन कहेगा ऐसा? अगर आप कहते हैं तो ये सीरियस एफर्ट नहीं था और ये नाम के वास्ते जस्ट फॉर
The last British governor of Hong Kong on Monday said China's government is morally embarrassed about its history with Hong Kong, which comes amid efforts allegedly aimed at whitewashing the very fact that Hong Kong was ever governed by an outside country.
As previous Chinese emperors and dictators have done, you can bury the scholars, but you can't bury the history. And in Hong Kong, it's particularly an issue because people in Hong Kong know from their own families why they're in Hong Kong, why their parents or grandparents stowed away, crawled over barbed wire, swam to get from communist China into a British colony, a safe haven. And that's, of course, a reason why China is morally embarrassed about the history of the colony.
Look.
नीचे ऊपर, दोनों हाथ, दोनों हथेली जमीन के साथ, दोनों पैर पीछे, कमर ऊपर, गर्दन अंदर।
$26 hold up, 9 others on Route 5 independents under the grip. The numbers are slipping away for the MVA government in Maharashtra as BJP is in touching distance now. MVA minister leading the rebel pack to Surat. BJP offers top post to Eknath Shinde. Shiv Sena leader, Maharashtra minister, now a rebel. It's a complete political upheaval. Only 19 leaders turning up at Uddhav Thackeray, the Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence. Head count in the Shiv Sena Bhavan shortly. Big huddle at the Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence ahead of a possible late-night meeting with Sharad Pawar. It's all happening in Mumbai, and Republic TV is live. Amit Shah meets JP Nadda in Delhi. Fadnavis dashes to national capital. Could be heading to Surat. BJP leading a strategy as Congress admits the majority is now slipping. Deshmukh brought in Vaze hired, tainted cop Parambir executed. It was a mega misuse of office plot underway to target Arnav. It's now proven, it's on paper now, it's a court document. Getting in breaking news now that the BJP is going to move all its MLAs to Gujarat. Breaking news update, Gujarat, BJP is moving all its MLAs to Gujarat. So all the MLAs from Maharashtra are now moving towards Gujarat. So Gujarat is where all the action is right now, and Abhishek is breaking the story right now. Abhishek, all BJP MLAs headed to Gujarat. And getting in more breaking news now that instructions have been given to get the BJP MLAs from Maharashtra to Gujarat. One more breaking news update, arrangements are being made and it could be happening. It could be happening as soon as today. Abhishek breaking the story from Delhi. Story breaking from Delhi, Mumbai and Gujarat. We are outside the hotel where the MLAs are now. They could be moved to Ahmedabad soon. Abhishek, a lot of political movement. Okay, I'm just going to get Abhishek live. Abhishek will be joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. But the big breaking news update. The action shifting from Mumbai to Gujarat completely now, with even the BJP MLAs from Maharashtra, 105 of them moving to Gujarat. I repeat, BJP MLAs from Maharashtra moving to Gujarat. Abhishek is picking up the details. Arrangements are being made. It is going to be epicenter Ahmedabad. Abhishek, Ahmedabad. Everyone's moving to Ahmedabad.
In fact, this is I'm picking up from my sources in Gujarat that the state leadership has been instructed that the Maharashtra MLAs, all 105 of them, should be brought to Gujarat, to Ahmedabad. Logistically, it's easier to make sure that the flock remains together. Also, in the fluid situation that is there in Mumbai, it might not be a good idea to keep all of them there because remember, a state might reach where the rebel group might approach the governor, following which a show of strength on the floor of the house, which is essentially a confidence vote or a no confidence vote happens. Yes. In all that situation, it's important that the numbers are accounted for. That's why, to begin with, all the MLAs should be moved to Gujarat. So this is I'm picking up from my sources in Gujarat. It might be a while before this is executed. It might happen by tomorrow, but an instruction has been given that preparations should be made, all arrangements should be in place so that all 105 BJP MLAs of Maharashtra are brought to Ahmedabad. Niranjan.
Okay, getting in some more breaking news now. Stay with me, Abhishek. Some more breaking news update coming in right now. Some more breaking news updates. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is going to meet Uddhav Thackeray at 6 p.m. here at the Varsha Bungalow behind me. So the action is going to continue here in Mumbai. Even if the BJP plans to move its MLAs to Gujarat, Ajit Pawar is coming here and he's going to meet the Chief Minister of Maharashtra this evening. Ajit Pawar will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray at about 6 p.m. Even though on record the Shiv Sena is saying that they have the numbers, not sure whether they really have the numbers. There will be a head count at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. You had those pictures that came in some time back of the Shiv Sena leaders, supporters gathering at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. But when it comes to a head count, do they have enough numbers? Because we were told that Sanjay Raut will be addressing the media here when he left via the other gate, the second gate, but didn't speak to the media. He just left saying that that there is Operation Lotus underway. So even the Shiv Sena admits the situation is fluid. So they may want to get a stock check. Get a head count, and then proceed on that. Satya Prakash is also joining me live from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where the Shiv Sena leaders are gathering. Satya Prakash, how many MLAs are there? How many MLAs are there with the Shiv Sena? क्या हमारे पास नंबर्स है अभी? We have details of how many are really with Shiv Sena right now, the MLAs.
किया है उसका विरोध कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं शिवसेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं और लगातार शिवसेना यहाँ पे शिवसेना भवन के सामने शिवसैनिक इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं और लगातार नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और सारे लोग के नारेबाजी में एक ही बात करना है कि हम शिवसेना साथ में हैं। एक नाथ शिंदे ने जो बागी किया है, जो बगावत किया है, उसके खिलाफ नारेबाजी किया जा रहा है। शिवसेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे शिवसेना कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं और नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। फिलहाल शिवसेना कार्यकर्ता लगातार मुंबई के अलग अलग जगह से यहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं। कुछ ही देर बाद शिवसेना के नेता एमएलए यहाँ पे आएंगे और इसके बाद यहाँ पे लगभग बताया जा रहा है कि लगभग 1 घंटे बाद यहाँ पे सारे एमएलए पहुंच जाएंगे। लेकिन तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं शिवसेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं, किस तरह से शिवसेना कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से एक नाथ शिंदे ने बगावत किया है शिवसेना से, उसको लेकर कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे विरोध प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। शिवसेना भवन के बाहर तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे शिवसैनिक पहुंचे हुए हैं और नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं।
घर से ऑफिस
जी
खाना लेके नहीं यहाँ पे छोड़ the Sena supporters, they're sloganeering against Eknath Shinde, I beg your pardon. Sloganeering against Eknath Shinde at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where in a short while from now there's going to be a head count. The Shiv Sena has called all its leaders there and they will be doing a head count. It is mostly a show of support. You're looking at supporters outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where my colleague Satya Prakash is. You can hear the sloganeering there, sloganeering against Eknath Shinde, calling him a bagoda, calling him a deserter, and those are pictures coming in. A sloganeering continues. Hanji, coming back to Satya. Yes, go ahead.
देखिए शिवसेना भवन के बाहर किस तरह से शिवसैनिक इकट्ठा हुए हैं, लगातार नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से बगावत किए हैं एक नाथ शिंदे, उनके खिलाफ यहाँ नारेबाजी किया जा रहा है शिवसेना कार्यकर्ता। और उनका कहना कि जिस तरह से बागी तेवर उन्होंने अपनाया है, इससे शिवसेना का कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। इस तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं किस तरह से शिवसेना कार्यकर्ता है और हम उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करें। जिस तरह से एक नाथ शिंदे ने जिस तरह से किया है, आप लोग पहुंचे हुए क्या कहेंगे?
शिवसेनेनं अशा प्रकारच्या अनेक गद्दारांना घाललेला आहे। हिंदी में शिवसेना ने ऐसे बहुत चढ़ उतार देखे हैं। शिवसेना डरने वालों में से नहीं है। वंदनीय शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे की शिवसेना है। ये ऐसे कोई माकड़ों से है डरने वाली नहीं है, ये झुकने वाली नहीं है शिवसेना। ये शिवसेना हमारे जान में जान है तक शिवसेना में है। हम बाला साहब ठाकरे के हैं। जो लोगों ने शिवसेना से गद्दारी किया है, उसका हाल तुम महाराष्ट्र में देख रहे हो। इनका भी वही हाल हो जाएगा। शिवसेना नहीं झुकेगी, महाराष्ट्र नहीं झुकेगा, शिवसेना नहीं झुकेगी।
लेकिन एक नाथ शिंदे के साथ कई एमएलए हैं, साथ में शिवसेना का ही है।
डरा के लेके गए हैं। ये ईडी का डर बता रहे हैं। गुजरात पुलिस के जान के ऊपर लेके गए। अरे महाराष्ट्र में देखना था, खींच के मारते थे।
हर कोई दाढ़ी वाला दिखे साफ नहीं होता। हर कोई दाढ़ी वाला दिखे साफ नहीं हो सकता।
दाढ़ी वाला, वो दाढ़ी वाले को शिवसेना ने बड़ा किया है, बाला साहब ने बड़ा किया है, उद्धव साहब ने बड़ा किया है। उसको कौन बड़ा किया है? डरा धमका के बहुत सारे आमदार लोगों के फोन आ रहे हैं। हम आने को तैयार है।
ईडीला घाबरले, ईडीला घाबरले, ईडी को डर गए। मराठीतच बोलणार, शिवसेना भरोसावर मराठीतच बोलणार। ईडीला घाबरले आमचे साहेब एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब, ईडीला घाबरले। अहो वाघ आमचा
साहेब कसा तो आता दलाल आहे, दलाल तो एक नंबरचा दलाल आहे। ज्याला बीजेपीचा दलाल आहे, शिवसेनेची गद्दारी करणारा दलाल एकनाथ शिंदे कधी सोडवणार राहणार नाही।
देखिए तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे शिवसेना भवन के बाहर शिवसैनिक जो है काफी गुस्से में है और लगातार नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं शिवसेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं। शिवसैनिक यहाँ पे इकट्ठे हुए हैं, लगातार नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं एक नाथ शिंदे के खिलाफ। इनका कहना जिस तरह से बगावत की है, इससे शिवसेना कुछ नहीं होने वाला। लेकिन जिस तरह से उन्होंने शिवसेना को धोखा दिया है, इसका परिणाम भुगतना पड़ेगा। शिवसेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, किस तरह से शिव सैनिक इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं और मुंबई के अलग अलग जगह से भी शिव सैनिक आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे सेना भवन के पास। कुछ ही देर बाद शिवसेना के एमएलए यहाँ पहुंचेंगे, नेता पहुंचेंगे यहाँ पे और यहाँ पे मीटिंग शुरू हो जाएगी और सीएम उद्धव ठाकरे भी पहुंचने वाले हैं। तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं सेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं, किस तरह से यहाँ पे सेना भवन के बाहर शिव सैनिक इकट्ठे हुए हैं, लगातार नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं एकनाथ शिंदे के खिलाफ। जिस तरह से बगावत किया है शिवसेना के खिलाफ, उसको लेकर कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे शिव सैनिक गुस्से में। तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं किस तरह से शिवसेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें और लगातार यहाँ पे शिव सैनिक इकट्ठे होते जा रहे हैं, लगातार भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही शिव सैनिकों की और लगातार इनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से बगावत किए हैं एकनाथ शिंदे, जिस तरह से एमएलए को ले गए हैं, डरा धमका के ले गए हैं, लेकिन सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। ये शिव सैनिकों की तस्वीर देखिए किस तरह से गुस्से में है शिव सैनिक यहाँ पे शिवसेना भवन के बाहर। जी
Well, you're looking at dramatic pictures and the developments at the Sena Bhavan there. Hundreds of Shiv Sena workers, supporters who are at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, which is the headquarters of the Shiv Sena, calling him a deserter, attacking Eknath Shinde. And I'm not sure after this there's going to be a point of coming back. Is there going to be a point of return for Eknath Shinde after this? I'm not so sure. Because of Eknath Shinde, and it will be, I think it all comes down to that, because in some time from now when there is a head count, when you count the number of MLAs who are with you, and if you don't have the required numbers, and if Eknath Shinde as a minister, we are told 3 ministers are in Surat, 3 ministers are in Gujarat, 29 with him, 9 en route and 5 independents or 6 independents, that leaves you with a number of about 40. If Eknath Shinde has about 40, let me go across to Satya Prakash. In fact, that's where I think those are the refining pictures from Mumbai, where Shiv Sena is calling Eknath Khadse names. They say so Eknath Shinde names, and they're saying that Eknath Shinde is scared of the enforcement directorate. Those are live pictures coming in. Let me go back to Satya. Satya.
ये सब गए, कुछ है अभी उनका नाम उतना, तो ऐसा कितना ही जाने दो, शिवसेना और जोर से करेगी।
ये तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं किस तरह से सेना भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं और शिवसैनिक लगातार यहाँ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और उनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से बगावत की है, आप भी पहुंचे हैं, जिस तरह से एकनाथ शिंदे ने बगावत की है, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे के शिव सैनिक है। बाला साहब ठाकरे ने फुटपाथ पर सोने वाले को महाराष्ट्र का सीएम बनाया है। ऐसी बात है कि बाला साहब ठाकरे को ऐसे कितने भी आए और गए तो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता। शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख में हम पूरा विश्वास है और माननीय उद्धव साहब के पीछे सब महाराष्ट्र के शिव सैनिक खंबीर से खड़ी हुए हैं।
जिस तरह से एकनाथ शिंदे ने बगावत किया है, आप क्या कहेंगे? आप भी पहुंची हुई शिव सैनिक है आप?
नहीं ते होणार नाही,
उसका नाम नहीं लेने का,
होणार नाही। त्यांनी त्यांना बंदुकी हातात त्यांना धमक्या देऊन नेलं आहे, त्यांना धाक देऊन नेलं, पण तसं होणार नाही, कारण की हे सगळं बाळासाहेबांचं आहे। त्यामुळे त्यांनी किती स्वप्न बघितले तरी होणार।
लेकिन उनके साथ शिवसेना के कई एमएलए भी है।
कोणी जाणार नाही, सगळे मागे येणार आहेत, कोणी जाणार नाही,
एकटेच पडणार आहेत, सगळे मागे येणार, कोई नहीं है। और जो गए वो गुजरात के पुलिस ने लेकर गए वहाँ, जो शिवसेना करेगा, जो वहाँ गए हैं ना, वो गुजरात के क्राइम ब्रांच ने उनको धोखे से वहाँ लेकर गए है। उसके साथ
ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है शिव सैनिकों की और यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन हो रहा, लगातार यहाँ प्रदर्शन हो रहा है शिव सैनिकों का और इनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से उन्होंने बगावत किया है, इसका कुछ शिवसेना का नहीं होने वाला है, उन्हीं को इसका परिणाम भुगतना पड़ेगा। ये देखिए शिवसेना महिला कार्यकर्ता है पहुंची हुई है सेना भवन के बाहर, शिवसेना की महिला कार्यकर्ता है सारी पहुंचे हुए लगातार प्रदर्शन।
हमें हमारी शिवसेना और हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव साहब ठाकरे की चिंता है। वो जो कहेंगे वही आगे होगा, हमें उनके बारे में कुछ बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं।
देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पे शिवसेना के महिला कार्यकर्ता है और यहाँ पे सेना भवन के बाहर रोड की तरफ जा रही है, यहाँ बाहर, क्योंकि लगातार भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही है और शिवसैनिक जो है लगातार इकट्ठा होते जा रहे हैं। लगातार प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे शुरू है और एकनाथ शिंदे के खिलाफ यहाँ प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। जिस तरह से शिवसेना से बगावत की है, लगातार शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे तस्वीरें जो देख सकते हैं कि सेना भवन के बाहर पहुंचे हुए हैं और इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि सेना के जो नेता हैं वो पहुंचे, उनसे बात रखेंगे ये लोग। और यहाँ पे तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से सेना भवन के बाहर नारेबाजी शुरू है लगातार नारेबाजी शुरू है। यहाँ पे शिवसेना एमएलए, टॉप लीडर शिवसेना के और मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे भी यहाँ पे पहुँचने वाले हैं। और ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं, शिवसेना के महिला कार्यकर्ता हैं वो भी नारेबाजी कर रही हैं। आप लोग
हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं, आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ।
Breaking news now coming in. Eknath Shinde is likely to resign as a minister later this evening. Breaking news now coming in. Eknath Shinde, the man leading the rebellion. The man leading the rebellion in Maharashtra, the minister who's taken away 40 of the MLAs with him. Eknath Shinde likely to resign as a minister later this evening. That's the breaking news update from outside the Chief Minister's residence here. The Varsha Bungalow. So many vehicles are coming in and going out. Even though the action is now shifted to the Sena Bhavan, which is the headquarters of the Shiv Sena. Hearing now that Eknath Shinde will be resigning as a minister later in the evening. Eknath Shinde was removed as the legislature party leader, and you're seeing the kind of protests against him outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, and any time now he could also be officially stepping down as a minister. He's got 2 ministers with him, 40 MLAs are with him, and it tells you that if he steps down, and if those who are with him also resign, and I think that changes the entire game, because then it will all come down to the numbers, whether the BJP will force a vote, and if they do force a trust vote, where will that leave the government in Maharashtra? Now, in about 2 hours from now, there's another meeting between the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar is meeting Uddhav Thackeray. You heard Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar spoke, putting the complete onus on the Shiv Sena, saying that he will only intervene if the Shiv Sena wants him to intervene. Now, what can happen if Sharad Pawar intervenes? Can he salvage the situation? I'm not so sure, because it will come down to the numbers, and they don't have enough numbers. Sharad Pawar also tweeted that they will go by whatever Uddhav Thackeray has to say at this point of time. Now, I think the entire focus in the next few minutes will be on whether they have the numbers, whether that head count tells you out of the 55, how many are really with them, physically present. Abhishek, what are your estimates about how many Sena MLAs are actually at the Sena headquarters right now as our MLA head count begins? Abhishek.
Well, Niranjan, the action is moving to Gujarat. Not just the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs, but even the BJP is planning to shift all its 105 MLAs to Ahmedabad, and arrangements are being made, even as those Shiv Sena rebels who are in Surat, they are also being brought to Ahmedabad.
So essentially, I'm getting live pictures from Lee Meridian in Surat. Live pictures from Lee Meridian in Surat. Live pictures from Lee Meridian in Surat. I'm cutting across to the live pictures from Lee Meridian in Surat, where you can see that there is action there. Some of these MLAs will also be moved. From Surat to Ahmedabad. We were told that the Shiv Sena MLAs specifically will be moved to Ahmedabad, because there are two emissaries of Uddhav who are moving to Surat. We were told that these emissaries will try and establish contact with Eknath Shinde. I don't think they'll allow that to happen. Some of these Sena MLAs are already moving to Ahmedabad, and there's action at the Lee Meridian Hotel there in Surat. Some of the MLAs also seen arriving. We were told that 29 MLAs were there, and 9 were en route, and 6 independents also likely to be present. So that's at least 11 more MLAs, 11 or 12 more MLAs could be there. Abhishek, hearing that 14 more MLAs could be reaching there. If you can speak over these pictures, Abhishek, of what's going on at the Lee Meridian.
Well, Niranjan, what we are told is that flights, chartered planes are ready to bring these MLAs to Ahmedabad and put them at a resort or a facility in Gandhinagar. Remember, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar are twin towns, not much of a distance between them. And so it might happen that by the time Milind Narvekar reaches the Lee Meridian Hotel in Surat, he has, I think, just about entered the Gujarat limits, Gujarat's boundary between Gujarat and Maharashtra. The MLAs would have already left Surat, including Shinde, for Ahmedabad. So we don't know whether this is by design so that the meeting does not happen, because obviously even if Milind
Narvekar reaches Surat hotel, it's unlikely that the kind of security we are seeing there, unless Shinde wants to meet him, Narvekar could get inside. But now that all these MLAs are to be taken out, there are vehicles parked outside the hotel which will take all these MLAs to the Surat airport, from where they would be brought to Ahmedabad. So in the next couple of hours, perhaps before Milind Narvekar reaches there, the MLAs would have left. I think this is in preparation for a possible show of strength on the floor of the Maharashtra Assembly, Niranjan.
Getting in some more breaking news now, Abhishek. Yes, Abhishek, getting in some more breaking news now. The Congress party has just issued a statement. I repeat, the Congress party has just issued a statement. Congress party in its statement saying that all the MLAs of the Congress party are in touch with the state president Nana Patole, and MLAs have touched base with Balasaheb Thorat. Breaking news update. So Congress putting out a rejoinder saying that all MLAs are in their contact, saying that Nana Patole and Balasaheb Thorat are in touch with are in touch with all the MLAs of the Congress party in Maharashtra, refuting also the reports that some of them were incommunicado. There were reports earlier that at least 10 of them were not reachable. 10 of them were not in touch with the party, and that's why they were rushing Kamal Nath as the emissary to try and keep the flock together. Anyway, that has already happened. Kamal Nath will be sent to Mumbai to keep a check on the developments and to oversee all the developments here in Mumbai. So on the back of those reports that some of them were unreachable, I think the Congress party is clarifying now, saying that everybody is in their touch. So the way you look at it right now, Abhishek, I think the story is moving rapidly, because you had three significant statements come in. Congress party says all their MLAs are in touch. Congress party says all their MLAs are in touch. NCP says they're in touch with all their MLAs. So is it only the Shiv Sena? Is it only the Shiv Sena? Because you've had official statements on record from Congress and NCP saying that their flock is together, and the only party that hasn't said that is Shiv Sena. And the details that we had earlier was that anywhere between 15 to 20 MLAs only were present inside the Chief Minister's residence, which means over 30-35 MLAs are not in their control. Now, is that the reality? Is that the truth? Now, if that happens, will that split the Shiv Sena? I think you can ask that question, whether the Shiv Sena will be split now on just basis the numbers that we know so far. Abhishek.
Niranjan, obviously, so the information that we have is that all the MLAs that are present in Surat and now being taken to Ahmedabad, for which vehicles are ready, and in fact charter planes are also ready to fly them out of Surat, all belong to the Shiv Sena. So obviously this rebellion led by Eknath Shinde is essentially focused on the lead party of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, that is the Shiv Sena, thus compromising the authority of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray.
Getting in one more breaking news update, Abhishek.
We have off and on since yes, Niranjan.
Abhishek, getting in one more breaking news update. One more breaking news update that the Gujarat BJP, I repeat, the Gujarat BJP is in close coordination with the Maharashtra BJP. I repeat, Gujarat BJP in close coordination with the Maharashtra BJP for the movement of the BJP MLAs from Maharashtra to Ahmedabad. So the BJP units, and we know their organizational strength, their units in Maharashtra in touch with the unit in Gujarat for the coordination of the movement of the MLAs, over 100 of them, to move from Maharashtra to Gujarat. And I think that's going to happen anytime now. And they're keeping their leadership in touch. And you spoke about the vehicles for the movement, I think. So the movement is happening at various levels. In case you're watching the broadcast, we are here in Mumbai. I'm outside the Chief Minister's bungalow. This is the Chief Minister's bungalow. This is Varsha. You'll see a huge security there. We're not allowed to cross this particular point. A lot of movement, a lot of MLAs coming in and going out. The only party outside of the Sena that came in and went out of this area was NCP's Jitendra Awad, who came a few minutes back, paid a visit, went back. Yes, Abhishek. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Abhishek.
Okay, so the breaking news is that Milind Narvekar has reached Surat and he has been allowed to go inside the Lee Meridian Hotel. We are yet to confirm whether Eknath Shinde is still inside the hotel. But what is important is that Milind Narvekar in fact was provided an escort by the Gujarat police, and he was chauffeured and brought to to Lee Meridian Hotel in Surat. That's a big development coming in, and I think it is going to have consequences for the dynamics that play out between Shiv Sena and BJP as well, Niranjan.
What does that mean, Abhishek? In your understanding, what does that mean if Milind Narvekar was there, Milind Narvekar was there and he got an escort? You're saying Milind Narvekar of the Sena has reached Surat, he went inside the hotel with official escort, and and you're saying that we don't know as of this point whether Eknath Shinde is inside the hotel or not. So what does that mean in terms of the dynamics? You mentioned something very interesting there. Are you seeing something developing?
Yes, even Niranjan, even I'm trying to make a 2 and 2 4 of this. I'm trying to understand what this means. I just saw some pictures or grab somewhere of a Gujarat police escort, and I checked whether this is true, and I was told yes, that Gujarat police, the moment Milind Narvekar entered the limits of Gujarat, was provided with a Gujarat police escort, which shepherded him to Surat and to the Lee Meridian Hotel, in fact. And as we speak now, Milind Narvekar is inside Lee Meridian. But what is important is we have to check whether Eknath Shinde is there, because that's the meeting. That's the reason why he has come in there. So you will have to give me a little bit of an off-air time to check whether that meeting is happening, Niranjan.
Very interesting developments there. Very interesting developments. Milind Narvekar, who was sent as one of the emissaries, of Uddhav Thackeray. Milind Narvekar, someone who's known to be very close to the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Milind Narvekar was rushed to Gujarat after the news broke early this morning, that Eknath Shinde, along with the MLAs of the Shiv Sena, had left Maharashtra and reached Surat in Gujarat. And the breaking news now coming in, Milind Narvekar has reached the hotel, the Lee Meridian Hotel. I think we're getting in some soundbite. I'm just going to move. I think there's a soundbite coming in.
मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट की मीटिंग है 7 बजे रखी है, 3-4 MP आए हैं, मैं भी अभी वापस जाके आने।
कहाँ पे सर बैठक होगी ये?
इधर।
और क्या आपकी लगातार कोशिश चल रही है एकनाथ शिंदे या उनकी पार्टी के लोगों से बात करने की? क्या आपकी लगातार कोशिश चल रही है? जितने लोगों को लेके गए हैं, क्या उनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश चल रही है? आज यहाँ पर कितने विधायक पहुंचे हुए थे, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
यहाँ समझो कि 35 से लेकर 30 तक थे, लेकिन कई लोग आ नहीं पाए क्योंकि बाहर गांव गए थे, आने की दिक्कत थी इसलिए आ नहीं पाए। लेकिन ये समझो कुल मिला के 30 जो है सब यहाँ आते हैं।
एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत करने की कोशिश शुरू है? एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत करने की कोशिश शुरू है?
चालू है।
क्या लग रहा है आपको, क्या उनकी ओर से कोई मांग की गई है?
मिलिंद नार्वेकर गए, बाउचंग बाय रोड गए सूरत तक, पहुंचने के बाद संदेशा मिलेगा।
Okay. I think that's if you can hear me, I'm not sure whether you can hear me. That was a reaction coming in. From Gajanan Kirtikar. I think Gajanan Kirtikar, one of the leaders, Shiv Sena leaders, was inside the Chief Minister's residence, and he has just confirmed that he said about 28. I think he said 35 se 30. So he said roughly, he said less than 30. The big breaking news update coming in, he's confirmed that less than 30. I repeat, he confirmed that less than 30 leaders were there inside the Chief Minister's residence. When that meeting happened earlier, I think some are still trying to get the soundbite. Okay, he's just moving there. But the first official reaction coming in from someone who was inside the meeting, Gajanan Kirtikar there. Gajanan Kirtikar of the Shiv Sena, confirming that there's going to be a second meeting. I repeat, there's going to be a second meeting. He's just confirmed now that there's going to be a second meeting in a short while from now between Sena and its leaders. He didn't confirm whether it's going to be an alliance meeting or just a Shiv Sena meeting, but he confirmed that there were less than 30. I repeat, he confirmed that there were less than 30 MLAs who were present inside, and I think that's the breaking news update. Top Sena leader Gajanan Kirtikar has confirmed there were less than 30 leaders who were present inside that meeting with the Chief Minister, but he also added that some could not make it because they were in because they were at different locations. So basically the police is just asking us to stay aside. We'll just stay aside here. And so the first confirmation coming in once again that top Shiv Sena leader, Gajanan Kirtikar, who just passed by, he just left. He said there's going to be a second meeting at the Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence in some time from now. A second meeting in a few hours. I think he said 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock a second meeting, and 6 o'clock, I repeat, 6 o'clock Ajit Pawar meets Uddhav. 7 o'clock a second meeting perhaps of top Shiv Sena leaders. Breaking news update number 3, he said there were less than 30 MLAs who were present here. Less than 30 MLAs. But he also said some could not make it because of the short notice. I'm not sure whether he was accurate in saying that, because all of them were in Mumbai last we checked. So less than 30 MLAs he confirmed were present at that meeting. Now does that give you an idea of the head count? We'll have to wait and watch. But that's the big breaking news update coming in from outside the Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence. One of the top leaders who was present here, Gajanan Kirtikar has said there's going to be a second meeting, adding that the leaders continue to be in a huddle, get a head count, keep the lines open, talk to Eknath Shinde, because in Shiv Sena Bhavan the situation is completely different. You saw the protests outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. He's been removed anyway. Eknath Shinde has been removed as the legislature party leader. Abhishek is I think has some more breaking news update. Abhishek, are you picking something else? Abhishek.
Well, yes, Niranjan. So earlier we broke the fact that Gujarat police provided an escort to Milind Narvekar as he entered Gujarat's limit, and he was escorted, chauffeured to Surat and to the hotel Lee Meridian, where the MLAs are camping, led by rebel Eknath Shinde. But what is important is that we are being told now that while Milind Narvekar, the emissary and envoy of Uddhav Thackeray personally, waits in the lobby, Shinde has refused to meet him, or the meeting has